pleasure. Sorry about that, Eric. Thank you very much. I am thrilled to be here, and we're going to jump right into this debate on whether or not the Bible promotes polygamy. First, I want to remind you, if you can please silence your phones so there are no distractions during the debate. And also, as Al mentioned, it's good to have high energy, but we want to let the debaters do the debating, so please refrain from shouting. With that, I'm going to introduce first, Captain Tazariak is a teacher and debater representing the Hebrew Israelite tradition, known for defending the movement's interpretation of Scripture and engaging in public theological debates. Please join me in welcoming Captain Tazariak. And taking the negative position, Mike Jones leads the Christian apologetics ministry known as Inspiring Philosophy, which has over 500,000 subscribers. He has debated prominent skeptics, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss, Dr. Michael Shermer, and Dr. Richard Carrier. Please join me in welcoming Mike Jones. With that, I have the timer set for you. Captain Tazariak, the floor is all yours for your 10-minute opening.
Yeah. I think it turned off again, yeah. No, you got to aim it at that thing, yeah. It's fickle, so let Elle handle it. It can be kind of ridiculous. Yeah, it turns off after like 30 seconds. There it goes. Oh, there it goes. Oh.
And
Yep,
you're good. It's up there.
It's up there now?
Mm-hmm.
So y'all could see I should stay down here then, right?
I think you'd be able to see pretty well.
Can y'all see if I'm up here?
They might have to just lean a little bit.
You just sit down. I'll just sit. I'll sit too. I'm comfortable. I'll just stay here.
All right. Sit here. Let me just see if I can make it bigger.
Just hit play at the, go into the.
Yeah, I'm not an expert at it. Where you see play?
If you look down at the bottom right, you'll see
from
that,
beginning.
That works.
Excellent. Yep. There you go.
And then as long as you can hold the mic close.
Oh yeah. I was just making sure I had sure I got testing 1, 2. They're good. Testing. We good to go? All right. Back like I never left, right? Birdman hands rubbing together. Does the Bible promote polygamy? My position is yes, it does. This first image is just a very simple image. Abraham and the Israelite men who had multiple wives. You have Abraham, Jacob, Elkanah, Gideon, David, etc. Just want to highlight this. The law regulated polygamy, so monogamy was not the only option.
Just hold the mic a little bit closer.
A little bit closer?
Yep.
Okay, let me see. What about now? Yeah, damn. What about now? It keeps dropping. Let me see if I could tighten it up just a little bit so it doesn't move. All right, what about now? Can I get 15 seconds back? Thank you. So the law regulated polygamy, which is how you know it was promoted, not monogamy as the only option. And this is not something that is an Israelite culture. This is just a culture that everybody had. It wasn't until the Romans came and implemented marriage as a contract that the Christian church would then regulate marriage as only one man, one woman. All right, I'm gonna go to the next slide. It says, if by promote you mean commands everyone to practice it, then no. There is no command requiring men to have multiple wives. If by promote you mean permits and regulate it as a lawful form of marriage, then yes, especially in the Old Testament. That is my permission. That is my position, as well as the New Testament. The promote is by regulating it as a lawful form of marriage. Biblically, promotion means divine elevation, increased responsibility, and being honored or raised in rank by God rather than human ambition, as noted in resources like Bible Hub, which I went and put the source here. So this is where I got the definition from, the promotion of it. So the increased responsibility, because getting a wife is responsible, whether you have one wife or whether you have many. In 1 Timothy 4:1, it says, now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and the doctrine of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with an hot iron, forbidding to marry. That's what I believe the Christian church is implementing, the idea of a man, forbidding a man to have more than one wife, which is really weird, because what we'll find out is that the Christian church is the front runners of monogamy, but also the front runners of divorce and adultery, which is crazy work. Which, if they was allowed to share their man and share their woman, share their man and just be honest, maybe life would be a better place. That's been my experience. Since I just tell the truth to women, I don't really have those problems. Exodus 21:10, when we talk about promoting and regulating, and this is God's law. So in Exodus 21:10, when it says, if he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. So now that means if you have a first wife and you was to gather a second wife, you don't diminish the first wife because of the second wife. That's what it's saying. Now, a wife can be diminished by things that they do, but it can't be diminished just because you have another woman. So if there's a law to regulate it, you can't say it's not promoting. Deuteronomy 21:15. If a man have two wives, one beloved, another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be the ones that was hated, then it shall be, when he maketh his son to inherit that which he had, he may not choose the one that he loved over the one that he hate. Again, regulating the promotion. This is very, very simple. Now that's the second law that's regulating marriage. Deuteronomy 21:25-5 says, if brethren dwell together. So if I have a brother, he passed away last year. He had sons though. But if my brother, when he passed away, didn't have no child, the wife of the unalived shall not marry unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her and take her to him to wife. Again, responsibility and promotion. So now, if that brother has a wife, he still would take this wife, a woman as a wife, to raise up seed to perform the husbandly duty. So it's hard to convince me that a man cannot have more than one wife when there's laws that are regulating a man having more than one wife, controlling what he does with his children, controlling what he does with the woman, and being very careful about it. In Mark the 10th chapter, well, I don't want to do that one yet. I want to go to Deuteronomy 17:17. It says, neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. This is not getting rid of polygamy. This is getting rid of marrying a woman and valuing her more than the Most High. It's because the rest of the verse says, neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. Why is that important? Silver and gold would today be money. So you shouldn't multiply money to yourself that it turns your heart away, nor women. And you see examples of that in 1 Kings, the 11th chapter, when Solomon, who had many wives, and when he got old, his wives turned his heart away after other gods. That's what Deuteronomy 17 is warning you about. In 2 Samuel 11:3, David committed adultery. That's what you cannot do. You cannot be an adulterer. He inquired of the woman Bathsheba, who was the wife of Uriah the Hittite. He laid with her, and when he got her pregnant, he had Uriah unalive. Nobody did anything. And then it was Nathan the prophet that came to David. And it's interesting what God said. In 2 Samuel 12:7, it says, and Nathan said to David, thou art the man. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I anointed thee king over Israel, and I delivered thee out of the hand of Saul. And I gave thee unto thy master's house, and thy master's wife into thy bosom, and gave thee the house of Israel. And if it had been too little, I would have given you more. So if that wife was too little, I would have given you more wives. Why is God saying he would have gave David more wives? Because he committed adultery with another man's wife, and God saying, I would have gave you more wives if that's what you wanted. So if the Bible does not promote polygamy, why would God even be saying that he's with polygamy? In Isaiah 4:1, it says, in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name. Now we have a future prophecy of 7 women taking hold of one man just to be called by his name. Matthew's the 25th chapter, verse. Christ says, then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins which took their lamp to go forth to meet the bridegroom. We all know this is a parable. The bridegroom is Christ. The virgins represent us, but he's using a parable of a man marrying 10 women. And out of those 10 women, he married 5. So how could the Bible be against polygamy when they liken in the kingdom of heaven to a polygamous marriage? One of the subjects I want to go into is in Mark the 10th chapter, because this is usually where they go when it talks about the Pharisees. When the Pharisees, in Mark 10:2, the Pharisees came to him and asked him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife, tempting him? And he answered and said unto them, what did Moses command you? And Yahushua answered and said unto them, for the hardness of your heart, he wrote this precept. This subject is not about monogamy or polygamy. This subject is only about divorce. What the Christians would do is try to make this about monogamy or make it a mandate because that's their hidden agenda. But let's keep reading. It says, but from the beginning of creation, God made them male and female. For this cause shall man leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. So they are no more twain, but one flesh. What God have joined together, let not man put asunder. Being one flesh is not talking about sex. That's not the subject. The subject of being one flesh is talking about being on one accord. An example of that is in John 17:21 is when Christ says that they may all be one as thou, Father, art in me and I in thee, that they may also be one in us. Say again.
20 seconds.
That they may also be one in us, that the world have sent me. So you cannot make this be about anything other than divorce, because that was the subject of the conversation. With that, I'll land.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We'll kick it over to Mike for his 10-minute opening as well.
All right. Testing. That sound good, James?
Say maybe one more test.
Test. That better?
That's good.
All right. Thank you, James. Thank you, Cap. Good to see you again, man. Welcome to my world of debating. We're not on the streets anymore now. All right. The question before us is, does the Bible promote polygamy? And the answer is clearly no. In fact, I'm going to make a bold claim. The Torah actually outlaws polygamy explicitly in one verse, which we often miss. Now, he brought up that many in the Hebrew Bible, many in the Hebrew Bible had multiple wives, but anytime polygamy comes up in the Bible, it is portrayed in a negative light. The Bible tolerates polygamy, at times, but tolerating polygamy is not the same as promoting it. For example, the U.S. government allows smoking while explicitly discouraging it at every turn. Okay. Similarly, the Bible allows divorce while discouraging it. Okay. It does not promote divorce at all. In fact, the Bible treats polygamy and divorce very similar. These practices were tolerated or allowed due to the sinful nature of humanity, but the Bible speaks very strongly against them. In fact, it explicitly prescribes monogamy and outlaws polygamy. First, in Genesis 2:24, it says, therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. This is God's only ever prescription for marriage, and Gordon Wenham says, indeed, the narrator declares that this is the pattern for every marriage. For this reason, a man leaves his father and mother and cleaves to his wife. So this is very clearly the pattern. Now, polygamy is outlawed in the Bible. In Leviticus 18:18, it is translated as, and you shall not take a woman as a rival wife to her sister, uncovering her nakedness while her sister is still alive. Now, most people assume this refers to outlawing a man marrying 2 sisters, but that's not what it says in the Hebrew. And since I'm debating a black Hebrew Israelite, we should focus on the Hebrew. Scholars like Angelo Tasato, Richard M. Davidson, and Jay Sklar have argued this verse actually is using an idiom. It literally says in the Hebrew, a woman to her sister. This phrase, along with the masculine phrase, a man to his brother, is never used to mean a biological sibling. Okay, it is used to simply mean one in addition to another. We can see this in Exodus 26, verse 3. It says, 5 curtains shall be coupled to one another. Okay, this is the exact same phrase in Leviticus 18:18. And as you can see, it means another and not a literal sister. It's used again in verses 5, 6, and 17. Ezekiel 1:9 says their wings touch one another. So again, you see this as well there. Same phrase. Angelo Tessado adds that the Qumran community, okay, they understood Leviticus 18:18 as outlawing polygamy and not merely outlawing marrying two sisters. Richard M. Davidson says, consistent with usage elsewhere in Scripture, Leviticus 18:18 should be taken idiomatically and distributively as referring to one wife in addition to another and not literal sisters. Tessada adds the justification for not taking another wife is provided in the verse itself. It refers to them becoming rivals, but women in general can become rivals regardless of whether they are biologically related or not. Therefore, this also supports the rendering that it refers to women in general and not merely biological sisters. He says the harm which the law wants avoided is such that any woman is capable of causing it once taken as a second wife, whether in a bigamous marriage or in a monogamous marriage after the dissolution of a previous marriage through divorce. Combining this with Genesis 2:24, we can see that God prescribes monogamy and outlaws polygamy. That's it. Game over. Polygamy is outlawed in the Bible. Now, sometimes proponents will bring up the fact that the Torah has laws that regulate polygamy. God has stipulated divorce. But it's clear from reading Genesis 2 and Matthew 19 that he rejects divorce. Now, first, it can be argued some of the verses he brought up are actually translated poorly and they're not even about polygamy, which I'll get to later. But let's set that aside for now, okay? Merely having laws that regulate a practice doesn't mean it's endorsing or promoting it. Again, the U.S. government discourages gambling while having laws that regulate gambling, okay? The laws are not there to promote gambling, but merely recognize it's a cultural practice that cannot be done away with without removing free will, and they're attempting to minimize the damage. Likewise, when God is allowing divorce, it's not because he's endorsing the practice, but recognizing it cannot be done away with without removing our free will. So he puts stipulations in the Torah to minimize the effects. When it comes to polygamy, notice that in the Torah, none of the laws are there to benefit the men, but to minimize the damage done to wives and offspring, because it's a very damaging practice. So that's the issue there. Gordon Wenham says the same stance is taken in the laws regulating marriage. The one law dealing with bigamy is concerned to limit the animosity generated by a bigamous relationship. While clearly the law tolerates bigamy, such a regulation shows it does not recommend it. That's his reading of it. The New Testament also only ever prescribes monogamy. In Matthew 19, Jesus, when speaking about divorce, true, he reiterates what is prescribed in Genesis 2, that marriage is between one man and one woman, but he goes further in what he says about divorce. Robert W. Wall says Matthew's Jesus subordinates this interpretation to his own, thus using the same biblical text to authorize monogamous relationships rather than polygamous ones as God's ideal. Back to Gordon Wenham. He says, it follows that if Jesus is condemning second unions after divorce, he must also be rejecting second unions before divorce. In other words, he's outlawing polygamy as well, which would also be contrary to true equality between spouses. In 1 Corinthians 7, Paul adds that because of the temptation of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife and each woman her own husband. Okay, the husband should give his wife her conjugal rights, likewise the wife to the husband. For the wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does, and likewise the husband does not have authority over his own body, but the wife does. In other words, if you want to have sex, according to the Bible, it must be through a monogamous marriage. Now, he brought up Exodus, that's the end of my slides. Now, he brought up Exodus 21:10, but the context is not about polygamy. It's about having a slave girl and deciding not to marry her. Richard Davison says, basically it's saying, if the master rejects her as a wife, she is not to be freed by being redeemed. Or if the master's son marries her, she is to be treated as the master's daughter. And if the master marries a different woman than her, she is to be assured of her basic necessities. In other words, it's not even about a polygamous marriage. It's about this slave girl. Can the master choose to marry her? Yeah. If he doesn't, then the son can. If he doesn't, he marries another, he still has to provide for her. That's what the context is about. It's not even about polygamy. Let's see here. He also brought up Deuteronomy 21:15. If a man takes two wives. But Walter Kaiser points out the verse doesn't say that he has them at the same time. If a man marries a woman, she dies, and he marries another, you could speak of him as having two wives. And the verse is, again, not about polygamy. It's about caring for offspring. He cannot reject the one of the wife he liked less. So again, not even necessarily about polygamy. Now, even if it is, it's important to point out that at best, it would just be talking about two wives. But again, it's not even saying you can do that. It's not saying you can have those wives. It's just talking about a situation in the culture. If this happens, what should he do? If you combine that with what Leviticus 18:18 says, you can see God is rejecting polygamy outright. He brought up the Levite marriage, but again, David's important. Read it in context. It says when two brothers dwell together, okay? This means they are of the same household and they're not both married. It doesn't say the brother comes from his other household. He's still under either his eldest brother or the father at that point. So this is not endorsing polygamy either. He brought up 2 Samuel 12, where it says that God gave David Saul's wives, but he doesn't say they became David's wives. Davidson, again, in his book, Flame of Yahweh, says, it is more likely that the phrase into your bosom, which applies to Saul's house, as well as his women, does not speak of marriage, but simply indicates that all of Saul's estate came under David's care and keeping. In other words, this is just saying that David now controls Saul's estate, including the women, which were valuable. They were royal women. You can have them go marry a governor or a general or another king to make marriage alliances. It is not at all saying that he married them and they were his wives. He brought up Isaiah 4:1, but scholars agree this is a depiction of a tragic social crisis. This is not an endorsement at all. He brought up Matthew 25 about the bridesmaids. That's not about brides. That's very clear. In the ancient cultural context, the bridesmaids would carry lamps and they go meet the groom as part of the wedding party and then bring them to the bride. They're not all brides. That's absurd. Doesn't follow at all. So as you can see, the Bible clearly outlaws polygamy in Leviticus 18:18, never endorses it, never prescribes it, always speaks negatively. We can go through any story in the Bible. I'm more than willing to. And it's either going to talk about polygamy in a neutral light or it's going to talk about it in a negative light. But it doesn't matter. We see the law in Leviticus 18:18 using that idiomatic expression. You can see how it's used in Ezekiel, Exodus. It's just used to refer to one to another. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening. And this format will be a little bit different. So we have 5-minute rebuttals, and then we'll have cross exams. We're ready for you, Captain Staryak.
Give me 1 second. And okay, I'm ready now. In Leviticus, well, first of all, there's a word called rigmarole, which means a long, complicated, annoying procedure or set of confusion, meaningless talk. That's what I felt I just went through listening to my friend IP speak, or my combatant rather, IP speak. In Leviticus 18:18, when it says, neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex, that's in direct correlation to the vexation that took place between Rachel and Leah. Even though Rachel and Leah had no problem sharing their man with other women. Rachel gave Bilhah, Leah gave Zilpah. So those women had no problem giving their man another woman, which is what the meaning of one flesh means. One flesh is not talking about what you have physically. It's always talking about what you have spiritually. He mentioned Matthew 19:19, when it says, I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife except to be for fornication and shall marry another committeth adultery. That does not mean that if he keeps that current wife and gets another wife, that's adultery. That's him and whatever them commentators said, imparting what they want onto the text because they want to push that concept. And here's the crazy part. Christ is saying you can't put away your wife except for adultery. But the leading religion in divorce are Christians at 66%. And I guarantee most of it is not for adultery. So the very people that say you cannot divorce or say that they believe in Christ are divorcing at the highest rate. Whereas Israelites, we don't push divorce except it be for adultery. He referenced 1 Corinthians, the 7th chapter. In 1 Corinthians, the 7th chapter, when it says, let every man have their own every woman have their own husband. When you go to 1 Corinthians, the 5th chapter, you find out that the reason why Paul is writing that is because a son is sleeping with his father's wife, which begs the question, is that his father's, is that his mother? It doesn't say it's his mother. So is it his father's second wife that he's sleeping with? We know that that's not far-fetched to believe because Reuben slept with his father's wife that was also not his mother. So you cannot say that the fornication in 1 Corinthians is talking about having more than one woman when the fornication is clearly this son sleeping with his father's wife. There is not going to be one verse in the Bible that he can find that outlaws monogamy. He said Leviticus 18:18, excuse me, polygamy. He said Leviticus 18:18 outlaws it, but that's just not true, because when there's something that's unlawful, it just says it. And if the Bible regulates polygamy, then it's promoting it because of the responsibility that comes with it. In Ezekiel, the 25th chapter, Ezekiel had one wife, 24th chapter, I'm sorry. In Ezekiel 24th chapter, starting at verse 15, Ezekiel had the wife that was the desire of his eye, and the Lord unalived her because that was the desire of his eye. That's an example of Deuteronomy 17:17. And it says, Son of man, behold, I take away from thee the desire of thine eyes with a stroke, yet neither shall thou mourn nor weep, neither shall tears run down. Forbear not to cry, nor mourning for the dead. Bind the tire upon thy head, put thy shoes upon thy feet and thy lips. Verse 18, so I spake to the people in the morning, and at even my wife died. He had one wife, but yet that was the desire of his eyes. That's what Deuteronomy 17:17 is talking about. When you get one wife, that's a multiplication, because now there's two. There's you and her, and you can't let that one wife do it. So my opponent has not read any single verse in the Bible, in the Old or New Testament, that's against polygamy at all. What he did was try to say you got to read this in the Hebrew. Matthew 19 say this is adultery, so that means getting two wives is adultery. But you're not going to show me anywhere in the Bible getting two women is adultery. With that, I'll land the rest of my time.
Thank you very much as well. We'll kick it over to Mike for his 5-minute rebuttal.
All right. Thank you, Cap. Appreciate that. So he says there's no place in the Bible that outlaws polygamy. It sounds like this is the first he's heard of this argument, which is unfortunate because scholars have been making this argument for decades now. Decades. If you just understand Leviticus 18:18 in the Hebrew, it is outlawing polygamy. So he says, for example, if the Bible outlaws something, it would just say it. Yeah, Leviticus 18:18. Again, you just read it as literally as possible. It says, and a woman to her sister, not shall you take as a rival to uncover her nakedness beside her in her life. Again, look up the phrase woman to her sister. Anytime that shows up in the Bible, it's about 10 times. It always just means another, not a literal sister. Therefore, the Bible is explicitly outlawing polygamy. Now he says, well, what about it regulating it? Okay, again, those verses are not explicitly allowing it. He brought up a verse in Deuteronomy. It just says, if a man has two wives. How does he know they're at the same time? It's just because the law is about how you care for offspring. And even if it is, it's just stating it as a fact. And I want to press him on that in the cross-examination because there's a lot more context about that we'll get to. So we brought up Rachel and Leah. Yeah, that was not good. In fact, if you actually read the story, it's very interesting. Jacob talks about his wives. And then when he wrestles with God, things change. After that, he only says Rachel is his wife. And if you go, for example, to go to Genesis 46, everyone. It only says Rachel is the wife, and it just says Leah, Bilhah, and Zilpah are those who bore children to him. The narrator is saying that only Rachel's the wife because the path forward is monogamy. Okay, what happened to Jacob and what he engaged in was sinful and wrong. The patriarchs were not perfect. We're not supposed to look at them as our moral exemplars, that's for sure. He brought up Matthew 19, but again, what does it say? Okay, first of all, it goes back to the creation account. A man shall leave his father and mother, cleave to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. Then what does he say after that? If you divorce and marry another, it is adultery. Why? Put them together. You are one flesh. If marrying another is adultery, because you're one flesh, marrying another before divorce would also be adultery. This is pretty clear according to scholars. This is pretty clear according to church fathers. So he said we divorce at high rates. This is irrelevant to the debate. The debate is about what the Bible is teaching, and the Bible clearly outlaws polygamy. It is not promoting it whatsoever, and he's not given really any verses that actually show it's promoting it. He brought up 1 Corinthians 7 and said the context is 1 Corinthians 5. What? No. Okay, so it talks about the man who is sleeping with his father's wife. It never says that's his mother. The mother could have died and he just remarried. Women died often in the ancient world due to high rates in death from childbirth. So that was pretty common. It's probably what happened. And even if it was the case, this guy was polygamous, which is very unlikely because he acknowledged in ancient Roman Empire, there was no polygamy. That's the Romans didn't permit that. So that's very, very unlikely according to the cultural context. But even if he's some rare exception, in no way is Paul endorsing that practice. In no way. What are you talking about? He's just saying this evil person is sleeping with his father's wife. That's bad. Get him out of the church. He's not saying, but that father's great who has 2 wives. That's absurd. That's not at all what it says. Talk about going to a vague passage. Nothing there. There is nothing in the Bible which promotes or allows polygamy. It's sometimes at best it's tolerated because God is merciful to people like David or Abraham or Jacob, but it never allows it. It explicitly outlaws it in the Torah. This is what this is. If I'm wrong, it's very easy. Show me one place the idiom "a woman to her sister" actually means a biological sister. If it did, it would use the Hebrew word for "and," a woman and her sister. Since it says a woman to her sister, we can see how that's used in Exodus and Ezekiel. It means an idiom meaning just another. I showed you the verses. It clearly just means another. It does not mean a biological sibling. Therefore, the verse is explicitly outlawing polygamy, saying you cannot marry a woman and another. Game over at that point. And if you just look at the context before and after, Davidson, Tasato show that even supports it further. If he wants to press me on that, I'm more than willing to go into it. But you can read more about that in the sources I mentioned. But I'll yield the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that rebuttal. So the next section will be cross-examinations. You'll each have 15 minutes to ask the other questions. For this, we want it to be just questions because you guys have dialogue after this.
Gotcha.
And for the person answering, we want it to be just answers instead of returning questions.
I'll do my best.
I'll do my best too. That's hard. I think we would agree to that. I go first, I'm assuming?
Yep, we're ready for you.
Okay. In 1 Corinthians 7, you said that it's not talking about 1 Corinthians 5, correct?
It doesn't seem to be the context, no.
So in 1 Corinthians 5, and it says, it is reported commonly among you that there is fornication among you, such fornication as is not such named among the Gentiles. We agree that Paul is addressing this city in Corinth about fornication.
Yeah, he's talking generally about a ton of fornication happening, which is wrong, yeah.
Actually, it says that one should have his father's wife. So I think it would be specific, correct?
What verse are you referring to?
1 Corinthians 5:1.
5:1. Oh, 5:1. I thought you were talking about 7 then. Okay, 5:1, yeah.
In 1 Corinthians 5:1, it says, it is reported commonly that there's fornication among you, as such fornication that is not so much named among the Gentiles that one should have his father's wife. So it's specific about the fornication, correct?
It's specific about that case, yeah.
Thank you. Verse 2, and ye are puffed up and have not rather mourned that he have done this deed might be taken away from you. Is Paul saying that they are puffed up, meaning they're not doing anything about it? We would agree, right?
You're arrogant. Ought you not rather to mourn? Let him who has done this be removed from among you.
Right. So, and it goes further in verse 5. It says to deliver such a one unto Satan for the destruction of the flesh. So in 1 Corinthians 7, now concerning the things thereof ye wrote unto me, wouldn't that be about the the son sleeping with his father's wife?
No, because if you read the full verse, it says, now concerning the matters about which you wrote, is it good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman? So this is
the question
specifically...
I asked you was, when he says concerning the things thereof which he wrote unto me, wouldn't that also be about what they wrote about that man sleeping with his father's wife?
It doesn't say that in the verse. It says they're asking specifically about the question, is it good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman? So they're asking about if you should abstain from sex entirely. And he's like, no, sexual temptation.
No, he didn't say abstain. He didn't say.
That's what it says.
When he says it is good for a man not to touch a woman, because these men are not touching their own women, they're touching other men's women specifically.
Where does it say that in 7?
In chapter 5, it tells you directly that their son is sleeping with his father's wife and they're glorying in it. That's why he's saying it is good for a man not to touch a woman. So in verse 2, when it says, nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, does he not call the fornication in 1 Corinthians, the 5th chapter, what that son did with his father's wife?
He calls it fornication, yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
So
yeah.
that's the fornication that he's talking about. He's not talking about a man having more than one wife. On the subject of adultery, in Matthew's you did Matthew's the 19th chapter. I think I did Matthew's I think I did Mark. In Matthew's the 19th chapter, it says, I say, whosoever shall put away his wife except it be for fornication and marry another, committeth adultery. Does it say anywhere in this text that if you marry another woman, you commit adultery?
Does it say Mark 10?
No, I went to the verse you used, Matthew 19.
Matthew 19,
yeah, I went to Matthew 19 and 9. Where you
Yeah,
was at.
Matthew 19 and
Mhm.
9. Yeah. Okay.
It says, and I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife except it be fornication and marry another, committeth adultery. Does it say if you get another woman, you commit adultery?
It literally says if you marry another, you commit adultery. Yeah.
If you put, it says, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be fornication and marry another. That's the criteria. If you put away your wife and then marry another woman, you commit adultery. That's what it's saying, correct?
It says, yeah, if you put
Okay,
her away.
does it
Hold up,
say-
let me answer. Come on,
You
calm
did
down.
it. I thought
Calm
you
down.
did.
All right, I got
I
this.
thought you
Okay.
did answer
All
that.
right. So yeah, if you put her away and you marry another, that's adultery because you're one flesh. Okay?
Wait.
Yeah, it's Gordon Wenham says that
So-
means if you do it
so
without
if you
divorcing,
don't-
you're still violating the one
So
flesh
it-
contract.
But it doesn't say if you keep that woman and marry another, you committed adultery. Where does it say that at?
It doesn't say that. It's what
I
we're applying
know
the
it
text.
don't
So
say that. And
you're
this
reading
is-
that into the text. It doesn't
No,
say
no,
it.
I'm not reading anything. You said that your scholar said when Christ made this statement, he's saying that. That's what you said. You read something into the text that's not in the text. That text says if you put away your wife and marry another, that's
I needed
adultery.
to, ideally in the form of a question, though.
Yeah, let's get a question here.
I thought this was my cross-examination.
It is, but so if it's a set,
I'm responding to his answer.
oh well, to be strict, because we'll have the dialogue right after this section where you
We
guys
should have 60 minutes of
this-
dialogue.
this is
Okay.
usually
No sweat. So I'll get what you're saying. So to end on this note, he read into the text that this means you can't marry another. Christ is specific that this is about a man if he puts away his wife and marry another, not what he interjected in the text.
Is there a question?
I need you to put it in the form of a question,
I
though.
just said I was trying to just end that part.
I know, but usually to be like, because we're like super, I assumed you guys wanted super formal because we'll have the dialogue after.
Okay.
So that's why I
can't
was,
get mad at
and-
you. You're right. I'm wrong.
but
You can't
no,
get-
I'll
I'm
press,
not- no,
I'll
it's
press
not-
Mike the same way.
We'll see. No, I'm joking. So you also made a point in Leviticus, the 18th chapter.
Yep.
It says in 18 and 1.
18 and 18.
No, the question I want to ask you.
Okay.
In Leviticus 18 and 3, it says, after the doings of the land of Egypt wherein you dwelt, you shall not do.
You
Correct?
said verse 3?
Yeah, verse 3.
Verse 3. Let me just read that here.
Mhm.
Where you live, you shall not do as they did in the land of Egypt, where you lived, and you shall not do as they do in the land of Canaan, to which
Mhm.
I am bringing you in. You shall not walk in their statutes.
Right.
What
So
about?
we agree that it's talking about not doing after these nations, correct?
Correct. Don't do what the nations are doing. Yeah.
Right. And so uncovering the nakedness of thy father and mother, we would agree that that's talking about sex, correct?
And it's talking about incest. Yeah.
Right. Verse 9 says the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, is talking about
Mhm.
not having
Yep.
sex with them, right?
Mhm.
The nakedness of thy son's daughters talk about not having sex with them, right?
Yep.
So in verse 18, with this commentary, when it says, neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex. If it was about not getting another wife, period, why doesn't it just say that when it can just clearly say that the same way it's saying, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of this, the nakedness of that? It's clear when it says, don't take a wife to sister to vex, because, and second two-part question you to answer, this is in reference to Rachel and Leah as well. Those
So
two
let
questions.
me just answer you in full here. So as scholars have pointed out, verse 18 should not be going with the prior verses. It's actually with the preceding verses about just general sexual outlawing things. And it does explicitly say that. Again, that's what that means. Another woman to her sister just means another. It's the feminine form. So and again, it's actually different. It's not actually set up in the same way in the Hebrew with the preceding clauses. It opens differently in the Hebrew. So it's actually different. And again, notice the prior verse. It says, you cannot uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, and you shall not take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover their nakedness, for they are relatives. It is depravity. Okay, so you cannot marry a woman and her daughter. Okay, very clear, because they're relatives. So you should see the same thing in the verse 18. They're relatives. It doesn't say that. So it's actually a completely different thing. It just means another. It's not an incest law. It goes with the following verses. Excuse
I
me.
would have to say you just don't understand it, so I'll try one more time.
All right, good luck.
Well, you didn't answer the latter part about was this in reference to Rachel and Leah? You didn't answer that part.
No, it's not alluding to it. No.
So the vexing her is not in reference to Rachel and Leah.
No, there doesn't say that either. There's nothing in the context.
Okay, was Rachel and Leah vexed by them both being married to Jacob?
Yeah, there was a lot of strife between them. Yeah.
So then, as I stated, it is written because of that. And
No, it doesn't say that.
And it's important to understand that, because you made a point to say that God regulated polygamy, but he didn't want polygamy, correct?
It's possible, but it seems as though those verses don't actually even suggest that. The ones the two you brought up.
So in the ones that I brought up in Deuteronomy 21 and 25, if a man have two wives, how many wives does it have according to the Bible?
He would have two throughout his lifetime.
It doesn't say lifetime. You're reading that into
And it doesn't
the text.
also say at the same time either.
How many does it say? I didn't ask you how many does it says he has at that time. I just asked you how many does it says he has.
It would say in that position he would have two. Yeah.
And one beloved and one hated, right?
Correct.
So could they exist at the same time?
There's nothing in the context that suggests that, so we can't say.
Could they not exist at the same time?
Could they would not exist at the same time?
Yeah.
Nothing in the context. It's just very vague. It's
right. So all we have to go with is that a man has two wives, right?
Yeah.
So then that is promotion.
Where does it say that you can do this?
It says it right here. By regulating, if a man has two wives and gotten it, the beautiful part about the Most High, knowing the nature, I won't be long-winded, I promise. The beautiful part about God and knowing man's nature, he's regulating what a man can do, because if you leave it up to the man, he'll deal with the one that he loves the most. Yeah. And what God removed was you loving one more than the other.
I hate to do it, but just to be really strict on the cross-examination.
So I can't respond to his question, just to be clear.
Usually cross-exams, doing it in the formal way is
just
really
whatever
just,
answer
you're
he
just
gives.
you're just trying to nail him down with questions.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Deuteronomy 25 and 5. If a brethren dwell together, does that mean that the brethren does not have an existing wife?
No, they would be dwelling together. So no.
You're saying they don't have an existing wife?
The first one would. He dies. Yeah.
No, before they die.
Before he dies, so the older brother or the one brother would have a wife. He dies. If they're dwelling together, though, no, the brother who then
right. So when the 70 souls went into Egypt, were they dwelling together?
Wait, the 70 souls?
I thought you knew the Bible.
Not necessarily, no, because they had different tents.
That is dwelling. That's what dwelling
together is. They're in the same community, okay, but they're not dwelling in the same house.
That is dwelling together.
Not in the same house.
In Psalms 144, when it says how beautiful it is for brethren to dwell together, you're familiar with that scripture, yes?
Yeah, it's just,
right.
What about it?
They don't live in the same house.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
They don't live in the same house.
But it does say that they dwell together.
All right.
So I know, all right. So the dwelling together has nothing to do with living in the same house, correct?
Yeah, that's my point. You're making the point for me.
No.
They're not in the same household.
You just admitted when it's in the Psalms, when it says how beautiful, well, let me phrase it in the question. In the Psalms, does it say that the brethren dwell together? How beautiful that is.
All right, so now let me answer you now. So the psalm is being very poetic in how it's doing. I could say we dwell together. That's not the you have to look at the context. The law of levirate marriage is clearly about two brothers living under the same
I'm not even talking about levirate marriage right now. I'm trying to get you to understand what dwell together means, because you don't. So in Psalms 133, it says how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity, correct?
Yeah,
so it is not talking about living together. It's talking about being in one.
Yeah, there's different ways you can talk about dwelling. So what?
So in Deuteronomy 25, it is not saying that they live together. It's saying that they're around each other. And if he has a wife and that wife, he dies without producing seed, whether the brother has a wife or not, he has to go in unto her. That's the duty, correct?
So the question, of course, is what is the word? It's yasab.
I was off the word now. I'm asking a different question.
So what is the question then?
Thank you. The question was whether the man lives in the same hut or is away from him, but in the community. If the brother dies without her having a son, it's his duty to lay with her and take her as a wife, correct?
As long as he's not married, yeah, because you have to.
Where
follow
does it
Leviticus
say
18.
in the verse, as long as he's not
If you're
married?
following all the Torah, yeah, it would follow.
Where in the verse does it say, as long as he's not married?
If you're following all of the Torah, it would imply that you can't do it if you're married.
Where in the Bible does it say that? I'm
But
just simply
I
asking.
just told you, Leviticus
Read the
18:18.
verse. Give me the verse that says, as long as he don't have a wife, he can do it.
I told you already.
No, give
Leviticus
me-
18:18. You
How
cannot
does
have two
Leviticus?
wives.
So you're saying that Leviticus 18:18 cancels out the law of a brother?
No, it doesn't cancel it out. This is for
You
specific-
just
Hold up,
said
let
that-
me answer now. Let me answer. Calm down. Calm down.
I'm not.
Okay,
Hey,
these
man,
are very
I'm
specific
trying
things.
to only ask questions now. He said I can't
Yeah,
talk.
now let me answer you now. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. So the law assumes exceptions. For example, in Genesis, when this is going out with, I believe it's Judah and Tamar, that whole story, the brother is too young, so he has to wait. The Torah assumes exceptions to this. This is not a end-all, be-all clause if this happens.
He's
What
not
if- what if
answering the
it's an
question,
only-
ladies and
What
gentlemen.
if it's an only child who dies? What are you supposed to do?
He's not answering the
I
question.
totally did.
He made the statement that said, I can say this part.
Mhm.
He made a statement that said, as long as he don't have another wife. I just asked you to show me a verse that says he cannot do it if he has a wife. If there's no verse, just say there's no verse.
It can combination with the entire Torah, which
I didn't
you're
ask you
supposed to
about no
follow.
combination. We
My
ain't trying to go
goodness.
through a rigmarole.
It's very weird
Either
that we
you
want. Hold up. My turn now. It's very weird. We want to start cherry picking the Torah when it's convenient for us.
I'm not
But
cherry
later, they're like,
picking.
we got to follow all of the law, guys. Now he doesn't want to follow all the law. Very convenient.
You just have to. No, you said in the law he can't do it if he has a wife, but you're not showing me in the law. Maybe in verse 6. Let me go to Deuteronomy 25 directly.
All right. Go
I'm
for
gonna
it.
read the verse. This is a question. Y'all, I'm just being funny now. I'm just being
You're
funny
good,
for
man.
James.
You're good.
No, I'm talking to the audience for James. This Deuteronomy 25:5. It says, if brethren dwell together, one of them die and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without a stranger, and her husband's brother shall go in unto her and take him to wife and perform the duty of a husband's brother unto her. And it shall be that the firstborn which he bears shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go to the gate unto the elders and say, my husband's brother refused to raise up a brother in my name Israel, he would not perform the duty. So is it in the law that a man can refuse?
Is it in the law that he can refuse? No.
Yes.
If he's unmarried, he has to do it. Yeah.
It just
That makes
said, I just read it. If a man like not to take his brother's wife and let his brother's wife go up to the gate of the elders, say, my husband's brother refused to, and he would not perform the duty of my husband's brother, then the elders of the city shall call him and speak unto him. And if he stand to do it and say, I like not to take her, then shall the brother's wife come into the presence of the elders, and they shall spit in his face.
All right,
That's
can I-
how.
We're
So
at-
now,
We're
Can I
at
answer now?
time. I can give you a chance to ask him a question. We're
Last
at time
question.
otherwise.
so we can read where if he doesn't do it, he gets spit in the face, shoe thrown at him.
Mm-hmm.
Last chance. Where's the verse that says he cannot do it if he's married?
Okay, once again, let's just answer in full here. It's these are case law examples. These are not universal, all-encompassing, as scholars will note. If you take the whole Torah, that the Leviticus 18:18 would cancel it out if the other brother is married. That's the key here that he cannot get around, because now he doesn't want to take the whole law. Very convenient.
All right, with that, we'll wrap up. Thank you very much,
I
gentlemen.
did this dance when you and I was battling.
Listen, you can dance all you want. I know you got to earn money, but I'm good.
I don't earn it by dancing. That was a good one. Though.
That was very lively, very enjoyable. We'll jump into the cross exam. Mike, only questions for Captain Tazariak. Yeah, I'll start the cross exam on your first word.
All right. Do you have more than 2 wives?
Currently?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you have more. Where does the Bible permit you to have more than 1 wife?
Deuteronomy 17:17, Exodus 21:10.
Does Deuteronomy 17:17 says you can have those wives?
It says you can't multiply wives to yourself that it turn away your heart from God.
Okay.
My heart is not turned.
So you mentioned Deuteronomy 21:15. Does it say a man has 2 wives or more than 2 wives?
It says he has 2 wives.
So at best, it would only be allowing 2 according to your interpretation.
No,
Where does it say more than 2 in the verse?
it doesn't say more than 2 in the verse.
Okay, so at best, it would
Now
only
watch
allow
me be
bigamy.
better at just answering the question
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
It doesn't say more than 2 in the verse.
Right. So at best, it would only be allowing 2 according to your interpretation, not more than 2, correct?
No, because the onus on this one is just giving an example of a man having more than 1 wife. And so what anybody with common sense would say, if he had 3 wives, if he had 4 wives, no matter how many wives he has, he cannot take away the firstborn right from the first son.
Yeah. Does it say that he has both those wives at the same time?
No, it does not.
All right.
I asked you that same question.
Okay, so are all stated circumstances in the Torah mean that those circumstances are permitted?
All lawful stated,
Oh.
all lawful stated examples.
So if there's a verse that says, if
can I
this
say this
circumstance
thing?
is
Can I
going
finish?
on, you can do it?
Can I finish answering?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. All lawful things are permitted, but they're not always expedient. Meaning you don't have to do it.
Okay, so if there's a verse that says, if, I don't know, a man has two wives, in your view, that would be saying you can have two, the Torah would be saying you can have two wives, according to you.
Yeah, and in my opening statement, I made it clear. I said, can I read it?
Yeah.
In my opening statement, I made it clear. If by promote you mean it commands to practice it, no, there is no command to practice it. If by promote you mean permits and regulate it as a lawful form of marriage, then yes. So we do not promote that a man has to do it, but we do promote the responsibility and regulations of one wife or five.
Okay, well, just real quick, just to summarize, because it says if a man has two wives, according to you, that means you can have two wives, correct?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I don't read it that way. I don't read that verse and say, okay, I gotta have two.
That's not what I asked. You can, not gotta. So according to you, Deuteronomy, you can.
You
okay.
can, yeah.
So in Deuteronomy 23:18, it says, "You shall not bring the fee of a prostitute or the wages of a dog into the house of the Lord your God." Deuteronomy 23:18. Can you have the wages of a prostitute?
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord for thy God for any vow for even both. I was out in the verse before that. It says, "There shall be no whores of the daughter of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel." So I would interpret that as you can't have neither. That's the point.
So, but you could have. But could you have a prostitute money from a prostitute from another nation?
No.
Okay, so merely having prostitutes' money does not mean prostitution is permitted. Then, correct?
I don't understand the question.
Merely having the money of a prostitute does not mean God is allowing you to sleep with prostitutes, correct?
I would say if you have the money of a prostitute, you are breaking God's commandment.
Exactly. Okay,
Right.
so just stating something in the Torah is not permitting what's in the, we're not permitting.
This is not permitting
Exactly
the money from a whore.
Hey, oh, thank you. Perfect.
Right.
Okay, is stealing wrong?
It's telling you that you cannot.
Is stealing wrong?
It's still, yeah, that's right.
Okay, so Exodus 22:1 says, if a man steals an ox or a sheep and kills it and sells it, he shall repay. So similar structure to what we see in the Deuteronomy passage you brought up. Can you actually steal an ox or a sheep?
Someone can break the commandments and steal it. That what you're bringing up is examples of breaking commandments, but you're not. But you have yet to bring up anything about breaking the commandment of a man having more than one woman. So I'm going to agree. Could a man steal? Yes, but if they do steal, they're going to get punished for it. But if a man has two wives, he ain't getting punished for it. If he get three wives, he ain't getting punished for it. You're bringing me to laws. You're bringing me to laws about breaking commandments, whereas the laws I brought about having a wife is keeping the
So you would
commandments.
agree, just stating that something is happening is not permitting.
If stating the examples that you have given so far are sinful things,
Yeah.
that sins are not right. Sins are not permitted, but you have not given examples of a man having two wives as a sin.
So then again, let's go back to Leviticus 18:18, since that's where we're going. How do you understand this verse?
I understand Leviticus 18:18 as Moses knowing of the story of Leah and Rachel and saying you can't marry two cousins or you can't marry two sisters.
Can you show me a place anywhere in the whole Hebrew Bible where the phrase "a woman to her sister" means a biological sister?
Yeah, right here. Neither should, because when it's talking about the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law, the whole chapter of Leviticus, the 18th chapter, is about family that you cannot be with. And so when it gets to the husband, neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister. It's the wife's sister. It's plain on tables.
So in the prior verse, it says you cannot marry a woman and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so are they sibling? Are they related?
Yes, their daughter.
Okay. Can you does verse 17 say you can marry that relative after maybe the mother dies?
No.
Okay, but in the following verse, you can marry the other woman after the
you
first
can
one
marry.
dies.
Yeah, it says to uncover her nakedness besides the other in her lifetime. So if you marry a sister and that sister passes away, then you could marry the other sister.
So why can't you do it with the daughter in the prior verse?
because you can't marry a mother and daughter because that's incest.
What if the mother dies?
It doesn't say you can do that when they
Well,
die.
okay. So in the prior verse, it's a different understanding of what's going on there then, because
It's not
you
a
can do it if one dies, correct?
It's not a different understanding of who you can marry, and it doesn't change the context that Leviticus 18 and 18 is talking about that wife's sister.
Is the verse 19 talk about incest at all?
Also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness as long as she a part of her uncleanness. That's talking about when a woman is on her flower.
So you would agree 19 and following is not about incest, correct?
19 is about any woman.
Okay, so verse 18 is not in the middle of incest verses, correct? It's at the end.
Yes.
Okay, so
it
it could go with the following verses just about general rules, possibly, right?
I don't know if I would put general rules because it's specific. 19 is general because it could be your grandmother. It could be your, well, grandmother don't get cycles, so I won't use them.
Gross.
It could be your auntie. It could be your mother. It could be your own sister. You can't be a part of any woman. That's in general. 18 is
in general.
Right.
So general rules.
19 is a general rule of women.
So 18 could be a general rule also as well.
18 is specific because it says thou shalt not take a wife to her sister.
Why does
if it was in general, it would say neither thou shalt take another wife.
Why does it not say a woman and her sister?
It says, say it again.
Why does it not say woman and her sister?
Because they smart. I mean, they're intelligent enough to know. If they wanted it to say thou shalt not take another wife, it would just say thou shalt not take another wife. But that's not the context. It's clear. Don't take that wife's sister.
So in Exodus 26:3, it says 5 curtains shall be coupled, woman to her sister. That's what
26:3.
26:3. So I'm going to read it as literally as I can, because it says 5 curtains shall be coupled, woman to her sister, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled, woman to her sister. Is that talking about biological sisters?
26:3. I don't see the word sister.
I'm using the Hebrew. I'm reading it as literally as possible.
So it says the 5 curtains shall be. So verse 1 says, moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle. This is talk about the tabernacle. This is talk about women.
So again, 5 curtains shall be joined, woman to her sister, and 5 joined, woman to her sister.
Why are you saying? I don't understand why you're saying woman.
That's literally the Hebrew. Hebrew.
So just so I can't ask a question, right? But I don't see the connection between this and women in Leviticus.
Okay, but you would agree it's not talking about biological sisters here, just parts of the tabernacle, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Excellent. So that phrase seems to refer to just another, not biological siblings. Woman to her sister.
What? No, in 23, it's 26.
26:3. Yep. That's the same phrase in Leviticus 18:18.
Which part of 3 is the phrase?
Okay, so the first word is 5, then curtains shall be joined. Okay, woman to her sister.
Okay, because I'm reading the KJV, I don't see joined.
We gotta look at the Hebrew, man.
I see couple. So you're saying in that one, it says the coupled part, kabar. Is that the word? Well, that's what it says. H22.
No, it says Isa el Hota, I believe is how you pronounce it.
So when I'm on my Eastward app, the together word is H2266, which says kabar.
No, I'm looking at if you want to do strong concordance, it would be 802-413 and then 269.
Is that Bible Hub you're using?
Yeah, you can go there if you want.
Gotcha. Let's look at that. If y'all don't mind.
Okay. I got it right here if you need it.
I'm not
Let me text it to you.
You say Exodus 26:3, right?
26:3, yep.
Right, let me go to verse 3.
So
I got it right here. And let me put it in the Hebrew. All right, let me put it in Hebrew. So it says, Moshe, Haya, Roe, El, Son, Yitro, Hatnau, Cohen, Medan.
Look for 802.
Wait, no, this went to chapter 3. My apologies.
My goodness.
My bad.
I got time.
Pause
my time, James.
We're going to have another.
I got so many more questions. Pause my time.
Wait, hold on, wait. I'm all right, I'm there now.
Okay.
It says Hamaz, Hariyat, Dayina, Huberat, Asha, El, Ahota.
Yep, there. That was the ending of it. So gotcha. Isa el Hota is not Isa like the word for woman. It
says 5 curtains shall be joined to each other and her sister to her sister.
Yeah, there it is.
I got you. So you're saying because it says sister there.
No, it says the whole phrase, woman to her sister. Isa is in
right. 5. No. In mine's it still says, so it says sister there.
Yeah.
On Bible Hub, it says 5 curtains shall be joined each other to her sister and 5 curtains. So it still uses curtains there.
Right.
But then it says to her sister.
Exactly.
But I still don't know what that has to do with Leviticus 18.
You would agree, looking at that phrase, though, it clearly refers to those that are not biological sisters, correct?
I don't think this is talking about women at all.
Exactly.
It's clear, right? But Leviticus 18 is talking about women specifically. When you know Hebrew is multifaceted with the words. The words can be used anything. Gentiles can be people, or it can be a herd.
So there's no evidence that phrase refers to biological sisters, correct?
What phrase?
The phrase you just read in Exodus 26:3.
My argument is not whether the phrase in Exodus 26 is talking about sisters. My argument is that the context in Exodus 26 is the tabernacle and the curtains being metaphorically explained as sisters. That's why the King James translation doesn't use that.
All right, we got to move on. I got time. I guess.
Wait, let me just in here. The King James version just says the 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another. So it's just the translator that's choosing to use that word sister or not. So we'll be arguing translation.
We got the point across. Let's move on. Oh, you said that not everyone should be polygamous. Who should?
I don't think everybody should have a wife.
Okay. That
meaning like you should understand the responsibility.
Doesn't answer my question. You agree not everyone should be polygamous, right?
I do agree that everyone should not be polygamous.
Who in your view, should have the ability to be polygamous?
Men that understand the responsibility of getting a wife, which is why the word promote and permits and regulates it talks about that. That's why the first thing you heard me say was I use Deuteronomy 17:17. Do not multiply wives to yourselves that it turn your heart away from the Most High.
Can the best among us be polygamous? The most righteous, the best among us?
I don't know if a best amongst us makes us a great wife. I mean, makes us a great husband. You could be good at being a cop and not be a good husband. You could be good at this and not be a great husband. You're going to be gone a lot. So I don't know if I would say the best of us is what I would do. I would say a man should examine himself to see if he can be great to one wife before he thinks about getting another wife.
So we should be righteous before we should be polygamous?
You should be responsible. I think you should be God-fearing and responsible.
Does the Bible call us to be more Christ-like?
Yeah, we should follow Christ.
Should the best among us be more Christ-like?
Yes.
Okay. According to 1 Timothy 3:2 and 12, it talks about bishops and deacons being the husband of one wife. What do you need, a muffin or something? You hungry?
No, man.
Okay. All right. Just making sure.
That's what I do.
Please don't make.
I've been waiting for you to get here. I've been waiting for this part.
So
I've been waiting for
just
Timothy 3
just
and
don't
2
make
to
those
talk about
sounds
the
looking at
bishop.
me. I'm not going to be one of your wives. Okay.
I am not. Christianity may endorse homosexuality.
All right.
Israelites don't endorse homosexuality. So I would not want.
Would you say overseers in the church should be the most Christ-like because they're representing Christ before the congregation?
I think all men should be Christ-like, whether you're an overseer or bishop or not.
So, but bishops should be Christ-like then, right?
I think I just answered the question. I said all of us should be. It doesn't matter. Your rank doesn't matter in obedience to Christ. We all should be obedient.
How many wives are bishops allowed?
It sounds like you got to have one wife. Can a bishop be single?
Yeah.
It says the bishop must be blameless, the husband of one wife. It sounds like he got to be blameless, got to have one wife.
So you would agree, though, that for bishops and overseers, they're not allowed to be polygamous.
I don't know if I agree with Christians' understanding of this verse, but I'll use your lens. So if a bishop only has one wife, that's fine. But it still does not mean if a man has 2 wives, he's in sin. Have you yet to see it yet? This whole conversation, ain't no verse said having more than one wife is a sin.
We already went over that.
No, we did not. We went over the lie you said.
So the best. So those that are the most. So those that are Christ-like are called to only have one wife if they have a wife.
The verse doesn't say those that are Christ-like. It says if a man, it says this is a true saying. If a man desire the office of a bishop, he desireth a good work. So it's not talk about whether you Christ-like, because then that would be disrespecting all the people that are not bishops but are Christ-like.
Time. That was excellent as well, gentlemen. Then we have let's give him a round of applause. Very fun.
I thought this was gonna be boring for a little bit.
No,
I'm glad you know how to debate. You know how to battle. All right, I'm glad you know how to battle. You made it interesting.
30-minute dialogue, and then we'll have.
I was falling asleep on that other guy.
Yeah, Anthony, wherever you are.
Okay, don't laugh at your own jokes. Okay, we're gonna go to the open
Everybody
dialogue.
laugh. I just laughed with them. No, don't do that. When I said I was asleep, they laughed too. Then y'all laugh, tell the truth. Then y'all laugh, y'all can tell the truth. Thank you. See?
We'll go to the 30-minute dialogue. The floor is all yours.
I'll let you go first.
I'm trying to think, man.
All right, well, then I'm gonna go. I got
okay,
questions.
yeah.
Does the Bible ever? Does God?
But now
ever,
we ain't restrict. We got
No,
we
no.
can freestyle now.
dialogue? Yeah.
Right? Now I gotta ask Jane. We can freestyle right
Yeah.
now, Jane.
Does God ever call Hagar Abraham's wife ever?
I don't know off the top of my head.
He does not. He only ever calls her your servant woman, but he calls Sarah your wife explicitly in
when
1750.
Abraham laid with her, what was it called?
According to God, that was just a servant woman.
I didn't ask what God. I said when Abraham. Listening is an art.
Yeah, God's the
Do I
source
gotta
of
put my
truth.
other shirt- Do I got to put my other shirt back on?
You can put whatever you want on. Just leave a shirt on, please. Okay. Leave a shirt on for the sake of us all.
So when Sarah gave Abraham, what did it say?
So according to them, some of them said it was a wife, but God only called her a handmaid or a servant or slave.
Was it a sin?
Yes, of course it was.
Where?
Because again, Leviticus 18:18 outlaws polygamy.
Where does it say Abraham sinned, man?
My goodness. Okay, so I guess it's okay to get drunk because Noah got drunk and it's never condemned.
Noah wasn't a drunk.
It says he
just
got drunk in Genesis 9.
He did get drunk
Yeah.
that night. A drunkard is not someone that overdrinks one night. A drunkard is someone that consistently drinks.
Wait, you think it's okay to get drunk?
No.
Okay, great.
But you can not know your limits. Like, let's say if we all had a drink in here and I drunk 3 shots and I'm woozy. I just learned my limitation. But was I trying to drink like that? No. But let's say if tomorrow or the day after I do the same thing, I'm a drunkard.
My goodness, 3 shots. I'm Irish. That's nothing. I'll tell you. Okay.
No, I actually could drink. I actually could drink more than that. I'm big. I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5". So
the Irish blood is strong, man. I'm gonna warn you.
I don't have no Irish blood, man. So it's no sin.
You would
So
agree,
now-
though, the Bible
and just-
mentions things the patriarchs did, but then it doesn't say they're always sinful.
When David committed adultery, it was a sin, right?
Yeah,
We can read that.
yeah.
When Jacob laid with those 3 women besides Leah, it was not a sin, correct?
No, it was a sin.
Where?
Again, Leviticus 18:18.
Where does it say it was a sin?
It doesn't always narrate a sin. It just narrates things that happen sometimes. You
So
would
it does-
agree, though, like when Abraham took his wife and tried to give him to Pharaoh, that was sinful, right?
No.
It was not sinful for him to try to get rid of his wife into the harem of Pharaoh.
Nope. I don't read where he said it. All I know, Abraham was perfect. That's what the Bible says. So I
Abraham was
don't-
perfect.
Yeah.
No. That actually goes against the Bible. Romans 3:23 says all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God.
So
that includes Abraham.
in Luke, the first chapter, when it says Zacharias and Elizabeth, according to the law, was blameless, what does that mean?
So which verse?
Luke 1, it might be verse 5. It might be early in the chapter. I was looking for another verse. so I
The
can
days
show
of
you.
Herod, the
Luke
wife and daughter,
1
her name is Elizabeth.
and
They were both
6,
right. Yeah,
Luke 1 and
it
5.
just means they walk before God. It's just
No, blameless. They were perfect too.
No, it doesn't say that.
Psalms, the 37th chapter says, mark the perfect
Wait a
man. It
wait a
wouldn't
minute,
say mark the perfect man if you could not be perfect.
If Zechariah was
So in
perfect,
Romans, when it talks about us not being perfect, it's because without Christ, none of us are perfect. But
If
Psalms 37 and 37 says, mark the perfect man and behold the upright.
So question. So if Zechariah was perfect, why was he punished by Gabriel?
Because he was talking too much.
Okay, so he wasn't perfect.
He was perfect. It's not a sin to question because he's being told something that he would never see. His wife was barren.
So God punishes people for not committing sin?
There wasn't no punishment to make him not talk. God could do whatever he want. God, listen, Job didn't do nothing wrong. He was punished and then got right and got it better afterwards. But they were blameless.
So, but you would agree Zechariah made a mistake.
Were they? You said what?
Zechariah made a mistake.
I would agree that Zacharias was running his mouth.
Exactly.
That's right. And he shut his
Don't
mouth.
talk back to the angel.
All,
of the
all
Lord.
he
No.
did was shut his mouth. Like talking back to the angel is what tell me where that was a sin.
Because he says it is. He says, you're doubting me.
That's
You're
so
going
sad.
against what I'm saying. That's
So
being
sad.
sinful. He's not going along with the plan of
So
God.
sad.
Not walking with God is sinful,
sad.
of course. Absolutely.
It doesn't say he didn't walk with God.
That's
It
what
just said he
it's
was asking
teaching.
too many. It just say he was asking too many questions.
All right. Well, we're getting off topic here.
Yeah.
So yeah, 'cause I really want to go back to Leviticus 18:18 though. I mean, like, you got to deal with this, man. This is pretty clear. And the
Well,
scholars
here's
are
what you
pretty-
want me to deal with Leviticus 18 and 18. What you want me to deal with is commentary. That's what you want me to
No,
deal
I
with.
can go right to the Hebrew.
Yes, you are. When you go to the Hebrew, then, and here's what I give you. In Hebrew, in the translation on Bible Hub that we went to, that were a hota, if I'm saying that right, it translated to sister. So when I click that word, it says 17 occurrences. KJV, one to another, and 5 international to one to another. And
The word
5.
alone, you can refer to sisters, yeah, but not
Right.
the phrase.
No, what I'm reading, so in Exodus 20, it's referring to Exodus 26:3. The KJV renders it one to another.
Yeah.
International, one to another, 5 curtains.
If it literally is about sisters, why doesn't the KJV render that in Exodus 26:3 as literal sisters?
Is KJV the only one that renders it as coupled
I
without
believe they
sisters?
all render it that way. I can look it
No,
up
I
for
said
you.
is the KJV the only one that renders it without using the term sisters
Without using
in
a
the
sister?
in the translation is what I'm asking.
The Barron literal Bible says 5 curtains shall be joined each to her sister.
Right. No, I'm saying is any other version. So again, the versions translating it to English uses whatever translation they try to. So clearly the translators of the KJV chose to use something different than the translators of the Bible that you just referenced.
Mashallah.
Correct?
Yeah, they do that sometimes. Yeah, translators try to get the meaning because Hebrew is hard to translate to English.
So in the word just means sisters, another sister of your sisters. So the KJV is using that because of the context of the chapter.
Right.
Exodus 26 is not, we would agree Exodus 26 is not talking about women at all, right?
Exactly. That's the whole point I'm trying to make to you. It's not literal
but
sisters when
you
you
know
make
what?
that phrase.
Help me to understand how Exodus 26:3 is talking about the tabernacle. Leviticus 18 is literally talking about women.
Mhm.
If we go, so what is the point here? Do we go with it's talk about a tabernacle and curtains, or do we go with it's talk about women?
So let me break it down. So the phrase once again, if you take just the word for sister, it can refer to literal sisters or just, sisters in Christ or sisters of Israel. It can also refer to just another. Now, specifically the phrase Isa el Ahuta. Isa el Ahuta. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation if I'm wrong. That phrase, when you see that phrase, it never refers to biological sisters. So when you go to Leviticus 18:18, let's go to Exodus 26:3 first. It's also in Ezekiel, like I mentioned. You can see it. It's not referring to literal sisters. It literally means one in another.
Yeah,
now, when you put that in Leviticus 18:18, it opens by saying, one in another you shall not take as a rival wife to uncover the nakedness beside her. So it's just using that phrase. It just means another.
So when I look at this, it says, and this is on Bible Hub as well. Now, only thing with Bible Hub, because they do it in Hebrew, I'm just going to read it as it says. It says, the nakedness of the wife, not of your father, is the father. I might be in the wrong. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong chapter. I apologize. Wrong verse, rather.
Take your time.
No problem.
I got all day.
Obviously, I do too. This is my second debate.
We're proud of you coming here, Cap. We're proud of you. We try to get some Muslims. They didn't want to come down.
Oh, they didn't want to come down? I would have joined y'all with that. We'd have been united against them. It says, I wish I could read this a little better. Let me see if I click this word. There we go. It says, and a woman to her sister, and I hate reading it in the Bible Hub when they do it with the Hebrew, so I'll just try to read it. I want to read it in the KJV on the verse.
You can read it however you want. Right?
So Leviticus 18:18 says, neither shall thou take a wife to her sister to vex her to uncover her nakedness besides her in her lifetime. Is there another? Let me do the NLT. The NLT says, while your wife is living, do not marry her sister and have sexual relations with her, for they will be rivals. Again, that's referencing her sister while she's alive. And the ESV, it says, and you shall not take a woman as a rival wife to her sister. Again, talking about the sister. So far I'm reading 3 different translations that's saying what I'm saying. When I go to Leviticus 18:18 in the NAS, and you shall not marry a woman in addition to her sister as a second wife while she is alive. Again, a sister. That's 4 translations that I read.
Yeah, translations can be wrong.
So all 4 translations are wrong.
According to the scholarship, yeah.
You shall not marry a woman in addition to a sister as a rival while she is alive. That's the Amplified Bible. Now, I personally don't read outside of the KJV. But what my opponent wants y'all to believe is that all these translators of the Bible are wrong.
Let me tell you,
not talking about a sister.
Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, the Bible came out, and it used to say in John 3:16, the only begotten son. And then we did a little more scholarship. We realized the word monogenes refers more to uniqueness. So translations change it to one and only son. And people freaked out. They thought they were changing the Bible. It was a satanic conspiracy. Translators get spooked by actually changing this kind of stuff. So they just try to follow what traditional English translations have followed for a long time. It doesn't change what the scholarship says about it.
People have enough common sense to know that Leviticus 18:18 is in reference to Rachel and Leah, because Jacob didn't want Leah. The father put Leah in the tent. And so now Moses said, don't marry a wife and that's a sister in her lifetime. I think we all have comprehension. I want everybody to pay attention. You might say, Cap, why are you entertaining like this? This is how far he has to go to say that polygamy is a sin, because there is no verse that says polygamy is a sin in the Old or New Testament. We done been everywhere. We done been to Timothy, to Genesis.
And so once again, he's
to
just
see a
denying what
verse
the
that says that you cannot have another wife.
Hey, Cap, it'd be very easy to prove me wrong. Just show me the phrase woman to her sister ever refers to two literal sisters in the Bible.
Here's how I proved it, and to the audience.
This is the verse in question. You just cannot assume your conclusion.
This is my conclusion.
You can't assume it.
This is my conclusion, though. I just read to everybody 5 different translations of the same verse, and they all say wife's sister. None of them say what he's over there trying to say. That's why I said rigmarole, a whole bunch of talking and ain't saying nothing. So we ain't seen a verse yet. So in Matthew 19, can you marry another woman if you have a woman? I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Is Christ saying you cannot marry another woman if you have a woman?
What'd you say that again? Is that a question?
Yes.
What's the question?
According to Matthew 19:9.
Why are you running on Leviticus? We're not done there.
Well, I gave my closing statement.
Okay.
This is a back and forth.
Again,
I don't have to let you control it now.
I'll go to Matthew 19. I just want to say one more thing.
Okay,
one more thing.
Yeah, you got it. Get down.
If I'm wrong, it'd be very easy. Just show me one place where this phrase woman to her sister refers to literal biological sisters. It doesn't. It always means one another. Case closed. The Torah outlaws polygamy. Matthew 19.
The Torah does not outlaw polygamy.
It literally does.
Then the same Torah that he's saying outlaws polygamy is the same Torah that's saying if you got wives, this is what you do. Yeah. That's like saying a verse you could steal, but then another verse regulating and rewarding stealing.
It literally regulates stealing.
If you do steal,
it literally does. Exodus
if you
22:1.
do steal, you can keep this portion. But in the Bible, if you do steal, which is unlawful, you have to pay or get caught. If you get caught stealing a man, you get punished for stealing the man.
Okay.
So how can you say that there's a law against polygamy, but then the laws that regulate polygamy are there? That's confusion.
Where does
and
it say
God
you
is
can?
not the author of confusion.
Where does it say you can have 2 wives? You keep bringing up the verse in Deuteronomy. It doesn't say that. I just said regulates polygamy. I didn't say can anything. You said this law prohibits polygamy. Leviticus 18:18 does, yeah.
Right. So you're taking the position that it prohibits. But if there's laws that prohibit polygamy, show me where you can murder. And then if you do murder, the only unaliving, here's a good example. The only unaliving is if it's like self-defense, because then that's not murder. That's not murder. Stealing, there is no regulation where you can steal and get rewarded for.
Who says he's getting rewarded in Deuteronomy?
And no,
it's curbing the practice.
No. I'm showing you how your statements are contradictory. Because if there was a law that said thou shalt not steal, and then somewhere down the line, if you did steal, you can keep this part, you can keep that part, then what you're saying would make sense about what you're saying about polygamy versus monogamy. My argument is that whether you're monogamous or polygamous is irrelevant to me, but you can do either. And then there's rules that regulate if you have more than one woman.
And my argument is, once again, the verses you bring up do not say you can or you may have 2 wives if you so choose.
It don't have to say you can because you already have it.
Yeah, and you just go to the verse in Deuteronomy 23 where it says the money of a prostitute cannot be brought into the temple of the Lord.
So you know what that means? It's not the promotion of prostitution.
Exactly. Thank you.
But if it says if a man have 2 wives, that is promotion of having 2 wives.
So, then I guess you're promoting prostitution in Deuteronomy 23.
How am I promoting prostitution when you can't do one thing, but it says if a man have 2 wives? It's not saying if a man have 2 wives, you got to take him out and stone him, throw your shoe at him.
Cap.
If you don't have sex with that woman, that if my brother passed away and his wife didn't have no children, and she came to me and said, man, you're going to have to do what you got to do because Stephen ain't here no more. I'd be like, nah, I don't want to do it. They could throw a shoe at me, spit it. She could bring me to the congregation and stone me. and I got wives.
Cap,
But can she do that? Yes or no?
Cap, you good?
I'm asking a question.
Okay,
Can she
okay.
do that? Yes or no?
Man, you were going on. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna say it again.
Okay.
My brother
Calm
passed.
down.
My brother passed away.
All right.
If his wife come to me and say, "I didn't have no sons with Stephen, and so I need you to raise up a law of a brother. I got wives. Am I supposed to do that according to the law?
No.
Show me where I'm not supposed to do that.
Leviticus 18:18 says you
Again,
cannot have two.
I want
So if
y'all
you
to
already
understand.
got one. You already got
I
one.
want y'all to understand. You have to lie on the Bible. That's what he's doing right
All right.
now.
So again, let's
Because
go
the
back
law
to-
says if I refused, she could take me to the elders of the city.
and then you would say, "Hey, I can't." Leviticus 18:18 says
we're
I can't.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cute and it's funny to keep saying that.
Well,
This is why I
it's the
be
truth.
telling y'all Christians
That's
be
the truth.
schizophrenic. It is not the
Quote God
truth
logic,
because
that's the truth.
that verse does not say you can't do that.
Okay,
This is crazy. I might have to take it back that you was better than the last guy. This is crazy.
man. You're really struggling over there, man.
I'm
I get it.
not.
I get it.
Because in that scenario,
Keep your
I
cool.
cannot. In that
Keep your
scenario,
cool.
I could not deny that woman. I would have to perform my duty as a brother, even though I have
So what
wives.
if- what if-
So now my question.
What if you were prepubescent? Could you do it
I don't know what that means.
before you hit puberty? What if you were like 9, 10? Could you do it? No, you couldn't. So she could not take you to the court and do that because we see that in Genesis. Because again, what happens? We see an example of that where the brother is too young. So what is it? Judah, I believe it is. Judah and Tamar.
But he had a bunch of sons. So he let another son do it. And when that son pulled out, the Lord unalived him.
Mm-hmm. And then he has one other, and he's too young. He can't do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Outside of too young, I'm not talking about being underage. We're not.
Well,
don't
where
make me
does
say
the,
nothing crazy about
where does the
Christian
verse
church.
in Deuteronomy
You know,
say
the
if
Christian
the
church
brother's
would
too
probably
young?
go. No, you know who would do it? Muslims would probably do it.
I got you there. I got you there. Yeah, you're good, man. I agree.
Muslims would give up that 9-year-old boy ASAP. They
Yeah,
would do
That's
it.
why we're not debating one on that. I'm bringing that up. I know what you mean. But it doesn't. My point is, if you go back to the Deuteronomy passage, it does not include the clause if he's too young, he doesn't have to.
Because
It
there's
assumes it because this is
Right.
case law. This is not exhaustive law.
Right, but if I say no, she can go to the priest and said that man said no. So my question, Matthew 19:9, when it says, "Whosoever shall put away his wife except to be fornication and shall marry another," does Christ say, if you have a wife and marry another, it's fornication in that verse?
Yeah, he says if you marry another, it's fornication.
No. He said the first thing he says, if you put away your wife. So
Right.
the subject is putting away your wife.
Yeah, you can't
Agreed?
put her away.
The subject is putting away your wife.
Mhm.
Agreed?
You can't. Yeah, subject is putting away. It's
Thank
about
you.
divorce. Yeah,
The subject is not about keeping your wife, correct?
the subject is about putting away the wife. Like I said. Yeah,
I agree.
yeah, that doesn't
So
change
now
my point.
question is, does Christ say in this verse, if you get another wife while you have another wife, that's fornication?
It would be implied by the context. Yeah.
Why would it be implied by the
'Cause
context when that's not the subject?
I explained in my opening statement because once again, they become one flesh. They're one unit. So this is a rejection of divorce outright. And if you marry another, regardless of if it's before or after, this is what Jesus
but
does.
see, you
See, it's
putting
like,
stuff
let me finish it going. I'll
But
let you
you-
go for a while. It's my turn. Let me finish. Let me go. So again, what Jesus often does is he takes cases and then goes and explains exhaustive law. So
Mhm.
this is what he's doing. He's saying, listen, if you divorce and you marry another, that's adultery. As Gordon Wenham points out, if marrying another is adultery, that would also be before divorce as well. So Jesus is taking divorce and he's making an exhaustive claim to say, yeah, all of polygamy is just wrong. Only one woman per life. That is
Where
the ideal
in this-
state.
This is what I mean when you're throwing a bunch of stuff into the text. Where does it say anywhere in here about polygamy in this chapter?
It doesn't say the word polygamy, no.
Where does it say about more than one woman in this chapter?
Literally says if you marry another, that'd be two.
No. On a let me, damn, I can't believe I got to do it like this.
No, it's all right. I got
Where
you.
is the subject about a man getting another wife and keeping his existing wife in
That's
here?
not the case they bring up, so doesn't worry about it.
That's right.
Mhm.
So just like you can't interject that into the conversation, you can't interject that into the conclusion.
But the conclusion,
The conclusion
concludes
cannot
polygamy.
be. The conclusion cannot be that this means a man cannot get more than one wife, because that's not the subject. And being of one flesh has nothing to do with what that man and woman are physically.
Are you done? Can I go now?
Yes.
All right. So here's the problem. This is like if I caught you, I don't know, stealing something, James. I'm gonna go with James. So so James. And I said, you were stealing.
I thought James really stole something.
You were stealing my computer. And then I took you to the judge, and the judge was like, "It's stealing is wrong." Notice he doesn't say, well, he just means stealing laptops is wrong. No, he's saying stealing is wrong. Jesus is doing the same thing. If you marry another, it's adultery. He's taking a case and he's then making an exhaustive law, as scholars have pointed out, which would include outlawing polygamy.
No, he's not, because
yes, he is.
Christ in Matthew 5:17 said, "Think not that I come to destroy the law or the prophets. I came not to destroy or fulfill."
Including
so
Leviticus
he's
18:18.
So he's not getting rid of divorce. He's just telling you adultery is the divorce that Moses was talking about in Deuteronomy, the 24th chapter, not the hardness of your heart.
So he's not getting rid of the law?
Not getting rid of the keeping of the commandments, then you can't say he's getting rid of a man having more than one woman.
Well, it's perfectly fine with me. It includes Leviticus 18:18. Goes right back to it. You can't escape that. That is that's the kill shot you cannot get over. And
listen,
you've not addressed it at all.
You can say that. I've addressed it at length. Listen, I even went to Bible Hub and read 5 different versions, and they all say sister, 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 sister.
Oh my goodness, translations. The Bible was in Hebrew. That's what I'm going. I thought you were black
in the
Hebrew Israelite. It's the same. Black Hebrew Israelite. I just want to talk about the Hebrew.
For the record, I know most people don't know that, but we hate the word black in front of Hebrew Israelite. We just prefer Hebrew Israelite, if you don't mind.
All right, my apologies.
No, I appreciate it. But even in the Hebrew, the context is still sister in Leviticus, the 18th chapter. It is not in the context of of it being sister, like we're all sisters in Christ and brothers in Christ. For example, when I think in the Song of Solomon, he says, "I've come to the garden, my sister, my spouse." That's not a literal sister.
Exactly. Thank you. That helps my case.
It does not.
Word sister does not always refer to a literal sister.
It does
not.
Not.
Yourself in the foot, buddy.
No, I did not.
You sure did.
No, what I'm showing you is that I can go to a verse where it uses the word sister, but it's not in the context of a a relative sister. That's the point. But the context of Leviticus 18 is of a fleshly relative sister.
Where does it say that?
Listen, I just went back to the chapter. New International, New Living, English Standard, Berean, King James, New King James, American, NASB 1977, Legacy Standard, Amplified, Christian Standard, Holman, American. All of these translations say sister.
Okay.
In the sense of your sister that your mother and father gave birth to.
How many times does the Hebrew word sister show up in the verse?
In the verse?
Leviticus 18:18. How many times?
In that one verse?
Yeah. How many times does the word sister show up?
Now I got so many different versions. Which version are you talking about? Because I got
in the Hebrew. The Hebrew version.
Let me click the Hebrew. You said how many times?
How many times does the Hebrew word for sister show up in the?
I see it one time. 22, 23, 24 translations of that verse say it's a sister, little mother, and father. All of them imply the same thing.
No, thank you.
But what my opponent would have you believe that all of them are wrong, and him and his commentators are right, just because he don't want to know more than one woman. Listen, you ain't gotta have. You married?
Of course I'm married.
Man, just be happy with your one woman.
I sure am. You should be too. With one,
I'm happy with my women too. And we both can exist in our own happiness. But don't try to force something into the text that's just not into the text. We don't mandate for men to go like when a brother, hey man, how many wives you got? You only got one.
This is hilarious. He's appealing to consequences. This is
not appealing to consequences. I'm saying that
what the Bible says.
I'm not appealing to consequences.
I find people happy doing drugs.
But drugs is unlawful.
So is polygamy.
No, it's not.
It's literally
There's
right there.
Nowhere that it says it's unlawful.
It literally says it right there.
Where? We have not read one verse that says it's fornication, that said it's unlawful. You just want us to believe what you're saying Leviticus 18:18 means. But you have yet to show a verse that said it's unlawful or fornication. The only mistakes we see is Reuben sleeping with his father's wife. That's adultery.
Gross.
I agree. David sleeping with Bathsheba. He got punished for it.
Pretty bad.
Solomon letting him turn his heart away. Ezekiel had one wife, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Were they one flesh?
Of course they were.
Then why did God give her a stroke?
Because he was desiring her more than God, I believe.
So then they wasn't one flesh.
No. You could be sinful and still be one flesh.
Wait,
death.
You cannot be sinful.
Death separates it.
You cannot be sinful and be one flesh, because one flesh is on one accord. So if Ezekiel's wife was one flesh, if having one wife is the standard, and Ezekiel had one wife, and y'all saying that makes you one flesh, but he desired her more than he desired the Most High, then they wasn't one flesh. Because if they was one flesh, you know what that woman would do? That woman would have made sure he was on the same accord with the Most High too.
So
that shows she wasn't on the same
accord. It's impossible so for
one flesh can't
couple?
Be the one flesh
Hold
can't.
up.
I'm gonna land right here.
Right,
the one flesh can't be what you are physically. It could only be what you are spiritually.
Okay. So if you have a couple, it's impossible for them to cheat on each other, to violate God's law.
You said no. What you said, what I said was, they were not the same flesh.
Says who?
Says the Lord when he killed her. Matter of fact, when I asked you why did the Lord kill her, you said because she wasn't on one accord with him.
Yeah, because that was your sinful people. That happens. This has nothing to do with the topic.
It has everything to do with the topic. Because Deuteronomy 17:17 says, do not multiply wives to yourselves, that it turn your heart away from the Lord.
What does it also say? Keep reading. Keep reading.
Neither multiply silver or gold.
Keep reading.
After that verse?
Keep going. Yeah.
Okay, no stress. I'm gonna read it again. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. Verse 18. And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, book out of that which is before the priests and the Levites. You want me to keep going?
Keep going.
Okay, no sweat.
One more verse.
Got you.
Oh yeah, two more. Just read the rest of the chapter.
All right, no sweat. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Most High his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes, and to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he not turn aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. Now, I would
he's
actually
under the law of the Torah, right? He's still under the Torah, according to those last two verses. He still has to follow the rules of the Torah.
Correct. We all have to follow.
Lifted up. He cannot have special rules for himself.
Right.
Exactly.
Correct.
Leviticus 18:18 it still applies to him then. That's a rule of the Torah.
What he did was just wiggled out of Ezekiel's wife.
You went to Deuteronomy 17.
No.
You the one who went.
I went to Deuteronomy 17:17 to explain to you that one flesh has nothing to do with what you have physically. It has everything to do with what you have spiritually. If one flesh was physical, then Ezekiel's wife would not have been given a stroke by God.
Then why does death
Ezekiel's wife was given a stroke by God because his desire was there instead of with him.
Then why does death?
And he only had one.
Then why does death?
So having one wife doesn't mean that you on the accord with the Lord.
Then why, if one spouse dies, you can remarry?
Got
the wife
seconds.
can remarry.
What is that?
20 seconds.
Oh man.
Now you horrible with the. I'm joking.
Yeah.
We got you've been doing the same thing the whole time.
Go out. Let's just get him. Let's just go get him. You hold him down. I'll take him out.
Why I gotta hold him down?
Because you're stronger, man. Look how big he is. I can't do that. Come on.
We can wrap it there because I know the 20-second probably up, and I know we got to close, and people may have questions. So
very
I
good.
think we can stop. Fair enough.
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that open dialogue. That was excellent. Very fun. We have 5-minute closings and then Q&A. So kick it over to Cap. The floor is all yours.
What am I doing now?
5-minute closings.
Oh, okay. I probably don't need 5 minutes, man. First, give it up for my opponent. Give it up for y'all being up in the room in this building. I appreciate y'all being here. Damn, y'all want to give it up for us for the debate? I said, damn, they ain't want to give it up. I said, damn.
White people.
He said it, I did. He said it, I did. So I'm gonna say it too, white people. I'm gonna join it with it. No, but I thought this was a very spirited debate. To be honest, I didn't know how amped up I would be because it's not something that I normally do. I actually didn't think that I could have a long debate on this subject. So I do appreciate my opponent and the spirit that he brought during this debate. But I think it's very plainly clear from what I demonstrated, the Bible does promote polygamy. It regulates polygamy. Is it a forced mandate? No, but marriage itself is not a forced mandate. There are rules and responsibilities that come with it. There was nothing that my opponent could bring other than his own rendition of Leviticus 18, which he was stuck on forever. 24 different translations of the Bible disagree with him. So I think I've been able to prove very clearly that polygamy is promoted in the Bible. I appreciate y'all for having me today.
Thank you very much for that
Straight
closing
to the
statement
point.
from
Yeah,
Cap.
Straight to the point.
All right.
Jump
Yeah,
over
thank you
Mike.
for coming, everyone. Thank you, Cap, for the spirited debate. I always enjoy debating you. It's always fun. That's why I wanted to set this up. So thank you for agreeing to the debate. I think it's very clear the Bible outlaws polygamy. Leviticus 18:18 is very clear. And again, my challenge is out there. Show me where that phrase, woman to her sister, refers to literal sisters. It doesn't. And people have pointed, scholars have pointed out, verse 18 actually goes with the following verses. The incest laws end in verse 17, and then it just refers to general miscellaneous laws after that. Therefore, it's outlawing polygamy. When you go to verses, what do you about Deuteronomy, the passage in Deuteronomy, it's not referring necessarily to someone engaging in polygamy, because you can refer to a man who has a wife and then she dies and he marries another as a man who has two wives. And then what do you do with the offspring? Is it got inheritance laws? The Bible nowhere promotes polygamy. And even if it was referring to that, it's just referring to a circumstance. Sometimes that happened in the culture, and God wants to regulate and minimize the damage it can happen for the offspring. So that's at best. Again, you go to what Deuteronomy 23, for example. Notice what it says in there. It talks about you cannot bring the wages of a prostitute in. Okay, well, it doesn't think you should even get the wages of a prostitute, obviously, because it's outlawed in other places. But it assumes that happens in the culture. The same thing is what it talks about that passage in Deuteronomy, okay? There was a problem there. I want to end on a very important point about, for example, David. Now, if you have to go through the story of David, there are periods where he's really drawing near to God, and there's periods where there's a lot of silence. Scholars like Richard M. Davidson note it's in the silence part. It's in the silence part that he's engaging in polygamy. And then what happens after the affair with Bathsheba, and he has to leave Jerusalem because of his son, and he comes back. Notice what it says when he comes back. David came to his house in Jerusalem, and the king took the 10 concubines whom he had left to care for the house and put them in a house under guard and provided for them, but did not go into them. They were shut up until the day of their death, living as if in widowhood. In other words, after that, David repents. He comes back to God. He lives monogamous the rest of his life. His only wife is Bathsheba at that point. Go to Jacob. Jacob has multiple wives. He wrestles with God. After that, only Rachel's his wife. And Genesis 46 confirms. It only says that Rachel was the wife of Jacob. The other women were just women that bore him children. So when people get closer to God, they move towards monogamy. This is what happens in 1 Timothy 3. The overseers, the people that are meant to represent Christ to us, the deacons, they are to be monogamous because they're representing Christ's love for the church. And the funny thing is the church, the early church fathers said that actually refers to an overseer only having one wife per life. Even if she dies, he's got to remain celibate the rest of his life because he has to represent Christ's undying love for the church, because that's what it's about. Our marriages are meant to represent Christ's undying love for the church, as Ephesians says. So that means we can only have one wife, one spouse. Nowhere ever is polygamy permitted, and it's explicitly outlawed in Leviticus 18:18. Case closed. That's the end of it. If I'm wrong, again, show me where the phrase means literal sisters. It doesn't exist. So therefore, polygamy is not only not promoted, it is outlawed, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for those closing statements. We appreciate it. Let's give them a round of applause. We'll start the Q&A. So
Definitely was fun as
just
hell,
to
man.
my left, if you want to line up in this center
Y'all got
column.
questions? Oh.
Good luck, Cap. Good luck.
Oh, but on this side, just so the camera can get over here. Thank you. All right, we're ready for you. And then if you want to have a conversation, if you can just do us a favor and just step out of the room just so it's not a distraction for anybody. Okay, here we go.
You said tonight that adultery is immoral. Then why did General Mahayam, over you and ISUPK, instruct Chris Rock to sleep with Jada Pinkett Smith after Will Smith slapped him? He had an extended video telling him he needed to come into his house, play video games with his son so he could sleep with Jada to get revenge. That's adultery. Why did Mahayam promote it?
The subject tonight is, does the Bible promote polygamy? My general does not condone polygamy. Your misunderstanding of a class is irrelevant to me. That's your answer.
Ready for you.
For Cap, so you seem to imply, if I understood you correctly, that there's no place in Scripture that if you steal something, you can keep it because there's always that punishment. Is that correct?
In the law,
Right. So
not that there's examples in the Bible. You can see where I think the Egyptians, when we was destroying the Egyptians, what's the word that it uses? Spoiled them. I think so. You can see that example where we spoiled them. So if you talk about judgments of the Lord, that's a little different. So you can see prophecies where we're going to punish people. Now, normally that punishment wouldn't be allowed, but because of judgment from the Lord, that's different.
So I guess what I heard you say was, because when Mike was bringing up examples, you're like, well, but there's no examples of doing wrong and then being able to keep the wrong that you did, something like
If
stealing.
you can show me.
That's what I understood you to say.
If you can show me something like that, I'll gladly listen.
Okay, yeah. So here's what I was thinking. So you do agree that David and Bathsheba, that was immoral, right? It was
Yes.
adultery. Now, to be fair, David does get punished for it, but he keeps Bathsheba. So
But he did get punished for it.
Right, but
he got
he-
punished perpetually, though. His
And-
punishment wasn't just.
Can I
that-
finish my question? And then
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'll
my
go. I'll go
apologies,
sit
my
down.
apologies.
But it seems like God would still have regulations on how he should treat Bathsheba. It was adultery, like we agree. But it seems to be the case that one could argue, well, you can do something sinful and keep it, and then there's regulations, but clearly those regulations don't promote it or condone it, even though there's regulations on something that we agree is immoral.
I would disagree that that David was able to get away with it because he was punished for it. He lost a son, and the Lord told him that blood would never leave his house. When you actually read 2 Samuel 12:12, it says, "For thou didst it secretly, but I would do this thing before all Israel and before the sun." And David said unto Nathan, "I have sinned against the Lord." And Nathan said unto David, "The Lord also hath put away thy sin. Thou shalt not die. Howbeit, because this deed thou hast given great occasions to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme, the child that is also born unto thee, he shall surely die." So you see examples of that. I think David's son violated his daughter. You see that son passed away. So I wouldn't make that the same because there was punishment for it. Were they allowed to stay together? Uriah is gone. What's she going to do? Commit adultery and sleep with another man? So I wouldn't say that they was rewarded because they were punished.
Ready for you.
Oh, you want to hold it? I have a question. Do you think Sarah and Hagar were equal wives to Abraham, Captain?
No, I don't believe in equality at all. There's no equality amongst men. There's no equality amongst women, and for sure, not amongst wives.
Okay. You said if a man has two wives, he will not be punished for it, and God blesses it. So what did Sarah mean when it says that my wrong be upon you for giving Hagar, my handmaid, to you to be your wife?
And what verse are you reading? Just
I'm
so I can
reading
follow.
Genesis 16:5.
Thank you. So in Genesis 16:5, I think a couple verses above that, in verse 4, it says, "And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived, and when she saw that she was conceived, her mistress was despised." It was just regret because Sarah is the one that can't have kids. So yes, she wanted Abraham to have another kid, to have a kid at all, and then she regretted it. So that's more so Sarah's regret, not Abraham's regret.
So why did the Lord accept Isaac,
Because
who
the
was a child
promise,
of promise?
yes, because that
Okay.
child was promised even before, I don't know if it was before Haggai was born, but that's the promised child. That's why when Sarah does have the child, I think in Genesis maybe 20,
Mhm.
when Sarah says, "Cast this bondwoman out." So clearly the bondwoman was still there. But when Sarah had the son, they thought she was going to get the rights. But the promise wasn't to Haggai and Ishmael. The promise was to Sarah and Isaac. So when Sarah said, "Kick her out," God acknowledged it.
Exactly. But you said if God blesses it, if a man has two wives, then why was there so much animosity, division, and drama? How do you explain the dilemmas of Abraham, Jacob, Solomon, and all of the prophets who had multiple wives?
Okay, I never said God blesses it. I said it's allowed lawfully to have more than one wife. I never said God blesses it, but I also never said that every example of having more than one wife was healthy. So I think that was what Sarah chose to do. Abraham didn't even want the wife. Abraham didn't get another wife outside of that till Sarah died. So Sarah jumped out the window, gave that man another woman, and then she regretted it. So that's more so about her sending Abraham another wife, not the other way around.
We'll jump to the next question.
I hope I answered all y'all questions. All right.
This is a question for both, Tazariak and Mike, although Mike, you did address it in your closing statement. So regarding 1 Timothy 3, if polygamy is permitted and promoted in the Bible, how come Paul doesn't permit men in polygamous marriages to be in leadership? 1 Timothy 3, even if a man has multiple wives, yet he has the commendable traits of being above reproach, sober-minded, self-controlled, respectable, hospitable, able to teach, not a drunkard, not violent but gentle, not quarrelsome, not a lover of money. You get the picture. Why is it the case that Paul is prohibiting those individuals if polygamy is indeed promoted?
I don't look at the wife as Christians do. But I don't look at that as a negative just because he's telling them to be responsible from a Christian lens. Even if that bishop, IP just said that the bishop don't even have to have a wife, which I would disagree with based on that text. But I don't think that's still against polygamy. I think that that's just telling him the work that you'll have, you should have one woman. I think that's all that he's saying from a Christian lens. It's still not against polygamy.
Yeah, I would say the best among us are our pastors, our priests, our ministers of the word. And they are meant to represent Christ to the church, to the congregation in that symbolic relationship. And if they're not, and if they are to be the closest to God in that relationship, they're to be monogamous, then that suggests that the path in that direction is monogamy, the closer we get to God. That is what the relationship of the church is always understood it as. Now, that doesn't mean they have to have one wife. That's if they want, that's all they're allowed to have at best. And it's the church understood it as one wife per lifetime too, not one. If she dies, they can't get remarried even.
Sure. Thanks for your response.
I would like to add, there's many of us that are married to the Most High. It's not just one.
And then real quick, I'm not the smartest guy, I'm not the wisest guy, but I do have one bit of advice for you, Captain. If you're going to say, or you said earlier you had more than 2 women. So in all 50 states, bigamy and polygamy is a punishable offense. So I would highly recommend you don't say that, where there's audio devices and visual recording devices. My bad.
No, well, you can say you have more than one wife. You just can't have a piece of paper saying you have more than one wife.
We're ready for
You
you.
can't have a biblical, an American contract. Gays can get married with an American contract. How valuable is that?
Ready for you.
I'm just going to ask a first clarifying question for Captain. You said earlier, if I heard correctly, that Abraham did not sin, correct?
Yes, I said I don't read in the Bible where it says he sinned.
Okay, so I think you were talking about his encounter with the Egyptian Pharaoh, but when he's talking with Abimelech in Genesis 20, after the event happens, after he gives Sarah to him, you then have God coming to Abimelech, stopping him from doing something, saying, I'm stopping because I know that you had good intentions, but what you're about to do is wrong. And then Abimelech comes out in chapter 20, verse 8, saying he rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told them all these things, and the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said, what have you done to us? And how have I sinned against you that you have brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? You have done to me things that ought not to be done. Can you help me understand why this does not mean that Abraham is in the wrong, which would therefore be sinful?
Because again, I don't read where he's in the wrong, and Abimelech didn't do that of his own accord. As you just said, God held him back. If God didn't hold him back, the order of that nation was to take a man's woman, to slay him and unalive him, which is what they would have done. So God stopped him. So the only reason he's talking to Abraham is because God spoke to him. That's it.
Right, but what do you do with him saying these are things that you ought not to have? These are things you have done that ought not to be done. This is him accusing that Abraham is in the wrong for allowing this to happen.
Yeah, it's just like a wicked person getting caught for his wickedness and then trying to blame the person that is the reason why he's getting caught and saying, why did you make me do this? That's how I look at it.
Ready for you.
But I still don't read no verse where Abraham would sin or anything.
My question is for the both of you, and I'm really curious on what your guys' opinion is on if a couple is together and dating, what should the timeline look like to you before they start talking about marriage and prepping for marriage?
You want to go?
I think that's an excellent question. A lot of things that get lost in today's society is courtship. Courtship is something like our school, we promote courting. Like if 2 individuals come into our school, they court for 6 months to a year. That courting is no touching. You can go on dates. You can talk. There's no physical. There's no kissing or anything like that. You get to know each other. Now, in that year's time, you may come together. You may say in 4 months you're ready, in 6 months you're ready, in a year you may take longer than a year. It's really, I wouldn't put a set time on it, But I would say the value of courting and getting to know somebody, because once you lay with that person, you can't lay with nobody else. So for man, especially for women, you only got one shot at this. So you should make that man jump through hoops for you. You should find out everything about him instead of looking at, we always look at the physical. Men and women do that. And then you fall in love with the physical, you figure out the mental first. If we did a great job at courting, then we would actually get to know that person. I always tell couples to have an argument or a disagreement. It ain't got to be full-blown scratch, but you should have a disagreement because you want to stop meeting their representative. When you meet somebody new, everything you say, oh yeah, no, I don't want to do that. I don't hang out. Yeah, I like to do this. Everything is yes, 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 whatever you want. But you got to get to a point where there's a disagreement and then see how you solve that problem. See what his ambition is, see what her goals is, and then decide if you want to consummate that relationship.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, be very careful with how physical you get, because it can get real quick, real fast, as a lot of people will testify to. So it's no set time limit. The brain is actually maturing, and it doesn't fully mature till 25. So I would say, based on the research I've seen, the earliest one could get married is 18, and that's, if both are 18, I would be really hesitant about that because more brain maturing. I would say wait as long as you can if you're younger, because you're young, your brain is still developing. You're not entirely sure, so let that brain develop. If you're absolutely sure, I mean, go for it. I mean, no one, marriage is a beautiful thing. Definitely go for that, but just try to keep the physical aspects minimal, because it can get real hot and heavy real fast. And yeah, I agree with what he was saying. The time limit's going to vary between couples.
Yeah, look at that. Us agreeing on something.
Well, thank you.
Hi, questions for Cap.
What is with that shirt, man?
It's making fun of Muslims.
Okay.
Adolf,
I'll allow it.
Whatever. That's a topic for later.
Like the judge, I'll allow it.
So, two-part question, sort of. What would you say is the action that makes somebody one flesh with another person?
Being on the same accord, like the question that the young lady in the back asked. That's how you get on one accord.
Okay.
You don't like. One accord is not your sex. Like that's the last, sex is very easy.
Sure.
The best sex you have is maybe an hour, 2 hours, 22 hours left in the day. You got to go hang out with them, tolerate them, deal with them, find out what they are spiritually. They probably annoy you. They're going to get on your nerves. They're going to do all of that. To get on one flesh is to get that in order. How you deal with finances together, spiritual. If a Christian and a Muslim gets together, what does that look like? Because attraction is attraction. You're attracted to somebody before you know what their beliefs are, what their walks of life is. So that's what one accord is. One accord is, okay, we meet. How do we come together? The courtship is how you come together.
Okay, and then if you are one flesh with, how can you be on one accord with multiple women, right? Like, how can you be one flesh with multiple different women? And would they not then also be one flesh with each other because they're one flesh with you?
No, because threesomes and all that stuff is unlawful. You can't sleep with more than one woman at the same time.
But I thought it wasn't about having sex.
But I'm just answering that part. I'm not finished though. When you take it off a woman being one flesh, we are all supposed to be one in Christ. That's one flesh too. My brothers over there, I'm one flesh with them. I'm not physically with them. I'm not a homosexual, but we are on one accord. That's the one flesh that it's talking about. It's talking about what I know, whatever I say, they say. So with a woman, whatever I say, that's what she say. Whatever she say, that's what I say. That's being on one accord. And you could be on one accord with a lot of different people. If you and I had a business together, we could be on one accord with that business where we want that business to thrive. So this is how we make that business thrive. That's what one means in the Bible. It's never physical.
Would we be one flesh as business partners?
Yeah. If we had a business, I have a business called Call Gas Creations. Let's say if you join what's your ethnicity?
I don't think you'd be fond of that answer.
Okay. Okay. So let's say we business partners, right? Because business partners is not unlawful. We could be on one accord. So when you speak for Call Gas Creations. When I speak for Call Gas Creations. We're one accord on that. Even if you're one body in Christ and you're one accord with that one body in Christ, what you do with your wife is your thing. What I would do with my wife is my thing, but we still could be one in Christ. So when we think about one flesh, we really got to understand that's spiritual. It's mental. It's not physical.
Hey, James, you and I
Yeah.
work together a lot. You want to start calling ourselves a one flesh?
Next question.
That's what I thought.
So my question is about the 10 virgins. So IP said those are bridesmaids.
Yeah, they are.
And you said they're brides. And so I just want to know, like, I mean, if someone's polygamous, like what kind of dude is marrying 10 women on the same night? Like, is he trying to save money for the wedding? Is it like a 10 for, 10
a
for
good
one
point.
special or something? Or
Yeah, I mean, the scholars are pretty unanimous on these. These are bridesmaids. Those are the ones that carry the lamp in. And it's because Christ is marrying the church. We're not individually the brides of Christ. You might look cute in that dress, but I'm not going to be an individual bride of Christ. The church is the bride of Christ.
Yeah,
we're
church,
attendants.
the verse doesn't say bridesmaids, it says 10 virgins.
That's what the context shows, is what my point
And
is.
I think, the context is about us being representative of the virgins and making sure your lamps stay up.
Yeah.
The point of bringing that up is that he's likening a man that would be marrying 10 women to the kingdom of heaven. That's the point. So if it's something unlawful, why would he make something like that in reference to the kingdom of heaven? Because kingdom of heaven is something so great.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a parable. I mean, he
I
compares the
agree
kingdom
with
of
it's a
heaven to
parable.
a
He's
mustard
using-
seed. That doesn't
he's
mean we
using a
lobotomize
man,
ourselves and become vegetables.
But he's using a man marrying 10 women. I mean,
It's not
likening
marrying.
that
I'm
to the
telling you.
kingdom
He's
of
not
heaven
marrying the
ain't
10
that
women in the
bad.
parable.
If you can get 10 women to marry you, you would call that the kingdom of heaven too. I mean,
No, I would not. I'm not. No. I'm happy dealing with one time of the month. Thank you very much. I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, ladies. I can't help it.
Ready for you.
All right, this question is for Mike.
Awesome.
So, all right, yes. Got to have one for you here, and it's not a softball. Okay.
All right.
You repeatedly said Leviticus 18:18 is case closed.
Yep.
Is it possible you're overstating the certainty and relying too heavily on an idiomatic interpretation of Leviticus 18:18 when other idiomatic uses of the phrase in other scriptures, like the ones you were citing, have plural nominatives
Mm-hmm.
and a plural verb,
Yeah.
making the action reciprocal?
Okay.
Leviticus 18:18 does not have those things. And further, then, there's not the plurals like that. Further, ancient interpreters, most notably Onkelos, translator of the Aramaic Targum, that Babylonian rabbis of the time treated as authoritative translation, they rely very heavily on it. But other ancient translators too, but especially Onkelos, translated all the other phrases you're talking about as an idiom except that one.
Yeah, exactly.
He
There's
did
the
not. He
problem.
translated it literal.
So let me respond now. Okay, so the problem is that doesn't just changing it to plural doesn't change the actual meaning of the phrase, as Richard Davidson points out in his book Flame of Yahweh, for example. And you could go to the Qumran community, the Dead Sea Scrolls. They understood it as outlawing polygamy. So yeah, you can go to some Talmudic rabbis, but I can go to other ones, modern scholars and ancient writers that would agree with me as well. So just appealing to them doesn't change the point.
Then to follow that up, then, since it's split, are you relying too heavily on saying it's case closed?
No, here's why.
Okay.
Because once again, to defeat the challenge, just find a place that means literal sisters. And if you're just going to keep appealing to that verse, it's circular reasoning. You're
that's
assuming
it.
the conclusion,
you're
sir.
repeatedly appealing to that verse.
Yeah.
And you're saying it's case closed, but there can be the situation that is the example.
That's
the
appealing-
only place in the Bible that it's in that situation.
Are you going to let me respond?
Okay.
Okay. So
It is-
once again, if you go, well, the example is Leviticus 18:18. That's what's on trial. That's what's in question here. So if you're going to actually respond to this, show me a place it doesn't, because you actually need a case. All you're doing is using circular reasoning, sir. You're going right back to the verse and going, well, that does, it does, because I said so. I'm saying the phrase is always used to mean one another, even if it's used plural. Doesn't change the point.
No, that's the point.
Yes, it is.
Okay. The point is what I said. You're flipping it. I said the other instances are used plural.
So-
That does not, this instant does not have I'm talking from logos, from scholarly things. This is other scholarly evidence. I'm not
So-
saying you're wrong. I'm asking, are you lying? It's not case closed?
It is.
Okay. You're free to say that.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
All right. 2 more questions. Come on up.
All right. So this is for Captain, but also Mike, you can respond if you want.
Mhm.
All right, you're just okay. So you acknowledge God puts limitations and regulations on polygamy, but I think the specific types of limitations are important because he specifically limits the practice. And we see this him doing it with like divorce and treatment of women and slaves and all these different things. All the things he's putting limitations on for you can only do it certain much. Those are things that God seems to dislike, especially in the New Testament, but also in the prophets. So it seems to be not that he's promoting polygamy, but that he's allowing it due to the hardness of our hearts. So how do you get that God is promoting it from those passages that are regulating it?
Because he is regulating it. I don't look at it like I don't look at God as if he's telling you how many get, not to get. He just gives you one warning. Don't multiply to yourself that it turn your heart away. That's God's concern. That's why I brought up the point about Ezekiel's wife. He only had one wife, but she turned his heart away. She died. But David, outside of Bathsheba, he was fine. Jacob was fine. I won't use David, that's a horrible example. But Jacob was okay. I think the prophet, was it the prophet Samuel? I'm not sure. But so you'll see that other men didn't have that problem. So we have examples of where it was all right. You have examples where it was bad. And so I think the most important thing we're supposed to take away is no matter how many women you get, they cannot turn your heart away from the Most High. That's how God wants it.
Ready for your last question of the night.
Mike, if you had multiple wives and those multiple wives made it so that you couldn't confess that Jesus was the Most High God, could you say that your heart was turned away from God?
Yeah, the wives would have turned me away if they're making me say that. Yeah.
Let's give them one final round of applause. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Again, Cap, thank you for stepping in.
Yeah, definitely, man. I loved it. Y'all got to bring me back, or I can come back, right?
That'd be amazing. Thanks so much. Elle, did you have any? All right. Well, a couple last notes from Elle.
Thank you each again for being here tonight. Huge round of applause if you think the Seek and Share Truth conferences are going amazing. We really appreciate you. And thank you each for being a part of that. Be sure, if you can, be back here again tomorrow because Dr. James Coons of Modern Day Debate is bringing you guys even more epic debates. We've got Jake Broncatella versus Dr. David Wood, and that's going to be epic. So you do not want to miss it. Come for free dinner and free debates. Can't beat that, I don't think, as we seek and share truth. And Eric has something he'd like to add, but you can check out seekandsharetruth.org to find more information out about that.
Yeah, the pastor here wanted me to let you guys know that they do have 2 services. They are marked on the bulletin for you guys to attend if you so want. Additionally, if anyone wants to, I will be doing interviews over there for a YouTube video just for you guys, just what your thoughts were of the conference, just in 2 sentences. It'd be easy for you to go and put that together. If you're interested in it, meet me out there afterwards.
And with that, let's close in prayer. Lord God, thank you so much for who you are and that you are the way and the truth. And God, I pray that your truth is continued to be revealed, that deception is continued to be shattered. God, I pray for clarity out of confusion. And thank you so much for these opportunities to gather together and seek you. So may your glory be had, and in you the Father, you the Son, you the Spirit. Amen.
eunuch is a good example. They was reading Isaiah the 53rd chapter, and it said it talked about Christ, and the baptism took place when he was talking about Christ. But you don't see the phrase, I baptize you in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit by any prophet in the Bible.
You see why I started thinking about tacos a moment ago. So in Matthew 28:19, it says, go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them into the name, ta anama, which is singular in Greek. And then it says, of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. So you have the recurring article and the conjunction kai, all subsumed under one name. There's one name into which we're baptized, and that is the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. When he flies off to the book of Acts and he says, you never see them uttering this name, it's because you never hear them giving you a baptismal formula. What it says is that they were to be baptized in the name of Jesus, meaning in his authority. It was the authority of Christ by which they were to baptize. And sometimes it's talking not about what the person is giving, when he gives the order, it's talking about what the person is doing as he's coming up from the water. Paul called upon the name of the Lord Jesus as he was coming up. So this isn't the formula being pronounced on Paul, it's what Paul's saying as he's coming up. So again, it's not reading clearly. The baptismal formula uttered by the baptizer over the baptizand is into the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and that baptism takes place on the authority or command of Christ, according to the passages he quoted but didn't understand.
In Acts 19,
quick last word, and then we're going to wrap up.
Yeah. He kind of just said the same thing I say, because there's no verse that says in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And in Acts 19:4, when they received John's baptism and did not receive the Holy Spirit, he baptized them only in the name Christ Jesus, and they received the Holy Spirit. So it's exactly what I said. When he taught them about Christ, they received the Holy Spirit. He did not say, I baptize you in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, because that's not the point of Matthew 28:19. It's exactly what I said.
I know you'd like to respond, Anthony, but just because we have to get to dinner, I do want to say, folks, tacos. Please, that's right. Please join me in giving a round of applause for our speakers. That was an amazing debate. And we're grateful for both of you guys, but I want to give an extra big grateful big thank you to Cap, because coming into a room where 99% of the people disagree with you, I mean, think about this. Public speaking is already very frightening for a lot of people.
Right.
But then going in where there's an audience that wants you to fail. Like it's an awesome thing that
you got your wish.
We just appreciate you being here, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all having me. Thank you.
Any last notes, Al? Otherwise, we're good to go for dinner. Am I right?
I want to know if Cap and I get a picture together. I don't know if Cap's up.
Yeah, I take pictures like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take them.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much, folks. We'll see you at the next debate.
Look.
Know what he's going to do, because he don't just talk to like us. Like I think he tries to get attention from all Israelites.
Yeah,
I've
I've
seen
seen some of the Israelite videos coming
he's
up
trying
to
to
their
set up
camps and whatnot.
Yeah, he's trying to set up a 10-1 versus Israel's and Israelites in Vegas, and I'm hoping nobody accepts the challenge, and that he can't do it. Like he's just a man that's obsessed with us. You know what I mean? Now,
is he from where you was at?
From what I'm told, they say he's from Ohio, but I thought he was from Arizona. That's why I know him from being somewhere in Arizona.
Okay. Yeah, that dude's funny. It's just weird that both his questions was about General Yana. I found that weird.
No, the second one was about General Muhammad. First one.
I mean,
was about,
Muhammad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Still weird as fuck. Yeah, be careful when that dude.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I have. Appreciate you, brothers.
I appreciate it. King, thank you, man. King, what's up?
What's going on?
I'm good to go. What's your question? Y'all kind of got to be quick because they're gonna start boarding soon. So I'm gonna have to end this live soon. So if you can kind of get straight to it, I'd appreciate it.
My question is, why do we have to keep the law if when Christ Yahushua came, gave his life, right? 2,000 years later till today, we were asleep until we got woke up. And
you say
he came when he came to, fulfill the law of liberty.
The liberty of what?
If we're under the new covenant,
liberty of what?
The freedom from the law. He freed us, so we don't have to keep the holy days and all of that other stuff.
So in Hebrew,
that stuff is taught from the Pharisees under the law of Moses. We are not under the law of Moses.
I don't need you to go on a rant. And we're not under the law of Moses. We're under the laws of God. And they says he's going to put the law in our minds, correct?
Right.
Okay, so why you say the law is going to be gone if the New Testament is about putting the law in our minds?
Why?
What law is that he's talking about? No, I said, what law is he talking about that he's putting in our minds?
The law of the Lord thy God, the 10 commandments.
What? So you can sleep with your sister?
No, you can't do that, obviously.
What law? What law says you can't?
You can't. I mean, what do you mean? What law says you can't?
What law says you can't?
It don't.
So you can sleep with your sister then, right?
If that's what you want to do, but that's
you see that big
unclean.
You see?
No, you know what?
Wait, how
I
was
don't mean no disrespect. Hold on, let me say.
How would you know?
Listen. I'm just trying to. Listen. Let me tell you something. I'm not.
Wait.
I believe in the truth.
Wait, slow down.
I believe I'm an Israelite. I believe in the truth. I'm under the law of liberty.
Ain't no way, boy.
And I follow the 10 commandments.
King, slow down. King,
hey, don't.
King, just stop for a second. I muted your mic. King, I just muted your mic for a second. Just stop for a second. I'm gonna unmute you now. Well, you can unmute yourself. You said that it's unclean to be with your sister. Now, just so you know, you cannot sleep with your sister. I agree. I also believe that it's unclean. But where do you go to know that it's unclean and unlawful, King? That's my question to you. Where do you go? You got to unmute your mic.
Of course, it's in the Old Testament.
It's in the commandments, right?
It's in the 10 commandments. Wrong.
It's listening is an art. I said it's in the commandments, right? Isn't it in the commandments? So if it's in the commandments, and that's why we can't do it, then don't say that the laws are done away with, because either the laws are done away with or they're not. So, and you also, yes. And also, you can't say that it's just 10 commandments, because there ain't no such thing as keeping 10 commandments. Christ said, whosoever break the least commandment and teach men so shall be called least in the kingdom, correct? Didn't he say that? So you have to keep all the commandments according to what Christ said, correct?
But what did he say, though? Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, and soul, right? And love thy neighbor as thyself. Nothing about the law.
Wait. If you love your neighbor, yeah.
And you're talking about repentance. We already repented in our past life.
Before you go.
Wait, okay, King, I appreciate it, man. But here's what I'm gonna say to you. If I was you, I would read Hebrews 8:8.
What's
I would
up?
read Hebrews 10. I would read Hebrews 10:26 to 28. I would also read Romans, I think it's the 13th chapter, starting at verse 8, where it tells you.
Read Isaiah chapter 1.
I said Romans. Listening is an art. I said read Romans, the 13th chapter, starting at around verse 8, that also tells you that you have to keep all the commandments. Now, for time's sake, I could
I have
take
a
one
question.
more. No, I
got Elijah. You got Elijah.
Yes, sir.
Elijah.
Wait.
Yes,
Thank you. I
sir.
appreciate it. Elijah, what's your question?
Yeah, I'll be quick. It was me next, man. But all right, cool.
Wait, whoever said it was them next, you go ahead and ask your question. I just got to be quick.
Salakia, sir. It was
I'm
Elijah.
gonna be
real quick. All right, just quickly, yeah. Can you hear me?
Whoever said Salakia, sir, if you're in the school, I can get that afterwards. So you can just hit me up.
Yeah, it was Elijah.
Muhammad is God. He's going to judge all of you.
Yo, Cap,
Muhammad
can you
is
hear me?
God.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, I understand your position. I know that you believe that Jesus is not God. I'm not saying that he is. I'm just want to ask you. So when we go to Isaiah, the 9th chapter, and we read verse 6 and 7, what does that tell us? Like, what do we get from that? Should I read it?
Isaiah
or do you
9,
know?
you said Isaiah 9, 6, and 7? No, I just want to make sure it's the right scripture. Isaiah 9,
Muhammad will
9, 6,
judge
and
all
7.
of you
It
and send you.
it calls him everlasting Father. Who's there talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I can. Isaiah 9, 6, and 7, it calls him everlasting Father and Prince of Peace, right?
Yeah, and mighty God, wonderful counselor too.
Right. Being a mighty God, those are all titles. That's not his name. It says his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father. Those are titles. That's not his name. Correct? Correct?
Yeah, that's it. Mighty God is a hell of a title, though, right?
I'm asking a question. Correct, right? Can you answer my question?
Correct.
Those are titles. Correct?
Yeah, the title is
The
correct.
very next verse in verse 7 is attributed. In the very next verse 7, it attributes him to being the son of David, right? Right?
It says, of the greatness of his government and peace, there will be no end.
Wait.
And he will reign on
Of
David's
David.
throne and over
Of
his
David,
kingdom.
right?
Yeah.
Of David, right?
Yeah,
so you're
correct.
So God's on another man's throne, or so God don't have his own throne?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Does God have his own throne?
Yeah, of course he has his own throne.
Or God sitting on another man's throne. Is that what? Okay, so if God has his own throne and this man is okay, so if God has his own throne and this man is sitting on David's throne, then the man that's sitting on David's throne can't be God, right?
Okay, correct.
Right?
Yeah. I feel you. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. So being called a God or being called a father, you go to Isaiah the 22nd chapter, you see, I think his name is Hilkiah, is called of the nation as well. Hezekiah is called a mighty God. Anybody can be called a mighty God. That's just a title. So you just got to make sure you understand that. Hey, but I do actually board the plane now, so hopefully I get to go home, man. I've been trying to go on for 2 days. So until next time, man, I'll rap with y'all later. Yabashim Shabakatam, Yabashim Atam Bashim Abashai.
Safe travels, man.
Yeah, safe travels.
Well, he brought her near. He came to her. He sought her out.
Wait. No, he did not.
He said, get me.
He said, hey, bitch, give me something to drink.
Drink.
He said, fetch, give me something to drink.
Give me a banana cognac, bitch.
Yeah.
Wow, it's pretty bold to put those words in the mouth of God.
Well, he did call a white woman a dog. But
That's pretty crazy that you just said that, Lord.
Slow down. What? Can you just tell me what he did for her?
Did he not reveal himself to her?
What did he do for her?
He revealed himself as Messiah to her.
First of all, he didn't reveal himself. She knew he was a prophet when he called her a whore. When he said you have 5
He
husbands,
said, I perceive you are a prophet.
after he called her a whore. So he did not reveal himself to her. He said, you have had 5 husbands, and the man you with is not your husband. She said, I perceive thou to be a prophet. What did he do? What did he do for her? He didn't give her no salvation. He didn't give her no blessing. He didn't give her nothing. Absolutely nothing. What he did do was go to the Israelites in Samaria and taught them the truth. He gave nothing to her.
Is it a King James only?
You know what's the
group?
problem? You know what's the problem with
Hold on a second.
no, you hold on. I'm talking. You know what's the problem with y'all? When y'all read that story,
yeah,
y'all believe that Christ is going to be kind to a woman that's disrespecting him. Have you ever actually read that story in the proper spirit?
Yeah.
Christ says to her,
Which spirit is that though? Which spirit is that?
Christ says to her,
oh,
give me to drink. Her immediate response was disrespect. And this is the crazy part. Y'all think Christ was a vagina. Y'all vagina. In John 4:9, this was her response. Then said the woman of Samaria unto him, how is it thou, being a Jew, ask drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealings with Samaritan. Straight attitude. Then Christ says, if you knew the gift of God and who it is that saith to thee, give me drink, thou would have asked, and I would have given thee living water. That's a cut. That she gave a smart aleck response. He gave a smart aleck response. The woman said unto her, sir, thou hast nothing to draw with, and the well is deep. From whence hast thou living water? Now she curious. She like, oh, this man got something I can get off of him, because she's a hoe. That's what hoes want. Hoes love taking advantage. And then he says, art thou greater than our father Jacob, lion, which gavest us the well and drank thereof himself and the children and his cattle? And Yahweh answered and said, whosoever drink of this water shall thirst again, letting you know he ain't even give a damn about the water no more. Now he about to check her. You drinking of that water, you're going to thirst again. But if you drink of the water I have, you won't thirst. Then he says right after that, he says, go and call your husband. Tell your husband to come over. She said, I ain't got no husband. Lying again. Then he said, you got 5 husbands, and the husband you with is not with it. Then she said, sir, I perceive thou art a prophet.
She agreed.
That Christ told her, ye worship ye know not what. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. Cut her even more.
Mm-hmm.
So can you tell me what he did for her, please? Tell me what he did for her, please.
Watch this.
We're waiting.
I know you are, and you're being very patient with me.
Yeah, just show me what he did.
Yeah.
That's that passive aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Woman, you want King James only?
Yes.
All right. The woman saith to him, sir, I perceive that thou art a prophet. Okay. Our fathers worship at this mountain. Ye say that in Jerusalem is the place where men ought to worship. Jesus said unto her, woman, believe me, the hour cometh when ye shall neither on this mountain nor yet at Jerusalem worship the Father. Ye worship ye know not what. We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. But the hour cometh and is now when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth. For the Father seeketh such to worship him. God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. The woman saith unto him, I know that the Messiah cometh, which is called Christ. When he is come, he will tell us all things. Jesus saith unto her, I that speak unto thee and he. Did he not just reveal himself as Messiah?
That's later on in the conversation. Can
you hold on a second.
After he rejected her and said, you're not even going to worship in this mountain or the
next.
No.
Yeah.
No. So hold on. If the Messiah,
wait, before you do that, you're supposed to be showing us what he did for her.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you can see it. And you guys don't even like praying in public. Well, I guess this would be public because you're online, right? Yeah.
What?
Well, I'll pray in the spirit, and then you won't know, right? They won't know, so it's going to be okay because it's in my secret place, right? All right. So I'll pray that I'll pray. Anyway, God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Okay. Let me ask you a question.
No,
Does
you
God-
gotta no.
It's very interesting.
You're supposed to be showing.
I am showing you.
What did he do for her?
Let me ask you a question. If you saw what you believe to be another lost Israelite that was not awakened to the understanding of what his calling is, and that Christ died for him, in your view, in your worldview, right? Would you not try and tell him how to properly worship God?
I need you to tell me what he did.
Have you sought out a disciple and tried to teach him? Tried to teach him how to worship God properly.
Yeah, that's how I got here. I was a lost Israelite. He found me and brought me in. Now what?
Oh, okay. Did he teach you how to worship God in spirit and in truth?
What did he teach her? He made a statement. He didn't teach her.
You.
No, I'm answering you.
Oh, go ahead.
So the difference between you and I could answer directly. He's making a statement. Even when he says the true worshipers, she's not a true worshiper. That's why he cut her in 22. Ye worship, ye know not what. We know what we worship. The we is not her. But salvation is of the Jews. She's not one of him. So he's making a statement saying God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. But what did he do for her? Because now let me help you out. Because when you read down further in John 4:28, the woman goes down and she goes to these men. Come and see a man who told me all these things I ever did. Is not this the Christ? And they all went out of the city and came unto him. In the meanwhile, his disciples prayed, saying, Master, eat. And but he said unto them, I have meat. I have meat.
They didn't say it. They didn't say it. Read the words.
In the meanwhile, his disciples prayed him, saying, Master, eat. That's exactly what they said. I just read it.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
upon this came his disciples and marveled that he talked with the woman. Yet no man said.
Not in that verse.
Oh, my bad. I thought we were reading it in context.
Shut your dumb ass up.
Oh, damn! The spirit of God is upon you.
It absolutely is.
Yes,
because you have yet to show what he's done for this woman. But I'm about to show what he did for the men of Samaria that were Israelites. But he said unto them, I have meat to eat that ye know not of. Therefore his disciples one to another, have any man brought him anything to eat? Yahweh saith unto them, my meat is to do the will of him that sent me to finish his work. So now as he go to Samaria, many of them believed. And then they came back to that same woman. We did not believe you because of your words. We believe you because of his words. So he actually taught them. But he did not do anything for that woman.
Oh.
He didn't give her salvation.
He didn't. Oh, that's crazy.
No.
What's verse 42 say?
Verse 42 says, and said unto the woman, now we believe, not because of thy saying. This is what I just said.
Keep going.
Ourselves that he is indeed the Christ, the Savior of the world. What is your point?
Oh my gosh, Lord be praised. Hallelujah.
But what is your
Louise?
What is your point?
Is Christ not the Savior of the world?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the world.
But the world.
Oh, my bad. I thought it would say that. I really thought it would say Israel.
Wait. Are you?
I really thought it would if he really meant that.
So are you saying the world is everybody on the planet?
Oh yeah, Christ died for everybody. 100% he died.
Okay.
For everybody on the planet.
So when Christ said, I pray for them, I pray not for the world.
John chapter 17, verse 9.
Yep, here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. But for them which thou hast given me, for they are thine.
Thank you, Kadazar.
Yeah.
So what world is that?
Huh?
Sorry, you keep cutting out. Sorry, I don't know if it's me.
I said, what world is that?
The world? The
world that Christ does not pray for.
Read your Bible verse in context again, What is it? I'm gonna go there now.
Wait.
Hold on. Just go there. Just go there.
Slow down, dude.
Yeah.
You just said read that in context, right?
What's your Bible verse? Sorry, I was still praising the Lord.
John 17 and 9.
17:9. Got it.
Yep. Do you have it in front of you?
About to.
Yeah, hurry up. Come on, let's get it.
I mean, it's all good.
All right. Let's get it. Yeah, we love it. Check it out.
John 17:9.
Yes.
Got it. Go.
You read it. You got it in front of you, right?
Yep, absolutely. Okay. I have manifested thy name unto the men which thou gavest me out of the world.
I don't know. Listen, stop. Can you read?
That's crazy. That world is there again.
Right. But,
my God.
But the version that you just read is tough. Can you shut up?
Yes, sir. I'll shut up. I'm sorry. I'm just so gay for God.
The version that you sound gay, and God.
It's all good, bro.
God
I have yet to offend you once. I have yet to verbally abuse you.
God hates gays.
I've yet to verbally abuse you.
John 17,
I've yet to. You are made in the image of God. You are made in the image of God.
Yep. John, did somebody disconnect him?
No, he did that.
Nah.
He has a bad signal.
Yeah, he was frozen for a little bit on my end too.
He on that janky.
I don't know what version he read, but that was an ugly ass version. Maybe he'll come back. We'll see if he comes back.
And then doing that after not only reading the King
Bring him
James,
back. I think he's back up there. Yeah.
asked us if we were KJV only.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Can you read the King James version?
Oh yeah. My bad. No, it auto switched out. Like I'm just saying, like
Can you read the King James version, please?
I'm on King James right now. Sorry, it automatically.
Can you read it, please?
Yeah. John 17, 6.
9.
Oh, 9. Okay. I pray for them. I do not pray for the world, but for those whom you have given me.
So you can stop. You can stop right there. Christ says he does not pray for the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He doesn't pray for everybody on the planet, right?
Remember my clause though? We have to read it in context. So we're going to go back up. We got to go back up to verse 6.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with context.
Yeah.
You just said the world is everybody on the planet. So here's what you're doing, which is how you know you don't have the Spirit of the Lord. You want context when it suits you.
Oh no.
Yes, you do.
Absolutely not.
Because when you read John 4, you said that world was everybody on the planet. So now if we go to a verse that the word world is not everybody on the planet, that's how it is every time we see the word world. It's not everybody on the planet. It has to be a context, correct? Let me give you another example. In the King James Version, go to 1 John 2 and 15.
Well, we're jumping around a lot, and you guys say
it's all dealing with the word world. It's all
right. Okay. John what?
1 John 2 and 15.
1 John 2. Gosh, I really got to look this up, though. I'm going to go to the Greek.
Go wherever the hell you want to go.
No, that's right. Oh, yep. Okay. That. The King James was translated out of the Greek manuscripts. Yes or no? Greek manuscripts.
Is this a serious question?
Well, I mean,
can you read the verse, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. Let me go to this.
Hurry up.
Oh my gosh, you guys need to work up that word.
I'm just waiting.
Yeah. John, he said John 4 or John?
I said 1 John 2 and
15. 1 John. I got you. 1 John. What? 4.
I can ask you a question. What's 5 plus 5?
5 plus 5 is 10.
Appreciate it.
The people was waiting for that one. Yeah.
Hey, slow down, Swifty. Before you start watching this video, make sure you thumb up that video. Make sure you put a comment on the video. Make sure you put something on there for the content. I know y'all liking it, and I love y'all for liking it. So make sure you put a like, comment, even share it. Even if your comment is negative, I'm going to rock with it. I'm going to thumb it up. I might even heart it. But go ahead and give a comment. Go ahead and give a like. Go ahead and give a share. Shalom.
He won the BAFTA, and what's the first thing they say? Bitch nigger.
Yeah.
All right.
They
yeah.
let that dude
That
with the
Tourette-
Tourette.
with Tourette's. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. The first of all, they're pre-recorded. There's a delay. And they didn't, so they could have bleeped out what he said.
Right. They recorded days before.
Yeah,
it was
so
released.
they could have bleeped out what he said. They chose to let it stay. And you mentioned Jonathan B. Jordan. This is what I say to black actors.
Yeah.
And this is why white media feel they could do what they do to Jonathan Majors. Because no black actor has done, or black movie director has worked with him either. So why are we getting mad at the of them blackballing Jonathan Majors? Like, how are we gonna get mad? Is the Russo is it the Russo brothers?
Russo brothers.
How are we gonna get mad at the Russo brothers for not bringing Jonathan Majors back? But all of the black directors and actors that have a voice have
Perry.
not done nothing with Jonathan Majors.
You're 100% right. But here's the part that you have. Tyler Perry is a great example of somebody that could help him out. I know the Zeus Network did, and we all have our feelings about Zeus and what they're doing over there. But that was one of the only people that picked up his movie that he did, the Olympic Gladiator movie, where he was working out and he was a he's a bodybuilder. But what happens is these studios, they have pressure. So I've worked on several films. I write scripts. I wrote a script, signed an NDA, so I can't say which script it is, but I wrote a script, I sold it off. They depicted the movie. When I told them what the vision was, they changed it. They said, we can't have this because I had a black man in love with a woman, and she found out that she had cancer. He had to make sacrifices for her, and his dad shows up during the sacrifice and sees his son's final moments. And he thought his dad wasn't there. And it was a black dad. They said, we can't do that. It's not realistic.
That's wild.
That's fucking crazy.
We gave the script to Forrest Whitaker. He read it and he loved it. And we were like, Forrest is down to be the dad in this.
Right.
No, because it's not realistic. They said, we need something that is going to be grounding on the earth level premise. I said, why wouldn't that be something that's grounding? If it's not realistic, as you're saying, it should be motivational for
You know what's
black
crazy?
fathers.
When they say it's not realistic, I always like to bring up this stat. They did a stat of fathers that are in children's lives who succeeds the most. And black fathers, white fathers, Hispanic fathers, Asian fathers, etc. And black fathers won. The reason why it's not realistic, and the same people that's telling you it's not realistic, are part of the same media that pushes out the propaganda that fathers are not around. That's why it's not realistic, because it's not real. I'm a father, he's a father. Are you a father?
Yeah, I'm a father, 2 boys.
And so if you take us, we're 100% in our kids' lives.
Yep.
So how is it not realistic? Now here's the crazy part. It'll become realistic if they just let the movie play. And when does realistic control a movie? It's a movie.
So
we
now-
just got finished talking about Marvel.
Yeah.
Ain't none of that real.
Right.
Superman ain't real. Aquaman, Flash, Wolverine. I wish I could get some blades come out these hands. But ain't none of it real.
Right.
The whole point of it is to be a movie. And the thing, you think about it, when they put out any movies, some movies are meant to be inspirational, no matter what the race is.
Right.
Some things is not racial. Like when you talk about inspiring, anything can be inspiring and make you want to do something. And so they just didn't want, they never want the world to see a positive black father with a positive black son.
And if they let you see it, they're going to let the movie flop. And it's our fault now we didn't go to see it. Not the script, not the writers, not the lack of trust, not the lack of marketing. When we seen Black Panther Wakanda Forever, they said it failed, but it did well. People liked it. It got great ratings, but they said we didn't have enough people come to support it to watch it, so we won't do anything else further. If you
So they're not doing nothing else.
they're going to do part 3 because Ryan Coogler had that in
in the contract. Okay,
yeah,
bet.
but that's
I
what
hope
he had
brings,
to do.
But see, and the thing about it though, what'll make people and Ryan Coogler, if he understood the heartbeat of Black people when what made Black Panther great, right? Now I didn't agree with the whole concept of Black Panther, right? But I will agree to this, that what Ryan Coogler did with Black Panther was inspirational, which goes back to what it was. But you got to put a man back there.
Right.
You can't put a woman as Black Panther. She can be like Black Panther 2, or she could be Black Panther also, but she can't be the Black Panther. And Chadwick Boseman unfortunately passed away from his illness, but he wasn't bad. So you're not honoring him by not having another male Black Panther. I think you're dishonoring the whole legacy of your vision.
Right. I mean, you see young Black boys and who were they looking up to? You know, so when
listen, they had everybody doing this thing. I was mad as hell.
Oh yeah,
everybody was doing that.
Wakanda forever.
Yeah.
You seen all the Democrats in the White House doing that. I was like,
I'm like, what is all this?
They took a knee and they all wearing koofies.
Right.
I was
Man. Yeah, had them all Wakanda'd out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that if they do the part 3, you got to bring, and now at the end of part 2, they did have the son.
The son.
Maybe they'll forward
time
or something where the son becomes the Panther. Even that's better, like to have a male be the Panther. Because I think black, especially Black boys, they need to see that somebody can inspire them. I think they need to see
Who
that.
can they look up to right now?
Nope, that's my point.
There's no superheroes.
Nope.
There's no actors.
Nope.
They try to cancel any actor that is even considerable. And there's different shit that they do to turn everybody against these people, even our own people.
Right.
Michael B. Jordan was an actor that was starting to get a lot of respects and accolades. And the first thing they did was, you see him on the boat with all these white women? You can't have him. And then everybody was like, you're right. We can't rock with Michael B. Jordan. Ryan Coogler did something genius. He showed you Michael B. Jordan in a relationship with a white woman and a Black woman at the same time in Sinners as 2 different people, and it's the same exact man. And it worked, and he got accepted into all communities again. He equally was accepted, but that's how they had to do it. You have to think that far out the box just to be accepted.
Yeah, you gotta, that's why it goes right back to, you have to know how to play the game.
Yeah.
And if you don't know how to play the game, you'll make those pitfalls. You'll make those mistakes. Michael B. Jordan, listen, just stay away from white women. You'll be all right.
Look what happened to Terrence Howard. I was going to bring up how Terrence Howard, he started out in Marvel. If you remember in the first, was it Iron Man?
First Iron Man. He was the most paid actor there.
And he
got Robert Downey.
Robert Downey Jr. Remember what we talked about earlier, how all the things that controversy that he went through, and he was able to bring him back on. And Terrence Howard talked about how he reached out to Robert Downey because, you know, obviously Iron Man went on to do 1, 2, and 3 or whatever. Yeah. And he reached back out like, hey man, they trying to underpay me. Like he tried to negotiate like a contract to get more money as that character that he played in Iron Man.
Rhodey.
Yeah, and they replaced him. And then after that, he kind of got like blackballed from Hollywood.
Yeah, they put out a narrative that he was bad on a set,
high,
argumentative.
Yeah.
And the part I want to add is that they weren't considering Robert Downey Jr. for Iron Man.
Right.
It was Terrence Howard that brought them on.
Right.
Play the game, Terrence. I know Terrence should regret ever giving Robert Downey.
They
Don
wanted
Cheadle,
Tom
right? Is that who
Cruise.
they?
Don Cheadle's who they got the replacement.
Yeah.
But the original Iron Man, they wanted Tom Cruise. Terrence Howard fought for Robert Downey Jr. to get the part.
That's what made Terrence Howard so hurt when Robert Downey didn't fight for him.
Right.
When he was just looking for more money like everybody else.
And that's all it was. And now Robert Downey Jr. is the highest paid actor in the Marvel
So he owed his whole career, especially the jump start of his career, to Terrence Howard.
But they had already negotiated Terrence Howard pay, and they didn't want to honor it. It was like some sort of contract dispute that they had where they was like, okay, if this is successful, you'll get the money that you're asking for. And then they just replaced it. It was like, you know what? Nah.
And if you want to say it's not possible, Robert Downey Jr. did do that for other actors.
That's what I'm
when
saying.
they were ready to get them out, he has a clique that they kick it with. They were like the new Rat Pack. It's him, Mark Ruffalo, Don Cheadle, and Jamie Foxx. That's their people.
Oh, for real?
So that's why he brought in, we need a new Hulk, Mark Ruffalo. That's my boy. We need a new War Machine, Rhodey.
Yeah.
This is my boy, Don Cheadle. They were trying to find a way to bring Jamie in the whole time. That's why Jamie was able to come in the new Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, right.
When he got his revamp to be Electro again, but this time you get to be Jamie. We're not gonna make you be this black dude that sounds like he's a white guy and he's walking around with a comb over. Which black person you know with a comb over? Dumbass shit like that. But they found a way to bring him back in, and so they could have. Right now, the Guardians of the Galaxy 3, people forgot James Gunn got fired because he had tweets coming at young underage boys, flirting with them and trying to get at them. They said he was fired from Marvel. Same exact time frame as Jonathan Majors. The Jonathan Majors one got a bigger headline than this pedophile.
Of course.
The pedophile leaves and he says, y'all don't want me, I'll go to DC.
Yeah, he fucked up DC. Too.
And he just made the new Superman movie.
That's Supergirl worse.
Right. He produced the Supergirl, he directed and wrote the Superman movie, and he helped out with their Suicide Squad too. And when he left, everybody on the cast of Guardians of the Galaxy said, if he's not here, we're gone. Dave Bautista said, I'm gone if he's not here. Chris Pratt said, I'm gone if he's not here. That's the loyalty that they said. You won't get a Guardians of the Galaxy 3 unless he's here. Even though he's a pedophile. That's the fault that they did for him. No one had that fight for Terrence Howard.
Nope. That's what I mean. Like, there's no united front. That's the envy I be having of other nations, because you'll see the white community would do that, Asian community would do that, Jewish community does that, every community does that, but we don't protect the powers that be won't protect their fellow powers that be, because they're too selfish, and they look at it like, if you think about what you said earlier about your upbringing, when you're the only one that could get in that crowd, that's what all of them think. I'm the only one that can get here anyway. I don't want to ruin my chance. If I stand up for him, then I'm going to be down there with him. Then what I'm going to do? So I'm going to just stay up here and just pretend, oh, well, we hope he gets better and stuff like that. But they're never really going to actually do anything. That's why I love to commend Megan Good, because Megan Good is the proof that you need you a good black woman.
Of course. And she held him down to keep his head level. He could have crashed out. He could have gave up on everything.
That's right.
She helped nourish him back to health to be able to get back on his feet to go do this. And he's pushing and he's coming back and he's becoming a prominent figure.
I pray he gets a breakthrough, long as he learns to leave the white women alone.
Damn right.
Oh, yeah. But, you know, we have been fighting this uphill battle for a while. The old Disney execs, if you see what they said when it came to making a Black Panther or Luke Cage film, they said, who wants to watch a nigger?
That's crazy.
Be powerful.
Can I caveat off that? Because think about Blade. Blade saved Marvel.
Yeah.
The whole company.
The whole thing.
The reason why they did so, I think Wesley was even, what was it, Blade 3? Where they wasn't even really featuring him no more. They had switched it to that other guy. I think you might know.
Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. So they were kind of slowly pushing him out and making Ryan Reynolds the face of Blade. And Wesley was like, what the hell is going on? You know what I mean? So imagine you save a whole company, like you said. Yeah. And then all of a sudden now, okay, we're good now. We can kind of ease
We can get rid of you now.
we can get rid of you now.
Let's bring the white people.
But look at
that's
the
crazy.
justice that came from that. So there were rumors, and I'll call them rumors because there's nothing confirmed, but Wesley was calling him a cracker. Like, get out of my face, cracker. I don't want to be around you. And all this shit.
I mean, that might be well deserved, though. Hold on. You
but
never
the
know what's
funny
going
part
on
was
behind the
this,
scenes.
like, you know, he was like treated like a colonizer, but he's Canadian. I was like, that, you know what I mean?
Right,
But
I got you.
But Brian, right now, they brought him back. He brought Wesley back. And when they were trying to reboot to have Marshala Ali be the new Blade, he put a petition forth to say, we need Wesley to be able to be Blade one more time to get him.
No,
his
I'll
back.
give Ryan that, because you can't blame Ryan for the directors trying to push him out front and Wesley.
Right.
So you look at the comparison. You got Robert Downey Jr. didn't stand up for Terrence, but Ryan did stand up
That's the
for
point.
Right. So again, I'm not gonna say all white people wouldn't do it, because Ryan is the exception to the rule. Ryan made sure Wesley was in Deadpool and Wolverine, and petition for him to be the next Blade because talent is talent. You know what I mean? So you got to give Ryan his props.
He put a whole post out reminding everybody this whole Marvel thing would have happened if it wasn't for Wesley.
That's facts.
Because they were going to sell the company in 1995 and Michael Jackson was going to buy Marvel, the entire company.
Interesting.
The only reason why he didn't was because James Cameron said he wanted to direct Spider-Man and Leonardo DiCaprio was supposed to be Spider-Man in 1997. And instead they made Titanic. And that's why Leo's boy, Tobey Maguire, took the place instead. That's the only reason that they switched away from that deal. But that was going to be Michael Jackson's company.
But it goes back to what you were saying. It's only right that you stick with the character that brought you here. Like, why replace our heroes? Y'all try to, have the same characters, I guess Batman and all these other, they've changed Superman so many times.
Well, they replaced our heroes since Jesus. I mean, Jesus is black. That's the greatest superhero.
Exactly. Now, on that, there's depictions of Jesus being black. Even Putin released images of Jesus being black.
Right.
They keep scrubbing the internet of this. And even the birthplace where he was at used to be Africa before they turned it into Israel.
Right.
That was Northern Africa. But we have debates now about, are Africans Egyptian?
So now, the continent of, now what you're saying, that Middle Eastern, of course, was not called Middle East.
Correct.
During Christ's time. Some people might call it the land of Israel. Some people might call it the land of Canaan. From a locale perspective, it would be on a continent that we would call Africa.
Right.
But as far as ownership of that region, that would be the Jews' land, so it wouldn't be African land. So just because it's could be on a landmass of Africa wouldn't make them African because they're different. So there's a difference between an Egyptian and an Israelite or a Jew. There would be a difference there. But the complexion of what they would look like today, we would say, if we saw Jesus today from the biblical account, we would say that he was black. But it goes right back to what the execs say. Who wants to watch a black superhero? Well, who would want to pray to a black Messiah? Nobody's going to do that. If you told white people their Messiah was a black man, they would be like, you bullshitting. You better go back in the drawing board and find a king or Messiah that looks like me. And that's every culture would do that. And I always, if anybody ever wonders why I always say every culture, because no race of people wants to believe that their savior is another race.
Of course not.
You can't go to Asians and say your savior is not Chinese like you, but your savior is an Arab.
That's why they have a depiction of Chinese Jesus.
That is crazy.
You never seen Chinese Jesus?
No,
Chinese Jesus.
no.
I'm so real. Look, they scrub the internet, but if you find it, there's a Chinese Jesus, there's a Japanese Jesus, there's an Indian
And you know
Jesus,
why that is?
Black Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know why that is? Because they have to make it that way, because how are you going to tell Chinese people to believe in something, but it's not their people? You have to convince them, no, he's Chinese like you, or he's this like you. So you would not go to white people and say, yeah, Jesus in the Bible, he had woolly hair and bronze, but that don't really mean what it means. He was really a white man. Can you believe a black man could be a king, or black man could do this, or black man could do that? So the same thing with the superhero. They don't want to be black. The same thing in the Bible. They would never believe that in the Bible, we could be the king, we could be the ruler, we could be the Messiah, we could be the savior, even though it is. In that very Bible, when I was coming up, man, my dad used to teach me to be very leery of white people. He said, you got to deal with them. Just make sure you understand the game that they're playing. And here's what he also taught me, which resonates. And he said, they're always going to respect if you know how to play the game. And as I've gotten older, as I deal with different types of white people, I've never really had a white person angry with me outside of debates, but like angry with me about my position. Black people be angry with me about my position.
Of course.
White people, when I break down to them how I feel and they break down to how they feel, and I say, man, I respect it. You want yours for your people, I want mine for my people, they respect that.
And what would be wrong with that?
Nothing.
But you know what's crazy is we're coming to a day and age where people are questioning everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thankful to see that. I want to play a clip right now of George Carlin and a few other stand-up comedians that were just addressing the history that they came upon.
Okay.
Woman plays Helen of Troy in a movie, and white people scream, historical accuracy. Accuracy? You painted over black Madonnas for 1,000 years, you fucking morons. You don't want accuracy. You want your comfortable life.
How could Alexander the Great be white if the Macedonians who were Greek were black? Could somebody explain that to me? I asked my friend Steve. He sells insurance. He said, I don't think about it.
Rome rearranged spells more. I didn't make this up. That's an anagram. The Romans didn't just have melanated emperors. The name itself is a confession. Rome was a black operation.
There you
They won't make movies about the Moors because if they did, white people would have no history.
That's such a good point, and I think that came out because of the movie Odyssey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they was mad about Odyssey. I'll tell you what though, the only thing I ain't like, well, I at first so when I seen the Odyssey and I seen they had a transgender man, a woman that identifies as a man playing Achilles, right? I thought that's because in Odyssey.
I did not know that. So there's a transgender man.
Yeah.
Like a woman that trans to a man?
Yeah.
Elliot Page, Juno.
Yeah, that's a woman. That was born a
Got
woman.
it,
She
got
got a
it.
vagina. I bet she still bleed once a month. So she's playing Achilles.
That's crazy.
And then you got Lupita playing Helen. And so in my brain initially, I'm like, damn, why would they switch it like that? And then my brain instantly said, well, Tom Cruise played The Last Samurai. Brad Pitt played The Last Mexican. So why can't Lupita play Helen of Troy? First of all, it's not a real story.
No, and what's crazy is when you really break down, Lupita's a Mexican woman.
Lupita got a Mexican father?
No. But she was raised in Mexico.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
So identification wise, but that's really going to throw everybody off.
Right.
This is a Mexican woman of African descent playing Helen of Troy.
Yeah. But there was no uproar when I brought up Tom Cruise with The Last Samurai.
Right.
Brad Pitt, Last Mexican. When they whitewash every piece of history on the planet, they don't say nothing. That's the hypocrisy of the place. That was George Carlin?
That was George Carlin, Norm Macdonald, and Chris Farley.
George Carlin is one of those rare comedians that will spit the truth just like that. And so what he's essentially trying to say is that we've colonized and whitewashed every piece of history. Why are you getting mad? Why don't we just tell the real history? Because he's right. When he talks about the original Greeks were Japhetic melanated people. The reason why I use melanated instead of black, because black is a colloquial term applied to blacks in America. But, across the planet, Africans call themselves by the tribe that they're from. But the original Greeks would be melanated people. That's what they would be. The original Romans would be melanated people. Alexander is a white person. But people don't know about the Macedonians is that represents the earmark of when they began to replace the original Greeks and Romans and then just become them.
So with Greek gods like Hercules, these deities that are different gods they talked about, would they be melanated?
Hercules was created from a black man that was great in the arenas. You can look that up in history. He was a great in the arenas, was winning a lot of battles, and like anything, they make a god out of him. And that's how they made the god Hercules. So he was melanated. But during that time, that's when the Edomites or the white people would begin to come in and replace them. And for people to understand how easy it is to replace them, just look at Americans. When you think of Americans today, you don't think of the indigenous people of this land. You think of the white people that run it today. And the white people that run it today are not the indigenous people, but they are the predominant race in America today. That's what Alexander and them did with Greek, with Rome, with those regions as well. They went and even the so-called Jewish man, the man that says he's a Jew, he's not. But he just says he's a Jew. He just went into the middle of Palestine, lied to them with the Belfort Act. Oh, yeah, we're going to split Palestine in half. We're going to be all informed. We're not going to bring more than a certain amount of people. And he just lied. And now you believe he's the Jew when he's really not. because that's what they do. They just replace people.
So why would they allow this reiteration of someone like Attila the Hun, who actually had Hungarian descent? He had blonde hair, he had blue eyes, and he was also Mongolian. He was Mongolian mixed with Hungarian, but they still depict him like he's just an Asian man. Why wouldn't they take claim over that
The
as well?
thing about, because there got to be something about Attila the Hun that's not beneficial to their movement.
Raping and pillaging.
Yeah. Otherwise, they would take that too. If there's an advantage to be had, they remember for a long time they were the Egyptians. You know, white people. Now, there's a point in time historically, like Cleopatra, she's white, because that's when the Ptolemies ruled Egypt. That's where Cleopatra comes from. So when those Greeks started ruling Egypt, that's when they became that. But they would try to teach us that the original Egyptians were white people, and it wasn't until Sheikh Anta Diop and then started going to Egypt, looking at the hieroglyphics and the artifacts, and start saying, "No, there's no way that y'all could be them," because history is, you know, the winners write history,
Right.
so the winners can control what we receive. That's why it's important when you got to go and gather the information that they don't give you. So with Attila the Hun, there could not have been a benefit to the white man.
Which I can see that, and also with Cleopatra, so she was mixed.
Yeah, she had a white daddy.
Yeah, but
That's
she
what I'm
was still
saying.
mixed, but because she had her brother that she slept with to marry, so she can get into power. Her younger sister was Arsinoe, which was pure blood of the family line, and Arsinoe was supposed to be the next one after Cleopatra. So when Cleopatra found that out, that's why she casted her sister out. But Arsinoe was trying to fight for the people of the land, so that way they would still be able to inherit the
Right.
land, and it wouldn't cross over into Roman command.
So people can understand when we call somebody black, white, Asian, whatever, we go by your father. So I know that she has a African mother,
yeah,
but her father was a white man. That's what I'm saying. She's-
correct. So okay,
right.
But yeah, so Arsinoe, they don't talk about her story. What she did, she was the black sister, and she ran out Julius Caesar out of Egypt, where he jumped out of the tower, and he had a purple robe that he got because of the lavender that was made in Africa, because that was the only place that you can get lavender, and it was indigenous. You couldn't wove it anywhere else. So when she had his robe, she was waving it out the window to show everybody Rome has no claim over Egypt.
Yeah.
Now she was
That's what they had
assassinated
to
and
do
killed.
because,
yeah.
you know, they're fighting against oppression. They're fighting against being colonized and conquered.
But now it makes sense if you understand that Cleopatra has a Greek father.
Right.
That
So she
this is
didn't have
why
a
they
problem.
want the colonization.
So Cleopatra ain't got a problem with the Romans and Greeks coming over there. She'll sleep with Mark Antony. She'll do all of those things because of the Greek blood in her. Whereas the sister probably got Egyptian blood in her. She's like, no, I want to be about my people and my people only.
That's it. I mean, but again, Cleopatra slept with her own brother to marry him to become his wife.
Well, you know, that's Egyptian culture now.
Right.
Like one of the most famous pharaohs, King Tut. You know, he had a club foot and all of that because his parents were brother and sister. Because the pharaohs believed that they came from the Neters directly, and to keep that pure, they would sleep with their mother, the father, the sister, the brother, the daughter, the son, to keep that line together.
So King Tut, didn't he die like 10?
I don't know if it was
like
that young.
14 or so. He was very
he
young.
died young. Yeah, but because of that, a lot of them didn't live long because you ain't supposed to be into all that.
Right.
That's why Moses said after the doings of the Egyptians, you shall not do. That's what he learned. We was talking yesterday.
Yeah.
What he learned is we shouldn't be sleeping like this.
No.
We shouldn't be living like this. And so that's why he reversed it. And that's why their shelf life wasn't that long. The shelf life of the pharaohs was not that long.
I don't think anybody made it past 30.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
So these tombs have been hidden off and enclosed, and you know they say that there's curses on them, and they put enchantments on it, and that's just whatever.
That's a good magic story.
Exactly. I think honestly, instead of curses, I think that they enclosed it with viruses and diseases. You get
Yeah.
the sickest person, we're gonna close that inside of this coffin, and if you open it, you're gonna get sick because you ain't supposed to be in here. That's the only thing I can really see it being. I don't believe
that
in
makes
this.
sense.
Yeah, but so I want to show you guys this video about these pyramids.
Okay.
They're talking about uncovering and uncasing history that's been hidden and ducked off from us for a while.
Okay.
Robots inside of the Great Pyramid just reached a stone door that nobody has gone through in over 4,500 years. And Egypt is currently saying that they're finally about to open it this year so they can see what's behind it. So actually, a few years ago, scientists scanned the Great Pyramid with cosmic rays, which are basically like an X-ray, and they found a hidden corridor that nobody even knew was there. They're saying that the corridor is about 30 feet long, and it's actually sitting right above the main entrance. At the end of it, they're saying that they found a stone door that no human has ever walked through in history, and Egypt is finally going in this year to be able to open it. They already went and slipped a tiny camera through a gap that they found in the stones just so they could see the first look of what's inside. Guys, if you want to make sure that you do not miss it whenever they finally open that door, you need to make sure you go ahead and add me now, because I'm obviously going to post it. And whatever they find back there, they're saying that it could rewrite entire history for how the pyramids were built. If you want to make sure you do not miss it, again, make sure you add me now, because I'm obviously going to post it. Guy.
Keep plugging himself. But what are your thoughts on that? Hey, he ain't gonna keep plugging himself here,
keep
man.
plugging himself. They're giving him all this free promotion. I be wondering what's the obsession with Egypt like that. But I think because the pyramids were built at a time that they believe there should have been no human technological advances to build that, and they haven't been able to recreate that. It's almost like Stonehenge.
I was just about to say it. We don't say it about Stonehenge though.
Yeah,
We'll say
you
humans
don't,
did
right?
it.
Because Stonehenge, there's no allure for Stonehenge. It's just some slabs that's pieced together. Egypt has been major since the Bible times, since biblical times. It's been an obsession. So I think that's what the reasoning behind it. If we can figure this out, this gonna unlock some mystery, because most people believe aliens built the pyramids or some type of alien technology,
right,
or something like that gave them that. But if you actually knew the history of pyramid building, they used to call them ziggurats, built with limestone. Like the Sumerians used to build them as well, and you'll see them. They didn't make the pointed triangle at the time. It would be almost like the top would be like this, but the
flat.
goal was to get that. Now, most people don't like when I say this, but Abraham actually taught them how to make the correct the correct triangle to get to the top. Abraham taught them the math and everything that came along with actually being able to build that technology. I almost don't have. I want to see what they say when it goes inside there.
I want to see too, because honestly, when I looked at it for the purpose of the pyramids, what I seen was an agricultural advancement. If you have rain that comes down on this point, where will the rain be distributed?
Right at the bottom.
Exactly, evenly. So now all your crops, all your land masses grow there until the famine that occurred that Moses talked about, where he warned everyone this is what's going to happen next.
Right.
But prior to that,
Joseph. Right.
I was saying for Moses, when he let everybody know the plague that was
Oh,
gonna
right.
happen.
Okay.
Right. So prior to that, you see a lush Egypt. That's why people were able to walk through the woods, the forests of Egypt. That's how Moses' mother was undetected when she sent him down the Nile.
Right.
It wasn't just because they didn't look over to the side in the deserted land. This used to be lush.
Yeah, it was like Egypt was like what America is.
Yeah.
Egypt was a plush place. They had the vision. They had it was like a treasure city. Like it was this great place, and that's why people are so in love with Egypt, to this day. Another thing, that tunnel could just represent. I remember watching Wrath of the Titans.
Yeah.
And in the Wrath of the Titans, the way they would build from the inside out, so that they would have a way out as they were building. So that tunnel could just represent how they would move in and out of the pyramid also. You just got to understand simple structure to do that.
And understand the purpose.
Yeah, that's it.
If there's no purpose that fits for the need you're saying it's for, you're on the wrong path. Just redivert your mental state of why you would utilize this. and it's going to be right there in your face. If you understand that there's pyramids that they tried to replicate in other countries at the same time frame without any communication.
I was just about to say that same thing because there's pyramids in South America, right?
Yeah.
It's pyramids all over.
There's pyramids in Antarctica.
It's so. What you watch, The Predator?
No. No, they really got a pyramid in Antarctica.
There is?
It's enclosed under ice, but a lot of these pyramids have been buried.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say the agricultural aspect, because if they plant seeds and it turns into grass over these pyramids, you have a mountain. You have certain mountains that are actually pyramids underneath that they've uncovered in Mexico, where they dug through and they said, hey, there's a whole structure under here. They're going to hide that. They're hiding the pyramids in America. They're hiding the pyramids around the world. But Asia, Africa, and South America, they're not afraid to show these pyramids.
Yeah, I don't see what the big deal is, because I don't think it's going to be what people like. We love the conspiracy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we love conspiracy, alien conspiracy, black people conspiracy, drug conspiracy, no matter what, long as it's a conspiracy, we'd rather believe that, because sometimes reality is just too much. I don't want to deal with real life, so let me just deal with the conspiracy of it. When sometimes it could just be as simple as what you just said. In some cases, those are funerals. People get mad when I say their funeral home, because Pharaoh would build that big pyramid for him to die in.
Well, that was the the den of not the den of thieves. What's the name of it? It's in Egypt, out of Cairo. There is the whole tomb that they have for everyone who died. So in all the pyramids, there's no one buried in the pyramids. They're actually buried in the tomb, and they put them all in different areas. What ended up happening was when we had the raiders that came through there out of Europe in the 1800s, they were taking those bodies out and they were eating them.
That's crazy.
They were eating the dead Egyptians that were buried there. King Tut was one of the tombs that they skipped over. That's why they have so many of his remains, because they didn't just pillage inside.
And what was the purpose of eating them?
They said that it was a delicacy. And when they went back to the United States after eating as many of the Egyptians as they could, they started eating slaves, and they created slave slushies where they were grinding up African slaves into into a liquid form. And that was around the same time that they were doing the pickaninnies, where they would take an African child and they'd put them right outside the swamp, or an alligator or crocodile would come up to eat them, and they could make their crocodile skin shoes, belts, jackets, accessories. But yeah, this was the sick history that they want to hide from America. And it came from them exploring in Africa, and they said, wait, we can eat them and it makes us feel like that? What about the ones I got at home? So it's a sick tale that they do, but they're going to keep their agenda has to be pushed, and you can't be steps ahead of it. And whatever tactic they can do to distract you from it, they will.
That's diabolical. Yeah.
But guys, I want to thank you guys so much for your time,
no
man.
problem, man. It was a pleasure.
Of course, man. In intelligent conversation amongst men that are indulging this, it's not just a fabricated opinion. This is actually something you guys are passionate about, and I appreciate you guys sharing with our audience.
Anytime.
Is there anything that you guys want to say in closing?
No, man, I just appreciate you having it. As always, I like to say I'm Captain Tazaryak of ISBK under Commander Jenny Hunter. You can find me on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as Tazaryak. That's all I got.
Okay.
I'll just say, if you're in the Las Vegas area, you can pull up to our school. We're building something special out here for Blacks and Hispanics. We at 1239 East Charleston Boulevard, man. Come check us out.
And I want to ask you guys a question that I'm not sure if you guys have been asked before. If there was anyone outside of the scope that you guys helped that wanted to be involved, what would you recommend?
What you mean by outside of the scope?
Like, let's say if it was a white individual, Asian individual.
What could they do for me?
Yeah.
They can go to isbk.com, click the donate button, and donate as much as you can. That's it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, hey, man, thank you guys. This has been Off the Grid. This has been Off the Grid. We appreciate you guys. We'll see you in the next one.
Said enough. Get your ass. Go. He had a great train of thought. The other one looked just like Cap. That's a light skin shit you doing right there.
Hey, what you nervous?
Look,
I'm
all
nervous.
I'm saying is
What you
can't-
saying?
You can't never disconnect. And by me saying that is because I don't have no kids, okay? But I was in a relationship with my
Do you want to
ex,
have
you know,
kids?
KK.
Mm-hmm.
And he
You about
got
to
I
give you
do,
some.
I
Okay.
do, I do, you know.
Mm.
But it's like
On that. I never saw him in that mode before. I just asked a question. You in that mode.
Turns out.
Right. Give a fuck too. How can
No,
you?
you gotta give a
You would
fuck
never
to, man.
understand
You gotta
her.
love that woman.
How can you understand her? How can you understand if you look
That's
at the whole
right.
time?
I can't love you if you don't
love me correctly. See, I'm saying that's love.
So you gotta do both at the same time because you the head.
So what I'm saying, if a bitch can love me correctly, then maybe I can love her correctly.
You gotta train
but
her.
These bitches
You
ain't
gotta
love-
train
Man,
her.
these fucked up assholes.
What
Nigga,
you
you see
saying?
this life we live now?
Train these bitches.
Yeah,
get up here.
Get up here. The training, bro.
hell
Let's go. Come on, let's go. Ain't no training, no 2026 ass bitch. These bitches looking for shelter. They looking for shelter. They looking for money.
This one.
Time's out.
You gonna
when
get
you
trained.
say you gotta train
That's
a
right.
bitch,
That's right.
I don't get by why you gotta train a bitch. Ain't no nigga train me to fucking
Let
love
them go.
nobody.
Yes, you-
And I
yes,
done been
they
in
did.
love. That
Did
nigga
you
ain't
do what
trained
they-
me to love
Yes,
him.
they
I
did.
loved him
You know
out
what
of
they
me
didn't do?
loving him.
You know what they
Not
didn't do?
him training me. I'm not no fucking
You know
dog.
what they did?
I'm not no fucking dog.
You know what they didn't do?
I'm not no fucking dog.
They didn't use the word train.
You just
But-
did though.
I know. I'm telling you what they
Ain't
did.
nobody trained me to love.
Because they're seducing.
They taught me how to
you know,
love.
it talks about
Not train, nigga.
Here's
Don't
what
tell me
men
sit
do.
up, down, get
Yeah,
lay down.
yeah, you
No,
gotta be
love
tough.
me.
You gotta be
No,
gangster enough
nigga,
to handle
they
it.
ain't train me. I
Men
ain't no bitch.
manipulate
I mean, I
women.
am a bitch, but you're not gonna train me
Men
to love you.
manipulate women
No,
all the
I'm
time.
gonna love you because I love you because
Manipulation is training.
I love you. No,
Yes,
it is a little
Thank
bit.
you. So
But-
when he gets you to do what you want, he placated on your thoughts.
Yeah,
You
but
knew
he
what
didn't
got
train
you
me.
off.
He didn't say,
He
bitch,
did
sit
train you.
down, love me.
No.
He
So
didn't do that.
that's what you think. You think training
Yeah,
is
because
like
ain't no nigga train me to
you
love
think
him. I love
training-
him out of me.
so you think training is sit down like that.
Yeah, bitch,
No,
do what I
training
tell you
is-
to do.
No, training is
love me
baby,
how
I don't like
want
it.
how I
Training
want
is
to be
baby, I
loved.
don't like when you do that like that. Baby,
That's
I don't
not
like when you
training.
do
That's
that
letting
is
your,
training.
That's letting your partner know, hey, babe.
That's how you receive it.
Nah,
what you're talking about is how you
I'm not-
receive it.
If I let you know, hey, babe, I don't like what you did.
Here's
is
what
that,
men know.
Is that
I'm
me
trying to
training
tell
you how to love me? No.
Here's what men
that's
do.
me. That's me teaching you how to do something.
Here's what men do. Here's what men do. Men spot that woman. They want their woman. Their woman could be the opposite of what they are. And that man say, I'm going to get her to do what I want.
That's fucked
And then
up.
he comes up with a, no, it's not. No,
that's
listen, wait,
fucked
let me
up.
listen.
That's
Listen
fucked
to,
up.
Listen to me. It's not fucked up when he's not
It
taking it.
sound weird. I'm gonna get this nigga to do whatever the fuck Why I
Y'all,
gotta get
listen,
you to do something?
listen,
Why
women-
can't you do it on your
because
own? Why I
women-
gotta train you to do
Women
something
do
that
the
you already
same
know you're
exact
supposed to be
thing.
doing?
Women do the exact same thing to men. Women know what to say, how to cater to their egos,
Period.
to train them.
I'm not training a nigga to love me.
That's a lie.
If you can't, I'm
You are a
not.
fucking
Listen,
lie.
I've been single for a long time. I'm not finna train you to love me. Learn how to fucking
The
love me. I'm
man-
not gonna
the
train you.
man
I'm not gonna
that
say,
you
hey,
get
sit up,
that
down.
don't come home.
This is how you
The
do
man
it.
that you
This
get
is how
that
you
don't
cook
come-
this. This is. I'm not finna do that, nigga. If
You're
you
not
don't know
gonna
how to
do it
get
like
the
that.
fuck on.
See, you getting caught up in the words.
get the fuck
That's why when Unc said earlier, you get caught up on the words. So you're caught up on the word train. But if I
'Cause you
say
triggered that.
on purpose,
Triggered that word train.
but if I say we entice women,
No, how
You-
about we learn off each other?
no.
We're
If
teaching
I
each
said
other
we
how to
entice a
love each
woman,
other, not train.
if I said,
we're training
what's
each
the
other.
difference between seduce and train?
Well, seducing is something different. It's just
What's
like
the difference?
It's just like a stripper. You dig what
No.
I'm saying?
What's the
it's
difference?
just like a stripper.
No. A stripper you could pay.
No,
That don't count.
times out.
What's
No, times out. Because if you're a stripper, which I was before,
Right.
I'm on stage.
Mhm.
I'm not training these tricks how to love.
But I'm
me.
not talking
Times
about
out,
that.
Hold up. I'm seducing these niggas.
Right.
I'm shaking. I'm doing.
It's all seduction.
Time's
I agree.
out.
I
I'm
agree.
seducing, and guess what they
Right.
do?
They give their money.
Give me your fucking wallet.
Right.
Thank you.
So
for the
you trained them.
$5,000.
You trained them.
I didn't train them. I
Yes,
seduced
you did.
you. I seduced
So I'm gonna
you.
ask you again. What's the difference between seduce and train? You trained them niggas to pull their money out their
I
pocket.
seduced
You just
you.
using the word seduce.
I seduced you.
You're using a different word. It's the
seduced you
same
with
concept, though.
I seduced you with no words.
Is it not the same concept?
Hold up. Time's out. Training. Training. Hey.
I'm just
do-
asking.
Time's out. Do this.
She's gonna keep saying times out.
No, yeah, you already know that's my shit.
That's right.
Time's out.
But what
do this.
Right.
You're not doing this right.
But
You're
you
not
didn't
doing this.
tell them.
Versus me being a dancer and I'm on stage and I ain't gotta say shit to you. I'm seducing
But you
and
did
I
the
just
same
seduced you off your
thing.
fucking wallet. I ain't have
You
to say
trained
shit to
them
you.
niggas with your
No,
dance.
it's two different things.
You know what? Strippers
Sorry.
get different money.
Sorry.
There's some strippers that don't get the same money as others. You know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't train them niggas hard enough.
Nigga, you're seducing somebody.
Niggas that love strippers, they go to the strip club looking for that stripper.
If I got 2 minutes on stage to seduce you out your motherfucking
That's
wallet,
right.
that's 2 minutes. I just seduced you.
And you
Now,
trained that
versus
nigga.
Me training, it takes time to train a nigga.
No, it don't.
Yes, it do.
Not in the strip club.
What?
In a relationship, yes. In a relationship, yes.
Shit.
In the strip club,
I'm seducing you. I'm not finna take my time to
You
fucking
training
train
that
you to do
nigga.
shit.
All
Sit
you doing
down,
is using
up,
a different
down,
word.
I'm not doing none of that, nigga. Shut the fuck
When
up
you
and bring that wallet out.
That's
I'm
right.
seducing you
You know
with this.
why? Because the way I'm twerking, the way I'm dancing.
You twerking?
Ooh.
So you twerking for me?
You know good and damn well I wasn't talking about me.
I'm just trying to
You
figure
know-
this out. So
you
am
know
I
good and
the one
damn-
doing the seducing or is he?
Oh, the way you dancing and the way you twerking is how you training them.
Oh, okay.
To
You
come
said
up
the
out-
way
you
you
knew
was-
exactly what the fuck I was saying.
I don't
So
know.
the way you
Nowadays,
dance,
you don't know what's going on.
and even that spinning on Clubhouse, we call that
You
spinning.
wanna
You
spin.
spinning.
No,
No,
I'm
you
not.
spinning.
You spent it.
You spinning.
All right.
Because you know the way that you dance and the way that you
I
twerk
seduced you
is
out
gonna.
your wallet and you
Thank
mad.
you. You trained him.
I didn't train you. So if
Is
I
he gonna come? So let me ask you a
if I
question.
seduce you
Let
out
me
your
ask you.
wallet
Let me
without
ask you a
me training you
question.
doing
Can you
shit.
train her to
Let me-
shut the fuck up right now?
No. Let me ask you a question.
Hey, do that right now. Train her to shut up.
Oh shit.
Show me how to
Let
do
me
it.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Train
question.
her to shut up.
He can't.
Have you ever gotten the same nigga to come back
Hella times.
because you trained
I
them?
didn't train him.
Yes, you
That's
did.
he addicted.
Because you
I
trained him.
seduced the nigga. He
'Cause you
addicted.
trained him.
He want to come back.
What's
I didn't
it? So
train
I'm
you
gonna
to
ask
come
you
back.
again. What's
I
the
trained
diff-
my dogs
So
to
I'm
come
gonna
back.
ask you again.
Damn.
What's the difference between training and seduction? What's the difference?
I just told you,
Say it again.
bro. So if I'm in a strip club
Mm-hmm.
and I'm dancing and I ain't gotta say shit to you, and you take your wallet out because you just watching me and you want to give me 2, 3, 4, 5 bands, that's on
He
you.
just trained
I
you to
didn't
speak.
train you to do
He
that.
just trained you to speak, though.
You know what?
He
Shut
just
the
said it
fuck
again.
up.
He just trained you. No, I'm saying. He just trained you to speak. You don't understand. You thought it couldn't happen. It happened. That's why you did this. That's why you did this. That's why you did this. You relax. He trained you.
She said.
He told you where to roll.
She said.
Where y'all red flags at?
Yeah, he trained her. Did he not train her like that?
Shit.
I'm gonna tell
Did
you
he not
how.
train her?
Because she said.
It took him a while. It didn't take that long.
She said I
It did
just
take a
said
while.
it.
Oh, you got a red flag?
It took a while. That took too long.
No,
Bring your ass
it didn't
out
take too
there.
long. You're right. It took too long.
It took a little long.
It took
It
too
took a little long to train her. She wasn't going too well.
But I'm gonna tell you why I use the word train. Because women don't like it.
Exactly. Well, you just did it though.
Yeah, I just
she didn't
did
like
it.
it. She refused
Right.
it, but you trained
But
it
the
anyway.
whole time.
Look, she refused it. You
Right.
trained
But
anyway.
didn't get it anyway. Because women want to be trained. You
I
can
don't.
fight it. Then why did you do it again after you said you
You know
said it
what?
already?
You know, you right. I'm gonna
Yeah,
shut
you
the
just
fuck up.
trained
Because you know what happened? You used the word when you put seduction to it, you was able to.
I related to her.
He left her.
See, what I
He
did
was able to
was
manipulate her.
manipulated.
Exactly.
Right. When you say manipulated, seduction, and train are all the same things. It's all the same thing.
You just did.
When you manipulate, entice, you can add that word to it. The only thing that makes it bad is how you feel afterwards. If a person finds out they was enticed, but they got what they wanted, they're not gonna feel bad about it. But if a person finds out they was enticed, manipulated, trained, whatever, and it hurt them, then they're gonna feel bad about it. So it's only the result of what's being done to you that makes you react a certain way. If you feel good about what's happening to you, you don't give a fuck. You can apply that to sex. You can apply that to a relationship. You can apply that to a business deal. You can apply that to anything because it's all manipulation. It's all training. It's all seduction. All of that. You go into a boardroom and you go into that meeting, whoever's running the meeting is manipulating you. He wants to sell you a product. He wants you to buy that product. This is his sales pitch. His sales pitch is to get you to do that. So there's nothing that's not manipulation. There's nothing that's not training. If he gets you to fly out, if he gets you to show up on time, if he gets you to do it, if even you accepting the job is manipulation, in your mind, you know what he manipulated you to think? That getting this $25 an hour, oh, I'm gonna make good money. He manipulated you. Because if you making 25, how much he's making? How much does that business grow? So there's nothing that's not training. But women don't like those words. That's why I like to say training. That's why I like to say I make women obedient because they because they don't like the word.
I don't want nobody obedient to me. I don't want nobody obedient.
Yeah,
I
I like
want
saying
obedient.
them words.
I don't want no obedient.
Hey, slow down, Swifty. Before you stop watching this video, make sure you thumb up that video. Make sure you put a comment on the video. Make sure you put something on there for the content. I know y'all liking it, and I love y'all for liking it. So make sure you put a like, comment, even share it. Even if your comment is negative, I'm going to rock with it. I'm going to thumb it up. I might even heart it. But go ahead and give a comment. Go ahead and give a like. Go ahead and give a share. Shalom.
Your redemption is on the way. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
That's cap.
Kim, is there a queue? Because I would like to.
And Lou, we're gonna talk about it later, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of been popcorn style. I've kind of been doing it like men to women, so that it could be an even representation. So it's kind of popcorn style. I think that point was over, so the floor is kind of open. We could leave it popcorn style as long as everybody can respect the floor. And if two people having a dialogue, let them have the conversation together. Let's just try to keep it clean so we could hear everybody. That's all.
Well, Cap, let me hear your perspective.
On what?
On what Ruler was saying about Sierra and Russell Wilson.
I think Ruler was using that example about his narrative about women leaving a relationship. I think he was speaking from, like, I actually agree. Not the Sierra, Russell Wilson, that's an objective. That's going to be opinionated because if you like Sierra, you're going to have that position. But what he said about the single mothers leaving their man for their own happiness, I agree with that shit.
Thank you.
Like, I agree with that shit 100% because you'll have a woman that has a good man and she just leaves him and then goes turn herself into a baby mother just for her own happiness. When if she cares so much about her happiness, she should have been concerned with that before she had a kid, because the ramifications of the child, like the child gets rid of your happiness, in all honesty, because now the number one priority is the child's happiness. And so for a man or a woman to be so selfish to cater their own happiness over that child's, I agree with Ruler from that position. The other position about
a pookie, though. He's a pookie. He's not a good man.
There is no man or woman in that scenario, Tammy. I said if a man or a woman leaves for their own happiness when there's a child involved, they're selfish. I agree with Ruler from that position.
No, her mental health.
I mean,
her mental health.
Stop policing what he's saying.
Once again, see how y'all focusing, even like what I try to speak from, because I know when you focus on a woman, the women get emotional. I always speak objectively because men and women do exactly the same thing. You got men that leave women that they have a child with for their happiness because they say, well, she don't make me happy. And you got women do the same exact thing. She don't make me happy. Nobody, if y'all looking for like this happy relationship, you're naive, male or female. That's stupid talk. Because there's no such thing as a happy relationship. When you're in do you know yourself? Just don't think about the person that you're going to be with. Just think about yourself. You are not a happy person to be with 24/7. You're not. You know you're not. You need somebody that could tolerate your bullshit because the benefits of being with you make it tolerable. So when you get in that relationship with an individual, you're going to say, my good outweighs my bad. Yeah, I might have a little attitude. I might be a little this, I might need work here, I might need work there. But these other qualities make that tolerable. So that way, when you have those unhappy moments, you establish a foundation in your relationship where you can communicate. But there's no relationship that lasts 2 years without having to deal with a problem or two. 10 years without having to deal with a damn hurricane. 20 years, you done dealt with Category 5, Katrinas, all kind of shit. But the fact that you're staying together is what you're supposed to do. So happy is a utopia that men and women create and use it as an excuse to just go fuck somebody else. I yield.
Thank you, facts, brother. Thank you, facts. Amen.
Got Captain Tazariak on the stage. Captain Tazariak, you good, man? Why you unfollow the club?
Oh, he unfollowed the club? Damn.
Yeah, you got a pink ticket, man. That fucked me up when I saw that.
Cap, what's going on, Cap?
Hold on a second. I don't know what that's about that.
That
I know y'all had me blocked.
It took your
I know
thumb
y'all
to
had
do
me
that.
blocked.
That probably was Zine, bro.
I know y'all.
I know
I
y'all.
couldn't see the. I couldn't see the. Remember why I texted you like a while ago saying I
back
couldn't.
to the room 100 times.
Yeah, but I don't see the room. I'm just saying I don't see the room all the time. I don't know what y'all.
That was Zine. See, Zine got caught and he ain't been over here in about a month, so a couple weeks. Had to be Zine. He the only one hate your guts. You know, he African. When you said you wouldn't feed the African kid, he took that shit personal.
That's funny.
He did.
But yeah, I rejoined the house. I didn't know I wasn't in the house.
Yeah, that Zine took that personal. Whatever
Nigga, you knew you wasn't there, nigga. You had to go in there and leave.
No, I'm dead ass. I didn't know I wasn't in the house. I just rejoined them.
What did you say? Whatever you said about the African kids.
That day you asked me about the Africans, and I was like, "Nah, we don't fuck with Africans either."
No, but fucking with Africans is one thing. All right, that's cool. All right, nigga, don't fuck with cool. But I think he holding on to something about would you feed the the African kid was hungry, you wouldn't give him no food. I don't know if it was like really an African kid and y'all was
Sarnetta asked me on the street. Sarnetta had an African kid standing next to him, and he was like, "This is my brother. So you telling me if he came to y'all cookout, you wouldn't feed him?" And I said, "No, I wouldn't feed him."
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. That nigga Sarnetta he be starting shit. He know what your answer gonna be.
Yeah, he did on purpose because we didn't know he was African at the time. When we found out he African, Sarnetta used it as an opportunity to say, "Okay, I can get Cap."
And look bad.
Ask him
The kid
about
actually right there.
Right, exactly. So he put me on the spot. So it's really like, let me see if Cap a real Israelite saying what he say, or is he gonna fold? So that's why he asked me, because when he asked him about the white guy, nobody cared about when I said I wouldn't feed a little white kid, but the little African kid they got mad about. So a lot of people don't like me for that. I don't give a fuck.
Why wouldn't you feed a kid though?
Nah, he say he don't fuck with Africans.
I don't fuck with Africans.
I know, but that's a kid though. It don't matter if it's a kid or not.
Hey, when it was our kids and they was killing them and gunning them down and wouldn't feed them, nobody said that's a kid though.
Who was
so why I gotta say that's a kid?
Cap? Who was killing
When they was
talking about the white dudes?
Anybody. When black people went through their oppression and what they went through, nobody said that's a kid, let them spare.
Let me ask you a question. I personally feel that a lot of African people really don't care for American people, black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's something that's cool, right? But I don't know, or I can't recall it ever been a time to where we went at it with one another for that type of attitude to be there, that type of distaste or hatred to be there. Maybe I missed it. I don't recall.
I wouldn't even say if I got a distaste for him though. I just like Sarnetta was presenting a hypothetical. I've never been in a position where some African asked me something like that, try to come into like one of our events or anything. I haven't experienced that. I do business with all of them though, but I've never experienced something where we got an event that's for like our people only and some African try to get in there. I never experienced that. They still wouldn't come, but I've never experienced that.
So I remember me asking you what was the difference? Because you straight up told me that Africans, when it comes to the Israelites, or like even over there, because I was like, well, that's the motherland. And you was like, no, it's not.
Right.
Right. You was like, I'm like, well, black people come from Africa.
Right.
You was like, no, they didn't. So
Right, meaning like when we from slavery, yeah, because we was in the west coast of Africa, but in originality, everybody had their own land. Like even back then, you wouldn't have called it Africa. Today, you call it Africa. That's named after other people. But even using the term Africa, it's like 50 countries. Most Africans don't really call themselves Africans. Because African is a continent, or Africa is a continent. They call themselves by the country or tribe or village.
Oh, by the country, like
Right.
Nigerian or
Right. And even
Moroccan.
Nigerian, right? Or even Nigerian might say, "I'm Nigerian from such and such tribe." We use that term because of course, we don't have no
But that
identity.
is Africa, right?
Right. It
All
would be
of
the
that's
continent of Africa. Right.
So it's just like somebody over here saying, "No, I'm from Louisiana."
Correct. Right.
I'm from
Or
Louisiana,
California.
I'm from New Orleans. I'm from
Right.
New Orleans, Louisiana. Yeah, they
Right.
want,
You're on the
but
same landmass. Right.
it's automatic. We know it's automatic. This is America, but you're right. Niggas don't say, "Nigga, I'm American, Louisiana."
Right. They don't talk like that. If we went over there, we wouldn't say we were American. I would say I'm from New York. I'm from California. It would already be understood that you're American. You just now saying where you from in America. But you have that identity marker to know where you're from. But when you say you're African, that don't even make sense because you don't even know what part of Africa you're from.
So why the lack of acknowledgement for them as well? Because they don't consider themselves black. What you saying? They don't.
No.
They don't call themselves
You
black.
experience that a lot, especially over here in New York. They clearly make a difference that we are not the same people.
Yeah,
all
you're
the
right
time.
about that. They dress different. They move different. You're right about that.
Yeah. And they look at you different.
Yeah, I got into it with them niggas. You know them niggas be on the side of Amy roof off 116th? They be a gang
yeah?
right there. Yeah, I got into it with them niggas before. Gang of Africans right there. Like they wanted to they were trying to sell me some incense and some clothes, and I just wasn't, nigga. I just got through eating, nigga. I wasn't interested in the shit. And the nigga said some shit in another language. I didn't know what he said, but the way he said it, I knew the shit wasn't right.
Right, you knew that was some more shit.
Yeah, he said some crazy shit, right? So, and the nigga like made it clear, like, he like, y'all don't like our people anyway. And that's the first time I had some like, I'm looking at him like, cause I know he African, but to me he's black. But I'm like, black, right? He like, no, I'm some. But they would not identify as being black.
Yeah, because they consider us lazy. Good for pretty much the same stigmas that American white people put on us is what they put on us too. Now, of course, I'm not saying every single African, but predominantly that's how they view us.
How many Africans you be around on a
I
daily?
try not to be around any of them.
Shit,
I try not to be around any of them.
I was gonna step in because I've been working nightlife 7 years. They be African people. I never get that. Like if they say they from Africa, they like the African niggas that come in or whatever.
But you selling something though, right? Ain't you selling something?
She's selling.
I'm selling. I sell coochie and I sell bottles.
Yeah, so of course ain't no African ever gonna be mad at buying your pussy.
But I'm just saying, like,
you ain't never gonna experience none of that
here's
shit.
The thing.
Ain't nobody gonna be mad.
But here's the thing.
The Chinese people ain't gonna be mad at you. Arabs ain't nobody gonna be mad at you as long as you selling pussy. Ain't nobody.
No, but on some real shit though, like I understand what you're saying, Cap. But I be asking these questions because a lot of people be doing these analyses from their home and they're not really worldly people. They don't be outside every day.
I've been outside the country. I've been over
I'm saying they don't be outside every day, like in the regular, like you're talking about Africans in America, and I'm like, I've never heard the shit you're talking about because I deal with Africans all the time, rich Africans.
But again, stop selling pussy, and I guarantee you, stop selling pussy, and you'll see.
No, I'm being dead ass. So like on
I'm being dead ass too. You stop selling pussy,
I feel like you be sitting in your house doing
you.
research, and you don't actually be talking to no Africans. That's my opinion of you right now. You don't actually.
okay,
go,
I got it. But you didn't listen
like
to
going
what you
to
didn't
school.
listen to the beginning of the
Yeah,
conversation.
because I feel like you sit in your house and do research, but the way you're talking, because I'm bumping next to, I'm from the South, I'm bumping next to, New York, all that shit. I'm talking to them, bumping next
So
to
I'm
them
in
all
New
day.
York. Like I'm in New Jersey. I'm in New York.
I feel like you be in
I
your
deal
house
with
a
them-
lot though, because you're on Clubhouse a lot, right? So I feel
Right.
like a lot of people, they make these analyses
So,
from
like,
their home.
when I
They
was
don't
on
actually
Clubhouse
interact with
yesterday-
people in the real world.
Gotcha. When I
That's
was
what I
on
was saying.
Clubhouse yesterday, I
Because
was
I've never
traveling
heard
from
that.
Houston. So what is?
Huh?
I was traveling from Houston. Like I was in Houston.
Where
So
were
I'm
you at
traveling-
exactly? Were you at like a business convention or
No,
like,
hear what
because
I'm
I feel
saying.
like
Because you said being on Clubhouse
you going
means
to
you're
a
not
gas
outside.
station,
That don't
going
even
to
make
your
sense.
job is not really interacting with people, right?
That don't even
So
make
I feel
sense.
like people make up these psychoanalyses from research, but I'm
Right.
interacting with people all day for all races,
You're not
right?
interacting with people. You
I
just
am.
selling
I
your pussy,
am. I'm an
that's all.
outside person. I go to a lot of events. We
You
do.
sell
I go
pussy,
to
though.
cancer. I do sell pussy. Thank you. But I go to cancer events, Herbalife
But what I'm
events. I go to
saying is,
field
by
days.
selling pussy, you're not really
But
going
you
at
sit on.
somebody
But
where
you
if
sit
y'all
on your
have an
phone all day.
economic
But you.
indifference,
But you
where if
sit
y'all
on your
have an
phone. But
economic
you sit
indifference,
on
they
your
don't
cell
care.
phone all
They're
day. You
not
don't
going to bring
actually.
up your race. They're
You
really
don't
not going to try to
interact with
offend you at all
people.
because they're
You don't
trying to
know
fuck
what
you.
Africans think. You're not the African speaker. You don't
I
know
don't
what
think you're
any
getting what I'm
African
saying, though,
thinks.
Indigo.
You're
That's
not
fine.
the
I don't care
African
the
whisperer.
opinion.
You don't interact with
That's
African
fine.
people. You just look up African
Somebody
shit
must
on
have
the
put a
internet.
battery in your
You're
back and
making
said,
up
"Go at
shit.
Cap."
You're making
Somebody
up
must
shit.
have
You
put a
don't interact with
somebody put a
nobody because
battery in
you're
your
on
back.
Clubhouse all day.
Did
That's what I
somebody put a
hate to
battery in
hear.
your back?
I don't listen to motherfuckers that are antisocial that sit in their house in the
They
dark
must
all day
have.
with the blinds
Somebody must
closed.
have put a. Somebody must have
No,
put
no,
a
no.
battery in your
You
back.
sit in your
'Cause what
house
you're
all
saying
day with
don't
the
make sense.
blinds closed. You don't talk to no Africans. All you do is
Okay,
sit
can
on your
you just
computer
prove what
all
you're
day.
saying?
You have
No
no
problem. Can you
friends.
just prove what you're
You
saying?
have no friends that are African. I do,
Can you
baby, because
just
I'm a
prove
bad
what you're
bitch.
saying?
I
I'm
do
just
business
asking
with
a question.
everybody. I do
Right, but
business
can
with
you just prove
everybody.
what you're
And
saying?
yes, selling pussy too. Thank you.
But
And
can you
including
just
selling
prove what
pussy.
you're saying? All I'm
Can
asking
you
you
prove
to
what
do.
you're saying? You're saying shit off the internet,
Yes,
but everything
I
you're saying
can't.
I've
I'm not
never heard in
saying
my
nothing
life.
off the internet.
I literally am
I'm not.
I have a section sold today with a whole bunch of
Okay,
Africans in it, and
when
I've
I
never
was
heard
in
none of the shit you're
Israel,
saying.
when I was
You make
actually
up
in
shit and then you
Israel
say it's
over in
fact.
Africa,
You
when I
make
was
up
actually
shit
in
and then you say it's
Israel,
fact.
I
You
actually
make up
had
shit and then you say
conversations
it's
with
fact.
actual Africans.
You're
So I don't know
talking
what you're
about
talking about.
American Africans. You're not
I'm not
saying
talking.
anything they
You ain't
say.
even listen. I
No
said when I
niggas
was
or
in
girls
Israel,
talk like
those are
that. The
not
shit you're saying
American
I've never
Africans.
heard. You
Those
make up
aren't
shit in your
American
head and you
Africans.
say it's
You
fact.
do know that though, right?
You make up shit in
You
your
can't
head
be
and
that
say it's
slow.
fact.
I know, like
You're
when y'all go
actually
back
very
and forth, you figure the
uneducated.
more you talk, the more
You're
sense you
actually
make.
less uneducated
But if
than me.
I was actually
I
in
know, but you don't
Israel
interact with no
talking
Africans
to,
daily,
can
bruh.
you prove
You be
that?
making up
I
shit
just
and
want you
saying
to
it's
prove
facts.
that.
I'm calling your bluff and you're mad. You're
I'm not
antisocial
mad.
in the
Like
house on
when you
Clubhouse
say
all
I'm
day.
mad,
Motherfucker
do
making
you
up stuff because
realize you can't
African
fuck
people
with
say
me?
they're
Like
African,
you
bruh.
really, but you
You
really
say a
can't
whole
fuck
bunch
with
of
me. When you say
bullshit
I'm
and
mad,
you
you
say
just
it in
gotta
a way
prove
to
that.
make it sound sense, but you're
All you
actually a
are is a woman
dumbass.
that
You're
sells
actually a
pussy
dumbass. You
and
say a whole bunch of
wondering why
bullshit, make
Africans
it
love
sound
you.
educated.
I bet
But no,
all
all
Africans that
Africans
like to
say
buy
they're
pussy
African. Like
do
you make
love
no
you.
sense.
Arabs that like to
All the
buy
African
pussy
people I
love
meet
you.
say
All
they're
of them that like
African,
to buy
bruh.
pussy
You
are
make
gonna
no
love you.
sense.
But
You
when you
think
don't
because
have
you
no
have a
pussy for
smart
them to
sounding
buy,
voice,
they will show
the
you their
shit you
true
say
colors.
sounds
This
dumb as
ain't that
fuck.
hard.
You sound like a complete idiot every time you talk.
No, you
You're dumb
do.
as fuck.
Nobody
Respectfully.
thinks you're
Because no
smart.
African I
Nobody
meet in
thinks you're
America
smart.
has not said they're not African. And they don't tell me what tribe they come from. You're an idiot. And I land my
Then
plane.
you must be around dumb Africans giving you pussy to. You around the unintelligent Africans that you
Bro, no,
selling
you
your
sit
pussy
in your
to.
house all day and make
Because
up
when I be
shit
in
and then come on
Harlem, when I
Clubhouse
be in
and try to
Harlem,
make people
when
think
I
you're
be in
smart.
Brooklyn, when I be
You're one of
in
those
Harlem,
inside the house
Brooklyn, when I be in North Carolina, when I be in Vegas, when I be all over and I run into these Africans, they know what tribe they come
You
from.
don't interact with nobody. That's an American African. I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about Africans that live in America. I interact all day. I can speak this shit all day. I serve them all day.
You interact where?
All day.
Where you interact with? Can you just tell me where you interact at?
I went to an HBCU. I went to an HBCU.
Can you tell me where
sit in your house
you
and
said
make
you went
up
to an
shit.
H what?
All the Africans I know say that they're African. I never heard them tell me a tribe they're from. You
where
make
you met
up
him at?
shit. When is the African? You know
I'm
how
just
I know that you're
asking where
lying
you
and you're
met him
an
at.
idiot? You know
Do you
how I
want to
know
have a
tell me
conversation
one
or you
time
think
an
I'm just
African in
ramble?
America tells you
You
what
figure-
tribe
you
they're
figure-
from. Tell me
you
one
figure-
time an African in America tells you what tribe they're from. Tell me one time that happened to you. You just be saying shit.
You want
You're
the
an
answer?
idiot.
Do you
I
want the
really wish
answer?
you would shut up. You're an idiot.
Do you want the answer? You want the answer?
No, when did that happen?
Every
When in
Saturday,
America
I'm an
has an
answer. I
African
can
told you what
answer.
tribe they're
Wait,
from?
I'm an answer. I'm an answer.
They don't
You
walk
ready
up
for the
and say
answer
that.
now?
They just say they're African.
No, let me.
Or they
no,
might
they
say they're
don't.
Nigerian, maybe, but most
No, they don't even say they're Nigerian.
Okay,
because
we
you know
gotta
what they
get
tell me?
Indigo. We gotta get to the bottom of it. So let him answer that question.
Idiot. He sits in his house all day and comes try to educate us, and he's complete idiot.
I'm not trying to educate
Okay, so
you,
let
but
him
you gonna
answer
sound
it
full
because your mic is hella louder
you're gonna
than
sell
his.
pussy.
Go ahead, Cap.
Let me just answer.
Nah.
I appreciate it. When I go to New York or Brooklyn or North Carolina, or when I was actually in Israel, when I flew to Israel and I interact with them, they're all the same. They come to me, and when they see, so we have a sign that says we're not African, like when we're out on the street teaching. So a lot of times that's what makes them come and talk to us. So the one guy comes to me and he says, he told me I look like I'm from his tribe. So he don't just say Nigerian. He says the specific tribe that he's from within Nigeria. Some people might say they from a specific tribe in the Ashantis. It's rare that you see, even most Africans that you call American Africans, just ask them what tribe they're from. They'll tell you what tribe they're from. I can't help it if in your small little world, when you have conversations with them, they don't tell you.
The blinds closed. Shut the fuck up.
I don't sit in my house all day. I just came from traveling. Like, what are you talking about, yo? I'll be in Chicago in July.
Did you land your point, Cap?
I made my point. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
But
I
all
think
she could
Indigo
do is
said
sell
she was
pussy.
talking about America or something. Go ahead, Indigo.
I mean, I see what you're trying to say, but my thing is that's just not what they say. On top of that, African people are like super like nice, like people that are from the motherland, like that are here. The shit that you're saying, like the hatred you was kind of like
after
on
they
a little
pay,
bit.
they
I
leave,
kind of
don't
felt
they?
that because I thought that shit was weird as fuck. Cause yeah, I'm just saying, like I don't feel that type of way. They don't be saying that shit. And on top of that, when I walk up and a person is African, they're coming from the motherland, they're not saying what tribe they're coming from. They're not telling me that. They're not gonna say the exact tribe they're coming from, all that shit.
Yo, who
like,
got
I
the
think,
link
like,
to the next
I
room?
think the one thing I hate is people come on this app and they try to be professors, right? They sit in their dingy ass apartment all day and try to play professor. Like, don't do that shit with me.
Well, let's get to the bottom line.
Don't do that shit with me.
Bottom line, what color appliances do you have?
I got different ones. I got a black, silver, black coffee.
Oh, okay.
My stove is black.
And what kind of car do you drive? Do you drive an updated car?
A Grand Cherokee, Hummer edition, or I shouldn't say Hummer, V8 Hemi edition.
Hemi.
I have a house. I don't have an apartment. You might want to check your facts. I have a house.
Okay.
Bro, where's your degree, bro? Because all y'all niggas coming on here playing professor be blowing me. Like the shit you
I
be
ain't
saying.
playing professor.
You sound like an idiot.
Listen,
Like I
sell
sat
more
here
than
and listened
pussy,
to the
and
whole
then I
shit and
respect
took
what
notes.
you say.
I said this
if you
nigga
sell
is a
more than
complete
pussy,
idiot.
I respect what you say.
Yo,
You
yeah,
gotta
thank you.
sell
Because
more than
every time
pussy
you
for me to
talk, I
respect
think
what
you're
you
an
say.
idiot. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm
Just
not trying
sell
to be
more than
rude.
pussy.
I think you're a
I'll
fake
never take you
professor.
serious.
I think you're a fake professor. You
So?
sound like an idiot
I'm not
every
a
time you talk.
professor.
Yeah,
I never
I
said I
know.
was a
You couldn't
professor.
be because you sound like an idiot every time
So
you
that
talk.
makes you
Every
sound
time.
stupid for thinking I was a
Nothing you
professor.
say
Maybe
be
your
making
level of
sense every time you
understanding
talk.
is so
You
low.
sound like an
Your
idiot.
level of understanding
Like,
is so
bro,
low.
like
Talking like this
you didn't even go
sounds
to
like a
college,
professor.
bro. You're
I
straight
never
out of
said I
fucking
was a
kindergarten.
professor.
Like, ain't no way. The shit you
I
be
never
saying
said I
is
was a
so
professor.
retarded. Like, I don't understand. Every
Right.
time, like, it's always some
But
dumb
everybody
shit that
listen to
comes out
me,
your
though.
mouth. I can tell
But
you sit
everybody
in your
listen to me,
house
though.
all day. You might go and
Everybody
travel for a
listen to me,
business
though.
deal, but you don't interact with people in the real
Everybody
world.
listen to me.
The only
Then why my
interaction you do
business
is on Clubhouse
successful?
and when you go business deals. That's all you do. Maybe if you travel for your business,
None of that
whatever.
shit you talk.
But you don't
that's why
interact
my
on the
business
daily
is
basis
6
with people
figures
in the
because
real
I
world.
do
You be sounding
travel.
like an idiot.
Because I do
That's what I
travel.
said. I said what
That's
I
why
said. That's
you can
my
find
opinion,
people doing
and I land my
commercials with
plane.
my business, with my butt. I can send you the link. If you want to see the commercial, I can send it to you. People
But that's
make
what I'm
commercials
saying.
off of
I
my
said you
product.
sound like an
What are you
idiot.
talking about?
You sound like an idiot every time you talk.
Yeah. They won't make a commercial of your pussy though. I guarantee
I
that.
sell my pussy to
Nobody is
Africans. That's
making a
how I know.
commercial off
I
of
sell my
Indigo's
pussy to
pussy
Africans,
ever.
so that's how I know.
Ever.
Thank you.
But they're not making a
And I sell
commercial
my
about
pussy
that
to
shit.
Africans. That's how I know.
Just show me.
So
I tell you what,
yeah,
my butters against your
know for a
your
fact.
pussy.
Trust
I
me, I'm not gonna
guarantee
tell you
you,
how I
I
know
got
that
more
motherfuckers don't
good
act like that.
reviews
I
about
know.
my butters than
I
your
sell
pussy.
my
Your
balance
pussy's
to
trash.
Africans.
Hey, so what about the curses that Moses wrote about in Genesis? Moses wrote about us in Genesis, right?
Because there is no truth in his video.
About us going back to ships.
He was a murderer. He was a murderer.
Jesus ain't never misquoted a book. This nigga said, no, nigga, you supposed to be Jesus and know the. That's why, maybe if you read the book, you would know the book. Karad, is it Deuteronomy that talk about us going in the curses? Or no, that's the book of Genesis. Make a short out of that nigga with this shit.
Because we
I hope y'all understand that. Say that one more time.
Right.
But Christ was head. You
How he chosen us? Because he knows that he's going to follow the Lord's statutes commandments. He knows that he's going to show brotherhood. He knows he's going to speak up for the fatherless, for the poor. You know what I'm saying? For the sisters that cannot fight for herself. For the, you know what I'm saying? For all the rape, in the trauma, in the molestation. We're going to fix that. That's what Christ came for. That's what he showed. That's what he showed. Nobody else.
I just taught this nigga supposed to be Jesus, Karab. I just taught this nigga.
So, since you know it's not a physical head, you say you got to go to Christ, right?
No, I said Christ is our head.
So you say you got to go to Christ. You said you got to go to Christ.
I just said you got to go to Christ.
Because we speak the truth.
You said you got to go to Christ.
We speak the truth.
I said for no pecking order, it would be Christ. And it's for Christ to get his pecking order.
You said y'all have to go to Christ. Y'all not going to Christ.
But because you're in God's word, when that word is God's word, therefore the world hates us. The world hates us because we speak the truth. So we say, so-called religion, so-called black Hispanics, you say not to celebrate Christmas, not to celebrate these holidays, not to do with this oppression, telling us not to do, not to take on the philosophy of this oppression, not to do so. Oh, we celebrate, you know what I'm saying, the holidays of this country right here. How? Who told us this?
How do you know if it's
why are we doing it? That's not our culture. Look on our ID. So-called blacks, so-called Hispanics. We got a European name on your ID right now. You're not Europe. You're not from Europe. You're not European. You speak the European language. I'm speaking English. I guess I'm from London. My brother speaks Spanish. I guess he understands you. No. Those are slave masters play with you. Those are slave masters play with you. Now you.
Say what?
Let me tell you something. Anybody that teaches the slave master's language is a goddamn slave himself. He's a filthy, disgusting bastard himself. Understand? It's a filthy, disgusting, nasty bastard that keeps you to go against the Prince.
I can't go and have a debate with him. I'm gonna stay out of this. I'm gonna have this debate here today. You saying I got saved? You saying Jesus saved me? Or you saying Jesus saved me?
The discussion with y'all.
We'll have our discussion in a few minutes.
Everybody coming against that is a goddamn filthy, disgusting, nasty bastard. And you can be soft and moist and tender and nice. You want to love everybody and be an Egyptologist and be a Christian and be all you want to be. We are warriors. We're most high God, and we always be that. Because that's how a black man is supposed to be. You're soft, moist, tough, sucker. You're supposed to be a tough man for the most high God. And that's why you call them and being dignified. Because niggas is soft. Niggas is weak. That's why. Call them and being dignified. You understand that? That's what we do when we do. That's why we talk when we talk. Because brothers and sisters, and we try to make brothers in the warriors. That's how
you just said.
You understand that? You
actually not even interrupting me, right? But you just said, I believe it's saying in 2 Corinthians, you don't know about it. That's what you just said. So you just used the words that you said we ain't supposed to use right to try to teach
just like your boss. You just like
so
your
now, that letter that is talking
superintendent.
It's talking about if somebody
you just like Stephen James. You just like the white Jesus Christ. You just soft, weak, soft, white punk. You understand what I'm saying? That's exactly who you are. You understand what I'm saying? You act like a you're a sucker.
So I can say you can't read, but you can't teach it because you don't become a teacher by the Spirit. flesh that has it. So you accept the word that comes out.
Just like your daddy. You will
Listen, I'm recording.
You're just like them. You snitch just like them. You're a fucking man. Just like them. You're a mighty God. Just like them.
Because the letter that that's talking about is not talking about the word from above.
That's who you are.
The letter that you're saying, the letter that that's talking about is the word from above.
That's who you are. Any man that's in a woman through his God.
You said the letter that that's talking about is
that's what you do.
you said you the Bible number.
You're not supposed to use the book. It said it's a vision. That's it. Okay, James.
Why you looking for a verse? But why you looking for a verse right now in the book?
I come in the volume.
Why you looking for a verse? Answer my question.
I come in the volume, so I'm qualified to use it. You not. You're not qualified to use the Bible.
Let me see if I got it. You can read the book because you so-called qualified, but I can't read the book. That makes sense to you, bro?
I got the scripture, though. I got the scripture. Let's read one of them. This is 2 Corinthians chapter 1.
We're not scared. Keep going.
Let's go to verse 2.
Of your father, say it again.
I was not at verse 1.
I love little boys. Say it again.
I'm going to read from 1 to 6.
I would have said it for the white man. Say it again. And the love of your father. That's why you a sucker.
What letter you read?
The lust
Because
of your
God
father.
told you right now. So your letter.
Serve the lust of your father. Who's your father? Let's go.
Somebody told Daniel,
He was doing.
It says, do evil again to the men ourselves. Or we need as some other or let us we are our in our hearts, known and read by all men. I mean, you can read me right now. I can read you. It says, for as much as he has manifested the class to be an apostle of Christ, ministered by us, written not with ink, so anything written with ink, not of God, but with the Spirit of the living God.
Since George Floyd,
not on tables of stone, but on fleshly tables of the heart. God's Spirit goes in the flesh, not a book. It says, and such trust as we through Christ to God, not more significant of ourselves to gain anything as for ourselves, because we read for ourselves. But our sufficiency is of God, who have made us able ministers of the New Testament, not of the letter, but of the Spirit. For the letter killeth,
Everything he break it down from the book.
so, wait, what is Spirit?
He's always been a murderer.
So your question is when it's
Anybody coming against
done, right?
the Israelite spirit
You just
of
said you
evil,
don't read
like
from the
you
letter,
call it,
right?
love
Teach from the letter.
and cherish
What
it
did you just do?
and worship for what?
I gave you
A murderer. He
What
loves
did
the
you
murderer.
use for
I
the
gave you
correction?
correction.
That's what you do. That's your specialty. It's the love of murderer.
Okay, so now you.
I'm not finished. I'm not telling you, nigga. This nigga just said you don't need the letter.
Yeah.
But the nigga just taught me from the letter. He said you don't need.
I wouldn't even hear you.
I wouldn't have even used
Oh,
that.
even politics.
Because the fact that he's saying the letter, you don't need the letter to kill it.
All
These
you
are
white
words that
folks
in those letters. Those are epistles that are letters that Paul wrote to the Corinthians. So he's telling me, reading from a letter to tell me not to read from a letter and get the Spirit of the Lord. That's not how it works. How it works. When that's talking about the letter killer, he's talking directly about the law of Moses that brings the punishment. When you keep reading the chapter, it says the veil was on them, which was done away with Christ. When you go further down in that chapter, like verse about 14, 15, when it said that same veil was taken away, because now with the Spirit, all of us have sinned.
Everything in life, because he tells me about
The
what?
Spirit of Christ.
A murderer. He tells me about
If we
murder.
was under the Spirit of the letter, we would all have to die, including you.
Get that man.
I'm just saying, back right. Excuse me. No, I appreciate it. Don't talk like that. Don't take it disrespectful. I'm saying, don't take it. So, don't look at this. So the letter, if we was under the letter of Moses, we would have to die for what we did in our past. But under the Spirit of Christ, we live. That's the context of that. It's not talking about not reading the letter at all. Otherwise, Paul never writes a letter. You would have a better argument if we didn't have no New Testament and you just come out the blue. Like if you came, like Christ really came before Christ, there was no Matthew, Mark, John, that's a real Christ. If you say and did the work for real, you're coming trying to base your life off of something that's already written, telling me we don't need to look at nothing written. Christ did way better than that.
Okay, so I didn't say.
Why she talking? Woman, be disciplined.
I didn't say that you can't read that. All the scriptures are for real. So we know it. But you can't read the letter and teach from it because it's sealed.
You do push-ups,
so you do words. But I'm in Revelation 5.
I know you not. Because you know why? Because you're not
cowards. And we seal the book up until the last day. What do that mean?
We give life. And that's more powerful than a nigga that's the devil. You understand? We talk. I'm asking anybody that want a conversation. You know why? We love wrong. We love wrong. So if you want a conversation, come on up and have a conversation. Don't have a side conversation. Don't have a side one. Don't say that.
Let me say this.
Can
I just correct you again.
Was it Genesis or Deuteronomy?
It's both. Let me say this. We got the 400 years in Genesis.
You're trying to remix it now. You see, you're trying to remix it. You said curses. That's what you said. The curses. And even that Genesis 14 is not talking about today. That was talking about our time. You don't even know that. What? That 400-year prophecy that was told to Abraham took place in Egypt the first time. Okay, has nothing to do with right now.
So what Genesis 49?
I didn't know about I wasn't on the mic.
So what Genesis 49?
Genesis 49 is talk about what's happening to us the last day, but it doesn't use the word somebody. It say what's going to happen to Judah, Simeon, Levi, Naphtali, all the tribes. You know, you and I know. Okay, so let's talk about Deuteronomy 28.
No, one thing, brother. The 12 tribes.
And the white man really hates.
That's what it's about. What's being lifted up of the 12 tribes. So that's not what Genesis is about. That's not curses. In Genesis 49,
that's let me know when you asked me a question.
I'm asking.
What you first said, curses was in Genesis. Curses.
And Leviticus. We're not going to get into that though. That's a whole nother. That's a whole other topic. Let's stay on topic. So right now, Genesis and Deuteronomy is not just written about us. That's written about us, right?
Us today? Yeah. I would say once Israel is written, of course, it's written about us. Prior to that, you got Adam, you got a lot of different nations. But we would be the primary people being written about in the whole Bible, not just
So when Moses writing about us in the person, they'll reveal us who's going to be the scattered people, right?
That's Deuteronomy, right?
So who the scattered people? Who the scattered people? Us, right? So Deuteronomy is about who?
About us. Deuteronomy is about us. So see how he eased into using Deuteronomy, so you don't have to admit that I taught him. I'm with you. Deuteronomy written about us.
So Deuteronomy 18:18 is about who?
About Christ.
And where you gonna come from?
From among his brothers.
So where Christ gonna come from?
From among his brothers. Wait, why you want to walk away?
He said Christ will come from the sky earlier. Didn't he say Christ will come from the sky?
So can I read scriptures now? Wait, can I read scriptures now? No, wait. So for the record, right? Wait. Hey, shout out there. Hey, I think. Hey, no. No, why you walking away? Why you stepping away? I'm about to cut the shit out of you. So this more for harm than black people. This brother said, Deuteronomy 18 and 18 said that Christ would become from among his brothers. Is that including you? You can prove that he's not coming out the sky. Yes, that's including you. Walk away from you. That's what he said. I'm saying everything. Okay,
Not
so
Christ
this
comes from
brother
Mother
right here
Mary.
says
That's what I'm saying. That's what you said. You can walk away from me. Wait, I said he's coming. I said I don't need to talk to you no more. Wait, you double talk. You double talk in front of all your people. I'm not doing recapping what you just said. You gotta recap. Go ahead on.
you said white people have done more for her than
so now I prove what it says about Christ's return. I'm not a liar. So if I go to the book of Acts, let's go to the book of Acts, the first chapter. Book of Acts. I'm going to Acts because now my position, he established his position. Deuteronomy 18:18 is about Deuteronomy 18:18 is about Christ. That's why in John 1:45 it says, Philip and Nathanael findeth him of whom Moses and the law wrote about, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph. So now we can read in Matthew where they're applying Deuteronomy 18:18 to apply to the Bible. That's what it's saying. So in Acts the first chapter, I start at verse 9.
Let's read Deuteronomy 7:6, and we're going to show him.
When I go to Acts 1:9, it says that when he spake, and he had spoken these things while they beheld, he was taken up in the cloud out of their sight. Taken up. So now Christ already resurrected, already taken up in the clouds. So now, while they looked steadfastly toward heaven, as he went up to hold, so they talk about them in white cloud. Verse 11. While also, which also said, ye men of Galilee, and ye gazing up into heaven, the same Jesus, which was taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven. So the same way that he was taken up into heaven, he's going to come back. So when I say that he's coming back that same way, that's the same way. I can go further. I can go into Revelation. I go. I'm done. I can stop right there. Okay. So I'm not crazy. Okay, Christ is lifted up. So he said, men of Galilee, why are you standing there gazing in the sky? Christ don't come back. Why was they gazing in the sky? He ain't coming from up there. Where was he at before he went up? Don't lie. Don't lie. He was on the earth. He was on the earth. Like we on the earth right now. Don't lie now.
So Christ will be lifted up. You understand? You know what time it is. We've been out here in the street, bro. You know what I'm saying? We've been out here in the street, bro.
He was lifted up from the earth. So the Son of Man got to be lifted up, right?
I'm not making fun.
The Son of Man got to be lifted up, right?
Yeah.
So Christ was lifted up from the earth, right?
Physically?
You're going to read it back.
Don't ask me no questions.
You're going to read it back. Read it again from the top.
Make your point. Okay.
You're right.
In your mind, Christ left from the earth.
Holy, what is the word holy mean? The holy means separate.
He ain't going to come from the sky and like down. He's going to be lifted up from the earth.
That's who you are, black man. That's who you are, Spanish man. That's who you are, native man. You're a special people, man. You understand? You're a special people. Read it again.
Your answer.
For thou art a holy people. Unto the Lord thy God. Read it again. For thou art a holy people.
And the man gets taken up.
We're special people.
Looking at this man physically come up. That you saying that's what happened to you.
No, that was talking about the return. You say God didn't stand there.
I ain't talking about the return.
You know why?
Like listening to the art. We're going to listening to the art.
I know you know.
All I said was,
I know you
that
I know
you're standing right here.
It's all good.
The man is
Maybe
there.
I went through it too.
And he just taken up. He's saying that's going to be you. That's what I said. I never talk about that. So see how that works. That's why I'm listening to the art. Say something, man. A flesh and blood man goes up. Not up like that.
God said,
so you said it's another.
Thou art holy people. Black women, you're the best.
I'm not going to rise on the ground.
I count stories up on how big you are, how much your attitude is, how much money you got. You're the greatest thing walking on the face of the earth. If you want the greatest thing walking on the earth, the white man was trying to crucify your ass.
I didn't get to that part.
He won't want to come here. He's not typifying Afghanistan. He's typifying Harlem. You know why? Black men and black women and what? And holy people. They're holy people. Great people. Do you understand that? Is that something in your brain? Is that saturating in your brain? Is that breathing in your soul? Listen to it again. Read. for thou art a holy people. Unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God has chosen thee, ladies and gentlemen. God, everybody know that. We don't know you. I know all you because I'm on Clubhouse. We don't know you. God chose me. God chose me.
That physical man disappeared. And then two witnesses asked these two individuals, what are y'all looking at? They're looking at a physical man no longer be here. That's
But you are chosen people amongst yourself.
Now you want to make it
that you are chosen people.
All these people
Nobody got Jesus Christ, man. And don't let nobody think that somebody else, a black man or a black woman, you understand that you a strong thing.
That's what that means. I'll be lifting up to my glory, so I'm no longer beating this magic.
But that's not true.
Let me get Acts 13:1. So of course, I gotta be controversy.
No, you
the controversy of what was the origin of the N-word.
I didn't ask you a question. I just
the N-word
you said you trying to say I was a liar by saying because you be lying. That's what it just said. It just said why you gazing up? No. You said that he said he's coming from the sky. I just read that an angel was two witnesses. The same people. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? The same way you see him going up, the same way you see them going up, the same way you're going to see him come down. You make it spiritual.
How did he go up? He went up on the earth.
Antiochus Epiphanes.
So why is that so hard? He got taken up. He's not
Roman general
Christ got
that came to do what?
Physical Negro. Because that's what the text said.
The same way he got taken up, he's coming back.
But I also want to highlight
the same way he got taken up, he's coming back.
Just want to highlight once again. Using letters.
Among other dark-skinned Africans in Africa, they ran from the Caucasian.
So if he went,
right?
if he was taken up,
let's get the Babylon Timbuktu right there. Babylon Timbuktu, you read it.
I don't think
there's history about black people.
I'm not going to see Christ until the things that are written in Revelation take place. But you want us to believe, for those that don't know, what you want us to believe that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John didn't take place. It's taking place now. And these are individuals that is taking place now. So now ask him, where's John the Baptist at? Where's John the Baptist at? But the text say John. If you go in Hebrew, what is it in Hebrew? I'm asking you John.
Why? These people 2,000 years ago,
you said it, so you said it's a lie? Is it a lie? Is it a lie?
The Romans are moving into next time. The Romans are moving into East New York. The Romans are moving into there's just more gentrification that happened in the
That is a crackhead.
And Barnabas
that is a crackhead.
And Simeon, these are Barnabas and Simeon. These are black men in the Bible.
You want to do it,
according to the Bible. So you can't have a white man in church right now according to the prophet. Because all the prophets in the Bible were black.
I gotta see how. Hey, do we have any? Was nobody watching? Oh, hey y'all, let me see if I can reverse the camera. He's saying Shema Waller. He's saying he Jesus, and he's saying what's written in Matthew is written about him. Yeah, that's what he said. That nigga is a lunatic, y'all. We gonna make some clips out of that one.
Cross the Line Radio.
Socialist white viewpoint. And if you want to find common ground on someone who agrees that you guys should have your own communities that support segregation, that says we should get rid of the abortion and the drugs and the crime and live a noble Christian life, well, we actually agree on all of those things. So instead of pointing your finger and blaming, don't you think that's kind of interesting that when you talk to people with my viewpoint, that actually you could find a common ground that you can't find with a white liberal, you can't find
that's
with
why
a Jew.
I love Ralph's channel. I love Ralph's channel because the one thing we do agree on is that principle. I'll be surprised sometimes Ralph let me say the shit I get to say. Dead ass. Like Ralph lets me get busy on here. That's why I love coming in here and everything. But now, although we agree on that core principle, does not mean we ignore the history. So I'm not asking you. So my nigga Joel, I'm not asking you to ignore. Hey, sidebar. Ralph, you know I nickname every white guy every time we have a debate. There's always a nickname.
I have noticed that, yes.
So Joel, your nickname is my nigga Joel. That's his nickname. Goes down in the Hall of Fame. So Joel, when you go on another platform, you're gonna say Captain Tazariak of the ISBK.
I'm not a nigga, unfortunately. So
you are my nigga Joel. You definitely are.
Go ahead.
But you are my nigga though. You my nigga.
I think there's only one nigger in this conversation.
All right. Gentlemen, please bring it down a notch on that one. Go ahead.
I'll bring it down.
Go ahead.
You ever seen Training Day, my nigga? So all right, that's the last one. That might be the last one.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
One West, 25th Street. Look, y'all put y'all faith in presidents like they gon' change this country. Run the league and let y'all play cause y'all gon' make a money. Fuck Obama, he ain't come, he don't call no slave ship. What the fuck he do for blacks in his administration? I'm waiting, patient like a saint. Black, Hispanic, Native, they hate your ass the same. Paint Christ in their image, paint you as a slave. God ain't all love, scriptures say he hate. African soul niggas, they know we not the same. School to prison pipeline to get you off the streets. Put you in the cell toilet connected to the sink. Molested as a kid, she prostituted as a teen. The byproduct of Martin Luther King dream. They just took the yoke off, my nigga, we ain't free. We live in bleak in these wastelands of poverty. If you don't know the truth, then the lie sound promising. Prophecy, gift and the curse. Dylan started killing, they was sitting in church. Black folk forgave him, man, this shit is absurd. You should never love your enemy, that shit ain't gonna work. Yeah, fuck dying on your knees, you better die in glory. Man, I joined the UPK, taught me the art of war. I took a nigga life like mine to be recognized. I feel that pain every day, it can't be reconciled. Pops banging, my sister a prostitute. My brother got life, and somehow I still found the truth. War ready, no cowards, no excuse. Fuck reparations, you can't bandage no open wounds. Blood on the leaves, body swing hung from a noose. I was on a running Nashville, I knocked out the truth. I called the school, classes being held by the shot. For my life, I want to be a gangster like a god. Do this for my brothers, real brotherhood. Everything we do, we got it out this book. My nigga, I can never be no African. UPK the only authorized acronym. I'm passionate about my brothers and sisters. We in hell, I ain't got nothing against them. That's another religion. If it ain't nothing, you holler. Any murdered by them, it got a hug from your eye. That's the way out for a coward in my observation. They don't fear the Lord, they indoctrinated. Wolves in sheep clothing, Joel Osteen. Real priests bringing back black royalty. One West on my headpiece, ranking order. Can't let them trick me off the streets, I gotta raise my daughter. I got brothers at the border ducking ice agents. I got the name change, it was life changing. My family thought it was a game. Thrown all black, they said I was going through a phase. It's more of us in jail than it was slaves. Chose by the Lord, we could never be the same. Soon as they born, the wicked go astray. They left the truth, they wouldn't with us anyway. Niggas weak, they just saying anything to be truthful. We don't want no cowards anyway. Look, coronavirus, that's a plague. You don't get too much sleep when you waking up the dead. First camp, I cut off all my dreads. I took an oath when that oil hit my head. Niggas capping like they lids. I'm a priest, I never stick no fork in no pig. I was dead till I found out how to live. This brotherhood taught me how to be a man. I came back to my roots, I had to dig. A couple gaps I had to bridge. I got a rib, I'm married to the world. You wanna serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church. Came back to my roots, I had to dig. A couple gaps I had to bridge. I got a rib, I'm married to this work. You wanna serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church.
I know I told him to make sure that they wasn't out or nothing like that. So he could I'm gonna play one more song, y'all. This my get the party started joint right here. So
yeah, you know what it is. For the rebel, busy man, shit, nigga. They tear their head off, nigga. When Eve did to Adam, I just pray my love don't lie to me. Swing the iron like stamps, and I can't let no hoe to lie to me. I don't feel these rappers, though they lies, this hypocrisy. Ain't no competition, ain't no rivalry. Niggas think I'm playing, I don't hear one word they saying, this shit light work. Think Muhammad one of us, he might lose his life first. Suckle up and stay alert. Another cop can stretch the nigga. He ain't thinking, this the exorcism. Watch I bless the nigga. Took that open blood, then you know I'm gonna get active with you. Fuck the opposition, I see vision. Let me pay you. I ain't listening. If revenge was a woman, now I scope that bitch like Jacob Sidewalk. We gon' run the summer. It's gonna be historical. Thought they making plays, made them niggas call the audible. As who run this shit, but their question is rhetorical. Bitch, I'm the one, me took it with the oil. I'ma get them crackers hell. Should've never kidnapped my family. I can't do that. Bet I be the last nigga standing. Do a life sentence for my niggas. Pray you understand me. I might put a switch on this Glock and go.
hey, give me a one if y'all can hear me. Give me a 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if y'all can hear me. Let me see if I can hear myself. Testing 1, 2. I think the audio coming from testing 1, 2. Okay, yeah, testing. I thought the audio was coming through or something else. But y'all give me a one if y'all can hear me all right and I'm coming in nice and clear. Just let me know. I want to make sure. Kill Strain and Brother Robinson. I said the brother. I said the I said the brother Robinson. Oh my goodness. I scratched that from the record. Man. Man. As soon as I heard it, I'm like, oh man. The cat Ralph just sent me the link. I'm gonna email this to myself so I could join. Y'all know that this debate is between myself and Joel Davis. Joel Davis, white crime versus black crime. We're gonna see which one is better. I mean, yeah, which one is worse? I said better because ain't nobody better at crime than so-called white man. I mean, he's masterful at this shit. Put this over here. Let me check the link. Let me see. Let me make sure I got this here. Hold on. Let me put this. Let me click this link, and we're gonna get started. Let me see. This will join me into his. There we go. I can see myself. Let me ask to join. Boom. I have asked to join. Let's see if I can get up in here. And what I'm going to do on StreamYard is share my screen. I'm going to share the title screen. A window. Let me just share the window. Share. So.
Okay, you should be able to hear me, but they still can't hear you. Just let me
Hear me
figure this
now?
out.
What about now? Oh, yeah, I can hear you, Ralph. Yep, I can definitely hear you. You let me know.
That's the one that this one then. Why is the okay? So you might not be able to see me, which is kind of crazy. I'll see if I can fix that. Will it not let me do? Hold on, let me see here. I think I can fix that. Hopefully. Yeah, it's on the wrong one. Okay, now you should be able to see me.
Yeah.
All right, cool. You can see me now. Okay, cool.
You heard me?
Now when Joel gets here, I'll be able to pin him to the screen, and then we'll be able to kind of start things up. Here he goes. Okay. Then I'll fix my
If y'all
camera.
want to tell me something, just take it.
All right, Joel. Let me see here. Hold on a sec. Okay, say something, Joel.
Yo, what's up?
All right, there we go.
You hear me?
All right, we got you locked in. Both parties locked in. Now you guys can hear me, but they can't hear you just yet. Let me fix my camera, and we'll get started. I'll say this: I think you've both been. I know you've both been actually in debates or blood sports, whatever you want to call it, on my show. What we'll do is we'll have a 5 to 10 minute. I'm not really strict on the opening and the close,
right?
But if it goes on forever, I'll probably stop you. And I think let's see. I didn't actually decide who would go first, but let me see here. Let me.
The captain can go first because I'm just genuinely.
Unmute you guys. All right, now we can hear you. You're here both on the kill stream. Cesariak stepping away, so we'll wait a second until he gets back. Oh wait, he's coming back right back. I think pretty soon.
He can go first because I'm coming into this debate genuinely like I'm confused why this is even a debate. So I'm just interested in what his argument is. I mean, my argument is so basic and obvious that there's no point even stating it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll let him go first. I mean, I don't think he'll necessarily object to that. And we'll get him back in here in just a second. Just past the 7 p.m. Eastern hour. Thank you, Drew, for that super chat. Captain, can you hear me?
Confused about? I heard everything.
Well, I don't know what your position is. So that's
on
I
the
think you
subject
know
of
what my
white crime.
position is. It's just based
Yeah.
in like conventional statistics. So I'm just curious what your position is. I'm here just like, like what even could possibly be the argument from your side? So that's why I'm here to listen.
I like you, Joe. I like you. Is it Joe or Joel? Which one you prefer?
Joe.
Joel? Okay, I'll call you Joe. If I say Jay by mistake, we abbreviate. So I might call you Jay. You call me T, I ain't gonna complain. I guess we do the opening first and then do a fill out and then just go from there. There's no usually on hey, what's that word you called it, Ralph? You called it you said you didn't call it debate or battle. You said another word. What's that word?
That's blood sports.
I like that. I like it. I think I'm gonna call it blood. I usually like to say battle because when you say battle as opposed to debate, it gives a different spirit or different vibe on what you're about to do to whoever it is you're talking to. So,
yeah, I like blood sports, especially for this format because it's not a formal debate, and I don't want a formal debate anyway.
Right.
Discussion, more of a, maybe it gets testy, maybe it doesn't, but it could go anywhere.
Yeah, I don't care how it goes.
Sometimes I say match. I think that has.
Blood sport is like the most perfect word. I'm gonna steal it.
I like that. All right, cool. Well, go ahead. You can take it away.
Oh, it's ready. Oh, okay. So I guess I'll introduce myself. So to those that don't know me, I think I'm the first black guy in Killstream's Hall of Fame. Right. Maybe Jesse Lee Peterson might be. I'm not sure. But I'm Captain Cesariak of ISUBK. Under Command of Jenny Hanna. What we do is we go out and actively teach Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who they are ethnically according to the Bible, historical records, documentation and stuff, some oral tradition as well. We recognize the problems that have plagued Black people. We recognize our failures. We recognize our false love, our false devotion. And so we go about to fix those problems. So it's one thing to point out the cause or the root of the problem, but it's also another thing to point out the solution so that we don't have to have that problem anymore. So in today's conversation discussion with Joel Davis, black crime versus white crime, which one is worse? My position, of course, is that white crime is worse. Just like he's gonna think it's a no-brainer, I think it's a no-brainer. There's no worse crime ever than white crime. So that's kind of like my position, and I'll yield from there.
Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, well, I mean, my position is just that it's quite statistically clear that blacks commit far more murders and other violent crimes proportionally than whites do in the United States and in other white countries where blacks are present, such as the UK or France, and it's just like objectively true.
Now, do we just want to get started in the back and forth questioning? Because I feel like maybe that
yeah, I mean, I thought he was gonna say more than that. That's all you got.
Well, no, it's fine. I mean, the meaning.
You don't have to, right? You don't have to have more than that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It doesn't have to be a long-winded thing. I guess I'll let you start it off, Captain. He seems to say it's a no-brainer, right? That there's nothing to this, and obviously, black crime's worse, and obviously there's more of it. What do you say to that? And then you can take it away however you want to.
So I typically expect that type of argument or statement from when I'm facing, we say our oppressor, because sometimes you can't say white man or something like that. But from an oppressive perspective, we look at it as pride, their pride to not acknowledge the evil or wicked that they have done in this place. Like the murders that you see on TV doesn't really hold a candle to the murders that Europeans or whites, whichever you want to call them, doesn't hold a candle to the murder that they committed. Throughout history, whether you want to do historically, whether you want to do anything, they're the only people that can. For example, I guess I'll ask you a question. Are you a Trump supporter? Or Trump or Biden? Which one would you be?
Oh, well, I would like Trump to win the election.
So you would like him to, so I'm assuming you was approving of him running the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a massive Trump supporter because of how zogged he is.
Right.
But nevertheless, I see him as the lesser evil.
So you still want him to be president, even though he just got arrested?
Yeah, I mean, but the crime that he got arrested for is literally like his opponent has done the exact same thing. So it's not even relevant, I don't think, to the discussion between Trump versus Biden.
So do you think that the FBI was wrong for arresting Trump?
Well, it's a selective application of justice. I mean,
it's a yes or no. You can tell me yes or no and explain.
Well, I am explaining. It's selective application of justice.
No, what I'm asking, Joy, now I don't mean to interrupt you. The reason why I say you can say yes or no and then explain, I'm trying to get your position. Do you think it was wrong when they locked him up? Yes or no? If I can get
I think it was wrong to arrest him, and the reason why it was wrong to arrest him was because Clinton did something even worse, gets away with it. Biden has done worse things, gets away with it. So it's a selective application. Like if we're going to have a political process that is quote unquote under the supposed rules of liberal democracy, I don't personally subscribe to liberal democratic values, but if we're going to accept those values, that if you have a kind of political bias in how you apply the law in a one-sided fashion, that kind of undermines the whole premise.
That's interesting, man. I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm very skilled at the blood sport. Thank you, Ralph, for giving me the term blood sport.
You're welcome.
And if you think about the title is Black Crime versus White Crime, which is worse. And although Trump is locked up for a crime, he says the FBI is wrong for locking him up, not because he's innocent, but because he's done nothing different than the Democratic Party done. So they criminals on the left side, which is white folk, right side, which is white folk. Those are crimes. And he still wants him to be president, even though the FBI is locking him up for a crime. So when you say which one is worse, your hypocrisy shows that your crime is worse than ours. We couldn't do that. Like we couldn't do We couldn't be president, not be president, get locked up by the FBI, and then go be president again. But you can, because the biggest hypocrites are you. Like the way you answered that, which was eloquent, by the way, that shows when we have this type of discussion, when you say it's a no-brainer, that's because you're blinded by your self-will, if you want to call it manifest destiny. What you feel is your right to take back your land by any means, even if it's at the expense of my people, it wouldn't matter to you. So you kind of just killed yourself with the title of this debate by the way you explained that.
Well, no, because you're alleging that whites have committed this worse crime, but you haven't actually explained what specific crimes you're talking about that are worse. Like, what do you mean?
Well, we're going to get into that, but I just want to show it doesn't even matter what crimes white people commit. You still want them to run for office. So I got another question. The Proud Boys, when they ran up on Washington, D.C., was that a good thing or bad thing?
You're talking about January 6th?
Yes.
Or something else?
Yes, no, you know I'm talking about January 6th.
Well, I think it was a mistake to behave in that way because.
Okay, so it was bad.
Well, I don't accept the premise. I think their frustration was legitimate at the election, and they were non-violent. They were also kind of allowed in largely. So I think overall, it's definitely overblown. The severity of what happened. It's incredibly overblown for political purposes.
This is what I mean by the hypocrisy. So could we storm the castle? Meaning black people. What would happen?
Earlier,
a bunch of black
in 2020, you guys burnt down like how many American cities because you were upset that some Negro had
we didn't burn down any cities, but we're not talking about burning down the cities. I asked you a question. Could black people do what the Proud Boys did on the White House?
Yeah, but instead of being vilified, they would probably be celebrated.
Wait.
So the Democrats would get together and say, "Oh, it would be white supremacist of us to hold these people."
And that was a good thing. The Boogaloo Boys are the ones that burned down the cities. Black people did not do that. That's a lie. First of all, another thing of hypocrites. The greatest liar on the face. Well, I don't want to do that yet. But you just said that the Democrats would applaud if black people did it.
Correct.
But if I just look at the reputation of black interaction with government officials, which are predominantly by your people, we get killed if we do stuff like that. We get killed by your police. We get killed by I want to say friendly fire. We get killed by citizens. So I think you're being deceptive when you actually are saying that we would be able to do it and it would be applauded. I don't think you're being an honest man, and I don't expect you to be. But I don't think you're being honest to say that we would be able to storm the castle and then black people would be supported, or by the Democrats. The Republicans wouldn't support it, but you're saying the Democrats would support it. That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Can you prove that?
Well, no, because I can't really think of a situation which is analogous. So I guess it's impossible to know exactly how they would react unless it happened.
Right. Because something like that has never happened.
You asked me a hypothetical, so
definitely.
I just responded to it.
No, definitely hypothetical, but there's no correlation to show whether they would get away with it or not, right?
Yeah, well, you just invented a hypothetical scenario, then asked me how do I think it would go down. Then I answered you, and now you're saying, well, what's the evidence for that? It's like, well, it's a hypothetical. There is no concrete evidence that you can really appeal to. So you're just kind of going into this kind of irrelevant territory right now. When you're talking about what's worse, like white crime or black crime, you're talking about violence. I mean, the statistics are very clear that black on white violence in the United States is way, way higher than white on black violence. Way higher.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, we can look at the statistics. I mean, do you think the FBI is lying? I mean, presumably
you think the FBI is lying. Well, you think the FBI are liars because you think that they should not have locked Trump up. You can't ask my position about it. We know your position about the FBI because they was wrong for locking Trump up. That's what you said. So
it doesn't mean that they can't collect statistics accurately.
So which one are you going to believe, though?
Is irrelevant to that.
No, Trump, the individual, is irrelevant, but your logic is relevant. Your logic is that they were wrong for locking Trump up. That's the FBI's thought process. That's them gathering information. That's them finding enough evidence that they feel they can arrest Trump. You feel they're wrong about. But you want me to believe that they're right about gathering information that would show that blacks kill more people than whites. Now, I don't have an issue looking up any statistics. I just want to make sure I consistently show the hypocrisy in what you're saying. You can't have it both ways.
It's not hypocrisy. It's like, for example, I view the ADL as an enemy. But when the ADL does studies, I believe the statistics in their studies because it profits them to have objective analysis. Like they have, they need to collect data to accurately represent what they're doing in order to kind of engage in, their internal policies and assess the land. And so the FBI also needs to have objective data. It's just again, the empirical veracity of the FBI statistics can be independently verified.
Mm-hmm. So again, I don't have a problem going through them. Like I said, I just want to point out the hypocrisy. Now, here's why I asked you, could we storm the White House? When George Floyd got killed and black people went down there for a protest, was there armed guards, armed people there to make sure that they didn't storm?
Presumably, hopefully.
Ain't no presumably. I'm just asking you yes or no. If I'm at you now, I walked you down this aisle.
I mean, I'm from Australia. You're asking me all these like specific details.
Well, you go to America. Don't switch. Now you want to run back to. You want to go back to the strip on the bottom.
I'm not running back, but I mean, you want to go back instead of talking about a general trend that we can observe through like some kind of objective metric. You want to pick specific instances. And then you want to debate like the specifics of, when this specific event happened, what happened? And then you're comparing apples and oranges, comparing the Floyd riots to January 6th and so on. And it's like, it's not really, we're not actually talking about anything objective here. Now you're just cherry picking two specific examples and comparing them to one another. I mean, I could go and cherry pick a bunch of examples too. We're not actually advancing ourselves to any kind of objective survey of the land. First of all, we should define, what do you even mean by crime? Are you just talking about things like murders and rapes and this kind of thing? Or are you kind of alleging that there are other crimes that are worse than this, that we want to kind of expand the purview of the conversation to? Do you want to start talking about things like slavery and colonization? Is that what you're driving at? Is that the specific form of white crime that you're trying to persecute here? I think you should make your position more clear and move us into territory where we can have a more objective discussion.
So now I'm going to read the definition of crime, and then I just want to respond to what you just said. All right. So this is the definition of crime, because the debate title says black crime versus white crime. It says, in ordinary language, a crime is an unlawful act punishable by a state or authority. The term crime does not, in modern criminal law, have any simple or universally accepted definition, though statutory definitions have been provided for certain purposes. So as you bring up, do we want to talk about rape? Do we want to talk about murder? Those are crimes, but racketeering is crime. Drugs is a crime. For me, some people might not think abortion is a crime, but I think abortion is a crime. But when you say that I'm bringing up these isolated instances, what I'm pointing out is the hypocrisy. I'm pointing out that you can commit what is clearly a criminal act. What they did on January 6th, storming the White House, that's illegal by any other measure if it's someone else. And so I asked you, if black people did the same thing, would they be able to get away with it? Of which you said yes. And so all I used was a protest as an example, where they weren't storming the castle. And even though it was just a protest, they still had the National Guard out there fully armed to make sure that black people did not storm or get inside the White House. But when it was the Proud Boys, they opened the doors for them. chase one security guard.
There's an obvious explanation for this that is offering itself, though, which is that you probably couldn't allow a bunch of black people into the Capitol, and they would walk around uniformly. You know, you have white people. You look at the white people walking through the Capitol, and they're all like they're walking in an orderly fashion. They're engaging in very civil behavior. But if you have a bunch of like wild Negroes with leather arms, you know, it would be a bloodbath. And so, you know, there is a double standard for a reason, because there is a difference in behavior between these two groups.
When I tell you that the white man is the devil the Bible speaks of, I mean that. Like he said, they were peaceable. It was illegal. Whether blacks or whites did it, but it was illegal. Whether you peaceably storm the castle or go in there with violence, it's still illegal, and you are justifying their crime, which is why I said y'all's are worse, because you, like, if a black man kills another black man, if a black man kills another white man, he gets locked up for it, he gets found guilty of it, he goes to jail. If a white man does the same thing to a black person, he does not get found. Like what happened to George Floyd, that cop getting found guilty, that's like the anomaly. We have so many examples. Like when you think about it, Emmett Till's, the woman that lied on Emmett Till was allowed to live her days free when she should have been put in jail. Meanwhile, if a Jewish person, which I don't like Jews at all, just want to make a point, but if the Jewish person finds some 90-year-old German or 99-year-old German, they just locked up some 92-year-old German. That nigga, he was in a damn wheelchair. He was in a damn wheelchair, and they took his ass and locked him up. Emmett Till's liar was allowed to live peaceably, even though the earth knew that she lied. So when we say which one is worse, is now I'm giving you my position, because you said when I'm talking about crime, what am I talking about? When it comes to which one is worse, we're going to find as we have this dialogue that both sides have committed rape, murder, theft, larceny, racketeering. Both sides have done it. There's one that's a father to it. There's one that's a son to it. There's one that has mastered it to the point where they don't even hold themselves guilty. Right. Even if you think about the way that you're answering, you will not say the Proud Boys were guilty for storming the Washington, D.C. You said they was in an orderly fashion. They didn't destroy nothing when they trying to get records. They was trying to get records.
Well, my position,
and just for the record, the FBI chart is not
one of political loyalty. I mean, the essence of the political is the distinction between friend and enemy. And the storming of the Capitol is not like an interpersonal event. Like if somebody, if some Negro does a drive-by shooting on his fellow Negroes in the streets of Chicago, this is not a political event, right? There's nothing political about it. The storming of the Capitol in January 6th, however, is a political event.
Meaning?
That's
Can you explain in detail, like what? Not like
yeah. Well, I mean, obviously they were there. They were there to provide a kind of civic opposition.
So what? Like break it down.
Well, allow me to explain.
Thank you, please.
If you don't mind giving me some.
I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Now, January 6th is a political situation. These people had the belief. I think a justifiable belief that the election was stolen, that it was rigged. And January 6th was an expression of their opposition to a political event. It was a political contest, and so their actions are therefore understandable within that political context. And so my loyalty to the right, therefore, will mean I don't even care if the right commits crimes insofar as it serves their political goals. I simply don't, because I believe in the virtue of their victory and the necessity of their victory such that I don't care what they have to do to achieve that victory. So, and that's my position. I do not care whatsoever about whether this or that or whatever explanation. I will defend them no matter what they do. In fact, I wish that they committed more crimes. I wish that they were more aggressive in how they go after the enemy, because the left goes after the right far more effectively and aggressively and bends the law to their will far more aggressively and effectively than the right, which is why the right constantly loses. And I would like to see that stop, because left-wing victory means more immigrants. It means unsafer cities, less persecution of criminals, in the kind of conventional sense of the term, violent criminals and so on. It means, the proliferation of degeneracy, this transgender nonsense, abortion, gay marriage, etc. And these things are far greater evils than any specific, contextual, unlawful practice that the right may engage in order to kind of contest their leadership for power. So on the principle of the greater good, I think right-wing victory is so important and is so just and is so moral in a general sense that any kind of specific crimes that are required in order to get the right wing into a position of power are justifiable.
Go ahead, Captain.
Yes. This man just said he don't care what crimes they commit for the greater good. Which, remember when I said there's a father and then there's a son. So, and if to make it plainly, if you don't understand what I mean when I say there's a father and there's a son, you like Trump because Trump is a gangster, and y'all respect gangsters. When the gangsters come over here and establish, when the Italians come over here and they get glorified. Every gangster gets glorified, just like Trump gets glorified because his mantra was "Make America Great Again." But every time I hear like "Make America Great Again," I just see chains and shit. I just see chains. I just see like this or something like that. But that's for y'all. That's all good. That's why for you that makes it wonderful, because your dynamic, like you said, is your political party. So whatever will make your political party grow, that's what you're about. The problem that Black people suffer from is we have been taught to look at you as the Father, or you as the God we worship. You gave us white Jesus. Now I'm gonna go a little spiritual and I'm gonna come right back to it. You gave us white Jesus. You gave us your version of the Bible, which they call the slave Bible. You brought us over here in chains, took away our identity, created us as animals. If I could just read this one citation real fast. I want to read you this citation. This is a book called The Black Image in the White Mind, written by George Fredrickson. It was written from 1817 to like 1914. This is page 34 of that book. I just want to read this excerpt. It says, the worst evil to the slave and the cruelty he sometimes endures is the moral degradation that results from his condition. Falsehood, theft, licentiousness are the natural consequence of his situation. He goes to excess in eating and drinking and animal pleasure, for he has no access to any higher pleasures. A man cannot be an animal without sinking below an animal. A brutal man is worse than a brute. An animal cannot be more savage or more greedy than the law of his nature allows. But there seems to be no limit to the degradation of a man. Slavery is the parent of vices. Why do I bring that up? As we watched y'all prosper through murder, rape, bloodshed, of whether you want to talk about the Native Indians, if you want to talk about the Aborigines in the continent that you're in, Australia, no matter what you want to talk about, your reputation has been murder. Your reputation has been slavery, and we've been forced to look up to you. So now the same way you respect gangsters, now that same neighborhood in Chicago or that same neighborhood everywhere else, who are they emulating? The people that they've seen prosper. How did they prosper? They prospered by affiliation, which is the party you're with. They prospered by murder. They prospered by drugs. They prospered by bloodshed. And so they're emulating. What we come is to speak against your evil. Like you notice when I came in, I said for us, we teach the truth to Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, to give them their identity, to stop loving you, because loving you means we kill each other. Right. Because that's what you taught us. If we stop loving you and be with our own, we would not kill each other. So you can't say that their crime is worse than yours when you taught them that murder is the way. You taught them that drug dealing was the way. Right. You taught them all of that. And even today in 2023, You don't care what crimes your party commits for the greater good. Right. Is that not what that same cat that learned from y'all in the ghettos of Chicago going to say? This is my block. I got to represent my party on my block. The worst lesson we ever learned from y'all is how to murder. But you taught us that. I yield.
By the way, your audio is going up and down now. It usually fixes itself within a few seconds, so it might not be that big a deal. I just wanted to mention that. It gets a little hard to hear. It trails off, and then it comes back pretty quick, so it's not unbearable, but I just want to
make sure I stay close.
Okay, well, I think I'll offer a response.
Yeah, go ahead.
To what he's saying while he fixes his audio. This debate is between which is worse, black crime or white crime. Now, this is a qualitative argument. Which has a greater or lesser quality? I think my opponent has just made an incredibly brilliant argument for my position, because what he has just told us is that our crimes are so much more magnificent. Our crimes create nations. Our crimes create civilization. His crimes, what do? They're just gangbangers. They're cheap imitations of white crimes, apparently. Apparently, white crimes, we are the real progenitors. We have the truly magnificent and glorious criminal acts, which are foundational to Western civilization. And he has the kind of what does black crime ultimately achieve? What are the consequences of black crime? It is proliferating crack, random street attacks, random isolated incidences of gangbanging and rape. These things produce no real value whatsoever. There's no value that emerges from black crimes. Black crimes are not capable of generating societies of magnificence, like he alleges that the white crimes such as slavery, colonization, etc., have generated. And so this to me is deeply ironic, because I can contest. I could have an argument contesting whether these things are actually crimes that he alleges that the white people have committed. But if I accept his argument on his premises for the sake of discussion, and we just look at the outcomes, I was just saying, well, yes, like if Republican partisans, if right-wing partisans commit crimes for the advancement of our political ideology and political objectives, then I support it. Why is that? It's precisely because of this, because they will ultimately lead to a better, more just, more magnificent society and civilization. And that's what I have. I have a civilizational consciousness. That's what the white man has. That's why we created the modern world. That's why our civilization is the greatest and most glorious civilization in world history, because that is our mentality. We aren't interested in these kind of petty, we don't need, like Anglo white people don't need to become gangsters. We don't need to become drug dealers in the mundane sense and traffic whores and drugs and this kind of thing. We're interested in a far higher objective, a far more noble and more glorious objective. And so that in and of itself, I think, really substantiates my position as victorious in this debate.
So what you're saying is your crimes, because
you're a little quiet.
Yeah, your audio is low. I don't know if it's you have like noise cancellation on. That could be it too. Let me see here. If you click the settings on the Hangout, maybe if you turn off the noise cancellation, it might help.
Is it the three dots?
You see the three dots down at the bottom?
Yeah, I see it.
Click that, then click settings, and then on audio, turn off noise cancellation.
Okay, what about now? Does it sound any better?
It sounds a little bit better, yeah.
Let me see. There ain't no way to turn the volume up or down, right?
No, I don't think so in there, but you sound better now. So okay. I just, yeah, sound fine now.
Okay, all right. It's interesting because remember, this debate is which one is worse. So your definition of worse is which crime gets committed that does not benefit that people. Am I correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're trying to determine it qualitatively. So what is the objective? What is the outcome
of this debate?
Of the acts? No, you're calling things crimes. Now we could have another debate, and we'll probably get into this.
I'm asking you.
Let me clarify for you.
Okay.
So we could probably get into a certain portion of this debate where I will contest your definition of the white man's activities as quote unquote crimes. But
that's not my
definition.
You said
accepting your definition for the sake of argument after you alleged these criminal acts. I said, well, what is the outcome?
Said they were crimes. Don't lie on me now. You said they were crimes.
What do you mean? You're talking about January 6th, for example, right? That was the example you used. You said that was a criminal act,
right? And you
said I said, well, I think it's justifiable because of ultimate.
Right. So you said
what is the motivation? What is the objective? The objective is not simply self-advancement. I'm going to sell drugs in order to become more wealthy.
But y'all
I can't get a real job in a real career because I didn't go to college, so I'm going to become a gangbanger.
Right.
That's not a noble objective.
Right.
But political victory of the right wing in the most powerful country in the world, that's a noble goal.
Losing the country that y'all are losing. Y'all are losing the country right now, right? Can you hear me or no?
Yeah. White people are.
No. You can't say white people are losing because black people ain't winning. So you can't say white people are losing, but what you can.
Jews are winning, man. I thought you were red.
Hey, listen, now if you start talking about them, we on the same page. Like we that's why Ralph loves me, because we on the same page on them. I hate them way more than y'all.
Jews use your people against us as a battering ram against us. There is no black advancement that is really being procured by the Democrats. Blacks are just a weapon, a bioweapon against whites. So I support what you're doing in creating black anti-Semitism. I think it's a positive development.
Is my mic low, Joel? Is my mic low?
Yeah, it's low again. Actually, I don't know why.
I don't have anything. Let me just check my mic.
Maybe check the mic volume in the control panel. But yeah, it does get low. I don't know why it's doing that. My apologies, chat. It's things like this happen sometimes during a live debate. I'm not immune to it either.
What about now? Does it sound better now?
It sounds way better now. Yeah.
The damn volume was at like 5.
Yeah, it sounds way better now.
The volume was at like 5, and I'm trying to talk to Joel. I'm like, damn, he's talking over me.
The so-called Jews did that for sure. All right, go ahead.
What I was saying, Joel, when it comes to the so-called Jew, we're gonna be on the same page. I don't agree that they use us. I think both of y'all use us equally. There is no one white person using us more than the other. We get used by both. You said that y'all don't sell drugs. Y'all are the greatest drug dealers that ever exist on the planet. Y'all import the drugs. You make sure the drugs get in. That's the CIA, the FBI, whoever you want to call it. You allow countries to. Matter of fact, marijuana is legal today because of y'all. That's not us. That's because of y'all. That has nothing to do with us at all. We don't control that. And when we talk about the crime, here's why I say y'all are worse. We didn't need crime to become great. In the beginning of my statement, I said we come to correct. You have to identify what the root is and then provide the solution. Us being in love with white people is why we sell drugs and kill. Because when we wasn't in love with you, we built our own cities without your assistance. The greatest time we've ever had and the greatest threat y'all have ever had in America was watching black people build great cities without your assistance. Wall Street, Rosewood, Seneca Village, Paradise in Detroit. I mean, I can go on and on. There's never been an airstrike in America until y'all flew airplanes over Tulsa, Oklahoma to bomb Black Wall Street. And that city flourished. And you know what? They didn't have to kill each other to do it. They didn't even have to kill you. They didn't have an issue with you.
If black cities are so great, how come white people move the hell away from black people at every possible opportunity?
Back then or now? What time you talk about? Because you got to be smart now. Remember, when you speak, I respond to exactly what you're saying. So when I'm responding to what you're saying, I'm showing you what the problem is. The problem is we're trying to emulate you. You're a murderer. You're good at it. If murdering makes you great, you a murderer. If stealing makes you great, you'll steal. If shitting in the president's house, you're shitting in the president's house like y'all did. You said they were so civilized when they walked in there, they were shitting in there. Chasing women. Anyway, but if we separate that thought process from you guys, then we will build. We just don't have to kill to do it.
So what I'm hearing from you, if you may let me interject, is that you think that the white man is a bad influence on your people. And so my response to that is, if you feel that way, which is a natural way to feel, all races will feel like this about other races because we have different mentalities. If you understand the biology of race, if you look at the racial differences where they manifest most in the genetics, it's genetics that pertains to neurophysiology. And so the kinds of elements of our nature that code for our behavior, for our way of thinking, these are the greatest differences between the races, not our physical appearance, which is obviously distinct as well. And so it would be much better for your people, surely, to live in your own country with your own people away from us.
Well, just back up a little bit. You said something about the looks. What'd you say?
I said, if you look at the genetic modeling, the genes that code for different physical appearance diverge less between the races than the genes that code for different neurophysiological attributes.
Right, and you saying that to say what?
My point is that the greatest differences between the races are in our behaviors, our attitudes, our mentalities.
Would you say our thought process?
Yeah.
Y'all
exactly. Our way of interpreting the world.
Yeah, y'all will see if people trying to be at peace with you, and your thought process, we're gonna kill them. Whereas we just try to be at peace.
My current thought process when it comes to
I'm not talking about you. When I say
have your own continent, go nuts.
Wait.
Quite happy to stay the hell out of Africa.
When you say our own continent, hey Ralph, I don't think nobody ever studies like my position at all. We're not African. Just because you live on a continent, white people have been in Africa for thousands of years too. You wouldn't call them Africans, you would just call them white people in Africa. So just because melanated, I'm using that blanket term because maybe that's a word you'll understand. Just because melanated people are on a continent does not mean that they're from a continent. When you say go back to Africa, there's 50 countries in Africa. So where do you go?
That's the majority, the overwhelming majority of black people.
It's more callous.
The overwhelming majority of black people are in Africa already. And so if we're going to separate our people, logical place for black people to go.
One at a time.
It's more callous for you to say go back to Africa than it is for you to say maybe we should stop murdering. It's more callous for you.
Right. Now go ahead, Joel.
Well, no, but the point that I'm making is you're alleging all these things about the white man, and I could try and
I'm not alleging anything.
Provide all my counter arguments, but the reality is that I understand, because I understand racial differences, that you as a black man, as a proud black man, you seem like an intelligent individual as far as black people go. You have pride in your identity, and you have a kind of noble mentality, which is not a bad thing.
Joel, can you say what can you just say what you said about me? I didn't hear that part.
I said you seem like an intelligent individual. You're proud. You're proud of your identity. You're very proud about who you are. You have a very strong sense of yourself, right? And that's a good thing. I think that's a noble thing to be. And so what I'm saying is that I will never convince you, just like you'll never convince me as a white racialist of any of your nonsense. That's what it just sounds like nonsense in my ears.
Right.
So
about me convincing
that's
you.
because we have totally different mentalities. We are different peoples. We are proud peoples of different races. And so I view the influence of your people, your culture over my people as negative. You view it the same way in reverse. And so what I'm saying is that the solution would probably be for us to have our own separate political organizations, our own separate societies, our own separate countries, where you can have your country where it's entirely geared toward what's great for black people, advancing your people and your interests, and the entire culture is dominated by your mentality and way of life, and the same for me.
All right, now go ahead, Captain.
I appreciate it. The conversation is not about me convincing you or you convincing me, because you're right. I'm not going to convince you of anything. You're not going to walk away from this and think, I want to make black people great. You're not. And neither am I going to walk away and Joel convinced me to make white people. That's not, the debate is not about who can convince the other. The debate is about which crime is worse. And so what I'm simply demonstrating is that when we emulate, you guys commit crimes worse than us. Your crimes leave other nations in shambles. Your position is that you're fine with that though, because you get the rule. That's your position, correct?
No, incorrect. My position is.
Wait.
I can clarify my position for you and why it relates to my previous point.
Wait, hold on.
The reason why I made my previous point is because if we go back to the beginning, where you gave a definition of crime.
Hey, Joel, it doesn't work good. Just let me finish. I just wanted to get you a yes.
All right, I'll let you finish.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, you're not letting me. I just stopped you.
All right, gentlemen, go ahead. Kevin.
I'm sorry. So in this debate, the debate is which crimes are worse. So when you say it's good because we win, you're still not taking away that it's worse, because look at the devastation that you leave behind. That's why when I brought up what the Aboriginal people went through in Australia, when y'all came over there and you murdered them, what the Native Indians went through over here when you came here and murdered them, when you exported slaves, when Africans decided to sell black people because they're not the same, look at the nations that you left and what you did to them. Even the so-called Jewish man that you speak about, he's no different. The only difference is he chose to fight against you. The reason why y'all hate Jewish people is not because they're Jewish, it's because they won't share. It's because they take their power and keep their power to themselves. If they ever shared their power with you guys, you would love them because they are in power. You yourself think that they make black people do this. They run the Diamond District. They run Hollywood. They got all manner of evil going on, but they would not associate with you guys. So the argument is not about what you benefited from. The argument is which one is worse. And raping, murdering, no matter what race it is, the difference between you and I don't think that we should murder anybody for no reason. If someone's coming to harm you, defend yourself, that's one thing. But to go in and rape and pillage your people just to take their land, that's horrible. So when you say which one is worse, there is nobody worse than you guys. I'm done.
Now go ahead, Joel.
So the reason why I discussed before about the differences in mentalities between the races is because when you gave it earlier, you gave it a definition of crime, and you said, well, crime is fundamentally defined as illegal or unlawful with respect to a particular state order, particular existing government and its determinations. And so what I'm saying is that according to you, the value set that you have, the only way in which to guarantee that within a body of law is to have your own countries dominated by your own people, where your identity, your mentality, your values become definitive over the actual institution of laws within that territory. They come to dominate the government. An ideology which is a reflection of your biological character and reality is manifest, and your racial, spiritual, whatever characteristics, cultural characteristics dominate the political system that you live under. Now, you will always find it disagreeable if that's not the situation. Everyone will. That's why multiculturalism or multiracial societies or whatever is such a mess, precisely because of that, because we will never see eye to eye on so many issues. Now, when it comes to you alleging that I'm okay with murder, I'm not okay with murder whatsoever. I mean, that's a ridiculous proposition. There is a difference between murder and killing in the act of war. In an act of war, it's not murder, because you're engaging essentially in a kind of state-mandated activity to defend your political order against external enemies, against people who do not fall within the paradigm of the government that you live under and the state that you live under. And so they don't have the rights of citizenship. They don't have the rights that are kind of determined to your the people that are part of your political community, because they are of a hostile political community. And when you engage in a war between two different groups, ultimately it is a battle over to defend your way of life. There's a perception that the enemy, if it's a just war, now I agree that there are some unjust wars, but if it's a just war, you are fighting the enemy because you perceive the enemy as a threat to your way of life, as a threat to your political order as such. And so any act of killing that you engage in during a state of war is an act in defense of the law of your territory, not an act against and contrary to the law. That's why I'm not a pacifist. As a Catholic, I hold the just war theory.
What does that mean?
Well, that war, it can, in many cases, can be justified. If you have an aggressive party, which you can't negotiate with, then war is justified. An external enemy, right? And there, what are you supposed to do? Not defend yourself and not defend your political community, your political order, your nation against external threats? That would be preposterous. Anyone who holds that principle will be defeated by history, by people who do defend their way of life and assert themselves. Now, so that's a distinction.
Okay.
Now, when it comes
to the stuff you said,
yeah, I'll just finish this point and then I'll wrap it all together. So my point is that the things that you are alleging to be white crimes, and we haven't even really gone into contesting the specifics. We can probably go into that later in the discussion. What I'm saying, you're grouping together, you're saying that basically it is in our nature. We have a devilish nature. The way in which we go about organizing our societies is fundamentally evil and immoral and so on from your perspective. And so what I'm saying is that from my perspective, the outcome of us creating our own nations and running our own nations is magnificence. I love the civilization that we create. I love the kind of societies we generate. I love the kind of politics we try to assert. I think our society, our civilization historically, not anymore now it's degenerated, but historically was the most noble and magnificent civilization, Western civilization in world history. And the actions that were taken to generate it, therefore, carry that as their justification. They carry that as they are contributions to the generation of this magnificent, civilized, modern Western civilization. And so that gives them a higher quality. That gives them a higher standing than what has black crime really contributed to. So when we're talking about what is the outcomes of black crime, what great civilizations have come from black crime? What great changes in government? What new advances have come from black crime? I don't see any. So black crime, therefore, is qualitatively worse because black crime does not create anything that is great. It leads only to, I don't know, just general civic decay, the breakdown of public order, degeneracy, and so on. There is nothing noble that emerges from it under the definitions that we're playing with here. Now, I'll let you respond, and then maybe we can get into some of the specifics if you want to start talking about the history of colonialism and so on, and we can debate those.
Well, I'm fine with whatever that is, but I want to point out, well, first, just a quick yes or no. Do you believe that America, run by whites, targets the black race, yes or no?
What do you mean by targets?
Meaning do things specifically to target the black race in a negative way, yes or
no? An America that was run by the white man previously.
Talk about 20, ain't you run by a white man today? When's America not being run by a white man?
No, America's run by Jews.
Wait, but Joe Biden, he's not a Jew though, right? So-called Jew, right?
Joe Biden doesn't run America. He's a senile retard.
Okay, what about, but Trump, it was white when Trump was in it. Just 4 years ago was
Trump
white.
Didn't run America. He got deposed. He got overthrown by the people who actually run America.
He didn't complete his 4 years?
He was barely able to do anything with the entire administration. He was obstructed in every possible way.
His 4 years, yes or no?
But do you seriously think that the president
yes or no?
actually has control of the government?
Can you hear yes or no? Did he complete his 4 years, yes or no?
You're asking me a rhetorical question. Why would I operate with an answer when it's obvious that he completed his 4 years, but it's irrelevant to the point? Who really runs America? Is it the president? This is like high school civic shit. No, it's actually far more complicated. Political power is far more complicated than who's the president.
So 4 years ago, it was white. That's why, and you know how you know it was
also,
white?
when Obama was president, was the black man running America?
No.
Yeah, well, there you go. So therefore, your argument is retarded.
The difference with that is that Obama is one African. What is it? Was it 52 presidents by now? Was it 52 or 53? But 52 or 50, I'm gonna just say 52. So one African who's not our people, Obama is not my people, but one African out of 51 other presidents did not now make America black. It doesn't. You know, like when God says other nations as a drop of a bucket, like a drop from a bucket doesn't matter. The reason why I asked you that question is because white people love to say, well, this country's so bad, you should move out. And the reason why I asked you, do you specifically target black people? Because East Indians don't have these conversations. Arabs, even though the Arabs so-called made the towers fall, they don't have to have these conversations. Chinese don't have to have these conversations. No other race has to have these conversations because no other race is targeted in America except us, by you. I also want to point out your hypocrisy. First, you said you didn't want to justify whatever crimes are committed as long as it came to the greater good, but then you just gave a soliloquy. When we do these crimes, we get this. When y'all do these crimes, you get this. As if the results of your crime make your crime better. You got to pick a side. Either you're with it or you're not. Because you keep flip-flopping on that point. And you got
flip-flopping at all. It just seems like you don't have the capacity for abstract thinking to understand the rhetorical device that I'm employing.
I have abstract thinking, but in the blood sport, you have to be focused on the debate. The debate is...
Yeah, I am focused on this debate, and I'm winning with zero preparation because your arguments are weak.
I didn't prepare. I just cut a laptop on. I just knew you was from Australia, so I know y'all killed a lot of Aboriginals out there. And this argument...
Well, we can talk about the Aboriginals if you want, but we could...
We got to talk about
onto that subject.
I just want to finish. You also mentioned how... My second yes or no question. Are you at war today?
Are we at war? Who?
No. Are you at war today? You mentioned that in a time of war, it wouldn't be murder, it would be killing, which I agree with. I agree with you on that. So are you at war today?
No, war has not been declared yet.
Okay, no problem. Perfect. So now my next statement, you have made a point to say, I'm just trying to grab it real fast. You have made a point, about, give me 1 second, about, God, I lost it, so we can yield. I lost the point right there. We can go to the next subject.
That's okay. Go ahead, Joel.
Would you like to debate? Would you like to debate
I'm glad you said that.
Wait,
I'm glad you said that. Joel, I'm glad you said that. You made a point to bring up that you were a Roman Catholic, correct?
Correct.
So on the subject of crimes, which one is worse? I mean, goddamn, how many Roman Catholics molest kids and destroy kids because they was molested? And so now the Roman Catholic, they don't send them to jail. They put them in the Roman Catholic Witness Protection Program. They send them to Arizona, to the Archdiocese down in Arizona, to send them to another place. Now, those are your own people. They sleep with your own race, molesting little boys because they believe you can't have sex. I'll never join nothing where a priest can't have. I'm a priest myself, and I'm going to have sex with women. They don't want to have sex with women.
Yeah, I'm sure. I understand that the Negro has no capacity for restraint.
Well, y'all have, you know how you know.
To
be
able to engage in
you know how much y'all don't have control. You know how much. You know how much control y'all don't have. Y'all have no control of your dick. That you won't put it in a pussy, but you'll put it in a little boy's ass. Right. You'll put it in a little boy's mouth. So when you talk about crimes, the Roman Catholic Church is the most disgusting thing that has ever been called of God. Right. There's nothing. And when you think about God, first of all, the Pope is considered God on earth. So when you're talking about when you talk about God,
look, considered God on earth.
If we talking about God, worshiping God, obeying God, keeping the commandments of God, tell me where God ordained fucking little boys.
Obviously, I oppose. I would want all pedophiles immediately executed.
What do you do? No, not just any pedophiles. Your bishops. Your archdiocese.
Yeah, I think they should every bishop who actually is a pedophile should be executed.
So what do you do? Do you go out and speak against the Roman Catholic Church?
I speak against pedophilia. Yes, I do. I do speak against pedophilia frequently. It's such a basic thing. Obviously, I oppose.
Top of the Roman Catholic Church to the bottom.
Yeah, there's problems. There's problems.
No.
I think it's overstated. Nevertheless, there are problems.
I'm not talking about problems. Let's say if you have an organization. Let's say you got a 50-man organization, just a 50, and you put rules in place that they're supposed to adhere to. Anybody can break those rules. We agree, right? Anybody can break them, right? Like you got rules, and it's up to you to exact a punishment, right?
Correct.
They don't punish them for molesting kids. They just relocate them to molest more kids. And that's your spiritual belief. Your spiritual belief of God comes from niggas that have no control of their dick. You try to say black people don't have control of their dick.
My belief comes
but
from
your belief is from niggas that don't have control of their dick.
The fact that there are
with the little boys.
That
That's
have
what he said.
infiltrated the church and have
He
used
thought it was
the
funny when he said,
church
when he was talking about black
facilitate their pedophilia, does not mean that my faith is in any way impacted.
But then when I point out how white people or your priests are putting their dicks in little boys, do they have control of their dicks? Because they're not supposed to have sex. They're not supposed to have sex, period.
Correct.
And that's how you know that that's demonic. Because when they get the urge to have sexual acts,
clearly is pedophilia is clearly demonic. But
but that
the idea that all Catholic priests are pedophiles is just ridiculous.
I tell you what, we can take it off. We can take it off of them. You know, it's called a Roman Catholic. So if we was to go back to Rome or Greek days, they had something called pederasty. You know what pederasty is, right?
I mean, I thought we were going to talk about the Aboriginals.
We talking about crimes.
Pederasty and
We talking about crimes.
like what is it?
We talking about crimes. You know what pederasty is, right?
If you want to look at the statistics,
let me look it up. Let me look up.
African Americans are more homosexual than white Americans.
That's
look at who's the greatest sodomite, who's fucking more niggas in the ass. It's niggas.
Hey, look at him get to this feeling. When they say the N-word, when they say the word nigga, listen, you can say nigga all you want. Because every time I have this conversation and white people say nigga, it's always online. It's never in my face. Right. So saying nigga, that's not gonna make me go crazy.
Well, you keep saying it, so if you can say it, why can't I say it?
You can say, listen, America has freedom of speech. So you using that word is not gonna, I know his tactic was, now pull out the N-word. I'm gonna call him a nigga. That's gonna get him thrown off. No nigga, we gonna read the definition of pederasty. That's what we about to do. Pederasty, sexual activity involving a man and a boy in his youth. And the Romans and the Greeks practiced this vehemently. Where they would take that little boy and he was the one that he would have sex with. Like in that movie 300, they used to make the women dress as the goddamn centurion because he didn't even want to have sex with his woman. He wanted to have sex with the little boy. Till the little boy got about 16, 17 years old. And then now you throw him away and get another little boy. And so that's where the Roman Catholic Church, who claim they're of God, which they're not, that's satanic, they're founded off of that same principle. Remember, we're talking about crime. And you already said pedophilia is wrong. So is pederasty wrong? Is pederasty wrong? Come on, man. Type the keyboard.
Yeah, obviously it's wrong. I mean, what even is this? Like, you're just wasting my time with this.
Now, is this not a crime? Isn't that what society is? Isn't that one of those society?
What even is this?
So when a society that
are you telling me that black people, there's no black pederasts, that only white people are pederasts? I mean, it's ridiculous.
I never said that black.
What's your point?
My point is, y'all are the fathers of it. Remember, I said you have fathers.
I doubt it.
You have fathers and you have sons. Y'all are the fathers of pederasty, homosexuality, raping. We learned all of that from you guys. That's my point. When we talking about crime, when we talking about crime, that's crime. Unless you tell me a society is good.
You have no evidence for that. You're just saying like, oh, all these terrible things that black people do.
Can you prove me wrong?
It's because they're imitating white people. I mean,
prove me wrong?
It's just baseless.
Well, when y'all brought us over here, in the transatlantic slave trade, did y'all not stop us from reading? Did y'all not take our spirituality away? Did y'all take our?
Tell me, back in Africa, there was no homos.
I just want
everybody in Africa.
Why can't I just finish? Why can't I just?
No one was raping or killing or
whatever they was doing,
sodomizing anybody. Everybody in Africa was just this totally moral, bastion of humanity. And then they sold their own people into slavery to foreigners.
But why you so touchy about it?
And then
you call me a nigga, now you acting all touchy. Oh yeah. Come on, my nigga. Like, don't be like that. Remember, y'all took away our very identity, our essence of being, and you replaced it with your way of life. So whatever we was doing when we was taken out of the West Coast,
that was really a mistake. I don't think that was a good thing. I think it would be much better if you guys were left where you were.
Hey, my nigga Joel, that's what I'm gonna call you. I just renamed you. You're gonna be called my nigga Joel. That's what you're gonna be called. My nigga Joel, you are right. It was not a good idea for y'all to bring us over here. Right. But when you did, no matter what we was listening to, no matter what we was following, no matter what culture, no matter what practices, you guys took it all away. And we only had you to look at. And in observing you, we have watched you molest, we have watched you rape, we have watched you murder, we have watched you steal. So when you say, where did we learn this and it's all the white man's fault? If you're gonna be great and get great off the benefit of slaves, you also have to take the blame for what
people have been free for almost 200 years.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Let me give you an example of freedom. When the Jewish people destroyed Hitler, killed that nigga. That's another nigga. They killed that nigga. Killed him, destroyed the Germans, got them out the way. You know what they knew? They knew that they couldn't leave the Jewish people next to the Germans because there would be no way for them to actually be free and liberate themselves. Black people have never been free. We've been told you're no longer slaves. But if we was free, as we was building those cities without bothering you, so now we go, I can give you the list of black cities if you ever want them. As we was going and establishing our black cities, we wasn't bothering y'all. We was fine. Segregation, and I'm pretty sure you agree with this, my nigga Joel, but with segregation was the best thing that we could ever have. Because segregation didn't mean that we had no interaction at all, but it did mean that your way of life was your own, our way of life was ours. Your education was your own, our education was ours. We would have to deal with each other economically, of course, but you know what the problem was? Y'all saw us beginning to whoop y'all ass. Economically, socially, educationally, in every single facet, which is why y'all had to resort back to what you know best. And that's murdering, that's drugs, that's the abortion, that's infiltration. And the only thing I can't defend is that uppity black niggas decided to side with y'all. I wish they didn't. I wish Martin.
Well, you're talking to me. I'm a representative of a racialist white viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to find common ground on someone who agrees that you guys should have your own communities that support segregation, that says we should get rid of the abortion and the drugs and the crime and live a noble Christian life, well, we actually agree on all of those things. So instead of pointing your finger and blaming, don't you think that's kind of interesting that when you talk to people with my viewpoint, that actually you can find a common ground that you can't find with a white liberal?
That's why I love Ralph's channel. I love Ralph's channel because the one thing we do agree on is that principle. I'll be surprised sometimes Ralph let me say the shit I get to say. Dead ass. Like Ralph lets me get busy on here. That's why I love coming in here and everything. But now, although we agree on that core principle, does not mean we ignore the history. So I'm not asking you. So my nigga Joel, I'm not asking you to ignore. Hey, sidebar. Ralph, I nickname every white guy every time we have a debate. There's always a nickname that comes.
I have noticed that, yes.
So Joel, your nickname is my nigga Joel. That's his nickname. Goes down in the Hall of Fame. So Joel, when you go on another platform, you're gonna say Captain Tazariak of the ISUBK.
I'm not a nigga, unfortunately.
You are. My nigga Joel. You definitely are. Yeah, he don't like that, but you are my nigga though. You my nigga, Joel.
There's only one nigga.
You my nigga like training day, my nigga. You ever seen Training Day, my nigga? So all right, that's the last one. That might be the last one.
All right, go ahead.
So although we have you share that core principle, it does not mean that we negate what this blood sport is about. This is a blood sport. If we was having, let's say, if we ever had another conversation, which I'm not against, right? And we had a conversation where we said, well, let's have a conversation or discussion about common grounds or commonalities or anything that's not a debate. I would gladly have it. It's not a problem. I can go into any space, have any conversation. I don't get offended. But if we having a blood sport about black crime versus white crime, which is worse, I have to substantiate, like you, I expect you to totally substantiate your position as I mine. And so far, I'm clearly substantiating. That Roman Catholic, that damn near was like that's what that was. That was a headshot because there is no getting. Really? Yeah, y'all can't control. Roman Catholics cannot control their dicks. Now, whether you want to say black, no, they can't. No, they can't. They don't control their dicks. Why they fucking move?
Hold on, let's let him respond.
Oh, yeah. Tell me how they control it.
I mean, the Catholicism is a religion built around, in many respects, controlling your dick. Now, many people fall short of the glory of God because man has fallen and so on. But nevertheless, that is really the essence of if you're a true Catholic, if you're actually practicing, and you're a true Catholic, you're not some like weird communist that's LARPing as a priest. But you're truly practicing Catholic, then you're controlling your dick.
Yeah, but what I showed was a cultivated culture from the time of the Greeks and the Romans with pederasty that was just transitioned into the Roman Catholic Church. What the Roman Catholic Church provided is for all those nasty ass homosexuals, white homosexuals, was an avenue where they can molest kids in the name of what they say is God and then get away with it. And nobody says nothing because me speaking personally, like I'm an Israelite.
Nobody says nothing. There's literally nothing, no scandal that's more talked about than pedophilia in the Catholic Church. It's literally the most mainstream position. Everybody just presumes that it's true, who doesn't even research it because it's proliferated as this constant slander and meme throughout our society. And this slander is actually advanced by Jewish sources, Protestant sources, anti-Catholic sources. It is actually well overblown. If you look into the statistics, you're far, far more likely to be molested in the public school system than you are by a Catholic priest.
Can you just tell me what happens to the Catholic priests when they molest kids? Can you just tell me what happens?
There are priests that have gone to jail for the crime.
I want to know that. Teach me this shit. Come on.
I'll just Google it, I guess.
Yeah, Google it.
I don't have any.
That's probably the best guide y'all got. Go ahead and Google that shit, man. Can I still call you my nigga Joel? Is that okay?
I wish we would not.
I'd
rather.
Oh, okay. But he did bring that into the fold.
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up here. West Australian Catholic priest Richard Doyle. He wasn't a pederast. It was a little girl, apparently. This is in Australia. I'm just kind of scrolling.
What about in America? What about over here? Or, well, you know what? I don't want to. I strike that back. I don't want to just focus on America. I apologize.
I mean, American. I don't know.
What? Yeah, what you got?
Michigan priest sentenced to prison for sexual abuse of second grader.
Let me see if I got it. Let me see.
Archdiocese of Detroit. A priest of the Archdiocese of Detroit has been sentenced for the rape of an elementary student at a Catholic school attached to the parish he served as pastor in the mid-2000s. So there you go. There's an example. I mean, what you think? Like none of these people actually.
1 out of millions. Roman.
It's not 1 out of millions. You asked me to find an example. I found you an example. So there you go. But the basic premise that the reality is of the world today is that every powerful institution is infested with pedophiles, with all kinds of depraved individuals. We live in a very sick society. You look at government, all government institutions full of these sick freaks as well. It's not a problem that is specific to the Catholic Church.
Who created that?
Now white people are only responsible. There is plenty of pederasty and pedophilia in black communities and in Africa as well. It's a universal human problem.
Just for the record,
specific to white people. In fact, if you look,
like if I just Google how many children did the church have?
Do you have any kind of data that demonstrates that there's a greater problem in white communities or white societies relative to black communities and black
No
societies?
problem.
Do
This
you
is
actually
for-
have any evidence to support
Well,
that
that's your
decision?
job.
Because if you don't, then we can just dismiss it as just conjecture.
No. My job is to show how you're more violent. Your job is to show how I'm more violent. You want me to help you. So like if I read this before, come on, my nigga George. I'm sorry, Ralph. I'm sorry, Ralph. More than 450 Catholic clergy members across 6 Illinois-based. This is just 6 Illinois-based dioceses. 450 sexually abused nearly 2,000 children during a period spanning 7 decades. That's just in 6 Illinois-based dioceses. So now that's 2006 in one state. How many states is it? I don't want to get that wrong. It's 50 states.
Yeah.
50 times 2,000 is what? 100,000? 100,000 or 100,000?
Here's an article from The Guardian. The headline, this is from 9 years ago.
Right.
Pope Benedict VI defrocked nearly 400 priests for child abuse. Priests were defrocked over 2 years for molesting children. I think he did this.
You helping me out.
He was a part of the task force within the church engaging in this behavior prior to becoming Pope.
Yeah,
he was during his early papacy.
You probably should have studied. And how much money have they paid?
Well, I thought we were debating black versus white crime, not like.
Oh, not they white?
In the church.
Them ain't no. I was about to say the wrong word. Them ain't black people. Them is white people. And that's a crime. Unless you're telling me this ain't a crime.
I didn't say it wasn't a crime. I said, can you provide me evidence that in the black community they have less of this going on?
Is that my job?
Yeah, it is your job. That's what the debate is about.
We're not on the same team, NJ. We're not on the same team. I'm gonna call you M&J. I can get away with that, right, Ralph? M&J?
I don't know what that means, but
my nigga Joel. I just didn't want to say that.
Go ahead and
okay. M&J. It's not my job. We're not on the same team, M&J. It's not my job to help you find information against black people. Listen,
it's your job to find information.
I get Joel's
understand what a relative judgment is. To have a relative judgment,
right.
You need to find an objective metric to determine the difference between the prevalence in the black community or black countries and the white community. Countries. So if you don't have that data, that means you don't have a point. Right?
Okay.
That's how this works. That's how objective reasoning works. You have to have support for your position with evidence.
Moderator.
You need to then materialize that evidence. Otherwise, you're just engaging in conjecture. You're just cherry picking examples. I could just go and look at all these black people that are raping and murdering and so on.
Do it. I guarantee you I can counter it. That's a difference.
What do you mean?
So like, here's what
I'm there's no black murderers, there's no black rapists, there's no black
I ain't say that. I didn't say that.
Exactly. So I could
saying y'all doing more. The debate is
actual basis in empirical data. You don't have a point.
Gotcha. I'm gonna tell you.
Surely you can
before we get the points, before we get the data, I just want to highlight the Catholic dioceses across the United States have paid more than $3 billion to victims of clergy abuse. Not $3 million. $3 billion.
Well, good. They should pay them. They should be paying them
for the crimes they commit in an alarming rate, at a Holocaust rate. I probably should have said that word, but at a genocidal rate. Remember, the debate is which crime is worse. So you would have to admit that y'all do that crime worse.
Why would I say worse? You don't have any evidence to support the position that it is
it's worse for you to have the evidence
than black crime in that respect, because you haven't provided any data or any metric to compare.
Can you show any data? Can you show any data?
I don't need to show data. You're the one that's substantiating this claim. I can show data when it comes to rape, when it comes to murder,
can you show
and so on. The official data.
So you want to switch? Do you want to switch to that? We can switch to that because you need a lifeline or something. You need something.
I don't really need a lifeline. I mean,
that Roman Catholic. I would have never blurted out. I was
no actual material evidence.
I would have never blurted out.
It's well known. The data is well known in the fact. I think in the 2021 data, 60.4% of the known race of murderers, of known murderers, where we know the race of the murderer.
Do you have the stat line?
4% of them in the United States were black, even though they make up only 13% of the population.
Now, do you have the stat line for that?
Yeah, that's from the official 2021 FBI statistics.
Oh, that's arrest data though. You do know that, right? Like, I'm a smart dude. See, Ralph, I didn't say the word you thought I was going to say. I'm smart. You know, that's arrest data. And why is
if they don't know, if there's someone who's been killed and they don't know who killed them, then obviously they can't be racially classified.
Let me ask a question. Are you saying that means that white people are getting away with murder and not getting charged, Captain? Is that what you're trying to say, or
not necessarily?
Okay.
Because I do think y'all get away with murder. I mean, that's
why I asked. I thought you might say that, but
yeah, I'm not getting to that.
I mean, you're not actually providing anything objective. Like, I'm looking at all the murders that we have solved. It's not that white people can't go around. The majority of people who get murdered, by the way, get murdered by members of their own race. So this idea that whites aren't arresting whites for killing whites, like what even is?
Remember, the statement you made that we murder more. The statement that you made would murder more, according to the FBI. But that's just arrest information. That's not conviction information. And here's the thing about that. This is the NPR.org. Wrongful convictions disproportionately affect Black Americans, report show. Now, before I read this, the reason why I'm saying it's arrests and not convictions. In New York City, where I'm at right now, they had this thing, which probably still exists, called stop and frisk. Stop and frisk was a procedure where they specifically targeted Blacks and Latinos and arrested them for anything, because they needed to bump up the numbers, of course, to get more support. So although they was getting arrested for things that they weren't actually committing, but it just bumped up the money that they would get. That's why this article, it says the exoneration report has some disturbing numbers on the rate of exoneration. Black people represent 13.6 of the population, but account for 53% of exonerations in the registry.
Well, they also account for 60% of convictions. So it would make sense if you're getting the majority of the convictions, you're also going to get the majority of the exonerations. That would just be logical.
I got you, but you're making my point. Being arrested for something does not mean you're guilty for it, and they're getting arrested.
We're talking about convictions.
No, wait. Before you can get convicted, you got to get arrested. Come on, M&J, get it together. You can't get convicted.
Well, obviously, when you're talking about convictions and you're talking about exoneration.
No, the stats.
You're saying we've got 60% of the convictions are Black and 50% of the exonerations are Black. That would be proportional. That would actually be proportional relative to when we're looking at the overall, amount of convictions here. A lot of people who get exonerated, by the way, probably did kill the individual, but they just can't prove it.
Well, it doesn't say that it's just murder, though. It doesn't say that. Nevertheless, but my point is, what are they getting exonerated from? They're getting exonerated from of what they were falsely arrested for. So you can't use the FBI data, which represent arrests, because just because they got arrested.
FBI data represents convictions.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
Well,
data on convictions.
I thought it was convictions, but I don't know for sure. I think it is, but I don't know. I'd have to double check.
It's just arrest. I mean, you can always pull it up. You know, you're a Catholic. Don't the Bible say prove all things?
I'll pull it up and I'll let you know.
Yeah, don't the Bible say prove all things, Catholic?
Yes, I'll look for it myself.
So now, my
anyway,
point. So wait, let me just wrap it up.
It's not really a point, because if we do have a disproportionate amount of convictions, then you're going to have a disproportionate amount of as I said, of exonerations, because it's just an organic, natural ratio that you would expect. If you have way more convictions, but then you have exactly the equal amount of exonerations, that would be strange.
So here's why that's not exactly true.
In fact, what it actually proves is that Black people aren't targeted by the legal system. If they're represented in exonerations almost equally to their representation in convictions, that means out of all the Black people arrested for the crime, about a pretty similar ratio relative to whites are getting either convicted or not convicted. If they were all getting convicted and no one's getting exonerated, that would mean maybe you could make the argument, oh, well, this system is kind of racist because everyone's getting convicted. As soon as a Black man comes before the court, but all these exonerations, that's actually proving that the justice system is hearing the cases fairly.
No,
because it's exonerating all of these Black people that have been accused of various crimes.
I would disagree. And It's not that they commit more crimes. You guys commit more crimes, but you also are more people, so that makes sense. That's why the article points out we're only 13.6 of the population. So from a numbers perspective, you guys would probably always have more numbers than us because there's more of you. So what the point that I'm talking about is the fact that they're getting exonerated for things that they didn't do lets you know that they're not the criminals that they're set out to be. Right.
But what about the convictions?
So
You're
now
like
that's
taking this isolated fact out of the context.
You're getting exonerated from, you're getting
It doesn't
exonerated.
make any sense. This is just a
You're
totally
getting exonerated from what you were convicted of. You're not getting exonerated from an arrest. You're getting exonerated from being found guilty of a crime that you did not do.
There's a certain amount of exonerations that are going to occur.
And we have the most
that represents
because we
the
are being
majority of the
falsely
convictions.
arrested.
It's logical that they're going to represent the majority of the exonerations.
No,
it's just simply
no,
a basic
you're
ratio.
not listening. Hey, Joel, I think, you know, there's a phrase I always use. It's called listening is an art.
And there's a phrase that I always use, which is called be rational. What you're doing right now is you're being irrational.
I'm not being
your
irrational.
point is perfectly reasonable. You would expect.
I never
it to
said
be
the point wasn't. I never said
things. There's only a certain amount of convicted felons.
I never said your point wasn't. I never said your point wasn't reasonable. I didn't even say I disagree with your point. I disagree with anytime you say that our crimes are worse. I'm going to always disagree with you on this subject. I didn't say I didn't disagree with you. What I pointed out was first in New York they have a law called stop and frisk, where they specifically targeted blacks and Hispanics. That is facts. That you cannot get around that. They was locking them up for things.
Yeah, but why would they bring in that law to target blacks and Hispanics? It's because blacks and Hispanics commit more crimes, and so they needed those laws.
Goes back to what I
with a more criminal.
No, they did not. No, that's not true. It's not just budget, but what it's about is. Remember, I asked you,
because they're more violent.
Why are you so touchy?
It's logical to target them if you don't like crime.
Why are you so touchy? Why are you so touchy?
Oh, I'm not touchy. I'm just making the point.
But
it's all internally consistent.
That's not true. So again, the question. Remember, the question I asked you was, do you feel that America specifically targets black people and not other races? Because other races are not getting targeted. Chinese people, we got a Chinese mafia. Chinese people do things.
Chinese people, they don't commit crimes like blacks.
Chinese people sell drugs. They don't commit crimes like white people, but y'all don't get locked up like we do. You can't even make that argument. This ain't about black people not committing crimes. You never heard me say that. So don't try to push the narrative. But what this is about is that your government facility in the land called America has a prejudice against black people. That is facts. Whether I brought up the situation,
you're committing more crimes than it's.
No, we're not. We're not.
Criminal
Prove that we're committing more crimes.
A bunch of black gangbangers walking around with their pants sagging, and
that's a lie.
Rap and selling drugs and being violent. And obviously, they're going to become profiled because that's what criminal behavior.
Listen, this is how you know gangster rap is stupid. That white boy watched the movie, went to see Batman, and shot everybody up in the movie theater. Right. Like, what are we talking about here? Prove, you said I can't just talk. Even though when I talk, I brought up the information. So bring up the information that we're killing more than y'all. Bring it up.
The information is in the
and what I also want to highlight,
60% of murder convictions in the year 2021 were black people.
Where's that?
Being only 13% of the population. That's the official FBI statistics.
That is arrests. That is not convictions.
Again, I'm trying to find the clarification on that. I do think it's convictions, but I can't find the exact line where it says that. If we had a copy of the actual,
is the website right here? Hold on one second.
Well, there's a bunch of different websites that list the stats.
Wait, go back. Oh, wait.
Somebody finds the.
Can you send that to me so I go over it on my phone? Because I have somebody from my team also got the site. I'm gonna have him text it to me, and then we can take a look at it.
Yeah, here's the UCR is the Uniform Crime Reporting Program, which is where these stats come from.
Yeah, let me check this out. So this is now this goes back. You got anything for 2021 or something like that? Because this is.
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
No, I was talking to the guy because, like, when I look here, this says total arrest, table 43A. It does not say conviction.
Yeah, you're wrong. Look, I'm not.
No, I'm not talking. This my man M&J trying to say that. This ain't you.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm trying to call balls and strikes here. I don't know for sure. The FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program, which began in 1929, collects information on serious crimes reported to law enforcement agencies. So that goes kind of lean your way. I thought it was convictions. I don't have the final word. So I don't.
It's FBI statistic is murder offenders.
Hey, M&J, table 43A, arrest, not conviction. M&J, stop talking about it.
All right, now.
It's reporting.
Go ahead.
It's reporting, which is quite clearly it's classified here as offenders. It's not classified
as arrested. Listen, you want me to send you the link?
Yes, send the link.
Send the link. Let me have a look at what you're talking
about. All right, let me
just put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna email it to myself and then
okay, yeah, and then you can
then I'll put it in the chat. Table 43A says arrest though, just for the record.
And then if chat wants to weigh in too, I'm looking for the exact line that says.
I missed coming on here. I just want to let you know.
Say what?
I said I missed coming on here, man. We got to do this like once every 2 months or something like that.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm trying to do more debates.
Yeah, or even discussions like M&J sounds like he wants to have discussions and stuff like that because he can't handle debates clearly. But we can definitely have a discussion.
According to the legal definition, an offender is someone who's been convicted.
All right, hold on. I got
it's someone who's been arrested.
Let me refresh my page. This doesn't do. I was trying to have them find something like up to date, but the table would still be the same. I was just really looking for the numbers. I'm going to put this in the chat now. Did it let me paste it? Wait, hold on. I don't think I copied it. Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. Highlight you. Right click.
Anyway, Ethan, I just sent you Steve Saylor's thread, which not only does it show the data, but it also provides like how you can like look it up yourself.
M&J, can you put that in
the thread?
M&J, can you put that in the chat too? So
I'll put it in the chat myself. And I'll read this. Who I didn't even see got restored back to Twitter. That's kind of cool. Says FBI. I never know who's there and who's not anymore. FBI announces blacks made up 60.4% of known murder offenders in 2021. That would be a new record for black dominance of murders, up from 56.5 in 2020. Although methodological snafus reduced police department participation this year, and I guess no. Let me send this. I was just reading that out, and then I'll put it here in the chat. And you should be able to grab it as well. Another one in the chat.
And then also, when they get with the way they get the numbers, we got to also check the percentages. So like now,
these people that are getting convicted of murder, by the way,
wait. This ain't for you or me. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Other black people.
M&J, let me just say this real fast. It's a stat. I just want to read this stat. This ain't pro you or me. I just want to read this stat. This is like the cde.ucr.gov. It says in 2021, there were 690,150 all violent crime incidents and 812,683 offenses reported in the United States by 11,797 law enforcement agencies that submitted the National Incident-Based Reporting System. It covers 69% of the population. So even as we look at those stats, there's 31% of those stats missing. So I don't know if
but just because there's elements missing, like it's
no, I'm not just
presume a trend. When you have such a large sample size, like when you do a study,
I agree with that. But you got to show
an opinion poll. Opinion polls are accurate, even though they only get a sample of say 10,000 respondents.
Right,
you got to be accurate within a certain kind of.
Let me give you an example.
A bit of fluctuation, but they're quite accurate in representing populations of hundreds of millions.
Hey, M&J, let me give you an example. George Zimmerman, for example, was arrested for killing Trayvon Martin, but there's no conviction. So if you was to look at the convictions of George Zimmerman, you wouldn't see it.
Yeah, because he didn't commit murder. He was defending himself.
He was not defending himself. I didn't bring it up for that instance. I don't want to talk about that part. But my point in saying that is arrest data and conviction data.
Also, he's a Mexican or something anyway. So who
No,
cares?
he's white. I think he's a so-called Jew.
He's
I think
maybe, but he's kind of Hispanic looking.
His mother,
Like,
his mother is Hispanic, but his father is white, so he's not one of us.
Yeah, so he's not Hispanic. His father is Jewish, so he's,
Yeah,
not,
so
he's not white.
Yeah, he's Jewish. Jewish people are white too.
His maternal grandfather was of Afro-Peruvian descent, so actually he's your cousin.
No, hell no.
No,
we
he's your
already,
cousin, man. It's another. Okay, so Georgian was a murderer. Another black man committed.
Wait.
So
Wait. Hold on. Did you first you said he wasn't?
Those African genes, man.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out his ethnicity right now.
Zimmerman identifies as a Hispanic
His
on
mother
the registration
was born in
forms.
Peru. His maternal mother. His father is American of German descent. That's his father. So he's a white man.
So he.
Like you thought, every day, I had a point. I thought I had a point. He said, he trying to say his paternal. And then, did he say paternal? Wait, hold on. Did you say, and then you just lied?
Spanish or other groups.
And Joel, Jay, you just lied. Because you said his paternal father, his paternal grandfather, you try to say was Afro-Peruvian. You just lied.
No, it says maternal. Maternal great-grandfather was of Afro-Peruvian descent.
Okay, you know what? Although I don't believe y'all tell the truth, I'm gonna go back.
I'm just reading from Wikipedia. Maybe Wikipedia's lying.
I got it from
Wikipedia's racist. Black man controls Wikipedia, and they're changing all the.
Well, I can't give you that. I can't say that because Wikipedia, like anybody, like you and I can go in there, I think, and like edit Wikipedia. So I'm not gonna put that on white people. I'm not gonna do that. See, I'm honest.
He's running from the arrest.
He's running from that arrest though. The stats say arrest, and that's why I used George Zimmerman, who was a German. He was not his mama. You are what your daddy is. He was like Hitler's great grand nephew or something like that. He's related to Hitler. That's George Zimmerman is Hitler. He's Nazi. That's what he is. That's what George Zimmerman is. Listen. I
George Hitler.
I knew Ralph. Yeah, call him George Hitler. I knew Ralph would like that one. I always get Ralph to get one good laugh out of Ralph every time I get.
So by the way, what's on Hitler? Do you find Hitler admirable because in a certain way, or do you find him detestable?
Hitler. Okay, I won't act like I'm a Hitler expert, but what I do know is that Hitler felt they was being oppressed by Jewish people, and Jewish people would probably feel like they was the same. So it's like two sets of white people having a fight, and Hitler chose to do what he did to Jewish people, and they fought back, and then they killed Hitler. Hitler lost. I mean, I don't know what else to say. What I will say though is that, and I don't know if it was a mental tactic by the Germans, period, but they would treat the black athletes with more dignity than America would. I will say that.
Interesting.
Jesse Owens.
That's fact.
Yeah, no, it is.
Jesse Owens was treated better. Jesse Owens was treated better. The athletes were treated better by Hitler. I will say that. And a lot of people don't know Hitler used to work with the Japanese people too. He wasn't as racist as people think. So that would be my opinion about Hitler. I do know they killed that dude though. Y'all lost that one. Y'all been trying to bring Hitler back ever since. That's why y'all like Trump. Y'all like Trump. Trump is like Hitler light. Trump
I wish he was. Damn
near called the arms
like
on January 6th.
10% Hitler. I wish he was like. I wish he was like 50%.
Yeah.
He was at least 50%.
You know what he's saying? I wish Trump.
Go ahead.
What he's saying is, I wish Trump would bring the ovens. That's what he's saying.
Well, there was no ovens. That's a joke. There were no ovens.
It's just MJ. It's just a joke.
But it's important to himself.
I guarantee you, y'all wish when Trump inspired them to run up on the White House, y'all was hoping they won. I know you was hoping, MJ. You was sad. How do you feel about every January 6th? Like, what do? You pour out a little liquor or something like that?
Well, I'm not an American, so it's not like it's.
You could have fooled me that you could have fooled me that you're not an American. I think you love America.
I mean,
I do love America. I do love America. I do want the best for America. I mean, white Americans are my racial brothers. You know what I mean?
Right. You know, Jewish people are your racial brothers too. Right.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Incorrect.
Yes,
no, they're not.
Y'all,
they're about as genetically similar to me as like a Sicilian or something. Like
y'all Sicilians, they're the same too.
Have you seen Sicilians? I mean, maybe to you, all white people look the same, but
yeah,
to me,
listen, you know, just because y'all like different shades of white, you got the Alaska snow-looking white, and then you got a Sicilian-looking white. But it's all white.
I'm a Snow White. Okay, I'm a Snow White. I don't know. I don't accept.
You know, Snow White was a woman though. Snow White was a woman. You saying you're a woman? I mean,
that's a stupid rhetorical point.
Hey, I'm just being funny.
Now let me ask a question, and we're gonna take some callers too, because I have some callers here.
Yeah, we got about 20 minutes left. What's up? Hey, M&J, man, it's going good so far, man.
I want to get.
Yeah, this is good content. I tried to make this entertaining. You know, I tried to make this fun for the audience. So
right.
I think we,
agreed. I think we succeeded.
I think it's been fun, and we're going to take some calls. I'm not quite done yet. I want to ask, the topic of the debate, and I'll ask you the same thing in reverse here in a second, Joel. But Captain, what makes white crime worse than black crime?
Okay, first, on an even level playing field, all crime is horrible. I'm not for any crime. So I'm not for blacks committing crimes. Like, we go out and teach to prevent crimes. And when I agree to this particular debate, I'm mainly speaking at the amount. That's more so what I'm speaking. It's not that black people don't molest, that they don't rape, that they don't kill, that they don't sell drugs, but the level of evil that white people have, that's what I'm battling in this particular blood sport. So I would say I'm against crime totally on either side. I just think that white people do it more and worse than us.
Now, how about you, Joel? What makes black crime worse than white crime?
Well, first of all, I want to say that the real victims of black crime are black people, generally speaking, and the real victims of white crime are generally speaking white people on average. If you look at the data, it's pretty clear. And so, these are afflictions that we do to ourselves. When you look at like interracial crime, the statistics are quite clear that blacks have raped far more white women than the reverse. We don't want to rape black women, frankly, because they're ugly. But even beyond that, we just don't rape as much at all. Or if you want to look at murders, the interracial murder rate is very clearly skewed in one direction. So in the kind of crimes we commit to one another, at least in the American context or in Britain or France, we see a very clear kind of pattern. Now, overall, though, when he wants to make this more abstract point that crime isn't just these kind of murders and rapes and these kinds of things, but crime is this more expanded, larger concept like colonialism or something, then I think the qualitative argument, as I already stated, I think it makes sense, which is that if you want to kind of persecute or prosecute white civilization, well, it's kind of weak because white civilization, Western civilization is so glorious and so magnificent. And our goals are so noble and so virtuous, whereas black crime doesn't really have this existential quality that you can really point to. This great, grand African civilizational project that they're engaging in, or something that I'm morally criticizing. I'm not. In fact, if there are African black leaders who are trying to politically contest negative forces in their society to bring about a higher civilizational quality, then I actually sympathize with them. I sympathize with the Ugandans eradicating homosexuality and these kinds of things, for example. But nevertheless, you don't really see much of that going on in Africa. You don't see that same kind of Faustian aspiration. You don't see that same kind of refinement, civilizational refinement, and so on you see with us. And so, he wants to blame the white man for this. Everything is our fault. He has this victim mentality. Everything is our fault. We are responsible for providing a negative example to the black man. Well, really, you have no one to blame but yourself. Ultimately, the responsibility to advance black people, to get black culture and black civilization together, is with other black people. And, you know, I can talk about the problems with Jews and this and that and so on, but ultimately the degradation of Western civilization, fundamentally the buck stops with white people. It's our fault. We've turned away from our religion. We've turned away from the principles that made our civilization great, and we've allowed it to fall into disrepair. And this is fundamentally our failing. You know, I think ultimately that's a healthier mentality, because you have to look inward to correct your own flaws and your own issues in order to progress. And I think it's the same for blacks. Ultimately, if blacks want solutions, crying to the white man about how the white man shouldn't do this and should do that and so on, this is the mentality of someone who comes forth as a subordinate, saying, take care of me, white man, treat me this way, I need you for this, I need you for that. Black dignity will only come from no longer looking to the white man to provide solutions, but looking to themselves. And insofar as there is kind of black self-determination, a black dignity that wants to be asserted, their own independence and so on, I think this is a positive development. And actually there could be some alignment between blacks going their own way. I'm supportive of the ACON project of let's get all the wealthy, successful black people and let's move back to Africa and invest in advancing black culture, black civilization, as opposed to engaging in the system of the white man and so on in America, which will never belong to the black man in the same way. They'll never have their dignity and ownership, self-ownership over themselves under that situation that they could have. And so I would support that kind of thing, and I see it as noble. So I think that would be how ultimately I would frame this discussion. But in conclusion, you know, I think overall it really depends on what strata you want to have this debate. This debate is interesting, I guess, because we've been able to operate at different levels, whether we're just debating crime statistics or we're getting into these more existential questions about race relations or whatever. And so, thanks for the debate. I think we put on something fun for the audience, and I enjoyed it. So I hope you enjoyed it too.
Hey, can I just say one thing, Ralph?
Now hold on. I'm going to let you respond to that if you want to get in a little, retort, and then I'm going to ask some questions and take the callers. But I agree. Of course, I'm not taking sides of the debate, but with that last point, I think it's been good for the audience, and I do like how it's able to operate on several different levels.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I agree with that, and thank you both for being here. Now, go ahead if you want to say a little something.
Yeah, it won't be that long. There's the parts that you said about depending on white people. I agree with you. I don't think we should depend on y'all. We don't need white people to follow.
I've heard you say that. Yeah, so I figured.
We do not need. I agree with that. That's why sometimes, like I said, when we have these conversations, M&J, there's some things that we're going to agree on, and then there's some things, because this is a blood sport type of thing, I have to whip your ass. So M&J, you just got to get it. But there's some things you're going to say that I'm in agreement. I do not believe that we got to go cry to white people and say, give us this, give us that. All we ask for is that you get out of our way as we go to get it ourselves. Right. And that's where we always have the problem. But when you put out the raping and the crime, and then I'm going to yield. And again, this is arrest. This is table 43. When it comes to rape, if I go to the top of this crime in the United States, 12,187 rapes by white people, 5,000 by black. If I go to crime in general, as I scroll down to the overview, it says arrest, which lets you know this is about arrest and not convictions. It says arrest by race and ethnicity. 68.9% of all individuals arrested were white. 27% were black or African American. 3.9% were other races. So when you bring up statistics, 68, which if we round both of those off, we would say 70% belong to y'all, 27% belong to us. Ralph, if you got any other questions, I'm good. I just want to
well, by the way, that's still disproportionate, right? That's still like double representation for blacks, according to that data. Also, you're also grouping in Hispanics.
No, I did not group any Hispanics in there. No, that does not. It's set.
We didn't. What's the Hispanic? That data then?
No. It says of arrestees for whom ethnicity were reported, 18% were Hispanic or Latino. That is not including. So that percentage. I had this argument with another guy on Killstream that said the same thing, but that's not included, because when you go look at the data at the top, it has total white, black or African American, Hispanic or Latino, American.
Wait, so can you repeat all the different, like, so the white percentage was how much?
68.9.
And the black percentage was what?
Was 27.
Yeah, and what was the Latino? 18?
No. Outside of whites and blacks, the rest of the percentage was 3.9 with the other races.
But then you said Hispanic and Latino was 18%.
It says of arrestees for whom ethnicity was required.
Yeah, so then that must be part of the white.
That's not no, it's not.
It is, because 18 plus 27 plus 68 plus 3
more than 100, right? I got you. But that 18 would probably be a part of the 3.9% in the other races.
That's going to be part of the 3.9%. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know why the FBI, which is run by white people, would say 68.9 is white.
Because they're grouping, as I said, all the Hispanics under this category of white.
So whites and so you Hispanic and white at the same time?
No, that's what I'm saying. Well, the data must be how the data is portrayed.
No, because when I go up to the top, when you go up to the top of total arrests, it breaks it all down and separates it. It gives the ethnicity. It has Hispanic or Latino. It has Hawaiian. It has American, Indian, or Alaska Native. It has Black or African American, and it has white. So I'm sorry. So it's
I'm not looking at what you're looking at. So I'm just going off what you're saying. The math.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
So there must be.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm like you, you know.
Now wait a minute. All right, now let me. We'll put a pin in that because I can see that this could really last a while. This discussion. Now let me ask a few of these questions to get some.
No problem.
Because I mean, I don't know that we'll probably come to an agreement on that. Sonny D says, "Explain Marion Barry," and I guess this is going back to earlier in the debate.
You see, only a black man can smoke crack twice. He can smoke crack twice and get voted mayor.
That's right. I had him on tape smoking crack, I believe. Yeah, or buying it, one or the other. I forget. I was a little kid when this happened, but
yeah, me too. That was like the 90s. I was young too.
Yeah. So I guess that was his retort about Trump. Establishment Groyper says these statistics relating to disproportionate black crime have existed long before Trump was in the picture. That's more of a statement there. Let me see another question. Well, the other one says blacks and natives were murdering and raping before we took over. Let's see. Jay Danks Respecter says, for the captain, how is the general? That man is a living legend.
Right. He's doing great. He's doing wonderful.
That's cool.
I gotta know which general. Is he talking about the general that made the Jewish boy cry? Which general is he talking about?
Yes, that's the general.
That's the general he's talking about? Oh, he's doing great. General Mayaka, he's doing great. He's still in the school. We're still doing work. He's doing wonderful.
Yeah, he's a legend.
He's our hero. Yeah, I know. He said, "Cry, white boy." Listen to the Jewish boy cry. You gotta play it for M&J. You gotta play it for M&J. You'll love it.
What was that one where he's like, the Holocaust was a joke, nigga?
Right.
I love that shit. That shit's funny as fuck.
I don't like that. I told him.
He's in fellowship with that guy. Yeah. So we've talked about it. Almost every time he comes on, somebody asks about the general.
Right.
All right. Now we do have some callers. Let's see how this goes.
Okay.
If you want to call in, I saw Tenrio wanted to talk. I'll let him on first since he's a fellow streamer here on Cozy.tv. And I'm /Ethan Ralph on this channel. I'm also live on Rumble at the moment as well. We've had about 1,000 people pretty much the whole time watching us thereabouts. Or
that's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good crowd here on a Friday night.
Y'all put me in the Hall of Fame yet? Am I official?
You're gonna be official, but I have to do another class. I have to do a class of inductees, and I'm gonna try to do that this fall.
Okay. Listen, I'll come to it.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was actually thinking about trying to do an in-person inductee ceremony since it's based around a roast, basically, on the Hall of Fame that we've done, where people come in and the person is inducted, and then at the end they get to say their part, right, which is usually roast everybody else, right? That's the setup for the Killstream Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that'll be good. I'll come down for that, man.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? And you were definitely going to be on the list of inductees as well. And I talked about this before you came on that the captain's pretty much a Hall of Fame guy here, and I did want to do that. So I think it'd be more fun to do it in person. And
I think it would too.
Yeah, it just comes off better. Now we've done one on air, but it's a little bit harder, and it's not the same, if you're not in person for a roast. So, all right, let's bring on Tenrio. If you want in, call in now. T.me/the Ralph Retort on Telegram. Anybody's welcome. I know the captain's.
Hey, how do I search you on Rumble? Like, what's the name on Rumble?
It's the Ralph Retort, and I'll link it in our chat as well. All right, let me bring in Tenrio. Go ahead, Tenrio. You got to unmute yourself.
There we go. I see it.
Oh, you see it? Okay, cool. Oh shit! I accidentally left the meeting. Let me join back. Oh,
yo, what is good, guys?
Hold on 1 second.
Hey, is there a way I can see it?
Wait. 1 second.
Is there a way I can see the comments? Is there like comments in the chat? Do you have is there like a comment on here?
Hold on.
Let me see.
See, okay, now Joel, say something because I accidentally unpinned you.
I don't know what's going on.
No, I got it now. That was my fault. I accidentally backed out of your version of the meeting, so it's fine now. What were you saying, Captain?
No, I got it. Yep.
All right, sorry about that. That was my fault. I accidentally backed out. Of course, tech issues. The show wouldn't be complete unless I had a failure of my own. Now, go ahead, Tenrio.
Yo, what is good, guys? Ethan Ralph. What's up, yo? The Ralph Mail. Joel Davis. What's up, my boy? Yo, Cap. First time meeting you, brother. What's going on?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm cool. I have a question for Cap, of course. I'm here. I'm on Cozy TV as well.
Right.
I'm a member of America First. Cap, do you really think that Jews and whites are the same? Do you think they're different people?
I just think they're from a different tribe, but they're the same.
Think they're from a different tribe? You want to elaborate on that?
From a biblical perspective, so-called Jews come from Amalek. So they're just another Edomite. So we look at white people as Edomites and just different tribes, like how you got the 12 tribes of Israel with different tribes. So that's just the tribe. Amalek is that tribe.
Right, and the whites are from a different tribe, but they're
right. They're the same progenitor, so to speak. Like the children of Israel's progenitor is Israel or Jacob. So the white progenitor is Edomites, and it's just different tribes.
All right, so the whites are Edomites and the Jews are Semites.
They're all Edomites.
All right, so now I do have another question in pertaining to, just the blacks, because I'm black. I'm from New York City, born and raised.
Yeah, I teach in Harlem, man.
Say that again?
I teach in Harlem every Saturday. We're gonna be on 125th and Lennox Ave if you want to come outside tomorrow.
All right, I got family up there.
That's outside.
What do you think about what we've been doing, how we've been struggling, these past couple of decades, this past century or so? Let's say, for example, because you did mention segregation, you did mention going back to Africa and just like segregating from the whites, letting them stand out of our way to just achieve a prosperous community, right? So let's say, for example, let's give a scenario, right? That they actually do, quote unquote, step out of our way, and we actually get what we want in terms of no interference from any community, whether it be white, whatever the fuck, right? We have these people stand out of our way to achieve whatever it is that we're accomplishing. What's the plan then?
I think history can teach itself. One correction, I don't want to go back to Africa. I don't like Africans.
It's crazy because a lot of brothers come waving the flag, waving the African flag, but I think you get it. And
like even when they talk about going back to Africa, right? Just think about that concept. You're gonna move, let's say, 1 million black people in America, and then put them into another land. But people don't realize you're invading another nation's space. And so that nation is not going to take you into their space, because then that represents another problem. So those 1 million people now become this country, whatever country in Africa they go to, is going to be their problem. So I don't believe we got to go back there.
Are you against immigration, therefore, from Mexicans and so on into the United States for the same reason?
I'm not against immigration because the part of Mexico that they're in is because when you whites came over here, you took their land and put them into the worst part of Mexico. You know, New Mexico, Texas, California, all of that was Mexico before y'all came over here. So no, I'm not against immigration at all. Are you against Irish immigrants, Italian immigrants, or you're only against Mexican immigrants?
Only Mexican.
Yeah. Well, so just like you don't listen, and you don't have to be for Mexican, and you could be for Irish, just like I could be for Mexican and not for Irish. So I answered your question. Appreciate
yeah, but I'm just curious because you said that going back to Africa you'd be like invaders, like they have their own way of life, their own ethnic groups,
right?
And if a bunch of American blacks went there, they would be outsiders and they would disrupt these countries and it could produce hostilities.
Right.
So do you think that's the same thing with all these migrants flooding into all of these white countries?
I don't look at that from. I look at that from Irish. I look at that from the East Indians. Like remember them East Indians came in, they put them in the Airbnb. So I'm against all that. I don't look at Mexicans that way because they're already on their land. So I don't look at Mexicans, Native Indians, Taínos.
Okay, so Mexicans one way, but like all the other groups, because a lot of the immigrants are from
Okay,
India,
so I'm against African immigrants. I'm against anybody that's not my people coming over here, if that makes it clean. So East Indians, Africans, Asians, I would be against all that, but I'm just not against.
What if a Mexican moves up to New York? Would you say get the fuck back to Texas?
No, man, I would say you want to get in class, you want to learn, you want to be a brother, you want to build up this nation. That's what I would say. Because Mexicans are my brothers.
So you want to take over? You want to take over?
So you got just like Black Mexican alliance thing going on.
Well, I don't really want to take over. No, actually, it's not a hostile takeover. So to go back to answer the question, history teaches itself. So when they so-called freed the slaves during segregation, all we did without the truth, what I mean by truth, without the truth of the Bible, without the truth of the Bible, when all we had was us, we didn't kill each other. Our families weren't separated. We weren't drug dealers because we knew we didn't have that dependency that was created for us. Slavery represented a certain dependency. We knew where our food came from. Even as we're going through hell, we knew where our food came from, our clothing came from, etc. Now, when we're so-called free, we have to fend for ourselves.
You know where this came from?
Wait, hold on one second. And so once we realized we had to fend for ourselves and provide our own shelter, our own education, we did just that. So when you go into the late 1800s, the early 1900s, when the white man was going through his Great Depression, Black people were going through a utopia, establishing their cities, establishing their families, establishing their education, establishing everything. So if we had that same opportunity, that same history would take the same precedence. Because when I say segregation, if the white man separates from us, then he has to take his drugs away too. He has to take his abortion away too. He has to take all of those things that were put in place. Boy, take the welfare away, take all of that away, and just let us come together.
What's that got to do with the Mexicans though? Like, why do you see the Mexicans as your brothers?
Gotcha. So M&J, what we teach from a biblical perspective is that the Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we're all the same nation of Israel. Different tribes, but the same nation. So a Dominican, a Haitian, a Puerto Rican, a Guatemalan, Mexican over here will be considered one of the tribes of the nation of Israel, so they would be my brother. When you see me
the genetic basis for that doesn't seem to be quite clear. I mean, there is a lot of difference physically between Mexicans and Africans. A Mexican would probably have more genetically in common with a Filipino than they would with an African.
Let me correct you. We're not African, though. Like,
yeah, but you descend from Africa, right?
No,
like
we don't. No, we don't. We descend from...
Where'd the slaves come from?
I'm glad you asked that. So before I answer that part, we descend from Jacob, who is the patriarch for the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. In the Bible, we are the children of the book. When you go into an ancient map system during the time of slavery, where they took us from, which is the west coast of Africa, it would say land of Judah, because we knew exactly who we were before we came over here and were denied to keep our identity and culture. So you can see instances of oral tradition of them knowing that they were Israelites. Harriet Tubman and her whole family knew that they were Israelites. So Africans and Israelites are not the same people. Biblically, Africans would come from a Hamitic stock. Biblically, Israelites come from a Shemitic stock, 2 different lines. So just because we were exported from that land doesn't mean we're the people.
Wait, so you think that the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, and American blacks are all related, but you're not related to the black people that live in Africa today?
Correct.
They're from a different group.
They're from a different tribe.
Okay. Well, this is some wild shit.
There's a point to be made about that, and it's like I was saying before. It's like, you know, if we do all segregate back to Africa, we still have the whole problem of, you know, we're the losers of the tribal wars. Like, there are many different tribes in Africa. There are many different countries.
And you know why we're the
we're the losers overall first. And let me finish my point. And second of all, I'll say this, you know, let's say we do come from Israel. We are the blacks are truly God's chosen people, right? So wouldn't that be more or less a example of us, you know, teaming together and really knowing who our true enemy is? Those who claim they are God's chosen people, those who claim, you know, they are Semitic.
Yeah, so when we don't understand the reason why we lose what you say is a tribal war is because we don't understand what loyalty is. My envy of like a guy like M&J is that M&J is loyal to his cause. If you listen to this debate that we had, he's so loyal to it that he doesn't care what crime they commit as long as it results in him winning because he's loyal to that cause. Black people don't know what loyalty is. We've lost that. If you go before the 1960s, before like immigration came in, Black people knew exactly what loyalty was. They knew you needed to stay in the house, you had to raise them kids, you had to protect your community, you had to protect your own. Immigration came, feminist movement came, drugs came, and we lost what that sense of loyalty was. And that's the only reason we lose. You lose. Listen, I've seen, like, Black people have been fighting for civil rights since the 1960s, have not got nothing. And then I've seen the Asians come, and when Joe Biden got in office, got an anti-Asian bill passed because Asians was loyal to Asians. When we learn...
I'll say this.
When we learn what a sense of real loyalty to Black people is, we'll realize we don't have to cry to the white man for everything. We can just be, I'll try to be short. When you talk about Black business economics, the dollar runs out of the Black community to go to other nations. Whereas back during like Black Wall Street, it would take a year for that dollar because Black people had a sense of loyalty. Our solution does not involve fighting white people, arguing with white people. It just comes with having a sense of loyalty and love to Black people. A year.
All right, now go ahead, Trinity.
So you know, you do mention that all the money is the dollar is, you know, leaving you know, the Black communities, leaving America in general, because that's where it's really leaving from, and they're going to foreign aid, foreign countries, things like that. But you got to ask yourself the question. It begs the question: where's the money going? How much is what country is obtaining the most? And you know, that's the country of Israel. That is Israel, like straight up and straight down, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So you know, who's pretending that they are God's chosen people currently? You know, those who call themselves Semitic, those who are, you know, Khazarians, those who are Ashkenazis, right? So it's like we've been at this whole war back and forth with whites having a chip on our shoulder, having an anvil, a cinder block for decades, for years. We've been led astray. We've been lied to. We've even been held at as many certain standards. We've even had, like, you know, spoils like dangling over our heads, like, hey, you know, you see with like all of the degenerate rap music, for example, hey, I'll make you famous if you do this. Okay, who owns all of these things? Who owns the banks? Who owns the media? Who owns the record labels? Who owns all of this stuff that is currently, you talk about feminism, you talk about drugs going into our communities. Yeah, that all stems from one source. You have to know what that source is. You have to know what who your true enemy is. Malcolm X has been fighting for our rights for a very long time, and he mentioned this. He brought it to the mainstream, you know? This is why I'm a part of America First. This is why I'm a part of that movement. I see Nicholas J. Fuentes as the modern Malcolm X. He is the one that's actually speaking the truth on these things. And no one else is canceled nowhere near as much as he is. You know, you could bring up all of these people, Andrew Tate, all these other influencers, nowhere near the amount, because he knows who the real enemy is, right? And I don't mean enemy like, hey, we go out and kill somebody or anything like that. I mean, this is a spiritual war. This is a psychological war, and we don't know who our enemy is. You got most blacks, 90% of blacks in our communities do not know. They have no idea. Even Malcolm made that mistake, and unfortunately putting blacks and whites in the same category. You know, he wanted to be separatist. He wanted to be for our people. I feel that, but overall, he didn't. He made the mistake. He made the greatest mistake of not siding with other people that have the same issues. We all have one enemy. I yield.
Thank you, sir. Well, go. Appreciate you calling. Yeah, go ahead. Great call, by the way.
Like what's kind of striking about this belief system to me is, you know, it just seems like a very convenient mythology for grouping together
the Jewish people.
Like what you just put forward. It's like a very kind of convenient mythology, but from my understanding of like the actual genetic differences between groups, the idea that you guys are all related. I mean, do you think that the genetics? Do you therefore dispute genetic modeling and say that there's something like there's some conspiracy or something in the genetic modeling? Because from what I understand, genetic similarity between you and a black person from Africa is going to be much closer than between you and any Mexican. That's a lot, right? Or whatever. There might be some kind of Hispanics that have some African ancestry because they were, you know, obviously slavery wasn't just in the United States of America; it was all over the place in the Americas, and so you know, there's African genes everywhere. But yeah, I'm just kind of like curious, like how you rationalize that. Like, have you?
You know, there's more genetic differences between Africans and black people than Africans and white people. Excuse me, than black people and white people. So that's not true what you're saying.
Well, no, but I am more genetically similar scientifically to every other white person than any non-white person.
No,
that's just how it works.
No. That ain't what I'm saying. You are closer to white people, right? Because y'all all the same tribe. Melanated people don't make you the same. There's a lot of melanated people. You got all the Hamitic races or African races. You got Arabs that got melanin. You got East Indians. You got Hawaiian. All these people, just because you got melanin, don't make you the same. You guys are the anomaly.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
we see
how you're related to Mexicans and so on. It's like you guys are very distinct.
Yeah, but there's nothing that says that we all have to look alike. That's not how it works.
Well, that's kind of how it works with genetics. Like usually, if you're more genetically related, you look more similar. It's kind of how it works.
Right, but you haven't examined the genetics between the nations that you mentioned to say whether we're closer to one than the other. You basing it all off assumptions and science.
No, I have.
I'm about to get.
I have looked at the genetics.
They're gonna give me the information. So when it says larger genetic differences between Africans and between Africans and Eurasians, we're not the same.
There is a lot of genetic diversity within Africans, but Africans are more similar to each other than to any outside.
By the way, they do the studies. We're not the same. Stop. Like you.
I'm not disputing that there's a lot of genetic diversity within Africans, within blacks. There is a lot of genetic diversity. What I'm saying is that they're more similar, they're more related to one another than they are to any other group.
You would have to substantiate that. You're making a statement because they're not. We're not close to.
That's what my understanding is. I didn't come in here with like to have like a debate about this, so I didn't prepare notes or anything. But my understanding.
But having an understanding, like you and I both can have an understanding, and then there's science. And so if
yeah, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you because from what I understand, like, there isn't significant genetic similarity whatsoever between Mexicans and American blacks. It would be if you guys were all descended from the same tribe.
No, I never said we was descended from the same tribe. I said we're from the same nation.
Or the same nation. Same
right.
thing.
So the tribe of Issachar and the tribe of Judah or the tribe of Benjamin, they could have started off the same, and then as they travel and venture out, they could become different, but they're still family. So for us, from a biblical perspective, the Mexicans are from the tribe of Issachar. So let's say the West Indians, they would be from the tribe of Benjamin. Me, I'm from the tribe of, or black, so-called blacks are from the tribe of Judah. When people do the whole African thing, it's just like, well, they was taken from Africa, so they must be African. That don't even make sense, because if white people are exported from Africa, you're not gonna say they're African. I think Angelina Jolie, Elon Musk is a damn African by citizenship. Nobody's gonna say he's white. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, sure. I'm not trying to. I'm not really. I'm more trying to understand the relationship between you guys and the Mexicans. And so on. The Mexicans must have by your theory. Like, let's just say, for the sake of argument, I don't believe your theory, but let's just say we'll accept it for the sake of argument. If the Mexicans are from the same nation, they must have miscegenated a lot with other humans that are native to other regions. To be able to become that different over this.
But just so you know, like when it comes to like genetics, or I know sometimes when I have conversations like this with people, they bring up like DNA, like ancestry and stuff like that. We don't base this off of genetics. Our base is off the Bible and then historical history. So for Taino Indians, for example, you can find Hebrew stones. Mexicans, you can find Hebrew writing, them carrying a culture. The Cubans or Puerto Ricans, you can see there's a book called Lost Tribes in Promised Land, for example, where you can see that they say, I myself am from the tribe of Joseph, from the tribe of Reuben. And my brother Joseph is on an island nearby. So when you actually go throughout history, you'll hear them say that they are descendants of the tribes of Israel. Long before I was alive, long before my organization existed. So when you do the historical research and line it up with the Bible, that's how we substantiate who they are. We didn't do this by picking and say, yeah, I want the Mexicans to be this, and I want this to be this, and I want that to be that. We just go by what the truth of the scriptures say and history that backs it up. That's how we base it.
But do you think it's kind of convenient how somehow all of these tribes just all ended up in the Americas?
I would call it prophecy.
And even though then we look at the genetic modeling and we find that they're all their genetic source, like the genetic modeling seems to suggest a radically different history. They have radically different source populations.
The transatlantic slave trade, where would you say it started?
When did it start?
Yeah, or where? Where did you say it started? Where would you say?
Well, wasn't it just from like Eastern Africa to like the Caribbean?
That's kind of like the common history. The history is like transatlantic slave trade started from Africa to America, right? But really, the transatlantic slave trade started from America to Spain first. When Columbus came over here, he took the Taino Indians, 1,100 of them, brought them over to Spain first in the transatlantic slave trade. And then once they saw that 300 survived, they said, okay, that's good business. And then they started exporting blacks from West Coast of Africa, or the Israelites from West Coast of Africa into America. We share that. Like, we share that collectively. Even the Native Indians and Hispanics coming over here to America, when you read 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, you see that how they even got here to the Americas. So we line up the Bible, that's 2nd Ezra 13, verses 40 through 48. And then Deuteronomy 28 and 68, when it talks about the children of Israel going into slavery or Egypt again with ships. So we take that biblical reference, we use historical data, and then we line them up, and then that's how we determine who the children of Israel was. Or, because if I'm not an Israelite, I wouldn't even read the Bible. I don't even know why people read the Bible if you're not an Israelite. If you're not an Israelite, the Bible's not for you. That's a different.
It's an interesting belief system. I've never been able to talk to someone with it before, so that's why I'm just trying to ask.
Yeah, that's what I noticed when I seen like where you were going with it, like you had questions. I said, okay, let me answer some of his questions to dispel some of them, and that's what separates us from the so-called Jew. He's not a Jew at all. Never been a Jew. He's a liar. Right. Hey, Ralph. I did this debate with this Assyrian Jew one time. This guy, and I pulled out the Nazi. We got that book here. I pulled out the Hitler book.
I remember
that, Ralph. So I pulled out the Hitler book Nazi when he had the picture of the so-called Jew when he called him the bastard. I said, this is what they think of y'all because they're not the Jewish man at all. But if you ever ask them who's like the tribe of Naphtali or Issachar or Benjamin or anything like that, they're not going to have an answer for you because they're imposters. They converted like around 600 AD or 500 AD, one of those times. That's when they converted to that culture. So they're imposters. We are the ones that are actually them. And that's why when guys like Kanye or Kyrie or any black person mentions that we're the children of Israel, it becomes a threat to the so-called Jew because he doesn't want the truth to come out. See, now when we get into this type of conversation, M&J, you're going to be like, yeah, Cap, we kind of close and shit. You know what I mean? So that's how we feel about that.
Now, you brought this up, and it led me to this question I forgot to ask you.
Right. Hey, before you do that, Ralph, the king that converted them is King Bulan of Khazaria. He's the king that converted them to what we today know as Judaism.
F1 Gorper says, Captain, what did you think of Ye when you talked to him in the clubhouse space?
What I thought of Ye was that, well, before I interviewed him, because I interviewed Kanye, and before I interviewed him, I was watching his videos, and most people was concerned about the controversy between him and Adidas and if he was crazy and stuff like that. When I was watching him, I saw like a man that really wanted to express his spiritual side. And so when I interviewed him, it was me, and unfortunately a homosexual. I had no control over who was the other person interviewing him. A damn queer was interviewing him, but I wanted to be a part of the interview, so I didn't have no choice.
You know what's funny is I was covering it live, and then they brought you on. I was like, "That's Captain Tazariak." What? We were watching it live, and I was like, "Wow, it's blowing my
Why is
mind."
this always a condition with Kanye that you've got to like associate with a faggot to associate with him?
Yeah, listen, I don't know why. So the guy that set up the interview with Kanye, his name is Wack 100, and I didn't know that I was going to do the interview at all. And he called Wack. The guy Wack calls me up and said, I'm gonna do the interview. So I thought it was gonna just be me and Kanye at the time. But then the homo comes, and now he's a part of it too. And I talked to him. So I talked to the homo because I want to make sure we don't have no type of conflict in doing the actual interview because you know I'm against homosexuality. So as we're doing the interview, they was kind of asking him like superficial questions. And me and Kanye is talking, and Kanye tells me this joke. And I didn't laugh as a joke because the joke wasn't really that funny. And I was like, So he was like, no, you want to have a real conversation. And that moment, that's when I asked him about how does he feel about how he's being represented and how does he feel about the Jewish man. And then when he answers that question, that's when the room went boom. I wish it hadn't because then we could have got to maybe like the meat and potatoes of what he really wanted to talk about. So I really, I'm mad that the interview stopped, but I was grateful for the opportunity that I had to do.
For those who don't know, they took it down off Clubhouse and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Basically, and it was just getting good too. Actually, like you said, and then they cut it off, and it was like, oh my god.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I was mad as hell about that.
Yeah, and it was a big spot too. A lot of people.
A lot of people talking about it. Yeah. If I could have kept asking them and we could have kept going, man, that could have been a wonderful interview.
Well, and I'm not just saying this because you're a guest on my show fairly often, but that was the most interesting part of that, and it was just starting to get good, and it was like,
yeah.
So anyway,
I'm glad to hear that. Listen, I'm glad to hear that you streamed it, man. I was like, okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we did. We streamed that, and it was hard.
White people don't love me, man. White people love me, man.
we had to get that on the air, and it was hard too. I had to like plug in my Bluetooth to stream from Clubhouse and all this stuff. But
man, that's good. I appreciate that.
All right, now I think we have one more caller. If you want to get in here now. We're headed towards home here. Go ahead, Revanchist.
Yeah, I probably got about 10 more minutes, Ralph. If that's cool.
That's right. Yeah, go ahead, Revanchist.
Hey, Ralph, thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate it.
I had a couple questions for Captain.
Sure.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm good to go. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right.
I wanted to challenge you to not go to the dictionary for these questions. You say things like black people learned rape and murder from whites. Is this like some slogan, or do you actually believe that blacks didn't rape and murder before coming into contact with whites?
Well, I don't believe that black people didn't murder or do any crimes before they came in contact with whites. What I'm doing is holding whites accountable for what they created when we came over here. Because they took away our identity, they took our way of life. So we don't, to be honest, like, I can't speak for what they did or didn't do before we came over here in America, because no one knows. But what I do know is that our names were changed, our identity was changed, our culture was changed, our way of life was changed. So everything we learned in America, we learned from white people. That's why I say that.
Right. Well, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I mean, obviously, there's not.
I like this dude. Hey, what's his name, man? What's his name?
I'm Revenge State. What's up?
No, I like you. I'm saying I like this dude. I just wanted to get your name. That's all. Nothing special.
I'm sorry. I'm just messing with you, man.
I'm messing with you back. Yeah,
what's that?
I said I'm messing with you back.
Yeah.
That's not that serious, man.
Just get your point out, white boy. Come on. We need to hear. We need to hear what bullshit. Oh, I like this nigga.
One nigga just went on the house.
Like black. I think when you say things that like black people learned rape and murder from white people, I think that's classic black narcissism, and you know that too.
How can a black be narcissist though?
What's that?
How can a black person be on this particular subject? How can a black person be narcissist in comparison to white people?
Well, that's like a common thing in America. I mean, you have this endless footage of black people going into stores and looting and shoveling valuable electronics into carts. And you have all these videos of black people.
Wait, y'all burning down police stations though.
People blame that on white people. That's just crazy.
I didn't blame that. Wait, I think you're confusing. I didn't blame when black people loot on white people. I just said where we learned it from. You confused. How old are you? You don't mind me asking. How old are you?
Are you saying? So are you saying that black people were too stupid to figure out that it's possible to rape and loot and murder without seeing a white person do it first?
You said, is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Do you think black people were too stupid to realize that it's possible to steal shit and rape and kill people? The idea just never crossed their mind until they saw a white man doing it.
Y'all, hey, M&J, y'all evil, man. I just want to point that out first. But what I want to say is, I never said that they never did any of that.
So then how would they have learned it from us if they already knew?
Because have you heard of buck breaking? Have you ever heard of that term?
I don't want to get sucked into these weird.
Wait. Don't ask questions.
Somebody actually sent that in earlier, and I skipped it. But
yeah. So what I'll show you when you say what did we learn? So when blacks were over here in slavery, white men slept and raped black women. White men raped black men. White men pitted black people against each other. White men killed.
I mean, looking at you, you got some milk in your chocolate, so there probably was a white man that raped a black woman at some point.
Listen, now he's glorifying rape. You hear that?
I'm not glorifying anything. I didn't say it wasn't consensual.
This is how demonic a white man is, and I'm gonna tell you how stupid he is. Rape does not qualify pregnancy. A woman can only get pregnant if she's ovulating. Rape does not, even the percentage of having a baby from rape is less than 1%. So if you're gonna speak intelligent. I make this oil. I have a business, right? This is a sidebar. I have an oil and butter business. One of the oils I have is called Unfuckwittable. And my nigga Joel is learning I am unfuckwittable. That's what he's learning right now. There's nothing you can say that broken to me, dude. But I can show you how ignorant you are. Because when you bring that up, the percentages of rape that go to pregnancy is less than 1%. So your argument is stupid. But to answer the other
It's not really
cat,
an argument. I'm just. I'm
to answer the other cat's question, I never said we didn't do it. I just said where we learned it from. And you asked how buck breaking.
Yeah. So then the implication, if you
like, we didn't come over here and start. We didn't come over here and start
is
raping.
that black people were too stupid to even thought them that it was possible to commit crimes until they saw a white man doing it. And they're like, oh, you can commit crimes? Wow, I never thought of that.
Emmett Till's, the white woman lied on Emmett Till. So we even learned lying from y'all.
Oh, because you never, no black man ever lied. Every black man only knew that the truth was possible.
You know what we got in America?
A white man can lie. Wow, this is revolutionary.
You know what we got in America? We got a reset button of everything we had in Africa because you took it away. You took away culture, identity, names. So you can't take all of that away. And then as we watching you, as we grow up, as we children, watching this nasty oppressor do all the evil things that he's doing to us, and then we learn that culturally. You can learn that genetically. There's a study.
You know what? You still have a slave mindset, man. You still have a slave mindset. You're not actually taking
you know how free I am?
Your own agency. You're blaming the white man for your own innate potential.
That's not true, because what I said in the beginning of this conversation, I said I'm never absolving anybody for what they did. You have to point out the root, and then you create the solution. So me talking about history, he asked me a historical question. So me pointing out history is not me absolving black people for what they do today. I'm
saying the white man taught you how to do these things as if these things are inherent, innate human potential.
Hey, you know what?
All people have the ability
whipping
kids, to rape, to murder.
You know, slavery passes down generationally. Now I'm gonna educate you some more. Let's say you take a pregnant woman. Right? And this is a psych study. It said, this is a 2018 review. It said they found that evidence that trauma can be passed between generations epigenetically, which means that trauma experienced by an ancestor might affect the way your genes are expressed. This is a psych central. So when you take a woman that's pregnant, right? You take a woman that's pregnant, she got a kid in her stomach, and then she's getting oppressed. Whether it's oppressed or not, let's say if she has a horrible pregnancy, what happens to her happens to the child, and then it passed down. So slavery has genetic principles that have passed down. I just read it. So this ain't about making excuses for what we've done, but this is also not about absolving the killer for what he did to the victims, or the one that kidnapped what he did to the ones that are kidnapped. Because let's say if someone harms someone and you don't want them to get harmed again, you're gonna point out the person that did the harm, you're gonna teach that person, but this person's nature is like this. This is what you have to do to avoid them. So when we go out on the street and teach, what we teach is, yeah, the white man did this, but we're doing this today. You shouldn't be a murderer. You shouldn't be a drug dealer. You shouldn't be a homosexual. You shouldn't be none of those things. So we don't justify crime. I'm not like M&J. M&J, because he believes in his party, justifies the crime that Trump committed. He feels Trump should have not even gotten arrested. Trump should not have gotten arrested. We'll let you know, he don't even care about the government. The government arrested Trump. And he's against the government that arrested Trump. From my perspective, if Trump was black and committed a crime, he's supposed to get locked up for that crime. He's supposed to get locked up. He's supposed to go to jail, and whatever he's convicted of, he serves out that. Now, if he's not convicted, if he's innocent, then he should be able to go free. So we don't absolve it, but we just point out the person that caused it and the person that's still living it. That's the only way they heal. A rapist, a victim of rape, can't get over being raped until they face the trauma.
It's a pretty big difference, though, between being a homosexual or a murderer and just mishandling some documents, right? Mishandling documents is not of anywhere near the same gravity.
You deny
the political.
He loved Trump. He loved Trump. We got to defend that nigga.
Why wouldn't I defend him? Why? Of course we
why wouldn't I? He said, why wouldn't I defend him? Good job. Good job. I think you should, man. Keep going. You're doing a good job.
Yeah, the point is apt. If Trump was a homosexual, I wouldn't be defending that because I would find it detestable.
Right.
If he's mishandling documents, I don't give a shit. He can mishandle as many documents as he wants. If he didn't do an insurrection, I'm upset. January 6th was cut. Like if he actually did overthrow the government and install a Trump dictatorship, that would have been literally the greatest thing ever. Unfortunately, he followed too many rules.
Wait, say that part again, MJ. Say that part again. What you just said. Say it again one more time.
I don't need to say it again. You heard what I said.
You're not trying to get clipped. Nah, he on Rumble. They good on Rumble. You can say whatever you want over there. They straight. You keep going. Was you done? Hey man, I got like 3 more minutes, Ralph. That's fine. I gotta get up out of here, man.
Yeah, because it's about the greater good. It's about ultimately a political system. A system of laws is instantiated by political authorities. And if those political authorities are corrupt, which they are in the United States,
what is corruption? Isn't corruption subjective? Because don't they think Trump is corrupt? That's why they think that paperwork he had.
Well, let me list what's wrong with the regime. The regime.
What regime we talk about? So we can be clear.
The American U.S. government. The current.
The left. Y'all call them the left, right?
Yeah, but I'm against the establishment, the political establishment in the United States.
Are you against like Joe Biden? Like Joe Biden and his white. So are you against them as white, or are you against the political party they represent?
Well, Joe Biden has no loyalty to the white race, so I have no loyalty to him.
So you're against Joe. So you don't like black people. You don't like white people either.
I don't have a problem with black or white people because of their inherent characteristics, but I am loyal to my people, and I have a problem with my fellow whites who aren't loyal to our people.
And loyalty is letting criminals get away with crimes.
No, because the regime itself is criminal. The regime itself is criminal. So obeying its laws have no sanction fundamentally. You only obey the laws necessity to do so.
Laws have no sanction.
Once a righteous regime is
coming out of him.
then its laws become worth obeying. But this is a regime that says it's legal to kill your own child in the womb. This is a regime that says homosexuals can get married.
Hey, when Trump was in office,
this is a regime
pays
people to
Hey, when Trump was in office, you abort your baby. When Trump was in office.
Well, I think that's a problem.
No, I do agree with you that
Trump supporter, but it's like the only option on the table relative to other options. But I criticize Trump a lot. I mean, ultimately Trump.
But I agree with you. I agree with you with abortion and homosexuality. Those core principles. I don't think you're against homosexuality because you're a Catholic, though. Right. I don't really think you're. No.
This is a pointless.
You gotta denounce Catholicism. They molest boys.
I'm not denouncing Catholicism.
$300 billion is a lot of money.
Homosexuality is a sin, according to Catholicism.
Not to Roman. No, it's not. How is homosexuality a sin and they molesting boys, paying them $300 billion? Right. How is it a sin? It's not a sin to them.
I don't understand why you can't understand this.
It's a secret to them, though. It's a secret.
You know what I'm not going to denounce.
They're getting the altar guild.
It's been a lot of fun, and I know we got to wrap up.
Yeah, I got to wrap up. I do got to wrap up.
I'm not going to denounce
it. Hey, I just got one quick question.
Joel, I'm going to let you get the first final word, Captain, and Joel get the second since you let off. But go ahead.
Joel, before I do that, was you an altar boy?
No, I was not an altar boy. I was not raised Catholic.
You better thank God you wasn't on it. You got part of that $3 billion. Hey man, Ralph, I appreciate you having me on this show. I
ain't the one who's still buck broken, man.
I would absolutely look, he touched it. He touched it. Why are you talking about my closing? Why are you talking? It's a closing time now, man. I told you I'm unfucking.
You want to jab? I'll fucking
jab on your time though. You gotta jab. Look at it. You gotta jab on your time. Come on, why did you throw it up? Jab on your time, man.
Tell them where to find you and tell us anything else you want to tell us here at the end. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
I gave you a whole nickname, man. Be thankful. Yeah, if you want to come to the barbecue, man. Hey, listen. Hey, it's always a pleasure being on Kill Street, man. Me and Ralph have known each other maybe about 3 or 4 years now. I love being a guest on the show. I love the debates. I love having a conversation. I love the freedom of even having a conversation. So anytime Ralph reaches out to me and want to do a show, I think it's good. Joel, excellent conversation. I appreciate your genuine honesty in the questions that I asked. I look forward if you ever want to have this dialogue again, maybe a different subject or something like that. I'm all for it. I'm Captain Tazariak of ISUBK under Commandant General Hunter, and that's my time, and I'm done.
Thank you so much. And you mentioned every couple months. Maybe we'll try to do something again before the summer.
Before September's over. I would say maybe in September, let's do something else.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And I appreciate it again for you coming on. I appreciate you coming on as well, Joel Davis. I would consider you a friend, and got to know you a little bit this year. And you were very nice to me during a time when I was pretty down, and I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. So I appreciate that just on a personal level, and I appreciate you doing the show tonight and being generous with your time. And tell people where to find you and what you're working on or anything else here at the end.
Yeah, so you can find me. I have a YouTube channel at youtube.com/@JoelDavisVideos. You can find me on YouTube. I'm also on cozy.tv/JoelDavis. You can also, I have a second YouTube channel which is directed towards Australian news. A show I do with my colleague Blair Cottrell, which is if you're interested in Australian politics, basically from a white nationalist perspective, you can go to youtube.com/@JoelAndBlair and find the Joel and Blair show. I also have a Telegram and a Twitter, and my handle on both Telegram and Twitter is Joel Davis X. Put an X on the end because unfortunately Joel Davis was taken.
I don't think so. Go ahead, finish your farewell here. I knew he was going to chime in. Go ahead. Joel Davis X on Telegram. Is that the same on Twitter as well?
Correct.
He changed that.
What am I going to do? Now, cozy.tv/show. I'm completely thrown off now. You know what?
You're going to steal that too. White man going to steal the X too.
Oh, wait. So all of the stuff you do that is bad, that comes from us. But all of the stuff that isn't bad, we took it from you. That's basically how it works, right?
He heard. I'm just talking about the letter X.
The letter X is yours.
I didn't get it in the dictionary, man. But you just tell me somebody that was called X that was not a Muslim.
My name is just Joel.
Now, my nigga
it's an elegant way of maintaining the brand.
My nigga Joel Ben X. Just put a kufi on your head, man. Get some bean pies. Get out there, man. Do it, man. I would say do it. Hey, blow yourself up. 70 virgins and shit. You go blow yourself up.
Don't do that. I do some about terrorism, but thank you both for coming on.
Hey, no sweat, man. I appreciate it, Rob, anytime.
Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you both soon, and have a good one. Be safe out there.
I think I'm still live. Hey, man, let me stop sharing the screen. Now we back on to me. Hey, man, that was probably before we close out. That was like the funniest, honest, interesting. I don't know, man. Funny debate. Listen, that when he thought he had that point with the FBI,
I told you he was going to bring it up. I told you.
And he thought, listen, when I said that's arrests, not convictions, even Ralph had to come on there and kind of help try to save him and scramble. But they never brought it out because it's only arrests, it's not convictions. And when you pair it with the convictions being overturned, now that means the arrest that was coming
even less. And because when I heard he was Australian, I knew because the Australians, they follow white conservatism.
Right.
So I knew what his argument was going to be.
Yeah, that was rough. That was ugly, man. That was ugly, man. Shout out to Crossing Around Radio. Shout out to Karad, Yawawa. The newly soon-to-be officer, when he take his officer's test, man, these brothers came out here and right. Where how y'all at? What, you sleep? Oh, I ain't even Man, it was an excellent fire ass show as usual. I'm kind of running the gauntlet. Tuesday, y'all gonna see me back at it. I got another debate Tuesday versus Michael Holloway. Speaking of Michael Holloway and them rolled up on IUIC in Detroit. They said they tired of IUIC rolling up on camps. Rolling up on churches. So now they rolling up on IUIC. They rolled up on the IUIC camp with the battle. So if they trying to battle them, they made a point to say that they wanted to have a sit down with them, but IUIC won't. So coming soon in August, you're gonna see myself going to Detroit where Michael Holloway and them are, and we'll go to their church and we'll sit down and we'll go rob the church like the scriptures say. So that's coming up in August. That's what we got. Mika is stupid. So with that, I appreciate y'all coming out. We're gonna go ahead and close this out until Tuesday. That's the next debate. Shalom, Israel. That was ugly, man. That was excellent.
Hey, bro, Cap, I know niggas that's BGF. I know niggas that's Muslims. I know all kind of shit.
God.
He brought it back to our home front.
Yep.
That's just real shit.
Real shit.
I got motherfuckers that, you know what I'm saying, that this is the first time in history, bro.
Yeah, you could have picked anybody.
Bro, this is the first time in history we had a KKK nationalist sitting at the table with anything that represented our blackness. Real shit. On a face-to-face, real debate. It's never happened.
Damn.
From slavery to motherfucking, the Martin Luther King era, Malcolm era,
right.
It never has happened.
That's right.
Cap, this is real shit. Nigga, you finna go down in the books about this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We didn't have the nose and nose religious, brother. We ain't had that. But this, nah, we ain't had this, bro.
That's right. Yeah, everybody rock this shit, man. You let me know.
We ain't had this one. And I think, Cap, I'm gonna be real. I don't think he coming ignorant. He coming intellectual.
Nah, he not. He don't come intellectual. Right.
On their ideology of whatever that is.
Right.
And I don't think the way to beat him is to go head to head with your ideology of what we are, right? You gotta beat him when you got to poke holes and shit he say on what they believe, and he can't stand up to the answer. He can't answer.
Yeah, that's definitely.
You gotta do more research. See, we know that we don't need you researching our shit.
Right, I've been researching the nigga since you told me about it.
You gotta research they shit, they beliefs. You gotta listen to the shit he didn't spoke on, and then you got to find the holes in that.
Right.
Because one thing about them, they force feed shit to justify they wicked shit.
Right. Yeah, so, I've been watching them since you mentioned that, because I didn't know when it would happen, so I just had to be prepared. So I've been watching them since then. What was that, like March or something? You first mentioned it.
And I'm gonna get to listen. We're gonna make sure I make a grand entry of this shit. I ain't lying. I'm gonna have a couple of my Damu partners. I'm gonna have a couple of my Crip partners, a couple of my Nation of Islam partners. That's what's escorting you in there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I'm pulling up. What up?
Yeah, we gonna walk. We gonna make sure the escort is representing. So that way, when he come with that, you can say, "You see what I walked in with?"
Right.
I know what's going on, like it's going on in your community. You know, y'all doing heroin and drugs, and y'all doing shit too over there. Actually, y'all got the highest motherfucking rate of all the shit. But I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I got some blood, Roots, Crips, Nation of Islam. That's what walked me in here. Shit, our unity is all right. On some real shit. Oh, this gonna be big, Cap. I've been Cap. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a fight for it. I've been fighting.
I know it. Listen, I know it has. I know you've been fighting your ass off. Right.
Yo, what? We want to do this. That's cool. We can do that, but we need to schedule this.
Right. Right. And I
You know
think
what
it'll
I'm saying?
benefit, even like to have a conversation, I think will benefit both sides too, especially after we win.
Real
You know
shit.
what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I'm
Real
looking forward
shit.
to it.
It's gonna be a good one.
Looking forward to it.
It's gonna be a good one, boy.
Mm-hmm. Shit gonna be fire.
What's crazy about it is, well, I'm gonna sit back and watch, cause this is a time that I don't give a fuck if you a Cap fan, a Hebrew Israelite fan or not. Motherfucker, you better know where to stand at.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Can't be
Yeah,
wishy-washy on this
this
shit
is
here.
when I be looking at
Yeah.
our people crazy. I be like, hey, listen, motherfucker. Okay. Your
Fucking
ass
with you,
going,
Cap.
you
Fucking
going in
with
the
you.
cage regardless over there.
Right.
You like, so what you telling me? You standing against this for that?
Right. For no reason other than you just don't want to fuck with us.
Yeah, fuck
like,
all
that. Shit don't make sense, right? That shit don't make sense.
Fuck all that. Now them other dudes, them little pond dudes who didn't listen to you, they gonna be mad. You
know,
like,
I
yo,
can't
I'm
wait to
telling
tell
y'all,
him. Yeah,
every
I
time
told
y'all run over there and fuck with him, you run into a trap.
Right.
Y'all, he know what he doing. Y'all don't know what's going on.
Remember, I said that shit. I said it on the live. I was mad at the motherfuckers for even
He
fucking
said,
with you.
that nigga said, me and Wack gonna be all right. He don't give a fuck about y'all. Y'all just content.
Yo, and they kept coming even after I tried to warn them. I said, listen, man, Wack just gonna use y'all niggas. He gonna take whatever y'all say, use the shit against you. I'm trying to help you.
You telling them, you
I'm
like,
trying to help
hey,
him.
I've been in the system over there. I know what.
I know
But
how
let
to
me
play
tell you what ain't
ball.
go wrong at Cap. This what you realize. You know, they really believe that we all some dumb, stupid motherfuckers, right? That's what people, I'm telling you, they believe that shit. Because, you know, they got their teachers and all that. We give them that. But I don't think people don't understand. In order to survive the shit we survived and do the things that we had to do to make money and survive, right? There is some form of intelligence, common sense, right? Manipulation and creativity and not wrapped up in all that, right?
Yeah.
That don't equal being ignorant and dumb, right? Now,
It don't.
if you running up on that with just book smarts, your ass in trouble.
Facts.
You gotta be well balanced playing with that side of it.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta know how to understand that language and see what we doing before we get there. Because if we moving you that way, oh, this motherfucker, he moving me. It's clear ahead of me. Nigga, you better not run down that road.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he want you to think it's clear.
Yeah, they listen, they walked right into the play. I knew the play today. The minute it happened, I knew the play. I said, I ain't gonna say shit. I'm
That
going
nigga B said, hey, Black, I hope they don't listen to Cap. He said, I hope they don't listen to Cap, Black. I hope they don't listen. I told them motherfuckers, I said, all right, B, let me go ahead on and line that up. I said, yeah, Cap didn't want me to talk to none of y'all any motherfucking way, so you know.
And you know that.
Oh, they ate that up. They ate that up. They really started talking. I said, you know, I was telling Cap, I want to speak to y'all, and he didn't want me to talk. What? Yeah, man. Why he didn't want me to talk to y'all? Maybe because of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, Wack, we Israelites, but you know, we different from them.
Different.
They got their own. I said, oh yeah? I said, maybe that's why Cap didn't want you to talk. Keep on talking to me.
They start telling you all kind of shit, man.
2 days later, you in the room. Hey, man, I keep telling y'all, you see none of my people is talking to Wack. The more you talk to him, he's going to take your shit and he's going to use it against you. And now, you motherfuckers that went over there and pretty much told him, we divided.
Right. That's it. That's all he did was just show we. If they would have just listened and nobody would have went over there, I could have said, see, we united. We different, but we unite. I can't even make that argument now.
I said, Cap, you niggas is Crips and Bloods. Nigga, what you mean? East side, west side, Hebrew, Israelite, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, that shit fucked me up that they did it. Cause they wasn't over there when it wasn't no issue. They didn't come over no shit like that.
I don't know where all them niggas came out from. Them niggas started coming from everywhere. I said, damn, where all these niggas been? I don't even remember them in your room.
Cause they wasn't. They was like, well, watch or come in and not come up on the stage. And I tried to invite them. There was a couple of them cats when the one with shit was there. I tried to invite in there. They was like,
nah, hey, how the homie doing? What's the one the one everybody fuck with the crazy?
How does that?
Yeah,
no, he's doing good.
Yeah,
he in Texas right now. Yeah, he
we fucked out the home.
Yeah,
so Katazar, we fuck with Katazar.
Yeah, he good. Yeah. I had to tell him about how the play go. But we
that shit was hilarious. We said, and then you telling them, yo, it's about 15 motherfuckers down there with burners and spies. I'm telling you, man, you're giving them too much credit. You like, all right,
listen, I know how this clubhouse shit works, and I know how it's gonna go.
Nah, what it is, you know how our side work.
Right.
They don't know. They ain't figured out. You like, yo, y'all think this nigga stupid. These niggas got a whole motherfucking machine over there. Look at this shit.
I try to tell them. I say, run this shit like clockwork. This what's gonna happen. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do that. I said, don't say nothing. Listen, I told my people. I said, I don't care what they say. Don't say nothing. So my people ain't say nothing, but the other Israelites, I try to warn them.
I even got that bozo. I got Signet. I got his ass good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got him. We got Signet ass
That's
good.
my boy. That's my boy.
They're not open Monday.
No, they're not. Sign my boy though. That's my
Signet and took a lot of L's though. Right now,
no. You know what?
He
wasn't. No, he didn't listen to Cap either. Cap tried to warn him, like, Cap, listen, nigga. If you think you just finna sit here and the nigga, that ain't gonna happen.
Signet helped us get familiar. Signet helped this nigga with the plan to get familiar with the whole conscious community.
Yeah, I try to tell Signet about how it work on Clubhouse too, but that's my boy. Signet is my boy.
Yeah, that's my boy. Oh, that shit was funny. We had a ball.
Yeah.
It was funny. I said, that nigga B said, hey, Wack, hopefully they don't listen to Cap.
Well, Beast had that shit right. He had that one right. They wasn't gonna listen. He had that one right. They did not listen. They refused to listen.
They hate they hate on Cap. They don't listen. They want to prove Cap wrong. They want to look at Bruce B said he doesn't talk bad. He said they want to prove Cap wrong, but he's really right now. But they want to prove him wrong.
Right. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to prove I was wrong for even coming over here and shit like that. And really, they would like to come over here when they could have just came over here.
That nigga is crazy. That shit was incredible.
Yep.
Then the other nigga, he just got a fetish for you. That nigga's.
Which one? Black Jesus?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yo, he didn't realize that the more he did that shit, he reminded me of them weirdos who infatuated with me. I said, this nigga just infatuated with Cap. This nigga. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I'm like, God damn, nigga.
Yeah, it's some groupies and shit, man.
Like Jesus, I remember where that nigga popped up out of nowhere.
Yeah, man.
Out of nowhere, Cap.
Where's that?
I got some couple with them other bitches. What's them? It was a bitch that came.
Where's California?
Oh, it was coming out the woodwork, man. They just knew they had me or some shit, I guess.
Oh man,
Black Jesus was over here for a good week.
Yeah.
Well, hey, that shit. No, see, Cap is telling them, the more y'all give them, the longer it's going.
Yeah, that's it. And then what I also told her, I said, now when this shit is over, y'all gonna go back to normal, and then I'll be straight. All this shit ain't shit gonna change. Ain't none of this shit gonna change, or none of that shit. I remember when I was doing the interview, Wack texted me while I'm doing the interview. So like, I don't know why people thought it was gonna be that serious, man. It just wasn't that serious. I ain't had no venom or none of that shit.
I'm the shit out of Cap. I said, Cap, they won't listen. Oh shit! That one dude, I could tell he got his lunch money took when he was little though. That one dude, he wanted to tell the story about they jumped out and they had to get at the Crips in Brooklyn or some shit. He was real.
I don't know who that was.
He was real. He the one started that private room and started pinging everybody. I said, B, is this nigga really finna get all these people in here for me? Oh my God.
Yeah, they listen. They was.
I turned it into a bunch of one-on-ones, nigga. We recording everything. I said these niggas is for real. Didn't Cap tell him? Don't tell a nigga nothing. All right.
Yeah, I shut the whole thing down as soon as this shit happened. I said, we ain't saying shit. Just watch. Just watch.
I don't know what it's.
And the shit was rap.
Shit was funny as fuck.
Yeah, that shit was funny as hell. Even after the shit was over, I said, I told y'all niggas. I told y'all this shit was gonna happen. Y'all don't want to listen. Fucking hard-headed, man. Simple Simon. I like that shit when Denzel
Nah,
Washington
what it was is
Simple Simon.
Them niggas want to be you.
God.
Yeah, they wanted to be you. That's all that was. The niggas was like, I'm gonna be the one to take what you telling them, nigga. You niggas can't win with that, nigga. You don't know. He'll go on mute.
Right. He go on mute. He won't say shit. He just sit there, listen to you talk yourself to death. Give up all the information and shit, and then use it against your stupid ass, man.
I remember one for like 30 minutes. I kept saying, "Nah, that ain't what Cap told us." That's all. What? Cap, that ain't what he told us. Well, what did he tell you? He didn't tell us that. What did he tell you? He kept giving me scenarios. I said, "This nigga right here."
Because it was like, we gonna teach whack. We gonna plead with whack. We gonna get whack on our side. That's what it was. That's what this shit was saying.
I said, so you telling me Cap teaching is not the right teaching? That's exactly what we telling you. So you telling me the One West dudes a renegade? That's whack. Now you getting it. I said, oh, okay. So what's the difference between you and him? And then I said, oh, here we go.
And they start laying the shit out. That shit crazy, dude. That shit just bugged out to me, man.
Wait, then we get him right. I said, so the way Cap do his wives, you do him like that too? No, whack, no. Oh, so he do his wives some kind of way.
Shout out to my wives, man. They're solid. They solid as shit, man. Shout out to
shit.
That shit funny as hell, man.
Some
of the clips I was hearing, I'm sitting there laughing at these simple niggas is falling for what Wax said. That's what made me do the lives. When I was doing like the Car Chronicles and shit talking, I'm doing the lives on YouTube and shit like that because these niggas wasn't listening. And I'm like, damn, y'all should listen. But they wouldn't listen.
We fall out. I remember what happened. I forgot how it did.
Pushing
the other nigga. No, this is what it was. I'm gonna keep it real, right?
I remember y'all took
No, the other nigga, right? Listen, I'm gonna be real. He really was going along because Cap was controlling it.
Oh, Chachadia, whatever his name is.
Yeah, only one really fucked with us was the other homie. He fucked with it, right? He fucked with it. But that dude, he really didn't fuck with us, but he was just being cordial because of Cap, right? So I had already told Beast, I said, Beast, first time this nigga get out of line, we on his ass because this nigga right here, I don't know something about this nigga. So we was doing some Tupac shit. I don't know. Y'all know I don't give a fuck.
It was Tupac, right? It was Tupac.
Like, and Cap said it. Cap said, man, Wack don't give a damn about no goddamn Tupac. He just used that shit.
I knew it, man. Like
he told him, he said, that nigga don't give a goddamn about no damn Tupac. You niggas went for that dumb shit.
Yeah, that's dark.
He didn't give a fuck about no Tupac, man. But he knew he could push that button.
Tupac.
Next thing you know, I heard that nigga call him Captain Cha-Cha or something like that.
Oh, no, see, I knew how to get Cap going. I get Cap going with his nationality is, right? Because he gonna defend that with all he got. He said, why you keep calling him Puerto Rican? Because that's he a white man, Cap. You know that's what it is. Cap said, no, Wack, you're mistaken. Cap, PTR. Look at the picture.
Now then nigga gotta go deep into it, Afro-Latina and all this.
Yep. I brought his father on the stage, put his father on my PTR.
Yeah, you did.
I put his father. I said, look at his daddy.
I forgot you did.
Yeah, I did that shit.
Oh, man, that shit was hilarious.
And then that was it. Like, once I did that, I said, okay, I see the play. Let me stop.
No, you seen the play.
Yeah, I seen the play.
Nigga, how y'all had that white man on the... Our play was, nigga, how you got a white man in the Israelite.
Right. And so once I seen the play and I put that PTR, I left the room. I told my people, I said, don't go in there. I tried to tell them brothers not to go in there, but
They went in there. I mean, they fed him all night. All night they feed him. I remember Reed came in my room. He's like, "Cap, you gotta come on the other side and explain this shit." I said, "Nah, I ain't coming over there yet. I'm gonna wait." And my plan was to really wait it out. I would have came, but the other Israelites fucked it up. The other Israelites fucked it up. So I just said, I'm gonna let the shit roll out.
I told the nigga Beast, I said, Beast, this nigga Cap, this nigga been paying attention to us, Beast.
Like a motherfucker. Like a motherfucker,
right here
man.
know exactly what.
Yeah, I was not falling for that shit, man.
B said, hopefully they don't listen to Cap. Cap's telling them right, but they gonna hate on Cap. I said, we gotta put some assurance on it. Let me go over there and tell him, Cap didn't want me to talk to none. Why Cap didn't want me to talk to y'all? They bit like a big mouth bag.
Now, once they start explaining that shit, they went to a whole spill and just giving you all kind of stupid ass information and shit like that, man. I was mad as hell. I could have won. Like, I had to take the L because of them.
Hey, you calm as a motherfucker say, hey, man, I'm telling y'all doing right. I know. Listen, man, Wack ain't serious.
And you know why I was calm? Because I knew it was people listening from the Hunter side. So if I go in there yelling and shit like that, they'll be like, look, we got Cap in his feelings. So I know how it go. So I just went over there and just tried to warn him and say, hey, man, the more y'all give me information, the more longer this shit gonna take. All y'all gotta do is just be quiet. And nobody wanted to listen.
You was telling them niggas, if they would have listened to you and gave us the cold shoulder, them niggas would have been up.
Yep.
Them niggas, but I seen it. I said, B, they want to be Cap. They hate. We gonna play on that. They want to prove Cap wrong. So we gonna make them tell us everything that they shouldn't tell us, and they gonna be wrong without even realizing.
Yep.
Cap over there, I'm listening to you on the floor. Hey, look, man, I'm telling y'all what he doing. Nah, Cap, you seem to think you knew him from before.
See, Cap, that was the danger from going over there. You wasn't supposed to go over there and shit like that.
Them niggas said, Cap, they're evil. They are evil. Those are evil people.
Yo, they was calling y'all all kind of shit, man. Like, see, this is why you ain't supposed to go over there. You can't talk to them. And I'm saying, I mean, it'd be weird when motherfuckers say that shit, because I be like, yo, we was all in the world.
Over there.
We was all in a different world and shit like that. Like, that's a trip to me when niggas say that type of shit. That shit weird to me.
They gonna be real, Cap. Them niggas is not finna champion you on this thing. That's why you got it. Any little thing.
I'm gonna be rocking
ain't gonna give us salute.
Hey, you breaking up, Wack? I don't know if it's me.
They don't talk about none of that. They mad at the fact that, hold on, Cap finna do what with who? They know like we know it ain't never been done. And then it's gonna come down to who set that up?
Yeah, that's gonna be the real fucked up part for them. That's gonna be the real messed up part.
They not gonna like that one bit. Man,
and then I'm gonna get to say I told y'all so.
Y'all don't think they know already about it?
Yeah, I had every time when I seen Wack do like the interview on No Jumper, I would talk about it, and I would say this is what Wack doing. So they know, but of course they might look at it as, oh, that's just wolf tickets or some shit like that.
They know I'm trying to set the play up, but when that shit get announced, that's
right.
Hey, that shit, yo, YG, bro, this shit ain't never been done in history, bro. Of this shit going on in our life amongst black and white.
That's right.
This shit ain't never been done. This is some nigga. This is some monumental shit.
Is he still currently a white nationalist, or he?
Yeah, he currently one.
Nigga, that nigga's a top dog.
Yeah, he like the top of the top. He was the main supporter of Donald Trump. Yeah, this ain't no lightweight ass nigga.
Shit, if anybody could do it for us Negroes, you could, Cat. You can go down with that nigga.
Yeah, I'm definitely built for this type of shit here. So I'm looking forward to it. And I get to tell all them Israelites that wouldn't listen. I told y'all niggas, y'all should have just listened to me from the gate.
And it's gonna be funny because he probably gonna be trying to make you mad. He don't know you gonna be sitting there calm.
Yeah, everybody trying to make me mad. Yeah.
And with them little jabs.
Yeah, everybody try to make me mad, man. Everybody. Whack the only one. I remember my voice was fucked up, and Whack got me to get loud and shit. That's probably the last time I think I got loud. That was like a couple months ago.
Oh no, he ain't gonna do that with dude. He ain't
I
gonna
just need.
Cap,
you gonna throw one Edomite in there?
That's gonna break the
You
internet.
gonna throw one Edomite in there?
Yeah, I might throw Edomite in there. I might throw Edomite.
It's gonna be dope. Hey, Cap, I'm rooting for you though, for
Yeah.
sure. Nah, real
That's
shit,
what's
though.
up.
I'm rooting for you for sure.
Leave here,
Nigga in the world.
Leave here, kid. I got up looking for you.
Every nigga in the world rooting for you.
Yeah, I would hope so. You
Yeah, if you ain't, nigga, you like Candace Owens, nigga, you against.
Yeah,
You got this. You got this, Cat.
Hating ass nigga. I appreciate it, Dale. You got to be
like
some
Candace
hating
Owens,
ass
nigga, you
nigga not
against
to.
it. You ain't.
Yeah. You got to be a real evil type of nigga not to.
Hey, Cap, they don't know how battle tested cats be. They don't know the wars that you've been in, and you know how I go. You know I know, so they have no idea.
Cap, there's only one person I know that'll be against us, Candace Owens.
Yeah, Candace Owens, yeah.
Yeah, she against us for sure. She with them.
Yeah, she'll be right on their side. But shit, I done been through this so many times, like Dale was saying, you know. So I'll be used to it. I'm just glad I can rep y'all. We've been going.
You ever conversated with that bitch?
I'm back and talk about it. No, I ain't never
bro.
conversated with her.
And it's gonna be a good one because he like they Cap. You know what I'm saying? He the one that
right.
You know what I'm saying? So this is on some real shit. Like this is like nigga, some real monumental shit.
Facts. It's like up there.
Yeah, this
like
is
that
like
shit.
nigga, like ain't nobody can't look, bro. Farrakhan can't claim he did this one.
That's what's up.
He can't like this is nigga. For one, I think the politics, it was too many people in between.
Yeah, the politics heavy.
For it to happen. You know, one thing I've been known for, I do some shit that 10 niggas couldn't do. Because some missions is easier to navigate through it by yourself. Straight up. Some things is just easier to navigate by yourself, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you got other motherfuckers got their own ulterior motives on what they trying to do. So, no, at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. At the end of the day, this situation here, makes the situation I did over there with no jumper worth it.
Yeah.
Going down in the
I
books,
appreciate
bro.
that. Yeah.
Going down in the books. This is some shit that's going out in the books. This right here makes it worth it.
Yep.
If it ain't
That's why I
another
give you props for
episode
that
after this, this shit made it worth it.
That's what's up. And I definitely appreciate that shit. That's why even when the shit was going down, it didn't, like, I wasn't really affected like that. Like, I ain't blocked nobody or no shit like that. Y'all ain't put me on the man's block. You know, y'all be quick to do that shit.
Nah,
y'all ain't do that. Yeah, y'all ain't do that. Usually, that's how I knew it even more was a play. When I wasn't on the block list and I'm still seeing everybody, I thought, yeah, this shit ain't real. This nigga be crazy.
I don't think he knew, nigga. That just actually came out naturally. Cause, you know, Uncle just be speaking. What y'all think y'all was talking about the white dude? Then Uncle like, I got a homeboy over there in Clubhouse that debate.
Nah, this gonna be. I gotta go get me a hoodie or something made for this shit. I do for real. I can't. I gotta sit there on camera because it's gonna be. You know, me and Adam just chiming in.
Right.
Yeah, we sitting there with him. Yeah, we chiming in, right? So I gotta have my shit on to represent our people. I gotta go make some shit to represent everybody. On some real shit, I gotta call Tony Muhammad and get a green light.
I'm trying to get one of them old school Tony Muhammad tracksuit special.
Nah, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go get me a hoodie made that symbolizes all our movements. Crips, Bloods, Power Rules, NOI.
Oh yeah, Uncle Tony would definitely get you that, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know what I mean? So I know y'all got like certain things that y'all wear to where I can put that on the hoodie. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I got you.
Yeah, that's my whole thing. I just want to, because it's gonna be a cap show.
Yeah, you should get a Leatherman jacket like that.
Or just take a hoodie. Like I could take the hoodie. I could take the hoodie part. Half of that could be red. Half of that could be blue. I could take the front part of it. It could be whatever symbolic of the Nation of Islam. I could take a sleeve or something that could be symbolic for the Hebrew Israelites. I could take another sleeve, you know, and Black Panther that motherfucker put up. You know what I'm saying? Like I could do all kind of shit and put it right dead in the middle, the fist. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have on something that represent that. 'Cause this shit gonna go down in the history.
This shit gonna rock. Yeah, this shit gonna be fucking fire.
Straight up. And I'm gonna be real, Cap. It's gonna trigger. They gonna be calling on you now. This gonna trigger a run for you.
Yeah, that's why I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't have to, like you said, you didn't have to pick me at all for the shit, but you did, and I greatly appreciate the shit.
End of the day, nigga can say what he wants. You know, one thing about me, I ain't no hater like that. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. It comes time for this type of shit. Oh no, this is a job for Cap. Nigga cannot take away your ability, your intelligence, your knowledge to speak for us. Nigga can't take it away from us.
Appreciate that too. And that's facts.
No, it is what it is. I know. I had a nigga tell me, "Hey, Wack, a nigga." He said, "I ain't gonna tell you who he is, but he don't like you." But he said, "Don't play him like he's stupid. You will lose." He said, "The nigga that's the more crazier he play, the more he lining your ass." He's never intoxicated. There's never a reason for him not to be thinking.
Right.
He said his nigga's thinking all day. He said, I don't fuck with him, but don't underestimate him. I said, why he say he don't fuck with me? He said he wouldn't tell me, right? He wouldn't tell me. But nah, this gonna be a good one.
Hell yeah.
We need to do some I wouldn't mind pulling some of dude content. You know, we could do like
I can find something, yeah.
Like do some free shit to where we can like
we gotta
run
do some
some
homework.
of his shit, run some of Cap shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Had the YouTubers like building up to it, cause I'm as soon as I set the date, this gonna be like a Floyd Mayweather fight.
Cat, what's Buddy name?
I think Richard Spencer.
Yeah, Richard Spencer.
Richard Spencer. Yeah, Richard Spencer is his name. Yep.
Is that the dude that talk about the Bible a lot? Jesus a lot?
No, I don't think he talk about. He might.
He probably do, because you know they think they use
Didn't he
that
talk?
shit to justify it.
Yeah. Didn't he talk to Garfield, Cat? Is that the same dude or no?
No.
Oh, he
This a
got
white
punched
guy.
during the interview.
It's a white guy.
No, that dude white
This a
too.
white guy.
That's just he white too.
I would have to look
I'm
it
gonna
up
check.
and see.
I'm gonna check.
I
Yeah,
would have to look
because
it up
there's a
and see.
lot.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I see him because he on No Jumper too right here. He got stole on. Somebody stole on that nigga 6 years ago on ABC. He was sitting there talking, nigga stole on him.
Yeah, we can't do that, because if we do that, we lose.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't do none of that shit. I don't do none of that.
Yeah.
No, we ain't in there for that. I see him on No Jumper right here with Destiny. What's his name?
Yeah, I don't do none of that. I use my intelligence.
Yeah,
hitting somebody, that's what everybody do, right?
Yeah,
Anybody can do that, but you can out intelligent them.
We need Cap to go in there and nigga, like, we gotta complete this. That's the shit they expect us to do.
Right.
You only doing that because you don't have the knowledge to debate.
Yeah, you don't have the intelligence. He said something that you can't outwit him on, so you're gonna resort to just hitting or violence or
Nah, it was a white dude that punched him on. What's his name too?
Oh, that's better. That's good. If it was white.
Bill Cosby, like, man, this is deep. Like, wow, I didn't know how to accept it. I didn't know how to receive it, right? And dude said verbatim, I know he did it. I looked at the older dude and my heart was broke. Because I'm like, bruh, I know you just ain't say you know he did it, right? Like, what? You know he did it. So I'm like, hold on. I'm like, you know me, y'all know me, big mouth ass me. Yo, OG, how 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 you know? How you know that? Like you? He's like, cause I used to work with him. I said, oh shit, you literally seen him do that before? You watched him do it? He was like, no, I ain't watched him do it. I'm just saying I used to work with him, so you know I know the dude. I know him. He did it. And I looked at this man, and for the first time, I felt disgusted by him. And I'm like, yo, bro, I don't know what it is, but something about my spirit is telling me your energy is ugly right now, dude. Like, I don't know. I can't trust you, bro. So I just said, man, well, let me tell you something. And I was being facetious. So listen to how I'm saying this. Cause I know how people gonna fucking flip the script. I was being facetious, but because I was angry, I looked at the old man and I said, let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck if he did do it. I'm sticking with my people. Now, I was being facetious when I said that because, of course, I do give a fuck if he did some weird ass shit like that. But I was being as adverse as he was with the information that he didn't even have. I just wanted to be as adverse as he was being to him as he was being to Bill in that matter because I just didn't think it was fair. And I'm the person that likes to fight for people. So I'm the person that's like, oh yeah, you slap my man, I'm a body slam you, nigga. That's how I feel. So I'm right here. Chill out. So you know, hold on, chill. I'm on the call, bro. Just I'm following you. Go ahead. Yeah, so I basically was like, look, man, I'm sticking with my people, man. And I'm sick of us not sticking with each other. I'm sick of this shit, man. And I'm sick of it, man. It really disgusts me that we do this to one another. And I told this to the OG, man. And I was like, man, yeah, man. So, he ain't really say much after that, whatever they was talking. And I left out the barbershop, and years later, Bill Cosby walks out there with not one charge. Not one. And then other judges talked about how egregious it was for people to even think that those charges would stick because they never had a case. And he don't even know why they allowed the media to propagate and blow it out of proportion. It was strictly a media storm. That's all it was. It never was a case. It was a media storm. I can't wait to see this man again, just so I could look him in his face, man. And again, imagine being a black man. If there's no defense for you, your own people ain't even gonna crowd around you and protect you. Even when the white man is guilty, his people still crowd around him and protect him. So I just felt like we needed some balance, And again, to now, we just should be more careful with the way we project. That's how I feel about the shit. And it ain't cause, polite my nigga, because at the end of the day, I don't know Bill Cosby from a can of paint. And I stuck up for him more vocally than I've stuck up for polite. I stuck up for him. I actually got to even know R. Kelly and just be around him. And when the allegations came out against him, it was just weird. It was like, man, you know what I'm saying? He did some things that he faced already. And then people took a lot of other shit and contrived it with those things. And here this man is, nobody's making a compelling argument about how he was raped as a child and how there's mental illness is a factor here. So, yeah, go ahead, bro.
I appreciate it. I think unless Polite was raped, that classification doesn't happen to him. I agree with you wholeheartedly that black men are definitely victims of all manner of evil. But the last time I looked at the numbers, 1 in every 4 black women were also molested in some way, shape, or form. So both of our children, I had the lecture called Who Destroyed Our Children. So I think both sides of the spectrum have to always be looked at. And so we have, just like we have the cases of people that are falsely accused, we also have tons of cases that they're not. Religious leaders, primarily, like the pastors and stuff like that, they straight victimize
young black boys and black women and young black girls rather, and use their influence, their charismatic way that they talk.
Can't really hear you, Cap. Cap, we can't really hear you, bro.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. Let me just turn my Bluetooth off. I apologize for that. Give me 1 second. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate it. So like we become victimized, and I think, and to the subject of the room about Polite Speak Live about his allegations, they're just not nothing that he said this evening that we're supposed to just take it and run with it. Everything that you said about black men, I totally agree with you 100%. But we cannot act like black men also don't predatorize young black girls and use their influence of money, flash, XYZ to also take advantage of the same young black women. So we have to be objective. We can't have a narrative that makes a person guilty or innocent. And like I said, I don't think Polite or the woman is innocent, because if the story is true, whether he touched her, let's say if he didn't touch her, but then he took her to the party or tried to take her to a party and got her drugs or something like that, even that shit is reprehensible, to take somebody's daughter and do that to him because you're putting him in danger. So there was nothing that Polite said tonight that made me change my opinion either way. I'm a person that's more objective in judgment, just sticking solely with him. If we take the R. Kelly situation, R. Kelly was molested at 8-year-old, I believe it was, by women at the time. So we do have instances of young black boys doing it. How many girls do we have? I think we have more girls than boys that get touched, get molested. I guarantee you the women that are in this room have been touched or groped inappropriately at some point in life by a man that they did not want that affection from, but they gave it to him anyway because girls are treated like trash. And then so women that you see on the stripper poles and women that you see promiscuous, having threesomes and running wild, if you go into their background, you'll see that some man molested them. Some cousin was playing kiss 'em all, get a girl, whatever games they was playing to take advantage of our little girls. So it's almost like two sides of the spectrum. So Polite is an intelligent man from what he says. So I can't put him in the same classification as R. Kelly. I can't put him in the same classification as he himself. The one thing he said in there was that he was with one of his homeboys that got shot. He lost his mom, so he had a rough life, and he was able to turn it around. And he's super duper intelligent. Talks about how he doesn't have to have the kids. He was able to raise his kids without going through the hospital and stuff like that. He's a super intelligent being. With that said, he could not have done it. He might be too smart to do it, or he could be so smart that we would believe he wouldn't do it, because that's what predators do. And we have plenty of examples of prominent figures using their influence, for me, R. Kelly included, because he may not have raped every girl, but everybody's seen that video where he was peeing on that little girl. I know I've seen it. So everybody's seen him peeing on that little girl, and ain't nobody gonna tell me that shit is okay. I'm sorry. Nobody's gonna convince me. Where if you want to say he messed up in the head, that's one thing. But being messed up in the head does not justify your wickedness. It does not. We should have to correct it, but it does not justify it. So we got to be extremely careful in moments like these. You have to have your eyes open, pay attention to everything that we see, and don't let the past control how we run our future on both sides. Because the same way we could bring up people that are innocent, we could bring up tons of people that are guilty. I see it all the time in this walk, and it's a horrible thing to investigate. One of the most horrible things to investigate is child molestation. It's horrible, because when you start seeing the numbers, you start seeing the girls, and you start seeing the boys, and you start seeing how many times they was molested, and it's usually by someone close. It's always 9 times out of 10, it's never a stranger. It's always an uncle or auntie or a cousin or a father or a mother or a pastor or somebody that they let get close to them. You women and you men that let just your random girlfriend or boyfriend just come around and be around your kids, you got to be extremely careful with that. And that's how it happens. So we only got 2 versions of this story. One story is they went to the hotel. Polite was taking her, separating her from the mother because they had some issue, taking her to a hotel, end up that way. Another version is the mother was asleep and Polite, she went downstairs with Polite to get something to eat and it ended up happening. So it's too foggy of an information to know exactly how the story is, but that DNA evidence, you can't get around that. Can't get around DNA evidence, and that's super duper strong. And the difference with that is not like 30 years ago with Bill Cosby, where that information is like 30 years ago, so you don't know where that's coming from. This information is relevant. It's right here. It's right now. I think it happened in February. They got they had him come in with the DNA or asked him about it in June. He went in August or whatever. He turned himself in. That's what we know for sure. So that DNA evidence, that's a humdinger. And that's all we know right now. So he deserves every bit of flack he gets for the irresponsible act that he has taken. Whether he didn't have to touch the girl, but what I hope everybody would take from this is everybody is not a leader. They can be smart, like the brother with the stocks, and sometimes I think I text him a couple of times even about the whole stocks thing. So he can be smart and stuff like that, but everybody is not a leader and who we should look up to, and anybody can have a flaw. If we think they're infallible, it blinds you from being able to give righteous judgment on the left or the right-hand side, because the flip side of this, like I said earlier, then that means the mother, somebody got to come down on that mother. That's what I said. Like, I cannot make them innocent. I can only make that child innocent. I can't make the mother innocent. Can't make Polite innocent. Now, if there's something that like, let's say, for the sake of argument, Polite didn't do nothing, it's just a woman scorn, then he can kind of be innocent in that way. But if he did anything to mislead her or do it, then he's not innocent. If the mother didn't do nothing but fall asleep, like she say, and Polite took her and did whatever he did, then she can actually be innocent. But until we find out, the only innocent person in this whole
ordeal.
They said
what? They said what?
Yeah, there's two versions of the story.
No, but it's only one. Only one on the
one in the police report, right? Only one on the police report, right?
The one on the report said that he asked her permission to take the
right, to take her to an after party.
She granted the permission.
And she granted. Right.
Come on, man. So that none of that sounds right from the beginning. If
I
you think
agree
about
with you.
So
that's why I said none of them are innocent. Like I ain't giving the mother.
But that's what I'm saying though. That's only coming from them. That's not coming from Polite. If that's a police report, that's what the mother said, man. So that's only one side. You get what I'm saying? That a police report doesn't mean it's the truth. A police report means this is what somebody told us upon arrival. So we're gonna take a report. So the mother. First of all, if the mother told a story that don't make no sense because it makes her look fucking crazy.
It makes her look totally crazy.
Right.
The
So
only thing
that don't mean Polite did none of that.
Right. The only thing that ain't crazy is that DNA evidence. That's the only thing that ain't crazy.
Shit.
Because if that DNA evidence comes
if he was
down,
having sex with the mother, it's not like the police came and got the girl from they took her. The mother took her to the police. They took her to they took her to the police. So that mother had time to contaminate. And you know this? Yeah, that's what the report said. It said I read the whole docket. I read the whole docket. Miami, you can go look it up. Miami.
Right, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they and upon that they went to the forensics from the forensics from there. And took the samples, and that's why Polite had to go into Miami and give his DNA. So him and the mother was they was getting busy. So again, the way the story is from now, just from what's from one side that we know, and this is from the mother. The mother has put spaces and gaps in the story that are contradictory to her integrity for what she wants us to believe her integrity is. Because if your integrity was anything like you want us to believe, then why are you telling people he asked for your permission to take your daughter and you granted it for a nightclub if she's 14?
Yeah, that's both of them though. But see, now I think
that doesn't mean Polite did that. That's what I'm saying. She's saying that, but that's her story. That doesn't mean none of that shit took place. It's just her story. Again, the little girl was there with her when she called the police and made this story. So that's what I'm saying. We only have heard one side of the story, and that's what has to be filed. Because just like if she'd have said, Polite kicked down my door, punched me in the face 3 times, and picked me up and slammed me through a glass table, then that's what it would have been in the report. And that's what they would have to bring him in for, regardless. And that's what it would have read. So that's why I'm saying none of that shit, we don't even know yet. So if you know how that shit works, we don't even know yet. That's just the story.
I do know, right? I do know how it works. That's why I said that DNA. And then I've gotten other reports that the mother had a different story than what's in the police report. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. As far as the mother,
how did the police report change? That's what I'm saying. See, if the mother had a different story, she's the one that gave the police report. So now she got 2 stories.
However you look at it, again, yeah.
I'm only looking at it from the way it could be looked at.
The report I read was that the mom and the daughter had a fight, right? I don't know which report you read. The one I read, it says the mom and the daughter had a fight. He stepped in to kind of like give them some space, took the girl, he took the daughter to give him some space for the mom, right? And then he was going to take her to the after party. The after party wasn't going down. They went to a hotel. When they went to a hotel, he gave her drinks or whatever. And then the girl woke up and he was putting her hand on her throat, trying to get her to throw something up or throw up. Took her back to the crib. And this was the report I read. And then the mom was like, what did you do with her? Her mouth was swole. The daughter's mouth was swole, and Polite begged her and was like, yo, don't call the cops or whatever. Don't call the cops or whatever. And she ended up taking him to the police station. And then they did the DNA thing. So I don't know which report y'all read, but that's the one we pulled
your
last
belief
night.
is your mother lying? Is the mother lying?
That's the report we read.
No,
I don't
have a belief.
Opinion?
Everybody
You
know
don't have a
me.
belief? Yeah,
No,
right.
I don't have a belief. But what I would say is
Perfect.
this: that mother gave one of the shakiest stories I've ever heard. The story is so fucking shaky that it's like I'm almost expecting some other shit to slap us across the face soon. That story, bro, that story is a crazy fucking story. Yo, just put it like this. Just put it like this. I know you, but I don't know everything about you, right? Like, I know you, but I don't know everything about you, right? You could have some deep, dark motherfucking secrets. However, if a motherfucker said the same thing about you, I would be like, yo, bruh, I don't know, man. Like, this shit the story is so bizarre. I feel like the more bizarre you make a story, the more crazy it make people that have to have to choose to either accept it or reject it, as if we have to. We don't have to accept or reject it, but we, in our righteousness, we try to say like, okay, how can I assess this shit? The story is too crazy for assessment, man. That whole story is way outside of the character of Polite.
But the thing
And
is
if you're gonna tell me, after knowing this dude for 10 years and being in close proximity with him, his daughter, his family, how he moved outside of the people that just see him on the internet and make conclusions, I'm literally saying this story is way too bizarre for me to even embrace in close proximity to the brother.
But
so
that's
what I'm saying. From what, bro? You obviously want to cut me off.
Go. You got
You just want to cut me off. Like, wait 1 second before I'm finished, huh? So, yeah, it's like it's so bizarre. It takes me out of my own common sense. It takes me out of my common sense. So anything that takes me out of my common sense, I have to question, because this story don't make no common sense. This story doesn't make common sense. You would have to be on the far end of this story to completely embrace this and make this true. So either the most crazy thing that ever took place, because that's the craziest shit that could ever take place. That you realize there's no crazier shit that can ever happen in a man's life. That would be the single craziest thing ever. So that's either the single most craziest thing that this nigga has ever did in his life, he did that night while a woman was beefing with her daughter. Like, none of it makes common sense, bro. And I know the nigga not, like, even if the nigga was on some other shit, the nigga is not no stupid ass nigga. Like, that is stupid as fuck. It's hard for me to apply that logic and common sense to somebody. Like, I just can't do it. It just, it don't check out for me in that way to do that. But like I said, I don't have a belief system either or. But when I just use common sense or logical consistency, that shit ain't logically consistent from the beginning, from the gate. And all this nightclub shit, I ain't never see this man in his life take no 14-year-old girl to no nightclub. I done been to 11,000 nightclubs with this dude, bruh. I ain't never seen him with nothing but grown ass fucking women. So that's a whole nother thing. It's like, how do I even fit that into? He was taking a 14-year-old to a nightclub. He has a 14-year-old daughter. Like, when, like, you know, that's what I'm saying. My common sense rejects a lot of this shit, bro. It's just hard for me to interpret that shit like that, you know. And I know that people just want to. People like, you know, people want to rock with that information. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be patient too. I'm gonna wait till that shit come out. You know what I mean? And I will tell y'all this. I called a nigga and was like, yo, what the fuck am I hearing, nigga? Well, I actually said this verbatim. I said, yo, bro, why am I hearing all this crazy shit? That's what I called him and said. I ain't called him and said, yo, bro, they talking about you. Yo, bro. Nah, I said, yo, bro, why am I hearing all this crazy ass shit, bro? What the fuck is up? You know? So then he told me some stuff and told me about legal this and legal that, and you know what I mean? But he definitely told me the thing that you want him to tell everybody, he said that to me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to compromise his situation. This is his situation. But, you know, I guess. Yes, sir.
According to what you said, I get what you're saying. You said.
One mic on Black. Go ahead, Wax.
Cap ain't ducking nothing if he on the floor. Just got to keep it respectful. You gotta keep it respectful. Cap don't. It's been a while since he debated on the floor, so you might want to watch out, nigga. He probably looking for a victim.
We've been teaching him how to knife too.
What is it? What is it? Now you want to Cap? Wait, hold on. This question. Wait, hold on. Is this question? Is it a logical just debate question? If so, then you can talk to Captain Tazariak. If it's a question with a little disrespect, there's a new guy in here called Bapton.
Tazariak.
Bapton a little burnt out, and Bapton got some homies. So I don't know which one you asking just a logical, respectful debate question. No accusations.
Yeah, this is definitely a very logical
I'm gonna let
question.
you ask it, and then you gotta determine if you get a captain answer or a Bapton and a homie answers. Now, tread lightly. Go ahead, my brother.
No problem. And now, when I finish, I want to address you as well, my dear brother. May I do that?
Hey, I'm just letting you know right now. I have my personal male soldiers. They're on break today because they're watching football. I am surrounded by my woman king warriors. So, watch it. They a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to knife your ass up behind me. So go ahead on. We're addressing Captain right now.
All right. Now, Brother Tazariak, before all of these people, bro, and you've had enough time to do the research, which you already know, brother. I don't know how you have fooled brother Whack 100 into thinking that you're the greatest intellectual and debater in the conscious community when you know damn well that Bishop Black Jesus Minister is the greatest debater and intellectual in the conscious community, because your platform,
you're not
You're not. Here we go.
What you're doing is a personal opinion and assumption. You're not asking him nothing. As a man, hold on. As a man, every man should stand on their mountain and claim their throne. Right? This is a fact. You're not asking him nothing. You're kind of assuming, he's doing something, and what you're saying he's doing as a man, he's supposed to do. That's his mountain, that's his throne. Now, if you got a debate question, right, put the question out there, brother.
Here we go. Here I come. I was setting it up, Brother Wack. I was setting it up.
You straight
because I heard you because I heard you on Adam 23 or 23 or 22, whatever that.
Adam 22. Here come the hate. Here it go.
Yeah, Adam 22. And you said that, and you alarmed me, and when you said that when you looked for spiritual or intellectual information that's beyond you, you turn to these two brothers, Tazariak and Tariq Nasheed. Now, I ain't got no problem with
correction. I turn to Captain Tazariak, and if it's something of the Muslim faith, then I will probably call Brother Tony Muhammad. But the immediate information when it comes to us as a people, yes, Captain Tazariak is my right-hand man when it comes to
Right, and that's what scared the hell out of me, and that's what I'm addressing.
Okay,
so again, my brother, because I should be that person, and let me tell you why. I'm finna show you why. Not to tell you why.
Tread lightly, Black Jesus.
I'm treading lightly, brother. I'm treading lightly.
This ain't drumline, is it? What you got to
Hold on, go ahead, Black Jesus. You said you should be that person. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. And so Tazariak, we're gonna get Tazariak to volunteer that and verify that I'm that person. Tazariak, according to Sarnetta,
you talking to Baptist. See, in order to get Captain Tazariak to answer a question, you have to ask an intellectual, logical reason.
It's coming right now.
Right now,
it's coming right now.
The part I don't like. Right. We have a lot of our sisters on the floor, right, that are God-fearing women, right? And your name is Black Jesus, right? Okay.
Minister.
Listen, the problem I have is the
Black Jesus minister, brother.
Tell you why the problem I have is the black when it comes to you representing that. Because when we see Jesus, right, we see Jesus as a teaching, caring, giving, unselfish man. The words that are coming out of your mouth as Black Jesus is you want to degrade, you want to down the next brother instead of join forces with a brother and stand with, you want to stand in front of or on top of, and we can't respect that when it comes to build us, brother.
Yeah, in simple terms, you're being a hater, sir.
Okay.
You're being a hater.
No, I'm not. Here I go. I was getting to my question, brother. Yeah, it's coming. It's right now. It ain't take me no more than 10 seconds. It ain't gonna take no more than 10 seconds, brother.
Right now, Black Jesus, respectfully, you are being handled by a student of Captain. You're not earning the right to get a response.
I got you. May I have my 10 seconds, brother Wack, to ask the question?
Let's go. Go ahead.
Tazariak, according to Sarnetta, the godfather of the conscious community, who is the GOAT and the greatest of all times, according to Sarnetta?
Jabari can't fuck with Cat.
Hold on, that's another man's opinion. That's another man's opinion. Like, you can't expect Captain Tazariak to embrace and stand on another man's opinion. He can tell you what his opinion is, but his opinion doesn't make that, solid reality of it. Like,
are you going to let him answer, brother Wack? Are you going to save him, Wack? Are you going to let him answer?
Bro, listen what I'm telling you. Hold on, Captain. I gotta check my. I gotta listen. There's levels to this shit. I can't let you come down a mountain that he can't get up.
My nigga,
right?
That's right.
In this situation, I don't mind taking the position of a student, Black Jesus. Bro, you have to earn the right to have a conversation with our elder and the elder God in our room, bro. You're not giving us nothing. We can't allow him to even entertain you because you ain't giving him nothing to entertain. It's like shit you saying is beneath him.
All right, well, Brother Wack, let me address you and I'm done. Brother Wack, did you know that Tazariak and ISUPK wear Star Trek Klingon uniforms, Brother Wack?
I do know that Captain Tazariak and the Hebrew Israelites of the that represent One West, right? I do know that they have a uniform that represents them, which I respect because it represents order.
Yeah.
Sure. So you mean tell me you
Why are you
respect
taking direct
people?
shots at him, man?
I got him. Come on, Black
so
Jesus.
I got you. So you respect people, goofballs, wackos, who dress up like Star Trek Klingon soldiers, brother. You respect that, bro?
So, Black Jesus, right? There's an old saying that you never judge a book by its cover, right? And if it's not to your liking or your personal preference, then you go ahead on and you make your own bowl of food, right? So what I'm saying is, if you don't like how these men are dressed, I'm a little curious on why you as a man is paying that much attention to how another man is dressed. But that's the shit. That's the personal shit that you got to figure out. I'm not concerned about how they're dressed when they come here. I'm a little more intrigued by the message that they're delivering, brother.
Yeah, okay. Well, Brother Wack, why don't you ask Tazariak, why do you...
I think if you stay,
I got you, bro. Brother,
if you get lucky, you might can learn something. If you get lucky, like we do, we learn when Cap comes off the mic.
I got you, brother. Now, did Tazariak teach you that white people are supposed to kiss the boots of Israelites?
Tazariak, when asked that question, told me why that's the stance that they take. Yes, he told me why that's the stance they take.
And why didn't he ask Adam 22 to kiss his boots?
Well, he didn't ask Adam 22 to kiss his boots because one thing we all understand as men, human beings, and businessmen is the politics of a situation, right? And this is not right or wrong. This is politics. And the politics of a situation will make a right situation wrong or a wrong situation right, depending on the politics. Now, in that situation, a brother that is a student to him brought him to a platform that this white man allowed us to use because it's ultimately his platform. Right? So the fact that this white man allowed this Hebrew Israelite to sit at his table and utilize his 5 million following, in a sense, in the source, he was honoring and kissing his boots, just in another way.
All right, Brother Wack, I appreciate hold on, Brother Wack. I appreciate you, brother, allowing me on the platform to address you and Tazariak. I have just posted the video evidence of your man, your teacher, dressed up like a goddamn Star Trek Klingon. And if you don't give a goddamn, Brother Wack, you have a right. You have a right, brother. You have a right. You have a right not to give a goddamn. Hold on, Wack. Brother Wack, hold on. You cut me off.
Yo, don't talk over fucking Wack, weird looking motherfucker. You gotta have watch your fucking manners, bitch.
Hey, you bitch ass nigga, watch your fucking mouth. Talking about hold on, you fucking hold on, nigga. Fuck is you talking to?
Brother, can I finish my
No, until Wack finishes.
Fuck you, George.
When Wack finishes, then you can fucking talk, nigga. Now mute up. Until Wack finishes.
Why would you think you can just come on this stage? Why would you think you can come on this stage and do that, bro? You got my number. You should have texted me, homie.
Hey, Wack, I just want to say one thing, right? This brother, like a couple, like I think when I was in Houston, a couple of days before I came to Houston, he did a clubhouse room, pretty much saying what he's saying now, like, you got tricked into bringing me on a no jumper. So I know he lives in Houston. So I went in his room and I said, I'm going to be in Houston from Thursday to Monday. We can have a conversation in person. We can have a debate, conversation, XYZ in person. If you don't show up, then I'm going to know you's a bitch. That's what I said. I don't know if I used the bitch word or not. Then I went on Sidenetta's platform because he was on Sidenetta's live. And I said the same exact thing, because if he really have an issue with me, and I'm talking about intellectually, I'm not talking about even personal. We can I have a school down there. We could have had the conversation right there. And he never showed up.
Damn, George, you didn't show up,
This
George?
what he did. But this what he did do. Let me just read this text message he sent me. Let me just read this text message he sent me and Sidenetta. I thought it was the funniest shit ever. I'm going to read it verbatim. He said, since I, BJM, am the undisputed GOAT, and you are not. Make me an offer that I cannot refuse to debate you. You can start with these imperatives. Number 1, you will publicly video record on all your social media that Black Jesus Minister is the GOAT, the greatest debater of all times. 2, you and ISUBK will pay me 10,000 running man tax to debate you. Number 3, WAC 100 will be our moderator and platform and promoter and perhaps judge if we agree. Number 4, General Yohana, who's in charge of my school, must publicly video record his agreement to debate me no later than 3 months after our debate. This agreement must be assured by ISUBK for a sum of 10,000 to be held in a trust by WAC 100. If the agreement is violated, forfeiture belongs to Black Jesus Minister. I never brought it to you because I thought it was stupid as hell.
Captain Cesar, now, how do you feel to be in WAC 100 shoes? That is modern day clout chasing. Media team, I want y'all to get that clip probably from 8:15 on. Get that clip from when he came in to when he left to Captain Tazariot. That'll be an excellent piece for him to put up.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, WAC.
He got this thing. Because what that's going to establish, Cap, is a few things, right? 1, it'll let your people know at your school, right, that you respected and protected on this floor, for 1.
Damn right.
2, it'll let your people know that your influence and your presence on this floor, right, has been a teaching to us, right, because they're hearing what I'm saying, right? 3, Cap, it's just a personal thing and a personal honor and salute from the Hunter side to you. We appreciate you hitting our floor with your knowledge. And I've seen the growth, you and Zine, you and Pitbull, me and you and Beast, all the ladies, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they love you on the floor. You know, you always honor them and protect them. So, you know, we doing our thing, right? And it's good to see that you got some haters too.
Damn right.
May I respond, Brother Wack? May I respond, Brother Wack?
Yeah, a hater named George Blanche.
May I respond, Brother
George, you's a hater, George. You ain't gonna come up here fucking with Bapton, bro.
That's
I
right.
don't know why you keep coming here and fight with Captain, bro. You ain't fucking with Captain on debate, man.
Let's listen to an important public service message about the
and anti-Semitic things. But again, not all camps are the same. And it's because of this that I wanted to see if I could find any clear connection between Kanye and the specific sect or camp, so that way I can get a better idea of what Kanye now believes. As I started doing more research, I found confirmation that Kanye was indeed being influenced by some Black Hebrew Israelites. And this was further confirmed by an interview that Kanye had with a Black Israelite leader named Tazariot. But who was this Tazariot person, and how much does Kanye have in common with his beliefs? Since I didn't know exactly who he was and what exactly he believed, I called someone that I knew would. I called one of my friends who's one of the most prolific voices in combating the claims of the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. And during the call, I came to learn that he's actually had his own run-ins with Tazariot before, and what I found out about him was wild.
Hey, what's up, man?
Who's this man?
Cab, what up, man? Yo, you got a minute?
Yeah.
Do you know an Israelite who leads a portion of the ISUPK named Tazariot?
Captain Tazariot.
Tazariot.
Yeah, I met him personally in Philadelphia one time, and I've talked to him on the phone, both in public and private a few times. We've debated as well.
Okay, what was your interactions with him like?
Well, he told me that I was going to make his coffee in the future as his slave, and I'll do it because I don't want to die. I want to live.
They gonna come with vocab ain't gonna be able to call this line without getting the permission from a black man. You're gonna be happy to make my coffee because you're gonna want to live. God wants you in chains. And they shall take them captive. And we're gonna take y'all as captives. Your future, you, James White, every Christian, this is not peace. This is warfare. When Christ comes, he's going to do more killing than every white man has ever done. That is your future, Mr. White Man.
Now, I think I know the answer to this because he's ISUPK. So I think they know the answer, but does he think that all white people are evil?
Yes, he does think all white people are evil.
It's a white man, the devil.
Yes.
He said that the white man is a born natural psychopathic monarchical lying killer. Is that true? You believe that?
Absolutely.
What?
Why wouldn't I?
Oh my God.
So it's not just white people per se, but he also looks down on other races as well, right? And that's even true of Africans then, right?
He won't even eat with an African.
But you won't bring in my little brother. He can't eat with us.
No.
So that brother can't cause you no harm. You telling me that if I was to bring him with me to the cookout, he can't come and eat with you? The black child, black baby, bro?
No African, no Asian, no Chinese, no white man, no German, no Russian, Caucasian, no non-Israelite will ever eat with me at anything that ISUBK is having or I'm having, period.
Why would you terrorize me for saying that someone else did that I had no control over?
Because the scriptures say prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers. So because of the crimes that forefathers committed against us is why I want them white babies to.
What other beliefs does he have?
He's also a polygamist. He's got multiple wives.
Oh, he's a polygamist.
I don't know which of his wives have paperwork and which ones don't, but he's a polygamist.
Yo, that's wild.
And do you have more than one wife?
Whether what I have is irrelevant, but a man can have more than one wife. That's lawful to God.
And do you have more than one wife?
That's irrelevant.
Why is that irrelevant? You're the leader.
As the example for other men, men know that they can have no wife, one wife, or 12.
And so, do you have more than one?
That's irrelevant.
All right, my last question for you is, what are his views on Jewish people?
He thinks the Jewish people stole his and his cohort's identity, and that's why he has such hostility, because they're known imposters.
So now that we know more about Tazariak and his beliefs, the only question now is, do Kanye's new beliefs line up with his? Well, let's go ahead and listen to a snippet from his conversation with Kanye.
I love that journey. I see you're switching. And then from watching the Drink Champs video, you made a statement to say that, you know, we're the Jews too. So like, where did that part come from? Was it something that you learned from like the Jewish people, or is this something that you learned from your own side? And where do you intend to take that part?
When I went on Alex Jones, it's interesting. He talked about this. It's so funny. You wouldn't expect Alex Jones to specifically back up that thought and that theory. I would read the Bible. I'm looking at the location of the Bible, and I wouldn't visited Buju Banton, and I'm getting different people's perspectives on Christ. I have my boy Mickey Halstead also shares these same beliefs. And my question is, why are we the only people that don't have a flag? Well, obviously, our existence was erased. Those slave ships was real, bro. You know, we are the Jew, and they are Jewish, like that of a Jew.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you wanted to hear that? I'm already canceled, right? So I can say stuff like that.
So it seems that they do, in fact, agree that blacks are the true Israelites. And it definitely seems plausible that their views have contributed to Kanye's recent hostility towards Jewish people. But is this the only belief that Kanye has in common with them? And if so, is there many more to come? If not, what other things does Kanye agree with them on? And most importantly, has Kanye abandoned the truth of the gospel message for the false gospel message of Tazariak and the Black Hebrew Israelites? I don't have those answers, but one thing for certain is that these are definitely influences that Kanye does not need right now.
Is it okay to hate?
Yes.
And unfortunately, the Black Israelites have a lot of very wrong and false ideas about Jesus and salvation, but we'll just have to save that for another time. In the meantime, make sure you pray for Ye, and the next time that you hear him saying that we're the real Jews, what are you going to say? What do you mean?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Hey, shalom, man. It's Captain Tazariak of ISUBK under Commander General Yohana. I first want to give a shout out to the Christian Apologetic that did that excellent video, good research. But to any Christian, apologetic, Muslim, or anybody that has a interest in understanding our viewpoint on different subjects that were brought out in that video, feel free to contact us. We're definitely approachable. I think you'll get a more insightful response instead of just a soundbite response. And I think it'll be very educational for people to actually see our views instead of what they perceive as our views based on what someone may clip or what someone may say. So if anybody want to contact us, you can feel free to contact me. We'll definitely be more than happy to do the interview. Shalom.
Now, you keep referencing that Christian pastors are the problem as to our sisters, our black sisters. Right. You keep saying that they're empowering our black sisters to disrespect the black man. Right. Okay. But you know, I'm kind of reminded of something in a recent debate that I saw with Vice President Biden to his opponent, Congressman Paul Ryan. You know, Paul Ryan kept asserting things, but could not give specifics. So can you give us a specific?
Sure. I'd be glad to. Let me start with the homosexual problem in the Christian church. Okay? When you allow men that are homosexual to be on the choir, to lead the choir. I watched a recent tape of a wonderful dance from your church, minister, where the dancers had red sheets. I saw it on YouTube. And they were dancing, and the sisters were beautiful, man. Yes. And then I looked into the center, and in the center, I saw what was clearly a homosexual. He threw his head back and waved his head and shook his behind. And I dropped my head in sadness because we don't understand what we are doing to black women when we do this. When we allow homosexuals to lead our choirs, to sit and prance in the midst of women, we are teaching them a lesson even though we don't realize it. And the lesson that we begin to teach them is that I don't have to respect a man. Okay, that's just one. Wait, you asked me to be specific. Wait, I ain't gonna do Paul Ryan. I'm gonna get specific. I go down the whole line on it and tell you the problem. Let me just interject, and I'm gonna give you back the mic so you can have the floor. But I want to inject this, okay? Because now you're making a reference to the church that we attend, Victory Christian Center, under our apostle Jimmy A. Ellis III. So let me say this, okay? It's not okay. Yes, are homosexuals in the church? Yes. Are whoremongers, alcoholics, backstabbers, gossipers, liars, okay, drinkers, are they in the church too? Yes, absolutely. So, you know, and even among some of my Christian brothers, we want to throw the whole book at the homosexuals. But the brother that's running up every woman, oh, he gets a pass. I heard a Christian pastor once say this, and you would probably love this Christian pastor. He said, oh, well, you know, I can't have no homosexual, singing on my choir, so you got a bent wrist and all that, you switching, well, you got to get all that together before you come up on my choir. Okay, Mr. Pastor, okay, Brother General, but what about the black man that's having sex with this woman? He's exploiting that woman, breaking this woman's heart, impregnating this woman, impregnating that woman. Oh, but he can sing on the choir. Ain't that interesting? That's a good point. No, see, sin is sin, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? But let me ask you a question. God does not see things like we do. And I thank God, beloved, that God isn't a general like yourself, because we be in some hot mess. I got bad news for you. God's a lot worse than me. And when he get ready to come through, we're going to see it. And to say that God is not violent, what the minister said earlier, is so incorrect. God killed more people on this earth than anybody. That's why he killed because I'm going to tell you now, because of our sin. But in reference to what you said earlier, how many alcoholics drink alcohol during Sunday service? They're already drunk when No. How many of them have a drink in their hand during the service? None. Okay. You know why? You don't allow it. You know why? Because you are trying to get the people in the church to refrain from drinking alcohol. Okay. So the minister that said, you cannot be with a bent wrist in my church was correct. Yes, people are coming in from all over, all walks of life. Homosexuality, drunkenness, all murderers, killers. I got all kind of drug dealers, killers, all up in Israelite school, UPK, that have changed their life. The point is they changed their life. The problem in the Christian church is they're not changing their life, minister. You are allowing them and giving them a forum to spread their homosexuality and empowering them in your choirs to promote homosexuality. That is the difference. It's not that homosexuality is being singled out as a worse sin than any other sin. Sin is sin. But the problem is there's a culture in the Christian church and the Muslim mosques that is being allowed to proliferate, that is destroying us, and we had better address it.
The comment, well, just to add my opinion from a black female perspective, it's mighty, mighty hard submitting to an angry black man. If this black man got some deep psychological issues that resulted from their childhood, when you marry that person, most women have a natural desire to want to submit, to want to help, to want to love, to want to build their man up. But if that man is not in love with Christ, like my brother Reggie said, and does not know who he is, and that he got some psychological issues that resulted from anger, from him not having his father, or he was raised in a home with a father that was abusive to his mother. It's mighty hard submitting in a marriage to a man like that. And I can
Minister, can you deal with this submittal thing? Because I do know that a lot of our black women, all right, as soon as they hear that word submit, they do have an issue with it. A general here talked about the fact that the woman is to submit, came out of scripture, that wives, you are to submit to your husband. Can you
oh yes, there's a clear
illuminate us on that?
Oh yes, he was right in part when he said submit, because he read the word. But if you notice what the word says, it didn't say he go make her submit. He says she must submit. It's a desire, the will that she has to have.
It's a heart issue.
I ain't gonna make her submit. If she doesn't know how to submit, I'm not gonna make her submit. That's God and her. She got to know how to submit. He didn't say make your wife submit. Oh, he didn't say that. He says wife submit. God is speaking directly to the woman. He's saying woman submit. That means don't be a dog or be nothing. Don't be on his feet. No, you're from his side. You're working with him. We are working together with Christ. Speaking of a church, because so the church is to Christ is the same relationship with the woman and the man. That's why you gotta know God first before you know the sexual side.
And you know in Corinthians, it's Corinthians 11, verse 11, nevertheless, neither is the man without the woman, neither the woman without the man. Oh, here's the key, in the Lord. For as the woman is of the man, even so is the man also by the woman. But all things through God.
That's right.
There's a condition, ladies and gentlemen. General, I'd like you to respond to that.
Appreciate it. First of all, the scriptures say, and let's get the scriptures since we quote the scriptures. The scriptures say the head of every woman is the man. Get it for me. Since we read that. Tell them where you're at.
1 Corinthians 11, verse 3.
Listen good.
But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
This is why we have problems in black relationships. You understand? The sister brought it out when she said, yes, black women do have an attitude. Somebody else mentioned when they said that they have a problem with it. That whole Smith. There's a clear order that comes from God. And let me tell you something. I heard both the brother here and this brother here said that they here to fight against principalities and spirits. Yes. Anytime, the most destroyed species on the face of this earth right now in the human race is the black man. Right. Any trashing of the black man, and you have joined those spirits and principalities. Right. Nobody defends these brothers, man. Right. You understand? It's always okay to destroy the spirit of black men. But don't you dare talk about the evils going with black women. And first of all, I never said for no black man to be beating up on no black woman. We don't allow that in the Israelite school of UPK. We don't have to beat on no women, okay? And as far as making a woman submit, going back to what the sister said and having a brother tie you up and all that in the basement is because your father didn't pick that man for you to marry like he should have if he had been risen up under the laws of God. I'm not justifying brothers that's in the world that's beating up women and tying them up and all that. That's why I'm here. I'm here to stop brothers from doing it. I'm pulling them out the street and changing their life so they don't do that no more. But I ain't gonna tell them now to go bow down to some woman now that they have come out of that darkness. God did not require that of them, man. And listen, let me tell you something. You ain't gotta listen to me. You ain't gotta pay me no mind. I guarantee you, these brothers coming up out the streets and they gonna organize and they gonna make us obsolete. You gonna be sitting in a room by yourself thinking you got God's word and these brothers is gonna change the face of Black America. You sit around and don't pay them no mind. You keep ignoring them. You keep downgrading them. You keep treating them like they the cause and the reason for all the problems, and you're gonna wake up one day and you gonna be obsolete. Read that scripture. This is what God said.
And the head of the woman is the man.
The what?
Head of the woman is the man.
That's God's word. The head of every woman is the man. Okay? Now, of course, there's more rules that go in. It don't mean a brother go out and have, in the Israelite school of UPK, you can't just go out and have sex with any other woman. That's right. You can't do that. We got rules here. And because of these rules in the Bible, these young men, they dying to be acceptable. They dying to be considered righteous. They don't want to be looked at as a criminal. They wearing their pants off their behind because they want somebody to say, brother, this is how we be right. And instead of doing it, we charge them for the problems, man. Instead of showing them what they to do right. I got young men, 15, 16, won't touch a woman until they marry her. Won't touch a woman till she done came to class, learn, become brand new, and then he'll marry her. And then he'll spend his life. Then, like the brother said, he'd give his life for that woman. Let a man break in that house. Let a man harm her on that corner. He'll die on that corner for that woman. But guess what else he gonna do? He gonna also be in charge of her because it's his right to be. And we gotta start taking it from these men. We are wrong in this, man. In this nonsense. Listen, first of all, who are we to even act like we're right? The ministers and the preachers, you are the one that failed them. That's right. How you gonna sit up like we got the answer? They got the answer. We failed these brothers. We done failed this Black community, man. And we better start listening. Read that, brother.
And the head of Christ is God.
That's an order. God is the head. Christ follows everything God said. Christ said, I come not to speak my word, but God's word. Guess what? If you don't marry a man that serves God, that follows God's law, then you're going to get tied up in the basement. You should expect it. If you go out and get T-boned with the Mercedes-Benz that's selling crack, you should expect to get shot up in the car when they come to kill him. You should expect it. But if you see a man that say, no matter what, I won't eat pork or shrimp, or crab, and guess what? If you become my wife, you can't eat it either. Right. You look at him like he's an evil. You ain't gonna tell me what to eat. I eat what I want to eat. When that's the man you should marry, you should be at his doorstep. You should want to wash his socks because this man is willing to fear God and do what the Lord said. And then listen, and it's why Black women can't marry the right man. You want to know why you're alone? You want to know why the Black relationships is all messed up? You want to know why everybody's in the club? I'm telling you why. But you don't want to hear it because you don't like the answer. Nobody wants to say our religious institutions have failed. Okay? Our way of life in this place as a relationships have failed. The brother said it best when he said, we don't want to face the white man is the devil. His way of life is wrong for us. His piece of paper, his authority, the way he thinks, it's wrong. And we better start from scratch. And we start from scratch right here. Finish that scripture, brother.
That's it, sir.
Read it again then.
1 Corinthians 11:3. But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
The head of every man is Christ. And let me tell you something else. A man can be as strong as he want to be as long as he follows that Bible. We're so afraid of a strong Black man. because we think he gonna tear up the house and beat up his woman. I ain't put my hands on my woman since I came out of my darkness 35, 40 years ago. Before I came out of my darkness, I was the evilest nigga a woman ever met. I used and abused and did what the hell I wanted with her and threw her away when I got finished with her. I came into the Truth in Israelite School at UPK. I started to realize a woman was a human being. And I started to stand up for a woman. And I found out something that amazed me. I found out when I started to care about her, when I started to respect her, when I started to make sure that I did what was right according to God with her, I found out she hated me more. I found out she looked at me as cruel and looked at me as mean because I said, no, you can't wear that blouse. You showing too much cleavage. She called me a monster and an animal. And I stood on what the Lord said. And I found out there were some sisters that did want a man that cared about her. When are we going to wake up? I'm going to tell you, I'll give you another warning. You better go back and read about Stephen. Sadducees and Pharisees, they didn't want to listen to Stephen. They stoned Stephen to death. But guess what? You go back and read in the 19th chapter of Acts, it tells you that God turned the Sadducees and Pharisees into a bunch of vagabonds. That's right. You sitting up on your millions now in your churches and your mosques and your religious institutions right now. You keep ignoring these black men. You keep defaming them and emasculating them. And you're going to wake up one day and you're going to be obsolete. They won't be listening to you.
If you can have enough sex, then, oh man, yeah, I don't go. They 15 kids, man, you know, I'm bad. I messed her up last night. That's what he thinks. That didn't make you a man. You're a man when you have a responsibility for your children. Right now, I'm harassing for my son in Jamaica. I want to get him into America to get some education. My son is very brilliant. I'm trying to get him here. I'm fine for my kid to immigration. It's not easy, but I'm fine for him. I got two sons, one just graduated in a college in computers. And the other one is 32. And he's done great. He's been in the army and stuff like that. So my sons at least gotta help them to make it. I mean, I wasn't there all the time. I came to America so my sons can make it, to make some money and get a ministry. Matter of fact, to tell the truth, I came here for money. But God changed the whole perspective and trained me in the gospel. So Christ touched me and says, come back to me. And I did. And I submitted myself to a man of God, Jimmy Ellis III, a man who knows God's word. And I submitted myself. I thought I was the best preacher in the world, so I thought, till I heard him. But God taught me to humble myself again and sit down and learn for 15 years or plus, to learn the gospel and to learn love and servanthood. Amen? And because of that, now I understand the perspective that her first hour relationship with God, and when I get to know myself and know the Lord, then I can have a wife.
So then our brothers need to be in relationship with God.
That's the first thing.
Because right now, that sex spirit, there's a lot of different spirits.
So listen.
Definitely that sex spirit
yes.
Clouds the issue.
That's right.
And every time that we have sexual intercourse, we're participating when we're doing outside the bonds of
rebellion.
Rebellion. That's a spirit. That's right. General Yohana, I'm so glad that you joined us and you jumped in at the right time, because we've been dealing with what is the phenomenon in our community in which black men don't want to commit to black women. Why in our community do we have, in the 21st century, with all this technology and Facebook and Twitter and all this great innovation, we are still participating in self-destruction. Man don't want to commit. We talked about rebellion, but I also want you to jump in on what the minister just talked about, and that is the sanctity of marriage. Now, I think you said in one of the previous shows, you said that as soon as the man has sex with the woman, just by virtue of the sex act, that is now his wife. Am I correct?
That's 100% correct.
So they don't need a ceremony?
A ceremony is nice to have, but a ceremony is not biblically necessary according to the Bible. I want to first say thanks so much for having me.
Yes.
And I deeply apologize for being late.
That's
I don't
all right.
like being late.
Yes,
I mean, no disrespect to the panel and to all the brothers and sisters here tonight. This morning rather. See, I'm losing day and night. running like a bandit, man.
That's all right.
There's a lot of brothers and sisters that's in deep need and that is suffering out here. When a man black men are committing to black women every second of every day in America. The minute we start talking about black men and black women relationships and we start getting on the line of charging black men, we are going off the course. Okay. And you will find out in many discussions, look at your YouTube tapes, look around the world, you're gonna see a lot of discussions about relationships, and they always geared to how wrong black men are. You talked about black men being violent, and then you mentioned, Minister, how your own son joined the military. We don't have a problem with black men joining the military to do violence to fight for America, but we got a problem with them being violent towards one another. We need to examine our hypocrisy in what we do and what we say. When a man has sex with a woman, according to the Bible, that's his wife. We having sex every second, and we marrying one another every second. The problem is, what we consider marriage in America is not marriage according to God. The white man is the devil, first of all. Can we just clear the air on that? The white man is the devil. And how are we going to ask the devil for permission to marry our woman? And how are we going to enter into a contract with the devil on how our relationship's supposed to be built? We decide that men got to go out and work and pay the bills. But we don't give that same man the authority over his own household. He don't have no authority over his wife. He don't have an authority to marry off his daughter. He don't have an authority to tell his daughter how to dress. This is the new age. She can wear what she want to wear. What did Janet Jackson say? What have you done for me lately? That's what she said. So now the man is disrespected and yet told to be in a marriage. Well, he's in the marriage. The minute he had sex with her, he was committed to her. But the problem is that commitment gets broken by the rules that men and women have together. And we believe in our ignorance in this empire that by signing that piece of paper with the white man, that's going to mean we're going to be more committed. We're not going to be more committed.
But Jim, well, if I could just interrupt for a second, because, okay, fine, and we'll get to the whole institution of marriage and the ceremony, and we can get into federal laws and state laws governing marriages, etc. But here's the thing. I understand people getting married and justice of the peace, whatever, but the bottom line is this. God instituted marriage, all right? Now, I just have to draw a difference here. If we believe in that concept that as soon as that man sexually, he penetrates that woman in a sex act, that he's married to her, well, then you need to answer me this then. Plenty of our brothers are entering a whole lot of women, and a whole lot of babies are produced. And our sisters are in the welfare office trying to get benefits because the man is nowhere in sight, the black man I'm talking about. So if they're married to them, why in the world aren't they committed?
The reason that black men are not committing, as you would say, or as you would think, is because of how they're being treated by women in their relationship. Nobody charges the black woman. Everywhere I go all over the country, and I speak in the street, in events, and y'all have seen me on TV and YouTube, all over the place. Yes. Everywhere I go to discuss relationships, you cannot charge black women. You start to tell black women the truth about themselves, which would really help every relationship. Everybody could have a perfect relationship like the brothers in the Israelite school, UPK. These brothers have a wonderful relationship. We got married, some of them got 2-3 wives, 10 years, 15 years. I talk about it like it's a trophy. I wish you'd come down and see them on the high holy days and watch their wives interact and see how they act with their children. One wife taking care of children of another brother, another wife, a sister wife, and all of that. But you can't tell black women that they being monsters in America. You can't tell them that. And the problem is, no black man want to be emasculated across America by black women. And I hate to put the blame where it belongs, but the Christian church has empowered black women to be disrespectful to black men.
And how? In what way?
In so many ways. In one, taking the authority over the household by using 911 whenever she decides. 80% of 911 calls are calls with women asserting their authority over men without men actually committing a crime. And there ain't a single Cisco brother in this room that doesn't know somebody or some woman that called 911 on a brother because he pissed her off or told her that she couldn't do something or took his car from her because of the way she acted. And because of it, what happens? He gets pushed out of his own house. How could you push another man out of his own house? Even the idea is insane.
So you're saying the Christian church is a conduit for this?
Absolutely, bro.
And so you're saying what the Christian ministers are putting the black woman up?
Yes, they are.
Making bogus calls that they being abused.
Woman, thou art loose. Woman, thou art loose. What does that mean?
Well, you're making reference to Bishop T.D. Jakes.
That's just one.
Okay, all right.
That's just one.
But would you not agree that domestic violence is a pervasive problem in our community? Men
Absolutely.
Punching, kicking, biting, strangling, stroking, tying a black woman up, beating her, pummeling her to the ground. That's not a figment of one's imagination.
Make no mistake, Minister. Make no mistake. I'm not dismissing black men's violence against black women like it's okay. Make no mistake.
Yes, sir.
What I'm saying is this. It does exist. Because once again, those brothers that are not in the Israelite school of UBK don't understand how to correct their woman without being violent. Black men should have the authority to correct their woman. But since they don't have the authority in this empire and have never been taught how to correct their woman, they just go to what they know. They go smack her. They go put their hands on her. They go choke her. Because they know instinctively, they know this woman is not supposed to be treating me like this. I'm not supposed to be emasculated like this. They know it instinctively. The minute you get in an argument with your woman, you know automatically, like, she talking to me like this. It go automatic. But the problem is the brothers are not taught. So the brothers do what's natural to men. They become violent to stop that woman. I'm not saying it's wrong. Here's what's wrong. Here's what's wrong. Christian ministers, the number one religion in the black community is Christianity. The buck stops with you. So if black men don't know how to deal and correct their woman, it's your fault.
Give me the next one. I hope this is the caller. Come on up. Come on.
Anonymous, you're on the line. State your name, where you're calling.
Okay, yeah, what's up? What's up? It's once again.
Ah, wait, give him a hand clap. I didn't think he was going to show up.
Hey, brother, man, I do this, man. There's no reason why I wouldn't.
I don't even know you, nigga, to know what you do. So now,
I know, that's fine.
Okay, no sweat, no problem. So I believe you said.
Hold on, let me say, see,
you ain't gotta say no. Hold on, brother, I'm setting the stage.
You know, you
brother. Hey.
This your show, go ahead.
Hey, relax, dude. Relax. You ain't mute him, did you? No, unmute him. Let him talk like a maniac, like a woman. Unmute him.
I did.
Oh, brother, what I want you to do is relax. I'm just setting the stage for the conversation. Calm down. Did you grow up with a father, brother?
Talk.
Did you grow up with a father? Yes or no?
Talk.
I'm gonna take that as a no. So I understand why you act.
So take that. Did you grow up with a father?
My father was in and out of my life, more in than out. See how I answer the question? Because I'm not effeminate.
Okay, so
answer
you
the
answered,
question.
I'll answer.
Did you grow up without a father?
Since you answered, I will answer. Yes, of course. I grew up with two fathers. I had a stepfather and a biological father.
Okay, so then you should know the tact of discipline. You should have a better gift at it than me, if that's the case. So now, this brother once again commented. He been commenting all on my YouTube channels, on everything he could find to comment on my YouTube channel, and he made a comment saying these was two emotional men. I believe is the initial comment that he said. And so I invited him to come onto the show to show me how we were emotional. Now, brother, you could tell me how, being that Tommy is not here and only I'm here, you can tell me how I was emotional because that's what you said. The floor is yours.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm trying to find those comments. So I go point by point.
Well, on that particular one, I think you said, hold on, let me see, because I'm trying to find it myself.
Let me say this too. Let me, if I'm able. The reason that I was commenting and looking at your other videos, and it's not because, I saw you played the sound effects, not because I didn't have nothing better to do. I'm not a sorry nigger and this, that, and the third. I was looking just to see what your other stances was, because I obviously I've heard of you through Sonetta. Cool. Now you got your own, your own platform.
I always had my own.
So I just wanted to see, huh?
I always had my own.
Okay, well, I mean, hey, brother, I just wanted to see what else, other content you had. That's all.
Gotcha.
And another thing, of course, why wouldn't I leave a comment? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't hurt you.
Yeah, that's fine. So on the video that you commented was Captain Tazariak versus Tommy Sotomayor, correct and protect the black woman. Is she too proud? Your comment was two very overly emotional men. And I said, no, wait, I'm sorry. That's you said that. So I'm trying to get the order of the.
Yeah, I know exactly how it went.
I said you must be a woman. You said no, but you're behaving like a typical overly emotional one. I said it's interesting that you say that when you have over 20 plus comments on my channel with clear emotional responses. I tell you what, I do my show tonight. You could come onto my show. So there wasn't really a long exchange. I immediately invited you to my show. So the floor is yours to tell me how I was overly emotional.
Okay, hold on, please. Bear with me 1 minute. Okay, here we go. Right. Hello. Mm-hmm. Here we go right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Now, the specific reason why I said that I felt you was overly emotional, because I left the comment, bong. Then you said, tell that to unprotected black woman, bong. Then I said, I'm not here to argue.
Is this on a different comment, a different page?
For what I'm saying?
Yeah, like what you just said. The comment you left.
This is on.
Like where?
This is on the video. This is on the video. Yeah, with Captain Tazariak versus Tommy Sotomayor, correct and protect woman. It's a comment that I made stand alone. It's once again, and then there's 9 comments under that.
I got you. Okay, I got you. So now, you said in that one, you made a comment. Did I reply to that comment?
Yes, you did. Yes, that's what this whole thing is based on.
Okay, what did I say in that one?
Okay, bunk. So I made my initial comment. Then you said, tell that to unprotected black woman. Bunk. Right. Then I came in, I put a couple of laughing emojis because, even though contrary to what you believe, I may be hyped and animated, but this is all just a conversation. I mean, you know what I mean? But anyway, I said, I'm not here to argue. We are all unprotected in one way or another. If the police kick in your door right now, blah, 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 you wouldn't be protected.
Right.
Then you came back with, you started off
saying it was
silly.
Right.
Shows you didn't listen to the conversation properly. Then you use an extreme example if police kicking the door in LOL.
Correct.
You don't want to have a real conversation. You haven't even responded to points being made in the video.
Right.
Have a good day. Now, brother, right then and there is where I felt you were being overly emotional. Okay, we all have emotions. We're all human beings. I felt you were being too overly emotional because. And then
all I said was tell that to unprotected black women. That's just a statement. Ain't no emotional. Then
no, brother.
You came with the laughing emojis and said, I'm not here to argue. And then all I said was you started off saying it was silly, which is your first comment. Your first comment was, this is such a silly and pointless conversation. That was your first comment. You said it was a silly conversation. I mean, and I don't want to take away from it being entitled to, but that's what prompted me to just say, tell that to unprotected black women, because the women that I know that are black women that I know that are unprotected don't think it's a silly and pointless conversation. They actually want the conversation to be had about when are black men going to protect black women. So I'm still waiting for you to just show me what was overly emotional, and since you brought up that comment, what was silly and pointless about the conversation? If we can get to that. So now we've gotten the comments out the way. So just tell me.
Hold on. Let me
wait, one second. We don't have to go.
Go ahead.
I have a guest on the show. I don't want to go back and forth about comments. I want to get straight.
But I'm about to land the plane, as they say.
You ain't gotta land
it right now because I need the comments to land the plane.
Brother. Oh, you need okay. I'll give you one more comment to land your plane. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, now check it out. This is why I said it was a silly, this is why I said, this is how this whole thing started. Because you said that I don't want to have a real conversation, and this is the key part. You haven't even responded to the points being made in the video.
Mm-hmm.
Then I left a comment. Then even another brother, okay, this bro, whatever the person is, he said, bro, read the points you addressed, then said you wouldn't address the point. And that's the problem.